Welcome back, legends. This is Animemonster Pro. Today's story is, what if Harry Potter grew up beyond Dumbledore's control? Here's a quick glimpse. Raised far from Dumbledore's influence, Harry grows up with the freedom to make his own choices. By the time he enters the wizarding world, he is no longer the boy others expected to shape, but a powerful force determined to follow his own path. Before we dive in, if you enjoy powerful stories like this, make sure to subscribe to Animemonster Pro and share it with your friends. Let's start the story. The 13th of July 1988. Petunia wasn't completely sure when Harry's birthday was, just that it was in the latter part of July. The note Lily sent with the picture of their family didn't mention it specifically. Because of this, the Dursleys celebrated a joint birthday for Dudley and Harry in mid-July. Petunia had long ago decided to herself that she couldn't wallow in what Mort had taken from her when her sister died. She'd looked back through the couple daily profits she'd saved and couldn't find the man's name printed anywhere, just that stupid, hyphenated moniker. Instead, Petunia vowed to remember what Harry had lost, and to provide it to him as best she could. The family was currently enjoying a trip to the zoo for the boys' 8th birthdays. Petunia wasn't really the best with money, and hadn't realized how much of her own money she'd moved into the magical world before that fateful Halloween. Vernon had been having a rough patch at work, so they'd had to go on a Monday to avoid peak prices. The kids would have their party that Friday night. The Polkis siblings and a few of the other kids from the neighborhood were getting together for chickens on the grill. Vernon had suggested they go to a roller coaster park, since he hated them and would be at work and not have to go when they went. But the zoo was one of the few attractions that both boys enjoyed, and Petunia wanted to make sure both of them had fun. Harry disliked roller coasters, but was okay with water rides. Though, Dudley preferred big animals like lions and bears, while Harry for whatever reason had always had a strange affinity for reptiles, especially snakes. I guess even his taste in animals has to be strange, Petunia thought as she watched Dudley and Harry gawk at a large constrictor of some kind that was coiled up and looking out the glass front of the enclosure, picture-worthy if you liked big snakes. Of course the animal they agree on is a giant snake. The snake kept swaying back and forth for the boys, flicking its tongue out randomly. Then, Dudley turned to Harry and made a pleading motion with his hands. Oh dear. Right when Petunia began hurriedly walked across the room, there was a scream from one of the patrons as the snake slithered right out of the enclosure. The glass had vanished. Petunia was able to grab the boys and get them out of the reptile house without further incident, but what came after left her truly wishing for the first time in years that she could get back into Diagon Alley. Harry, what have I told you about getting excited in public like that? You have to control the strangeness around you or people will start asking questions of the family. Petunia gently chided him, just 4 more years, then he can learn to control it. But Aunt Petunia, I was just talking to the snake. It was Dudley who got excited. What? Talking to a snake? Wait, Dudley. Yeah, Mom. Harry was hissing weird stuff and the snake was hissing back. Harry said the snake said it wished it could have more room to move around and hunt, and I thought, you know. It's not right to keep someone locked up like that, is it? It's not fun to look at them anymore if you know they're sad. What did you do then? Duddykins. Well, I asked Harry if he could break the glass. But he said he didn't want to risk any more strangeness in public than talking to the snake. I was kinda mad the snake wasn't gonna get to go out like he wanted, and then suddenly the glass was just gone. The snake turned back and hissed as it was leaving, and Harry said it said, thanks. It was so cool. After the zoo, Petunia took the kids to McDonald's for an early dinner. Dudley was showing the same weight issues as his father, so this was a treat for the family, and after putting them to bed that night she went into the attic and broke out Lily's potions notes. I'm sure it was just a coincidence, darling. No reason to go digging through this old stuff. Even if it's magic, it's got to go bad, doesn't it? Vernon shivered when he looked at some of the things in his attic. Frog eggs. Newt eyes. Petunia, most of these things will have gone sour or something up here after all this long. Vernon, I have to know. Harry has always been able to tell that the magic is from him somehow. Dudley seemed to really think that he made that glass disappear. I need to know. I'm not sure how I became the voice of reason here, pet, but if that's the case we can find out about it when he turns 11. Okay, Vernon, you're right. For the next 2 days while Vernon was at work, Petunia was largely unavailable, either digging up her garden or digging through books the boys weren't allowed to look at in the attic. The morning of the third day Petunia woke up feeling ill. That night she was quite sick, and the next morning Vernon was forced to call off from work to take care of her. Dudley and Harry were told to watch the doctor, whose tapes they'd rented for the now cancelled party that had been planned for that Friday while Vernon took care of their sick aunt. However, the first episode they chose had Daleks in it and both boys decided there were chores they could do. Vernon loved sci-fi, and Dudley and Harry usually did too, but whenever killer robots were on screen both boys fell apart without him. Harry didn't like the flashing green lights that often accompanied them and Dudley preferred his robots dumb and funny like in Star Wars. Dudley began rinsing the dishes that had been piling up in the sink, while Harry went out to weed Aunt Petunia's garden, since she wasn't able to. It had only been a couple days since Aunt Petunia was out here, so there weren't that many weeds to pull, but after Harry had finished he looked around at the areas that his aunt had been working in before she got sick. It probably wasn't the flowers or herbs that got her sick, so Harry started putting that area to rights. Aunt Petunia had done a good job of uprooting several herbs, as well as a small pink rose bush, but Harry was pretty sure he could salvage it, so he got to work replanting. Tilda, watch where you toss the earth, human Tilda. Harry looked to his right and saw a strange brightly banded little snake slithering from under a clot of dirt he'd carelessly moved aside. Tilda, sorry Tilda, he hissed back. Tilda, speaker. I sensed magic in this place, but to find a speaker so far from the land of my nest. Well met. Tilda, the snake had freed itself from the dirt and coiled on itself to raise its head in greeting. Tilda, magic. I don't know about that. My aunt and uncle have always said magic isn't real whenever I asked how about stage magicians on the telly did it. But strangeness happens around me sometimes, and I've talked to a snake before. At the zoo a few days ago, and a couple times before that on the playground at school. Tilda, Harry wasn't sure how he could talk to snakes, but magic seemed as simple an explanation as anything. He looked closer at the snake in front of him. Tilda, I don't think I've ever seen a snake like you before. Where did you come from? Tilda, a human child took me from the place with other snakes and I was kept by it in invisible walls in the dark. The large female human found me, the large male human threw me into the wood behind their nest. I tasted the magic around your nest, hunted my way here. Tilda, the snake paused while Harry got comfortable on the ground, sitting cross-legged. It studied the boy for a moment before continuing, Tilda, I have been here for 6 passings of the sun. Why do you not come out before, speaker? The tall female human was always before. Tilda, that's my aunt, the sister of my mother. Tilda, Harry added as the snake looked at him quizzically, Tilda, this is her garden, but she's really sick right now. I was just weeding for her, and righting the plants she had messed up when she got sick. Normally she does all of this kind of stuff herself, but my cousin and I wanted to help. Tilda, I could taste the sickness. Tilda, the snake agreed. Harry's eyes widened at that and the snake continued, Tilda, it smelled of something foul. Toxic. Tilda, the snake slithered to the smallish tree in the back corner of the garden before carefully wrapping around one of its roots as Harry got up to follow. Tilda, I told you I came here because I sensed magic. This is a magic tree. Its scales repel dark magic, and only someone who knows of magic would grow it. If the tall human female planted the garden, she knows of magic too. Tilda, the snake slithered up to Harry. Tilda, take me into your nest, speaker. Your tall female human Tilda. Tilda, aunt. Tilda, your aunt did not smell of strong magic herself. If she tried to make magic she may have poisoned herself. You said she kept magic from you, but she knows of it. Take me into your nest, let me taste the air around her and I can perhaps show you how to help her if it is a magic toxin. The smell is weak here, I will need to be nearer to tell. Tilda, do you really think you can do that? If you can help my aunt I'll do anything I can to repay you. Tilda, Harry lowered his hand to the ground and the snake slithered up and wrapped around his hand and wrist. It was only about 30 centimeters long, so it wasn't hard. When Harry walked through the kitchen from the back with a snake wrapped around his hand on his way upstairs, Dudley put the broom down and followed. Uncle Vernon exploded the moment Harry walked through the door into his and Petunia's room with a snake. Boy, what are you doing bringing a snake into my house? There's a limit to what I'll tolerate in my home. If that thing bit her. Vernon continued to rant as Harry explained, Knowing from experience that his uncle could still hear him, he said that he saw Aunt Petunia in the gardens before. He said he smelled her getting sick. Getting magic sick. Harry stressed the word, praying his uncle wouldn't get madder about all the strangeness he was bringing in the house. That it wasn't his fault that Aunt Petunia was sick. Harry needn't have worried. The moment he said, "magic," Vernon went silent. You could have heard a pin drop in the intervening moments. Instead, they heard the snake on Harry's hand begin hissing. "Tilda, I taste it, speaker. Aged magic instead of fresh, it is poisoning her slowly." Tilda the snake looked back at Harry and flicked its tongue in the direction of the hallway. "Tilda, she works the magic somewhere within your nest. Puts it into water and mud. Tilda." Harry looked at his uncle as the serpent continued hissing near his ear and almost wilted under the look he was getting. One part fear, one part confusion, and Uncle Vernon didn't like being afraid. Uncle Vernon, raising the snake, says that there's somewhere in the house that Aunt Petunia makes magic. Can you show me? He says he wants to try and help her. Vernon looked unsure of the boy and his reptile. "Please Uncle Vernon," he says, "Aunt Petunia is dying." Harry's lip was trembling as he fought not to cry. Vernon did his best not to look at the snake and only the child he'd been raising for 7 years, but a pained groan from his wife caused him to glance at her and steel his resolve as he answered, "All right, Harry. I'll show you." Harry and Vernon had started by trying to go through the potions books looking for antidotes based on the things they saw open around the small cauldron, only to realize they had no idea what half the things were and most recipes took days to make anyways. But once again the snake came to the rescue, finding a jar with 3 stones in it that it said smelled like, Tilda, the opposite of sickness, Tilda. Rechecking Lily's notes, they found a reference to a bezoar, a stone that would counter most poisons or toxins if swallowed with slightly warm water. Lily's notes and help from the snake led to Harry and Vernon finding that 2 of the stones had lost their potency, but one was still strong. The 2 returned to Petunia's bedside armed with a glass of warm water with a lumpy stone in it, to a sight that almost made Vernon drop the glass. Dudley was asleep in the bed, holding his mother as he rested his head on her shoulder. They were both glowing with a soft, white luminescence. Vernon sighed as he took in the sight. Then soldiered on, lifting Petunia and coaxing her into drinking the mixture. The result was almost immediate, as her breathing evened and her color began returning. He decided to leave Dudley where he was, glow and all. Vernon sat on the couch while Harry set some water to boil for tea, the snake now comfortably draped over his shoulders. He brought the tea back into the family room and set a cup on the table in front of his uncle, then backed up and sat on the chair farthest from his uncle's favorite recliner, all while keeping his gaze fixed on the floor. When he looked up, his uncle was having a staring contest with the snake. Harry couldn't decide if Vernon was thinking or merely glaring, but then he broke the stare and looked at Harry. "How long are you planning on keeping that in here?" Well, we are not just keeping a random bloody snake for no good reason. Your strangeness has to have limits in polite society, Harry." "You mean magic?" Harry asked tentatively. When his uncle winced, he worried he'd pushed too far, but his uncle proved him wrong. "Yes, I mean that. Magic, that's the first time he's actually said the word all afternoon." Harry thought, "You get it from your parents, both of them. When Petunia wakes up she can tell you more about it. Now this snake. I promised him out in the garden." Harry interrupted his uncle and began gushing. "I promised that I'd do anything I could for him if he could save Aunt Petunia." Uncle Vernon, he says that for a snake to be the partner of a wizard, who can talk to snakes is a big honor. He wants to stay with me. He says he'll keep the mice and other snakes away too." Harry couldn't help the pleading tone that had crept into his voice. Vernon appraised the 2. "Is it poisonous? Tilda, do you have poison, little friend?" Tilda. Vernon fought to suppress a shiver when Harry hissed at the snake. It was easier when Petunia's life was in imminent danger. "Tilda, no, speaker. My kind hunted the venomed ones in our homeland. We can resist the death that seeps from their fangs, but there is no death in my own." "Tilda." "No, Uncle Vernon. He says he's a kind of snake that doesn't get hurt bad from poison snakes and he isn't poisonous himself." Vernon took a sip of his tea and closed his eyes. After a minute and another sip or 2 he responded, "It does not leave your room unless you are personally carrying it to the garden." Harry released a sigh of relief. "You will not take it to her from your room while we have company, and I expect to not have to deal with a single rat or snake in her garden till you go off to school in a few years." He held his hand out to Harry's questioning look and continued, "You and Dudley will not tell your friends about the snake. That includes Piers Polkiss down the street. You'll have to make sure it's in the garden whenever he's over. Finally, you will have to either do extra chores, or find a neighbor who will pay you for simple chores to help pay for the thing's upkeep. Am I clear?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon, I can do all of that. No problem." What did you mean, go off to school? There's a school for free wizards like you. Your parents both went there, and in a few years you will too. I'm not answering any more questions about that without your aunt. Vernon studied the worried look on Harry's face that had been there since his almost freak slip-up. "I'm not going to lie to you, Harry, I'm not sure I like your parents' kind. Your mother, according to your aunt, was a truly great person. Your father probably had to be as well for her to have married him. Sadly," he continued, "pretty much the only thing I know about him personally is that he's a war hero, and I'll always be thankful to your family for how they protected us, and especially you. But many of the others are just freaks. No other word for it. Unable to fit in with normal people, and lacking basic sense." Petunia said that in the few times she was around them she'd found that they didn't even know how to say electricity. Much less what it is. "Every now and then while we drive through town your aunt will point out someone so strangely dressed he's drawing a bleed-in crowd and say, 'They're dressed like a wizard, Vernon, keep driving.' Does that mean you and Aunt Petunia are hiding from them? Wizards. Just for a while. But I'm going to leave it up to Petunia whether we tell you the why, now or to wait, and you're going to have to accept her decision." Vernon thought for a moment. "One last thing. If they stop glowing before they wake up, don't mention it to either of them. We are going to assume that was a side effect of whatever magic Petunia was messing with and not bring it up again." "Yes, sir. I'm magic. I'm a wizard," Harry thought to himself. That explains the strangeness. The first thing that happened when Aunt Petunia woke the next morning was for her to just about need medical help again as she shrieked and fell and almost hit her head when she saw Harry's snake wrapped around his upper arm as he carried it outside. After explaining to her what he and Harry, mostly Harry, had done to help her, she confessed to Vernon that she had tried brewing a potion that would tell if Dudley was magic. Vernon scoffed and pointed out that all the weirdness happened around Harry, and from there the two of them finished explaining to both boys what was happening. They explained about magic, and why they had to keep it secret, that Dumbledore had left Harry there with no way to contact the magical world for support or information. Even without Vernon's speculation about him having some nefarious or vengeful motive, Harry and Dudley both could tell that Dumbledore wasn't exactly sane. Who leaves a toddler out in the cold? But the idea that people were calling Harry a hero for that night was ridiculous. They shouldn't have been lavishing praise on Boy Who Lived for defeating Mort until Harry knew what his name actually was. That's what he'd call him, not some long, spooky, fake name. They should be honoring the real heroes, his parents who died, who most definitely were the reason Mort died that night. After pressing into them that nothing about it could leave the house, Petunia told both Harry and Dudley all the stories she could remember of Harry's parents, especially Lily. How she came home from magic school, Hogwarts, for Christmas her first year and Aunt Petunia had hated her for being so weird. Also for leaving her. Petunia and Lily had been very close before Lily went to school, the boys had learned, and Petunia thought that Lily leaving home meant she didn't want her normal sister around anymore. But Lily was persistent, and when she came home that summer she brought tons of notes and extra books and taught their mother how to brew household potions. Magic that Petunia said was easy to blend in with the regular world. Most simple potions just required you to be allowed to know about magic, not actually have it yourself, so muggles could brew and use them too. At one point she'd pulled out a jar of something and said that it was magic ointment for cuts that left no scars, but Harry's new snake friend had warned them that it was starting to smell of burning, and would need to be disposed of soon, much to Petunia's disappointment. Harry was also pleasantly surprised to learn that the tree in the back of the garden was, in fact, magical. His aunt called it a wiggentree, and said it did exactly what the snake suggested. Its bark warded off a lot of lesser monsters, and was used in potions for the same effect. When Harry pressed, Petunia admitted that her beautiful pink roses were magical too. Harry remembered seeing his aunt and uncle drinking tea from the roses, but his aunt got mad and said that he couldn't ask any more about that until he was 30. Harry got the feeling that had nothing to do with magic. While Petunia lamented that she didn't have any other kind of magical plant that she could show Harry, he was still quite interested in the fact that the snake seemed to understand magic on some level as well. Maybe he could teach them something too, though Harry had resolved not to ask him about the roses just in case. After she'd finished her story, Petunia asked Harry to come upstairs with her alone. As they climbed the stairs, she told him that she had done something she considered almost unforgivable and it was time for her to apologize and finally try to make up for it. He wanted to be mad when she gave it to him, but he was enraptured almost immediately. He started crying, Petunia started crying, and soon they were both holding each other for dear life. Through sobs, Petunia explained to her nephew that she just couldn't think of a way to show him the picture without explaining magic to him, and she and Vernon had thought hiding magic until he was older was the best way to protect him. That night, Harry Potter went to sleep gazing at a magical picture of his parents. With tears in his eyes, he watched his mother key him on the forehead where she held baby Harry, then peck his father on the lips before both of them smiled and waved to the camera. Harry watched and waited one more loop of the picture. His evening ritual was about to be changed forever and he needed to time this first attempt perfectly. "Good night, Mum, good night, Dad." His parents smiled and waved back to him. Harry had always known that his mum wanted to be a doctor, and he had always harbored a desire to be the same. Now, however, his Aunt Petunia shared the real truth. Lily had studied to become a healer, a magic doctor, during her time at school. Harry loved the idea that his mother wanted to help everyone until his aunt told him that magic healers only helped magic people. When Harry innocently asked why wizards didn't use these potions to help non-magical people, his aunt's answer made him mad. Witches and wizards tend to either dislike or look down on non-magical people. At best they tend to not understand us hardly at all. They call us muggles, and I think they don't even realize how degrading that is. They also call it protecting their secrecy, to not help non-magical people, but Lily told me they used that as an excuse to muscle us around when they want as well. She'd said. She also warned Harry that most magical beings were clueless about how the normal world worked and pretended like it didn't matter that they tended to attract stares for their outfits, and walk into traffic whenever they went in public. Over the next 2 years, Petunia showed Harry his mother's notes and potions texts, and Harry began asking for not only chemistry sets, but also things of a more non-magical bent like simple books on anatomy and health. Remembering how brilliant Lily was, and assuming that it was just something about the magic, Petunia went with it. She found herself enjoying having something to study again, and gladly helped Harry parse down more difficult concepts where she was able. They couldn't actually brew potions, as they didn't want to risk any of the ingredients being contaminated again even with a reptilian divining fork helping them, but Harry would often substitute a potion recipe for a soup or stew and practice cutting, chopping, crushing, mashing and slicing ingredients, as well as timing his stirring the way the books said to do. His mother's notes had said that learning the different ways to prepare things was the hardest part for her. Learning to cook, and sometimes experiment with cooking, was a nice side task as well. Dudley didn't need to hear more about potions and cauldrons past the true story of Harry's parents. Harry's dad wasn't just a hero cop, he was a magic warrior who fought dark lords. He was like Obi-Wan Kenobi with a wand instead of a lightsaber. But even more awesome 'cause it's real life. That means Harry should be like Luke Skywalker, right? But Harry wasn't a Luke Skywalker. He was short, and thin, and the more time passed the more time Harry spent reading. Ever since learning about magic, if Harry didn't have his nose in some book on potions or science with Dudley's mom, he was reading fantasy books about magic, stories like Narnia and Lord of the Rings. It was just too bad that Harry was more interested in what characters like Gandalf and the White Witch did than Aragorn or Prince Caspian. But Harry had still saved Dudley's mom. Harry had protected their family. Maybe Harry was trying to be more like the Doctor than a Jedi. Dudley didn't think he could do that. But he could still protect his family. He could protect other people too. Harry was learning the stuff his mom learned. Just a few months after learning about magic, he was already talking avidly about being a healer like she had wanted to be, though Harry wanted to be able to take care of Vernon and Petunia too. If that was the case, then Dudley could take something from Harry's parents' story as well. He would protect people like Harry wanted to. But he'd do it his way, like a warrior protecting his friends and family. Like James Potter did, only Dudley would have Harry there to make him better after, and sadly Dudley wouldn't have a magic wand. Harry's dad was apparently the top scorer on his school sports team before becoming an Auror, which Dudley knew was magic speak for Jedi Knight, so that's where he would begin too. It started with an interest in exercise, which his mom was all too happy to encourage. Dudley was working towards being truly pudgy, even at 8, but picking up youth football with Harry quickly leaned up his baby fat. His dad had tried to suggest rugby, but between Petunia's indignation and Dudley wanting to play a sport with Harry, he relented. Though he wasn't soft anymore, he was still big, and Dudley used his size and strength to play a mean center back. Harry, being smaller, was easy to bully around on the field, but when he got the ball away from the crowd he was fast. Even when he had to dribble through a team though, it was like he had a sixth sense for dodging the worst trouble. A little after Dudley's 9th birthday he asked to learn karate. He told his parents he wanted to be like the Karate Kid. His mom was less thrilled with that than football, though Vernon eventually got her to relent by pointing out the extra time Harry gets with her studying Lily's things meant Dudley should get to do something special he wants to do, too. Dudley was clumsy when he started, but with a little bit of work and a heavy serving of the kind of dedication that only comes from almost losing your mom, he improved quickly. He was never the fastest kid in his class, but when he got someone in a hold while sparring there was no escaping. Dudley's parents didn't know if all the Dark Lords, Death Eaters, had been caught, but Dudley would make sure he could protect his family if they weren't and ever came calling. Over the couple years since Petunia had told the boys about wizards and Dark Lords, Dudley had also gathered some friends. He and Piers Polkiss had gotten some of the other bigger kids in their school, though no one was as big as Dudley, and they'd formed a little friend group. Dudley's gang would tell off bullies who picked on weaker kids in the schoolyard, mostly upper years who thought they'd be bigger than everyone, and helping the victims get to teachers for help. Those who pushed too far or operated outside of school found out Dudley wasn't just talk, though his mom never found out about it. Most kids didn't want to admit to being taken down by someone younger than them. Meanwhile Harry, with his newfound attention to reading and homework, became a prime target for those bullies. It didn't take long for many of the more academic kids or shyer kids in the school to congregate around him during after-school times when an upper year might be looking to supplement their allowance. This included Piers' little sister Tina, who started getting picked on when she began sitting with Harry in the library. Where Harry and Tina were, Dudley's gang was not far behind. This helped Dudley and his friends too, as Harry's friends were more than happy to help them with homework and studying. The two groups began interacting on purpose more often, and soon became basically one. Dudley's friends also helped get the others to play sports and walk around town with them. After a couple years the two groups were thick as thieves, though they still retained their original styles for the most part. They were definitely an interesting sight walking into the theater, over a dozen strong, for tickets to Back to the Future, Part 2, most nice-looking children with respectable clothes, with some much bigger kids who had a street hoodlum look going for them. They would have been intimidating if they weren't talking and laughing with the others good-naturedly. While good science fiction would still hold a special place in their hearts, Dudley and Harry's favorite new family game was Real Magic or Fake, where they would watch movies about magic or monsters and guess what was based on real magic someone had seen by accident and what was totally from the writer's mind. There was no real way to score it unless it was a plant or potion, since they didn't have any of Lily's books on other classes, but it led to quite a bit of good-natured debate. Dudley found himself wanting the monsters from every story to be real, and bigger than in cinema. Harry, meanwhile, kept a private list of fictional, elixir of life, ideas to look up when got to Hogwarts. But despite Harry Potter knowing about magic and learning from his mom's books, he and his aunt still couldn't find Diagon Alley, not even when they'd taken the snake he found in the garden, which he'd named Nagish. Harry had heard the name at children's studies at the church Aunt Petunia sometimes made them attend. The 25th of December 1990. Vernon and Petunia relaxed and smiled as they drank their tea and watched the boys take turns playing Mario on the new Nintendo game system they'd gotten that morning for Christmas. Nagish was resting on Harry's shoulder and hissing what Petunia assumed was advice into his ear while Dudley cheered him on. It didn't help, as Mario fell off a ledge and Harry handed the controller to Dudley while grumbling at the snake about shoulder seat drivers. Petunia was quite shocked last year when Vernon decided that the little snake had proved he could behave and allowed Harry to bring it out in the house as long as there was no company coming. She had reached an understanding with it a while back herself. Hard not to after it saves your life twice. She still shuddered every time she remembered that black viper flying at her face from the fig bush. She also couldn't ignore the fact that her garden did better with the brightly colored serpent slithering among her plants, and she hadn't seen any kind of pest besides weeds since Harry took in the thing, though she hated how the snake sometimes hid among her roses. She could also definitely do without it getting any bigger. At almost 2 feet long it was approaching the limit of her ability to not scream when it startled her on her hands and knees out back. "Petunia, did you hear me?" Vernon asked, leaning over and tapping her shoulder from his chair. "I'm sorry, Vernon, I'm afraid I was just thinking. Anything I should be worried about?" He set his empty teacup on the table. She glanced at him. He was starting to get a double chin again. "Oh, no dear, just my garden, and that I think you need to start staying a little longer at the gym." "What were you saying while I was distracted?" She smirked and took another sip of her tea only to discover it wasn't hot anymore. "I got a call from the chief yesterday about that new series of drills the company is set to get started on. Apparently the representative for one of the biggest prospective clients got some kind of foreign illness just before Christmas hauls. Well, the man standing in for him works with his wife at their practice together, and they asked the office if there was a representative for Grunnings that would be okay with them bringing their child with them. The contract is big enough that the department said, fine. Problem is, the chief lives alone and didn't want to try and find a way to entertain the girl on short notice, so I volunteered. I told the chief I had 2 well-mannered kids, so he wouldn't mind an extra child at dinner, and they could play games while we talked business." Petunia eyed him with a look that said, "What's the catch?" "Unfortunately, they want to meet this Friday, before the new year. You want me to get this house ready to host a business guest 3 days after Christmas? No problem. But your sister and her mutt are coming over tomorrow and staying the night, Vernon. The last time we needed to get most of the downstairs carpet shampooed." Petunia sighed resignedly and said, I'll get the boys to help me set up the garage for Ripper. Don't give me that look, Marge will just have to accept that. Even she can appreciate how important a business call like this is, can't she? If it's as important as you were saying before, you might finally get a promotion if you finish this. We don't want the house smelling of dog. Petunia still had issues with Marge. The woman hadn't taken to the corrected, non-magical version of Harry's parents very well, since she felt it was just Petunia covering up for her useless sister, and the giant woman almost started a fight with both the boys when she insisted that James and Lily were drunks and Petunia was just hiding her family's shame. Vernon stating that he'd been allowed to see confidential documents that proved the story beyond question had the woman leave the house red-faced and sputtering 2 days before her planned vacation ended, bulldog in tow. She only came around for holidays now. Vernon insisted that she be welcomed during those times, and Petunia was willing to give him his normal side of the family. We shouldn't tear the boys from their new toys on Christmas Day, though. This is a time for fun. As she said this, Dudley pulled out a box of Legos. Meanwhile, Harry was hissing at Najish while apparently reading the list of elements and chemicals in the high school chemistry set Santa had left him. Harry could barely stand being around Aunt Marge. The overweight woman seemed to blame him for her not knowing that his parents were amazing people, and she took every opportunity to take it out on him. More than once during past visits, her dog, Ripper, had bitten him, and she'd played it off as the great beast being overly friendly. When she had first jokingly told Vernon and Petunia a couple years ago that Ripper was trained to chase the local kids off her property back home, she had to spend an hour explaining that the poor dearie was just too emotional to be left alone. And, of course, he wouldn't attack my family in their own house, before they let her bring the dog again. While it was never directly addressed, Marge didn't really consider Harry to be her family. At least this time the dog wouldn't be an issue. It always put Najish on edge while inside the house. Harry and Dudley had cleaned up the garage the night before, moving any tools or stray things off the floor that Ripper could have messed up and propping open the door to the backyard. It didn't matter. Ripper got into the house from the garage entrance no less than 3 times the first day, always dirty from the access to the garden. Each time the dog spread dirt and mud around the house as it searched for Harry and tried to either bite him or knock him down. Each time Marge insisted that Harry hadn't paid enough attention on his way back in from putting out some water, and that Ripper was rightly punishing him for being unobservant. She also spent an awful lot of effort bringing up how Christmas was a time for close families, that mothers and fathers and sons could spend good, quality time together into every conversation she could. Usually while giving Dudley another gift to unwrap. She only ever gave Harry a card with a £10 note in it. He was able to soldier on by reminding himself repeatedly that she was only there for the one night. When Harry went to bed that night, Nagish noticed the bite marks, and the bruise where he'd been, accidentally, knocked into the kitchen counter. It took 15 minutes to convince the irate snake that it wouldn't do to strangle the mutt before Harry could go to restless sleep. Nagish slept curled up under small, tasseled pillow that Harry had found in a second-hand store and placed on the bed by his own pillow, and Harry heard him hissing threats at canines as he dreamed. Dudley found his Aunt Marge to be a little bit creepy. He understood, at least on some level, that it wasn't necessarily wrong for her to favor him over Harry like his parents wouldn't. After all, Harry wasn't actually related to Marge in any real way, and Dudley's parents had lied to her about Harry's parents. But that wasn't his fault at all, it was the headmasters for dumping Harry on their porch with no support and cutting Mum off from magic. Though Dudley couldn't tell Marge this, and definitely didn't earn Harry the kind of treatment his aunt dealt to him. Dudley was often at a loss because his parents tended to just accept it when she was around. His mum had told him that Marge was Vernon's island of normalcy, where all the strangeness of magic disappears for a little while, and he needs that from time to time. Harry seemed to accept it with minimal griping, and any punishment he might have received because of her ended as soon as she left, so Dudley went along with it and played the spoiled nephew for his only living aunt. The third time Ripper got out into the house though, with the blame being put on Harry, Dudley began to get suspicious, and watched when his aunt put the dog back into the garage. "Good boy Ripper, show that interloper that his bad blood isn't welcome in my family. Won't get many more chances with him going off to that boarding school next autumn. Useless son of a useless rich boy if I've ever seen one." Dudley was appalled. His aunt seemed to be training this dog to attack Harry, it even sought him out as soon as it came inside. How had his parents not noticed this before? Were they oblivious, or letting it happen? There was nothing really that Dudley could do that night, so he set his alarm clock for 6:45, to make sure he got up around the same time Harry always did, the next morning, and mentally prepared himself for tomorrow. "Boy, go give Ripper his breakfast and water. I don't want us to have to wait for you to sit down for breakfast once Dudders comes down." "Yes, Aunt Marge." Harry showed his Aunt Petunia that the water was on the stove to boil and headed to the backyard. He had decided it would be easier to keep Ripper outside if he just didn't open the garage door at all, so he planned to go out to the garden and enter the garage from the back. "Wait up," Dudley said quietly as Harry was letting himself out the back, "let me do it. Ripper won't bite me. Marge will yell if she finds out I let you do a chore she told me to do." "It'll be all right Dudley, she's leaving this afternoon." "No, it's not all right. At least let me go with you, I'll hold Ripper and you put out his food." "All right Big D, just don't let him hurt you if he tries to go after me." "God, I can't wait for them to leave, Nagish kept me up half the night." At Dudley's questioning look he continued, he was apparently dreaming about strangling dogs. Harry looked a little worried at his pet's overprotectiveness. "I kept waking up when he'd get louder in his sleep." Dudley just laughed at him. "Sometimes I wish I had magic and could talk to snakes, but then you remind me it's not always great." He smiled and opened the door to the garage. As soon as the door opened, Ripper barked and moved to charge but paused, confused, when he saw Dudley standing in front of his target. The dog lowered his front and glared at Dudley, a low growl rumbling in his throat as he waited for Dudley to move so he could attack the threat. He was exceptionally surprised when, instead of moving aside, the boy knelt down and grabbed the old bulldog in a hug. Ripper could smell the boy restraining him. He smelled like his owner, like family, though not as much as the big man inside. Harry went to walk around Dudley and fix up the dog's breakfast, but Ripper pulled against the boy to attack his cousin and Dudley said, "Wait." Ripper watched, teeth bared, as Dudley convinced Harry to slowly stoop down and hold out his hand for the dog to sniff. The dog growled and strained against the one holding him, but couldn't reach Harry. "Not family," the dog tried to stress to Dudley to no avail. Then Ripper smelled Harry and whined in confusion. "Not Family. But family of the one holding him. Ripper's growl stopped as he glared at Harry in confusion. Then Dudley began scratching Ripper's back. Pack leader never did something like that for Ripper, she would praise him and give him treats. But Dudley was on the floor of the garage with the old bulldog, who had now rolled over so that he could get his belly rubbed. When Harry joined the two on the floor and tentatively began scratching the dogs, Ripper's tongue fell out of his mouth and he broke into a big grin, causing Harry to laugh and continue showering the pooch and affection with his cousin. What the devil is going on here? What are you doing to my poor Ripper? Get off him. Marge had decided Harry must have been doing something to her dog and come to investigate. Finding the door still locked from the inside further annoyed her. Dudley, get away from there before you get hurt. You know poor Ripper has a little problem with your cousin. You shouldn't get between them, dear. Marge crossed the gap from the door to where the boys lay on the floor as she spoke. And you? She hissed at Harry. I told you to feed my baby boy here, and what do I find you doing? Rutting around like you're the animal. She made to kick at Harry as he tried to get up, only to trip as Ripper growled at her and moved between her and the now cowering boy. What do you think you're doing, Marge? Petunia shouted angrily from the door to the kitchen as Vernon went to help his sister up. I told you I spent months training Ripper. I came in here to find that boy of yours trying to undo all my work training my prize-winning dog with his freakishness, and leading poor little Dudders into temptation too. Like a snake in human clothes, the boy is. And don't think I don't remember the freakishness around that boy when he was younger. Doors rattling, lights flickering. Bringing that boy into your house turned it into a horror show for years. Marge began ranting before she'd even finished standing back up. No, Mom. Dudley shouted before the woman could get much further on her roll. The last time something had set her off this badly, Harry had been left crying upstairs and Vernon had escorted his sister to her car, until she's back to her center, and Dudley wasn't going to let things continue like this without confronting how Marge treated his cousin. Ignoring all of Marge's comments about Harry's freakishness, Dudley pressed on. She trains Ripper to be mean to Harry. I heard her last night. She was calling him a good boy for showing the interloper he doesn't belong. I was just showing Ripper that Harry wasn't bad, so Ripper didn't need to bark at him and bite him. It wasn't hard, either. I had him smell Harry while I held him down and then he was okay with it. Dudley frowned and looked at his cousin. I wish I'd done this sooner. Harry, you shouldn't have had to deal with this for so long. Petunia glowered from the doorway at Vernon. I told you a couple years ago that that dog was too aggressive towards Harry to be normal. She stressed the word. Favoritism was one thing, but I won't accept actual persecution. Vernon looked at his sister, gaping like a fish as she turned newer and more interesting shades of red, and finally realized that the idea of normalcy he'd always tried to believe in for his family was a sham. They may not be magical, but normal wasn't breeding bulldogs and never leaving your home except on holidays. Normal wasn't teaching those dogs to specifically bite children, then sending the biggest one after your nephew. It shouldn't matter how strange that nephew is, he's still just a boy. Normal wasn't just attacking anything you didn't understand. Vernon Dursley, his wife, Dudley, Harry, they were normal. They were all different, got along differently, but they didn't persecute each other over it, and they didn't lash out at the things that made them different from each other. Petunia had opened his eyes in 81 to how accepting the odd and different could make life better. That was normal. Marjorie, I think it's time for you to go. Vernon said quietly. Petunia is right. I can't excuse you training an animal to be aggressive towards my nephew, especially after we specifically asked you if your prize-winning dog would cause issues with our boys. The boy is a freak, Vernon. Just like his useless parents. Enough. Vernon shouted her down. I don't care whether you believe the truth about his parents or not, Marjorie. But none of that changes the fact that Harry is still my nephew, and that when we took him in he was an orphan. What kind of woman can you be that you can hate a boy who has lost his parents? No, Marjorie, you need to leave. That night, while the boys were putting the garage back together, Vernon made the most depressing phone call he had had to make since telling his sister that their parents had died in the hospital years ago. The animal control officer assured him he'd be at Marjorie Dursley's house the next morning to investigate. Ding, dong, the doorbell rang shortly after 5, prompting a mad dash up the stairs as Dudley still wasn't wearing the button-down shirt his mom had gotten out for him. Vernon's clients, apparently dentists, wanted to get started early just in case the meeting ran late since their daughter would be there. Petunia wasn't exactly sure what could possibly take so long in a negotiation about drills, but she could respect that there were parts of his job she just would never understand. "Harry dear, make sure that the door to your room is closed and Najish is in there please. It wouldn't do to scare their daughter, poor Vernon has been fretting about this sale in private since Christmas Eve." Petunia smiled when Harry nodded and indicated he already had. He was wearing the green shirt she'd gotten him for Christmas that brought out his eyes. "All right then, I'll go answer the door, please get the tea ready and join us in the family room when you're done." "Yes, Aunt Petunia." "Yes, may I help you, sir?" Petunia asked with a little uncertainty after she opened the front door. She was expecting a couple and their daughter, not just a man. Her fears were dispelled when she heard a woman's voice admonishing someone to hurry. "Yes ma'am. You are Mrs. Petunia Dursley I presume. I'm sorry to startle you, I told my daughter to leave her books at home, but she managed to sneak one into the car. My wife is currently trying to tear her away from it." "Oh, that's no problem at all, Doctor," Petunia said as the other two, both bushy, frizzy brunettes, began walking up the path from the driveway. "I need to stop looking at others' hair like that," she thought to herself, "at least until I can manage my own again." Petunia's hair was a stringy mess that held no shape without magical help. She didn't even have her sister's vibrant color, hers was a muted red that was basically brown. All she could do with it reliably was tie it into a simple ponytail to keep it out of the way. She never tried shortening it much, though, she always felt that that was the same as giving up. Once the two ladies had gotten to the door, Petunia showed them inside into the family room, where she found Dudley frantically trying to figure out how to change the setting on the telly from his game back to the news. His shirt wasn't tucked in and Petunia could see from here that it was buttoned wrong, but at least he'd put the right one on. Sometimes she worried Dudley didn't care about his appearance enough. "Mr. Dursley," the doctor began, stepping forward to shake the large man's hand, "thank you for welcoming my family into your home. This is my wife, Emma, and that is our daughter, Hermione. I am Daniel Granger, we spoke over the phone, it's a pleasure to finally meet you face to face." As he spoke he gestured to each member of his family, both smiling and saying, "Hello," as he did. "Quite, I am Vernon Dursley, this here," indicating Petunia, "is my devoted wife Petunia, and that's our boy on the floor figuring out how to fix the telly. Dudley, stand up for a moment and say, hello, son." Dudley stood up and said hello as Harry came in and placed a tray with 2 pots of tea and 7 cups on the table in front of the couch. Vernon continued introductions once Harry had straightened back up, "And this, here, is my nephew Ha." "Oh my God, you're Harry Potter!" the girl shrieked as she stared at Harry, her eye darting back and forth from his scar to his glasses and back again. "Now Hermione, you know you can't just enter." "But Daddy, he's Harry Potter, he has to be. He has the scar, and his glasses look just like that picture of James Potter. I was just reading about him in Modern Magical History in the car. He's also in The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts." Hermione was practically vibrating in place, she was so excited. How often do you read about someone and immediately meet that person in real life? "Oh my, Hermione, you know that professor lady said you can't talk ABO." Daniel Granger stopped short, his host's demeanor had completely changed. Petunia was ghostly pale as she backed up while holding Dudley's shoulder with a vice grip, and he noted that Vernon had somehow slid over to the fireplace and was surreptitiously reaching for a fire poker. "What the bloody hell, is this some kind of setup? Are these magicals going to kidnap her or something after all?" "I'm in a book," Harry asked brightly, his back to his family's disturbing reactions. It was the first thing he had said since walking into the room, attracting all attention back to him as he unconsciously pushed his hair away, giving an even better view of his scar. "It's really him." Hermione began nodding excitedly. "So, does that mean you're a witch?" Harry asked. Hermione kept nodding her head, her smile getting even bigger. Petunia glanced at Vernon and shook her head. Vernon stepped away from the fire poker. "I'm talking to Harry Potter." Hermione thought giddily to herself. "Hi, I'm Harry Potter, though, ha ha, I guess you already knew that." Harry chuckled as he held out his hand. Hermione took it mechanically but with the wrong hand, her head still nodding rapidly. Harry took pity on the girl and reached out with his other hand to stop her nodding, When he plopped it on top of her head she let out a squeak and blushed. Dudley snorted at Hermione's reaction, and the tension broke. Dan and Emma chuckled as the two Dursleys held each other up laughing at poor Hermione as her face got redder and redder. "I apologize if I had you worried, Drive. Granger." Vernon stepped forward, both hands in front of him and clearly empty. "As you can tell, Harry is somewhat famous in the magical world. Last we have heard, some of the lot that killed his parents are still at large as well. We've been raising him here, away from all that, to protect him. Though he's excited to be going to Hogwarts next fall. If memory serves, your daughter is 11, so does that mean she's already going?" "Oh no, apparently you have to turn 11 before the school year starts, no exceptions. Our Hermione was born mid-September, so we just got a, your daughter is a witch, you can't tell anyone about it, see you in half a year, meeting with a professor from the school, a McGonagall, woman." Dr. Granger chuckled again at the memory. "The woman definitely looked the part," he continued, "robes like the Wicked Witch from Oz and turning into a cat to boot. We went to their magic shopping district in London before Christmas after asking where it was and let our girl buy some of her school books, as well as some books on magic history so we can learn about this world she's getting dragged into. Thankfully, when we mailed the school for suggestions on reference material they were happy to give us a list." Petunia only heard one thing in the man's explanation: "You can go to Diagon Alley." Her voice was shaky. It couldn't be true, it was too good to be true, 7 months early. "You've been there yourselves, you know where it is." "Of course, pardon my asking, but you don't. I mean, you clearly know about magic and all, and I think remember that Harry Potter's mother was Muggle-born like Hermione, so you must be her family." "Did you never go with your sister?" Dan asked. Because the headmaster is dumb and Harry had been talking quietly to Hermione, but was apparently paying enough attention to the adults' conversation to offer his 2 pence where it wasn't needed. "Harry, please. We don't know that." Petunia sighed. "When Harry was left with us, the headmaster of Hogwarts placed some kind of magic shield on our house that would keep the magical world away. Unfortunately, he didn't ask ahead of time. We were cut off from the magical world even though we still did business there from time to time. I remember exactly where Diagon Alley is supposed to be, but even when I go with Harry I just can't find it." She frowned as she looked down at Hermione Granger. "I wonder if they know they're still holding hands." She thought idly, "I can only assume that the headmaster's shields only kept out adult magical people, so your daughter wasn't stopped. Or it might have already fallen down, since he said it would when Harry went to Hogwarts. We haven't tried finding Diagon in about a year and a half." "Actually, Mrs. Granger interjected, when we pulled onto your driveway she said she felt some kind of electric tingle that reminded her of walking into and out of stores in Diagon Alley. Not to sound rude, but she dismissed it because of how ordinary everything here looks. So these shields are probably still there and it's the first answer." Petunia nodded. "Aunt Petunia, Mrs. Granger, can I take Hermione upstairs and show her the potions lab?" Harry asked before turning to his aunt. When they went to Diagon Alley they looked around but they only went inside the bookstore. Petunia glanced at Mrs. Granger, who gave her a meaningful look, Hermione bouncing up and down and silently pleading the whole time, before nodding and saying, "That's okay with me as long as your aunt is okay with it, and you leave the door open so I can hear you from down here." Petunia chuckled at that. "Oh, Emma, you wound me. I would have expected nothing less from either of my boys." With that she made a shooing motion with her hands and the 2 magicals were off, hand in hand. "Dudley, maybe you should join them. Make sure they don't accidentally set the house on fire or something, You know your cousin does things when he gets excited. I expect Miss Granger might have similar troubles when her emotions are high." Dudley nodded, as did Emma, and remind them that dinner will be ready in 45 minutes. "We aren't going to play Scrabble tonight, are we?" Dudley asked as he turned to go. "Unless you want to lose to magical plant names again, I wouldn't think so." His mum joked back. Vernon watched the scene with relief. He was truly worried he was about to have to fight these people to defend his family, and that would almost certainly get him fired from Grunnings. As well, assuming he wasn't turned into a frog or lizard by dark wizards first. Then he remembered something everyone else had forgotten in the sudden stress and excitement. "Boy, you warn her before you open that door. Don't go scaring that poor lass just minutes after you've met her. Vernon's face flushed as he realized how disastrous that could be. Is there something we should be concerned about? Mr. Granger asked, worried at Vernon's tone. Oh, the boy's got a pet snake. He tried placating the father, he can talk to it. I didn't want the snake to startle her and get her to screaming. Especially with the misunderstanding we just had. Ah, quite, it's not venomous, is it? I mean, I know he's a wizard, but, damn, this feels complicated. No, it's some American snake. Actually eats poisonous ones, if you can believe it. It killed an adder that had gotten into Petunia's garden last summer and struck at her. Don't worry about asking questions like that here. We'll answer if we can, but as we said, we haven't had contact with that world for a little over 9 years now. You aren't about to offend us by asking a question about that part of our lives. Well, I guess Hermione will need to adjust to magic life at some point, and from what I understand, snakes are pretty important to magicals. I just can't remember the specifics. This one saved my wife's life twice now. Once from that viper, and once when she was really sick. The thing showed Harry and I how to heal her with the last of her old potions, things from before Harry lived with us, so I'd say it's pretty alright. Harry wants to be a healer like his mum, and he says the snake's for helping him at it. Petunia smiled at her husband's easy acceptance of the snake. His sister's breakdown was still bothering him a little, and it hardened her to know her husband didn't seem to blame Harry in the slightest for Marjorie. I'm sorry to change subjects on you, but I'm sure that at the very least the two of you should be talking about drills and dentistry in some capacity. Petunia stepped into the conversation, so, if everyone agrees, could we split in two? Emma, I'd love to talk with you about Diagon, and the magical world as far as I remember it. If you've only been into the bookstore, then I could likely answer some questions about how us normal people deal with the magical world. But Vernon needs to be able to report to his boss that this meeting is productive. Emma Granger frowned. She and Dan did everything business related together. But this was a chance to make a connection with someone that potentially had a foot in both their world and this new one that Hermione had found herself a part of. I think that would be for the best, Petunia. Dan, can I leave you and Mr. Dursley to this? Normally Emma hated relegating to her husband. She considered herself the better with finances as well. But the Dursley family seemed like a more traditional bunch. The man worked and the woman watched the house and kids. Of course, dear, we'll be right here if you need us. That wonderful smell coming from the kitchen will keep us to task until dinner. As soon as she had closed the kitchen door behind her, Emma turned and asked, something was nagging me when you were talking about how the headmaster had left Harry with you. You said he put up those shields without asking you. Did he ask you about Harry? Petunia had hoped to ease into that question. He did not. But I am so thankful that Harry has been in our lives. Forgetting that he literally saved my life when I accidentally poisoned myself a couple years ago, Harry has brought nothing but joy to this house. That being said, Petunia scrunched up her face. Dumbledore left a note with Harry when he left him on our doorstep. Vernon seems to think that Dumbledore resented Harry for winning the war. At Emma's blank looks, she elaborated, Harry is famous because 10 years ago the magical world was at the height of a civil war. Halloween 1981, the leader of the rebel army attacked my sister and her husband in their home. Both of them died, but apparently so did the monster that killed them. Only Harry survived, and the newspaper from the next night, the last bit of news I was able to get from that world by the way, was calling Harry the savior of the magical world for vanquishing you-know-who at only 1 year old. They had even given him a moniker designed to mock the dead Dark Lords. They called him the boy who lived. You know who? The rebel leader in the war. The newspaper never printed his real name, always some stupid hyphenated moniker like that one. I remember my sister mentioning him while she was still going to school. It was something French that ended in mort. I couldn't remember anything else, so that's what we call him in this house. Not some overly spooky media-made moniker. It seems like you have a rather interesting family history, Emma Granger said with a bemused smile. Yes, and you have no idea how good it feels to be able to talk about it with someone. Petunia replied. Well, I'd love to hear anything you have to say about the magical world. My trip to Diagon Alley wasn't the best experience. It seemed like half the people we met were cordial, but treated us like children, and the other half didn't think we deserved to be in the same space as them. Emma's smile died as she remembered how some of the people they'd encountered in the alley seemed to treat them as diseased or something. Then it sounds like Harry's parents killing Mort didn't actually cause their side to win the Civil War. Petunia replied with distaste in her mouth. Oh, do tell. Hermione Granger had spent her entire life being made fun of for being too smart. When she was in primary school she'd just been ignored by the other kids, who were more interested in playing and goofing off than reading. But now that she was in secondary, it was becoming much more harsh and pronounced, and she was sent home crying half a dozen times before her 11th birthday. That birthday Hermione learned that she wasn't just different, she was special. A woman came to her family's home and told her that she was magical, a witch. Next year, she'd leave these mean bullies behind and she'd get to learn magic with other people like her. She was sure it would be better if she just made it through this one last year. The following Christmas, her parents surprised her with a trip to the magical shopping district, Diagon Alley. She was only allowed to go into the bookstore Professor McGonagall had recommended, Flourish and Blots, but Hermione had never considered that a punishment and wasn't about to start now. She had picked out all the textbooks that were on the current year's list of required reading, and her parents had grabbed a few books on magical history, mostly modern history. Her parents weren't as thrilled as she was, but Hermione was sure that it was just because they couldn't feel it. She had known all her life that something was missing from her, and she just couldn't figure it out. She felt it a bit whenever strange thing happened around her, like spilled drinks sliding off of homework without damaging them, or books that she was looking for springing off of shelves at her. She'd thought she could find it by studying and reading science books, but she understood now. It was magic that her life was lacking, and that wouldn't be the case for much longer. She was currently reading modern magical history, learning about the magical war that ended 9 years ago on Halloween. It was hard to really believe the story the way the book presented it. How does a 1-year-old, even a wizard, defeat the most powerful Dark Lord in history without leaving a trace? That's silly. One thing both this book and The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts, which she'd already finished, agreed on was that Harry Potter's mother was the smartest witch in living memory. She'd invented spells while she was still in school, for crying out loud. Hermione was pretty sure that Mrs. Potter had created a spell to protect her son, and that was what saved Harry, or maybe Mr. Potter had weakened you-know-who enough that he messed up his spell. It just made more sense than a baby killing an evil, adult wizard. Her mother waited on her to finish the chapter she was reading when they arrived at the Dursleys' house. Apparently both books also agreed that Chief Warlock and Headmaster, Albus Dumbledore, had rescued Harry from the ruins of his home and placed him somewhere safe until he was ready for Hogwarts. Since I didn't get to go this year, does that mean we might be in the same class? Hermione said, hello, to the family when she was supposed to, and smiled politely. The boy reminded her a lot of some of the worst bullies back in school, so she had to fight to keep a smile on her face when Dudley was introduced. By the time the second boy had set the tea tray down on the counter she was ready to tune out the entire night. It was becoming harder for her to care about the regular world when she was supposed to be getting ready to enter the magical one. Then, the messy black-haired boy looked up and she couldn't help herself as she shrieked, "Oh my God, you're Harry Potter." Hermione Granger was completely in a daze. Harry said some things to her, and she responded, she hoped accurately, or at least with an answer relevant to the question. When his hand dropped down on her head she realized she'd been nodding rapidly and stupidly for almost 30 seconds and let out a rather embarrassing squeak. Her blush continued to deepen as she tried to go over just what exactly she'd said to Harry Potter. While the adults began to diffuse the situation that seemed to have almost happened, Hermione spoke her first conscious words to Harry Potter. "I'm sorry few har this a lot but you're miss my hero." Hermione whispered rapidly, unable to speak louder, and thoroughly frightened that if she slowed down she'd clam up. She did her best to speak more intelligibly. The only store we went in at the Magic Alley was the bookstore, and almost all the books said she was brilliant. I hope I can be like her. She winced as she finished her statement, worried that she might have offended the boy still holding her hand. "She's my hero too," he returned reverently. "I have some of her books and stuff, do you want to see?" Hermione's glowing smile was all the answer he needed. "What did your uncle mean, warn me?" Hermione asked as they reached the top of the stairs. "Yeah dude, that could have been super awkward," Dudley said, rushing up behind them. "Oh, sorry Hermione, I have a potion set that my aunt used before Dumbledore shut us out of the magical world in my room, but I also have my pet in there." "Okay," the girl prompted. "He's a snake." At Hermione's shocked look he continued, "He's not dangerous or anything, and he likes my mum too. He said he'd help me become a healer like she wanted to be. He's even saved my Aunt Petunia twice now." Hermione frowned. "Okay, but can you make sure he's on the other side of the room when I first walk in? Give me a chance to get used to him." Harry smiled and went into the room to do exactly that, calling for the two to come in once he had Nagish wrapped around his wrist. Hermione counted the seconds, realizing for the first time that Harry had been holding her hand since she'd first given it to him downstairs. "Our parents definitely saw that, by the way," Dudley muttered as he walked by Hermione, her eyes still locked on the hand Harry had just released. The 19th of January 1991. Petunia held tightly to Harry and Hermione's arms as they strode down Diagon Alley on their way to the shining white facade of Gringotts Bank. Last week she, the Grangers, and Harry had come out and performed some experiments on finding the alley. They'd found that once Hermione had guided both Petunia and Harry to the door of the leaky cauldron, they could find it again without assistance. The group agreed to wait a week and see if Dumbledore contacted the Dursleys about it before risking going into the alley itself. The Dursleys and Grangers had spent each of the last 3 weekends together after Harry, Dudley, and Hermione hit off so well that first night. The Dursleys were happy to know they'd have an extra connection to Harry in the magical world that would keep him grounded, and the Grangers were ecstatic to see their daughter coming out of her shell that first weekend get-together, and making friends. They were even more pleased the second weekend, when Dudley and Harry had a large group of other friends come around as well, and they all included Hermione in not only their study session but also the snowball fight that broke out once most of the kids had grown tired of books. In just 3 weeks, Hermione had gone from the new girl to Harry's new best friend. They had talked on the phone after dark several times, Hermione usually asking Harry to compare something she'd read to his mother's notes, while Harry suggested fantasy novels he thought were closer to real than most. She had avoided fantasy all her life, especially after learning magic was real, since it seemed silly to read about fake magic, but Harry and Dudley explaining their game, real magic or fake, had her going back behind them offering new opinions. She was even looking into healing at Harry's urging, considering it a great way to both respect her parents and also follow after her new idol, Lily Potter. After no issues had cropped up despite loitering directly outside the leaky cauldron for half an hour the week before, the Grangers had agreed to let their daughter accompany Harry and his aunt when they went, with Harry covering his scar with makeup and wearing a hat. The two adult Grangers had a few backed-up appointments due to spending the last several weekends effectively on vacation, so this seemed like a perfect situation to them. The moment that the old barkeep, Tom, had let them through the archway, and it was so nice to see that the old man was still running the bar like he was the last time Petunia had been there, she'd had to hold tightly to both children as they immediately began pulling towards the bookstore. "We might as well go to Gringotts first, children. I can get some magical money, and then we can shop at more than just the stores that accept pounds." Petunia chided the youngsters. The steps of Gringotts were as grand and white as ever before. Petunia nodded politely to the goblins standing guard at the entrance, then had to admonish the children not to stare. Goblins, from her memory, were a rather surly lot. Angry and impatient, but always honest if you were. When they made it inside they found the bank relatively empty, so they were able to walk right up to a teller, who Petunia spoke to. "Greetings, teller. I am here to inquire about the status of my account with your bank. I have been away from the magical world for 9 years or so I'm not sure if it's even still functional, to be honest." The goblin looked up from his counter. Most of the lost vaults belonging to squibs hiding from the war had been claimed or closed in the almost decade since the defeat of the Dark Lord. "I am Teller Griphook, may I have the name of the account please?" Griphook knew to ask the question that way. Many of the lost vaults had belonged to squibs or muggleborns that used fake names to hide from the Death Eaters. "Ms. Peony Acacia, I'm here with my son and his good friend." Petunia had stressed the ambiguous honorific every time she'd corresponded with the bank, and secretly liked to think that it was a special code between her and the goblins. She'd even wrote the Ms. with extra flourish when dealing with them by mail. It wasn't that she wanted to imply anything about Vernon, but she felt it added one more layer of mystery between herself and the persona. Griphook dropped his pen as he stared at the humans in front of him. A woman trying to claim the second re of the lost vaults comes into the bank with the Potter heir in tow. Sure, his scar was covered by Muggle makeup, but there was no way the boy in front of him wasn't Harry Potter. Ms. Acacia, Griphook did his best to smile as his mind contemplated all the myriad ways his head could be adorning the front entrance if he messed this up. If you would, please come with me into a conference room. For the first 5 years things were handled as had been arranged. However, since then the account has been inactive on account of your long silence. Very well. Petunia gestured to both children to precede her through the booth after Griphook opened it. Ms. Acacia, are you sure you wish to have the young Muggleborn witch with you when we meet? Griphook hoped that she would understand the implication of singling out only one of the two as Muggleborn. He couldn't come out and say that he knew who her guest really was, even if it was mostly quiet. There were still other wizards in the bank. Petunia regarded the two children, glancing at Harry's scar, barely visible, before she nodded. I think I can trust these two. Griphook nodded and led the trio through a door behind him into a hallway. 5 minutes of navigating corridors later, they were in a smallish conference room with a rectangular table. Can I get you any refreshments? Griphook asked as the two children took seats. The woman stood behind them protectively. So she's familiar enough to know we aren't usually this accommodating. I'll need to perform a blood verification ritual to confirm that you are the woman who originally used the alias, Ms. Peony Acacia, to open this account. This test is important because, per magical treaty, since the vault hasn't been accessed in 5 years, it has been rendered silent. Only Squib and Muggle accounts are treated this way. In case you were wondering, the goblin gave a meaningful look at Harry. If the original vault owner doesn't claim it after being rendered silent, and before the 10-year mark, then we are bound by treaty to turn over the contents of the vault to the Ministry of Magic. Petunia frowned and paled considerably, and not only at the prospect of her money being seized by the government. She had been assured when she set up the account that they would only need blood again under strange circumstances. I assume by the name that blood is required for this ritual. How much are we talking about here? We will need 2 drops of your blood to confirm your identity. It would have been 3 had you been fully magical. As he spoke, he clicked his fingers and a gold plate with arcane-looking runes inscribed on it appeared on the table right beside a small silver knife. Oh, well, that's no problem at all, I suppose. She responded while holding her hand out for the goblin and squeezing her eyes closed. The dagger stung when it pricked her hand, but as soon as 2 drops had spilled onto the gold plate, the cut healed itself. Petunia opened her eyes to see the 2 drops of blood swirling around the plate, causing different runes to glow and dim. After the drops regrouped at the center and stopped moving, Griphook touched the knife to the blood, then carried it over to a sheet of parchment. When the blood flowed into the parchment, it began organizing into letters and words. Finally, Griphook took the finished product, nodded, and looked back to the humans in the room, clicking his fingers again to make a file appear in his hands. Your identity has been verified, Ms. Peony Acacia. Petunia smiled internally when she heard the inflection on the name. Would you like to continue using that alias for your dealings with Gringotts Bank? The goblin tried his best to keep the greed out of his voice. Yes, for now I think that would be safest, though I believe I will find myself able to frequent the alley slightly more often these days. You can expect to see more of me in the future. Very well, ma'am. Then allow me to be the first to congratulate you on reclaiming your fortune. The goblin said merrily. My what? Petunia's deadpan voice drew the goblin up short, so to speak. I know I put too much of my money into the account since I didn't know I was going to lose access, but I would hardly call my parents' estate a fortune. Ma'am, you are the independently wealthy squib in all of magical Britain. The goblin's brain began to run as he took in the blank stare from all 3 humans. Before you went strangely silent, your vault held just shy of 13,000 galleons. From what I understand looking at the file here, you put a large portion of your inheritance into the bank, during the height of the magical war. My sister married rich, Petunia interrupted. Griphook raised an eyebrow. She insisted I have her half of our parents' estate. I put almost all of it here, since my sister said this was the safest place in Britain and I could use the account here to deal with Diagon Alley by mail. At that time, he nodded and continued, the value of the galleon was falling. At its lowest the conversion rate for pounds to galleons was 10 to 1. At the time of your largest deposits in late 79 the rate was 12 to 1. Now, with the magical economy once again booming, the conversion rate is 22 to 1. Griphook waited a moment, as the woman needed to sit down after that revelation. In addition, your account was only authorized for a couple specific investments. Many other non-pureblood accounts were basically fleeced dry by the ministry to help pay for war damages. But they used transaction fees and the like in the magical world only. Your stock in Muggle, telecom, companies, and a computer company in America, Microsoft. He slowed down and stumbled over the unfamiliar words, made quite an impact on your bottom line. Between those dividends and interest on the account itself, your vault sits at 57,506 galleons, plus the 100, each, sickles and nuts you requested always be available when the vault was arranged. The timing of those companies, particularly the last one, taking off, as they say, during that time, coupled with the rapidly rising value of the galleon in the wake of the war as business returned from overseas led to your account doing rather well for itself. Petunia was stunned. She sat in the chair between the kids, staring at the goblin who just told her she was richer than she'd ever imagined. The money she'd lost to the magical world had increased well over 10 times. It was up to Hermione to finally vocalize it. That's over £1 million, she whispered. Indeed, the goblin responded, you may be pleased to learn, Ms. Acacia, that with the end of the magical war, Gringotts has found reason to branch further into the Muggle world. While you're here today, we can set up an account for you with Lloyd's banking group that will allow you to convert and withdraw your galleons as pounds whenever you find yourself needing non-magical funds. You would only need walk into any of their locations and inform a teller that you are there on Gringotts business. Our conversion rates are also much more favorable to an account of your esteem. Oh, that would be helpful. I wish that had been an option a decade ago. The goblin slid a sheet of parchment to her, then clicked his fingers once more, causing a quill and inkwell to appear on the table. I had forgotten you used such old methods on this side. She took the quill and glanced over the terms of the Muggle accounts contract before signing. I would also like to withdraw a bit of money while we're here for shopping in the alley before we head home. I'm dreadfully short-supplied on potions ingredients these days. Petunia smiled at the inside joke. That will not be a problem. Though, we had to move your vault to one on a lower level than you likely remember due to its increased value. We will also need to create a proper key for the new vault as well before we go. Part of the security of the mid-level vaults like yours is that the vault owner must physically remove galleons from the vault if they come into the bank in person. After all, this is the only means of withdrawal with no limit. Unfortunately, this will require 2 more drops of your blood. That makes sense. We have a bit of shopping I was looking forward to, if we could go to my vault then. Petunia wasn't sure what exactly the goblin meant by vault, but she was imagining something from Indiana Jones based on her experience. Griphook looked awkwardly between Petunia and the children without rising. Nothing ventured, nothing gained, or so he thought the human idiom went. Forgive me if I'm being too forward, but do you not wish to consult with account manager Axigat? The Potter account manager. He inclined his head towards Harry. Muggle techniques of illusion will fool most wizards, but we goblins can smell a disguise. I knew who he was the moment you all walked up to my till. Griphook took a deep breath. If this blew up in his face now he was worse than dead, but something didn't seem right about this situation. How did the owner of a lost vault find herself in the company of Harry Potter? She even called the boy her son. And neither having contacted the magical world in all that time. Ms. Acacia, may I ask how you came to know the Potter heir? How are you connected to young Harry Potter? Griphook gave his best toothless smile, trying hard to show that he wasn't trying to be an enemy. Within Gringotts, the custodianship of the Potter estate has been in a state of confusion. Chief Warlock Albus Dumbledore declared himself Harry Potter's magical guardian in 1981, but from what I understand there was supposed to be a different guardian. The accounts manager was furious, but the Wizengamot had the Potter will sealed to allow Dumbledore guardianship. I was wondering if you could shed some light on the situation. Petunia looked to the children at her sides. This conversation is starting to sound too adult for them. I still want to go by my alias outside this conversation. I am Petunia Dursley, formerly Evans, the sister of Lily Potter. I am Harry's maternal aunt and have raised him since his parents died. Now, I have another question. What is a magical guardian? A magical guardian is the same as a Muggle guardian. The person who acts as protector, and important decision maker for a minor. In the case of a young witch or wizard with one or more magical parents, the two roles are combined in the parents. The distinction only matters for those magical children who are the first in their family, such as the young Miss here, or magical orphans raised by Muggle family, such as Harry Potter. In those situations, the magical guardian has full decision-making power over the child in all situations that happen in the magical world, and the Muggle one has that power in the Muggle world. By default, Griphook continued, all Muggle-born children are the magical wards of the headmaster of Hogwarts, also Albus Dumbledore at the moment, until they are sorted into a house. At that point, the headmaster cedes guardianship to the student's head of house. Though Dumbledore has relegated his default guardian status to his deputy, Minerva McGonagall for every child since the 70s until one special case. Griphook looked meaningfully at Harry, who squirmed under the scrutiny. She didn't seem like she really knew what was going on here at all, but this could potentially take the knees out from under Dumbledore. After the war, the chief warlock had begun pushing for tighter legislation against the goblins for not helping more against Voldemort. It's not as if they could had they tried, the treaties prevented them from mobilizing above ground unless a goblin or goblin friend was endangered. And the vaults. Gringotts had no illusions that if they had tried to penalize the vaults of those they knew were Death Eaters they would not have the Wizengamot up in arms about mistreatment of upstanding citizens of the magical community. A no-win situation if ever there was one. That notwithstanding, it was a well-kept secret from outsiders that the reports from the Acacia account prompting the goblins to move into Muggle technology was the only reason the bank had remained profitable during that time. Had the wizards known about it they likely would have tried to make it illegal. The Goblin Nation owed Peony Acacia, Petunia Dursley, for showing them where Muggle economics were going in time to save themselves from the wizards' self-destruction. If you have time, ma'am. Could you explain the situation regarding how Harry Potter came to be in your care? Your lack of knowledge tells me that Albus Dumbledore has failed in his responsibilities to your charge. It could even be argued that you have performed the role of magical guardian for him for the last 9 years, 2.5 months and qualify for the position, officially, by assumption of responsibility. How can I qualify as his magical guardian? I'm not magical, she asked. I'm not sure who told you that, ma'am, but they were incomplete in their explanation. You are not a witch, but you are a squib. That was confirmed when I verified your identity. Normally that would mean that you are a person born to magical parents that is unable to perform magic yourself. But I understand your confusion. I'm not quite sure how to explain you being a squib and not a Muggle. I don't think I've ever heard of a Muggle-born having a squib sibling before. But the distinction is important. As I said, you have performed the role of guardian for him since the deaths of his parents. That, coupled with the fact even though you cannot cast spells you are magical, means that you could apply to be his magical guardian. Petunia wasn't sure how many more life-shattering revelations she could handle in one day, but she risked her sanity by asking 2 more questions. Does the magical or Muggle guardian control the family's financial accounts until Harry is of age? And if magical, what has that man done with my nephew's inheritance? She couldn't help the venom in her voice. She didn't need to hear Griphook's response to her questions to know what the answers would be. Before he could answer though, there was a knock at the door and a larger, portly goblin was let in by the guard outside. Was there always a guard out there? Petunia thought to herself. Ms. Acacia, this is Accounts Manager Axegat, the primary accounts manager for the Potter accounts. Griphook stood and introduced the new goblin. To answer your last questions before I must depart, the magical guardian has a large amount of control over family finances, but isn't allowed to take non-monetary items from the vaults, or sell land properties unless to pay off a family debt incurred before the financial regency. So only nuts, sickles, and galleons could be affected for the most part. For your second question, the goblin went on, you will need to speak with Accounts Manager Axegat. I'm afraid that as a mere teller, I'm not allowed to be present during discussions with a senior account executive. Please don't take my departure for rudeness. I will be waiting for you to complete your business, then I shall escort you to your vault. And with that the little goblin beat a hasty retreat, bowing to Aksigit as he left. "Ma'am, Herr Potter," the goblin bowed stiffly to each, who returned the gesture, before he sat down. He looked at Hermione. "I don't recognize you, miss." He turned to Petunia, then Harry. "Ma'am, sir, I'm afraid I feel uncomfortable talking about Potter family finances with a stranger in the room." "Hermione isn't a stranger, she's my best friend. We don't need to keep secrets from her. Do we, Aunt Petunia?" Harry started out with fire, but when he turned to his aunt it was almost pitiful. Aksigit chuckled, typical Potter male to be ruled by the females in his life. Petunia stood up for a minute to think, and Harry moved over a seat so he was beside the girl and put a hand on her shoulder to comfort her. She looked dismayed that she might have to wait alone, and Herr Potter's mood seemed to fall in direct proportion. When Petunia returned and indicated that there would be no secrets from Hermione today, her nephew was overjoyed. The old goblin made a note in his ledger. "Are you able to answer the question I asked to Griphook?" Petunia asked once Aksigit had seemingly finished sorting his paperwork. "What has that man done to my nephew's inheritance?" "I'm afraid that I can't answer that question at this time, Ms. Acacia. But Gringotts would be happy to assist you in taking the steps necessary to claim guardianship of your nephew, and thus control of his finances. I can have the paperwork ready for you in 5 minutes. You see, Albus Dumbledore is only Harry's magical guardian from the perspective of the Ministry. The Wizengamot allowed him to declare himself such after he claimed, at the time incorrectly, that the true magical guardian was unavailable. We allowed him leeway due to the circumstances, but recognize that he doesn't have any legal right to challenge a family member. What does it mean that Albus is his magical guardian at all? How did that happen?" Aksigit frowned. He thought about asking the children to leave, but they looked to be drawing strength from each other. "Hopefully that would be enough. Tell me, ma'am, how much do you know about the circumstances of your sister's death? More specifically, how much do you know about Sirius Black?" "I beg your pardon." Emma's outburst caused a few of the other cafe patrons to turn and look at the pair of women. Despite their secluded corner booth, "Petunia, are you saying that once Hermione goes to that school they have total parental authority until she comes home?" Petunia had offered to take Emma out on a girls' day, the weekend before Valentine's. To give their husbands a chance to impress them, the kids were brewing a boil ointment from the first-year book and would be fine on their own for a little while. The dentist had no idea how important her friend's ulterior motives were. "That's correct. According to their laws, those like Hermione, magical children born to non-magical people, need 2 official guardians. Wizards apparently don't believe Muggles to be capable of understanding the frightfully complicated nuances of the magical world." She said the last with air quotes in a sarcastically disgusted tone. "This is even more important than normal, because magical schools have higher rates of injury than regular ones. Most have a fully licensed healer on staff, just in case. It would be like a boarding school that had a need for a full surgical team on permanent standby or something. Since you told me what the headmaster had done with your nephew's family affairs, I was beginning to question if Hermione would actually be going to that school. Now that decision seems made, Dan and I are not losing her to that world for 9 months a year. What if something happened to her? If she got hurt? Are you saying they wouldn't even contact me?" According to Aksigit, Hogwarts' official policy is to handle any non-life-threatening issues in-house without alerting anyone outside, ostensibly to prevent panic in the magical world over the safety of their children. A magical, and only magical, guardian would have to specifically ask to be informed of lesser injuries in order to be so. Petunia made a face at the obviously backwards thinking. In addition, if an injury could be life-threatening, the policy is to only inform the magical guardian of the student. Since that person is a teacher for Muggle-born students, their families are almost never contacted. Even then though, the affected students are heavily discouraged from telling their parents themselves as well. Emma gasped. If you can imagine, those families get angry when their children come home and tell them, for the first time, about serious injuries they incurred at school. Which comes to the reason I didn't know any of this from when Lily was there. Those students were often pulled from Hogwarts, and the ones that remained keep quiet when things happen to them. Because they want to stay. But that's exactly what a parent is there for. To protect their children. A child is too young to make a decision like that. Magic tricks can't be worth risking getting permanently injured. She drew in a deep breath. Thank you for telling me all of this. I'm not sure how I'm going to explain to Hermione that she's not going to Hogwarts now. I hope you'll still let Hermione come around. You're not going to do that, Emma. Mrs. Granger gaped at her like a fish out of water. I say again, I beg your pardon. After everything you've told me. Because if you do that, Hermione will die young. Emma stopped and stared at the other woman. What the wizards don't bother to mention is that your child's magical guardian is still a staff member of Hogwarts. If you pull your child out of school before passing their 5th year, it defaults to the wizard government itself, and their policy is to wipe the memories and bind the magic of anyone who leaves their world for the Muggle one. That is what they would consider you to be doing. Only the magical guardian can enroll a student in a magical school, and the government won't enroll your child outside the country, so Hermione would be abandoning magic completely. Emma had tears in her eyes as Petunia finished. Besides all of you losing your memories of magic, and that would include us and Harry, if her magic is bound, then it will literally cut her lifespan. The goblins have data that shows that an unbound witch or wizard lives on average half again longer than those whose magic is bound. Only looking at those who died of natural causes. Petunia looked away, tears in her own eyes now. Many Muggleborn whose magic is bound when they are very young apparently feel that something is wrong, missing, and tend to be depressed and suicidal by their 20s or 30s. What do I do? Professor McGonagall seems like a nice enough woman, but I don't want to trust Hermione to someone off in Scotland with no proper bloody way of contacting her. If she had been more forthcoming about all of this when she was explaining things to us back in September, I might feel different, but... Petunia smiled at Mrs. Granger. Don't worry, Emma, I have a solution. You aren't going to lose Hermione, she isn't going to lose her magic, and they aren't going to cover up anything bad happening to her at school. Petunia pulled a small stack of parchment out of her purse. These are magical guardianship registration forms. When we went to Gringotts a few weeks ago, I learned that I'm technically not a Muggle. I'm a squib, a magical person that can't cast spells. That doesn't mean much for my life, honestly, but it does mean that I qualify as magical. Last week I finalized the paperwork to officially become Harry's magical guardian. I used the alias I used during the war to hide while in the alley everywhere except the original form, and because I was blood-related, the headmaster couldn't stop me. The goblins said that Dumbledore has been in a couple times trying to find out the new guardian's identity. But he hasn't once come by our home. Petunia pressed on. If you would like, and if you trust me to do right by your family, I could become Hermione's magical guardian as well. If you do, it would mean that if anything ever happened to Hermione, they would have to contact me. Gringotts found a way around the headmaster's block on our magical mail too, and I would have you on the phone as soon as humanly possible. Petunia chuckled. I could even request periodic academic progress reports from the teachers if I wanted, something they don't offer to Muggle parents even by request. Emma smiled at that. Before you make any decisions, Petunia concluded, find time to go to Gringotts. Inform the teller you walk up to that you are there to ask about your daughter's guardianship at Ms. Acacia's request. Ask for my accounts advisor, Griphook, to give you the information on magical guardianship that he gave me. If you decide you can trust me, you would need to look over this paperwork and sign it, and do write a letter to the deputy headmistress thanking her for her help introducing you to the magical world. Inform her that you are requesting Hermione's magical guardian be changed, via Gringotts, to a squib that you met at a work function or something. If you tell her before the paperwork hits her, she likely won't question it beyond a simple authentication with the bank. When you write her, feel free to tell her the squib's name is Ms. Peony Acacia. Emma took only seconds to think before accepting the parchment. Why did you choose such a strange-sounding name for your alias? If I were looking for a Petunia, sister of Lily, I'd start with the obvious fake name with 2 flowers in it. I made it sound ridiculous so the magicals would all just overlook it. How much sense can they have to be terrified of a man who calls himself Voldemort? Petunia smirked, remembering when Griphook had told her the proper name of the wizard that killed her sister. The Grangers had been to France often enough on vacation that Emma and Hermione had learned a conversational amount of the language. It was enough to translate the silly name into English. Flight from death. He might as well have called himself Tim the Enchanter for all the terror that should evoke. The 7th of June 1991. Albus Dumbledore had not had a happy new year, not at all. It had started out well enough. He had begun the final planning phases of the trap he intended to set for Voldemort in the coming school year and was beginning to get antsy waiting for the time to reclaim Harry Potter from his internment among the Muggles. But, the last week of January he had been struck a most surprising and devastating blow in the form of an official statement from Gringotts reassigning Harry's de facto magical guardianship to a squib named Peony Acacia, who was somehow related to the Potters. The goblins had been all too happy to strip Albus access to the Potter vaults in favor of a relative, even some distant and forgotten squib. Especially once they somehow learned that Albus wasn't taking action to help raise the boy, which is what he'd told them to justify his withdrawals from the child's trust account over the last decade, since he wasn't the magical guardian they had on file even before Ms. Acacia came into the picture. The first thing he had done was call Mrs. Fig, his spy in Privet Drive. She had told him that there was nothing especially out of the ordinary in the last several months. Harry was a quiet boy who mostly stayed inside. Every now and then he would join the local kids for a game or two, but he spent most of his outside time mowing his neighbors' lawns and washing their cars for extra spending cash. He even did her own yard regularly during the summers these past few years. Though, she mused, he never seemed to have many new things except at Christmas and his birthday, which he shared with his cousin. Albus had never felt so vindicated in sending Harry to the Dursleys. With no financial support and no love of magic in the household, Harry would learn to be quick-thinking and resourceful, useful traits for helping him achieve his destiny. That the Dursleys at least cared enough to include him at Christmas and celebrate a birthday, even a wrong one, meant that the blood wards he had placed would hold strong. The fact that a pair of Muggle doctors had been bringing their daughter over the past few weekends didn't concern him. Having a close friend in the Muggle world would make sending him back there every summer that much easier. Though she would need to be watched in the future, it wouldn't do for the Potter heir to become too close to a Muggle. None of that information helped Albus figure out who Peony Acacia was, though, so he had done the unthinkable and begun contemplating who else might know something. An order by the Wizengamot could force Gringotts to present the magical guardian, but that was a last resort. He wanted to avoid bringing the Ministry into this issue if at all possible, but he had been given the runaround by the goblins for the last 5 months and he was growing desperate. As Albus contemplated his problems, he rounded a corner in the castle to find Minerva sending the Weasley twins off, likely after giving them detentions. She kept much closer ties to her graduated students than he did. Perhaps, the headmaster thought, she would remember James mentioning an Acacia family that he was related to. Minerva, how fortuitous. He called to her, his eyes twinkling as he smiled, effectively hiding his stressed nerves. Albus, how can I help you? I've just finished undoing the newest act of chaos by those twin menaces, so I'm not in the mood to hear how you need me to take more paperwork at the moment. At least wait for the last few weeks of term to pass. No, no, I was wondering if you had heard of an Acacia family before. Its apparent head is a squib woman named Peony. I've been trying to get in contact with them for some time, but I seem to have lost their records. The professor looked at him like he'd grown a second head. Albus, don't try to lie to me, why are you going through my correspondence? You specifically handed guardianship responsibilities for all Muggle-born students to me the year after I began working here. But Minerva, I did not give you guardianship of one specific child, 10 years ago. You remember. He returned. Minerva was still displeased that poor Harry had been simply left on that doorstep. There were plenty of magical families that would have raised him. Merlin, she would have done it. Albus assured her that he kept in contact with Harry, but she doubted it sometimes. He never had any stories of the boy to tell, just, he's doing well, or some such platitude. What are you talking about, Albus? She furrowed her brows in confusion. Ms. Peony Acacia became the magical guardian of a Muggle-born girl some months ago. I was worried when I first received the letter that she was trying to transfer to a different school. Even at 11 I could tell this girl was uncommonly brilliant, but after the change in guardianship went through, Ms. Acacia merely asked that she be kept apprised of young Miss Granger's health and standing while at school. What does this have to do with your special case? Miss what? Albus thought to himself, isn't that the name of those doctors that Mrs. Fig mentioned a few months back? How is that possible? Minerva, when did this change in guardianship happen? I received a letter from the Grangers asking for the change the week after Valentine's. I signed and returned the assignment's confirmation the next week. And the girl's parents. What did they do? Their profession. I must say, Albus, this level of interest in a random student is a little unsettling. Minerva frowned at her mentor. Her parents are both dentists, a kind of muggle doctor that deals with teeth, I believe. Albus appeared lost in his own mind, so she waited for him to remember he wasn't in the privacy of his office. Oh no, he thought. If this woman took the Granger girl's guardianship just a month after she started coming around the Dursleys' house, there was only one explanation: Ms. Acacia may not be willing to interact with people, but she was clearly watching Harry Potter now that he was her ward. There was no way Albus would be able to get guardianship back if there was evidence that this woman was actually taking an interest in the boy's life. He couldn't even bring out that she couldn't directly contact Harry without revealing what he'd done to keep the child isolated. No, Albus realized. Until he could find Ms. Peony Acacia, meet her on his terms, and convince her to give him back guardianship of Harry, he would need to tread carefully. Being caught snooping around the Dursleys now could be used against him when he made his move. The headmaster remembered he was standing in the middle of the corridor with his deputy staring at him. I'm sorry, Minerva, it wasn't Miss Granger I was actually concerned about. You've given me much to think on though, thank you and good day. With an extra twinkle and a smile, he turned and headed towards the gargoyle that served as the protector of his sanctum. 3 months till the term started back, perhaps I can learn what I need from the boy then. Minerva McGonagall had thought the Granger family changing magical guardians like that was rather strange. They had requested more information from her multiple times, and every time she'd returned with answers and titles they could purchase for reference. The whole family was smart, she knew they wouldn't act quickly or rashly. Minerva had assumed that Ms. Acacia was a family friend. That had revealed herself as a squib after Hermione got her letter. Now she felt it was time for her to write a letter of her own. The response was pretty much what she expected after that incident with the headmaster. Deputy Headmistress McGonagall, I am well aware of the machinations of the headmaster with regards to the more famous of my wards. Thank you for your openness with this issue, it gives me great hope for my ward's future at your establishment. Please let me know if Albus continues to bother you about me and I shall have the goblins deal with it. I look forward to meeting you in the future. The 31st of July 1991. All of Harry and Dudley's friends clapped and cheered as they finished singing Happy Birthday, and watched Harry blow out the 11 candles on the cake, which featured a wizard in grey robes that looked vaguely like Gandalf casting a spell at a wizard in black robes drawn on it in icing. Harry, uncomfortable being the center of attention, tried to back out of the crowd as his aunt began serving slices but almost jumped when Hermione grabbed him and held him still, much to his friend's amusement. It had been a major deal last month when Harry and Dudley told their friend circle that Hermione was going to the same boarding school as Harry. Especially when that news came coupled with the fact that the Grangers had been able to get information about Harry out of the school, and they now knew when his actual birthday was. True, it was really Gringotts that had provided that information, but the Dursleys had been so happy for their boys that they had gone all out for Dudley's party last month, and now had done so again for Harry. Christina Polkis was the only one at the party not totally thrilled for Harry. Yeah, she was glad that Harry knew a little more about his parents, and especially when his actual birthday was. It must have been dreadful to have to share your birthday with your cousin for 9 years. But who did this Hermione think she was? Tina had been Harry's friend for way longer, but there she was right beside him while he ate cake. It was like that from the first weekend that Hermione had been over, back in January. The week before Christmas, Harry was at Tina's birthday party and he'd said they were best friends, then a week later he's going to Crawley to hang out with this girl. Or she was coming here, it didn't matter. Normally Harry was glad to help Tina with her math homework whenever they got together for a study group, but the first weekend they had together that year he spent the whole time getting people to talk to, my new friend Hermione. After that they had started studying some of their advanced classes more and more often for that boarding school Harry was going off to this fall. That was going to be terrible, a whole school term without seeing her best friend. But of course the new girl would get to see him all the time. Tina looked over at Harry and Hermione again and sighed. I'm sure she's a witch or something, an evil curse is the only way Harry would change so fast, Tina thought dejectedly. If only she could find some fairy magic and use it to save Harry from the Wicked Witch. When the party moved to the nearby park for a game of football, Tina got it in her mind to investigate her new explanation for the evils of Hermione Granger. While getting some water, she went peeking into the older girl's unattended book bag. This was how she happened upon a well-bookmarked tome that would go on to prove all her theories about Hermione Granger were right, just not in the way she thought: The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts. "I'll save my friends from you, you witch," she thought as she studied the table of contents. "I won't let you hurt my brother, or Dudley, and especially not Harry. Hermione dear, I don't think I saw you reading even once the entire time you were over today. Are you sure that you brought it? Could your parents have taken it out of your bag before you came?" Petunia was positive that Hermione wasn't the type of girl to misplace a book, particularly one as important to her as that one, and they'd been looking since the party ended an hour ago. The only book she loved more was Hogwarts, a history, and Harry had secretly confided to his aunt that he hoped actually seeing Hogwarts would curb his friend's tendency to quote from the book constantly during talks about magic. "I suppose they could have, Mrs. Dursley. Harry does have a copy upstairs, so that makes sense," she said, thoughtfully. "Wonderful, and Hermione, don't let yourself get too down because you couldn't stay tonight, sweetie. Harry got his acceptance letter this morning, so we can all go to the alley and get you kids your wands on Monday after you and your family are back from the beach. Now, your parents are about 30 minutes away. Go show those boys who's the Mario Queen before they get here," she smirked as the girl turned and scampered into the family room. According to Emma, Hermione had never been much into games, or friends, growing up. You couldn't tell that now, the way she interacted with her boys and their crew. She peeked her head back in the doorway a moment later. "Actually, Mrs. Dursley, it's Princess Toadstool." Then she ran back to the telly. Petunia chuckled, introverted indeed. The next evening, just before dinner, the doorbell rang. When Petunia answered it, she found little Tina Pulchis nervously fidgeting on the porch. Strangely, she was wearing a light jacket, and seemed to be hiding something bulky under it. "Mrs. Dursley, may I come in?" The girl's voice was shaking as much as she was. "Of course, dear. Is something wrong? Do your parents know you're here?" Petunia asked her as she guided the 10-year-old to a comfortable seat on the couch. She noticed the child made sure to keep whatever was under her jacket hidden from view. "Tina dear, what have you got there? It isn't dangerous, is it?" "I don't think so." She stuttered as she began to cry a little. "My mummy knows I'm here. I said I wanted to ask Harry about a book." "What's wrong, dearie?" As Petunia asked, Harry and Dudley entered the room. Tina looked up at Harry and began sobbing. "This is YYU, isn't it, Harry?" She pulled out a book, opened to a marked page with a picture of a family of 3, juxtaposed against a blown-out 2-story cottage. As she held it open, the pictures began moving. The book was specially enchanted not to move if it wasn't near strong enough magic to keep it from muggles. But now that it was in number 4 Privet Drive, the headmaster's blood wards told the book to activate. "Why did it do that?" Tina shrieked, her tears temporarily forgotten, as she dropped the book and fell back into the couch, her eyes transfixed on the moving images. "Oh my gosh, that means it's real." With Vernon and Petunia at a loss for how to handle the situation, it was up to Harry to sit down on the couch beside her and hold her as her crying started up again, then calmed down. "Yeah. Those are my parents, there," he whispered reverently, pointing them out, "and that was the house we lived in before they died." Harry looked Tina dead in the eyes. "Tina, all the stuff in this book is real. Magic, Dark Lords." He broke eye contact for a second and choked, "and hero parents. I was left here by a wizard after they died. And when he left me, he also put a magic shield around my aunt and uncle's house that keeps out all grown-up magical people until I'm ready to go to school. That way the other evil wizards can't find me." He locked her gaze again. "You can't tell anyone about this, Tina. I'm magic too, and I'm sure you can guess that the special boarding school Hermione and I are going to is magic school." The girl nodded. "Right," he continued, "but you have to promise me that you won't tell anyone else about magic. They probably wouldn't believe you anyways, but real wizards could find out and then Hermione and I would be in big trouble." "Okay." Petunia was astounded. Harry apparently had a commanding presence when he needed one. But it was definitely a kind presence. Harry would make a wonderful doctor, or healer, whatever, if his dreams didn't change. Okay Harry, I promise. Why did you take her book to begin with, Tina? That's not really like you. Dudley asked from behind Harry. I'm so sorry. I was worried for you and Harry. It's just, Harry became Hermione's friend so fast, and he doesn't really open up to people at first when they're alone like that. Dudley's usually the one bringing new people into the group. So I thought maybe she was an evil witch and had cast a love spell or something, like from Disney. She pouted when the two boys looked incredulously at her. What? I was at least half right. She is a witch, isn't she? Harry hugged her and laughed at that, and Tina smiled. She was worried Harry would hate her for betraying his trust like this. She was just so worried about him. But if he's magic and she's the first magic person he's gotten to meet, it makes sense they'd become friends fast. So I guess I have another question, if it's alright. Her tears had mostly stopped, knowing her friends were still her friends. Harry smiled and nodded. No secrets between us now, as long as you can keep them between us. Is that magic shield thing what gives me that tingly feeling when I come to your house? My parents just said I was too young to feel that way about boys, but I've always felt it. Even when we weren't friends yet. Harry was speechless, while Dudley began loudly complaining about how unfair the world was. Petunia just fainted. After 2 days with no response from the Dursley household, Albus began sending extra owls to make sure Harry got them. Every day without a response, Albus had increased the number of owls. There was supposed to be a magical guardian, after all. Shouldn't they be able to respond on behalf of the Dursleys? If Albus could force a situation where a teacher was required to go collect Harry for his school supplies, he could likely press for guardianship back. To that end he had called Hagrid up to his office this Monday morning, almost a week after Harry's first letter was sent out. Which left him rather perturbed when the half-giant came up the stairs accompanied by his deputy headmistress. Hagrid apparently couldn't help but brag that he was going to see Harry Potter again. Now, Minerva, I'm sure there's no reason to trouble you for this. Hagrid will be more than capable of showing the boy around Diagon Alley. Albus, if the Dursleys aren't responding because, as you say, they dislike magic and the abnormal, then an 11-foot-tall man showing up on their street will drive them spare. I may not be able to remember exactly where that house is, but I do remember the uniformity there. No, I will go and see what the trouble is, at least I can blend in. Professor McGonagall, I was really looking forward to seeing Harry again. Haven't since I am as a tyke. I gotta run an errand fair Dumbledore at Gringotts anyways, can I meet you at the lakey? Just to say hi. Maybe, happy birthday. Minerva smiled at her big friend. I don't see why that would be a problem, Hagrid. I'll meet you there with Harry in a little while. Damn it, Albus thought to himself as they left, I'm going to regret this. McGonagall appeared in the alley Albus had indicated was perfect as an apparition point to Harry's home and stepped out onto the street. Number 4 shouldn't be too difficult to find, should it? No, not when there were a half-dozen people gathered out front gawking at two boys frantically trying to gather up what looked like hundreds of letters on their front lawn. What in Merlin's name? She drew her wand and cast a few quick Confundus charms, sending the Muggle bystanders away as she approached. I hope we don't have you to thank for the nonsense these past few days. A stern-looking woman asked from the front porch, the same porch she remembered leaving little Harry on all those years ago. Ma'am, I have no explanation for why so many letters would be directed to your home. She could tell from looking that they were all Hogwarts letters. I was sent because the headmaster felt you might be ignoring the school. I am the professor of Transfiguration. The woman obviously knew what was happening, no reason to insult her with lengthy explanations. Well, we would have loved to reply that Harry would be attending, but the owls flew away right after dropping the letters. It's not like we have an owl. And every time I tried to mail that blasted school over the years, the letters were returned as undeliverable. McGonagall picked up one of the letters and opened it. This letter is for magical raised children. It assumes the recipient already had a means of reply. What? Albus had to know that Harry Potter was Muggle raised. What was he thinking? The magical guardian, Ms. Acacia. McGonagall muttered under her breath. I beg your pardon. What's that? The woman looked rather perturbed. I assume you already have a copy of this letter. At the woman's nod she swept her wand and vanished all the extras. Then please allow us to talk inside. The spell that sent those looky-loos away will be wearing off soon and we shouldn't be out here when it does." She gestured to her attire. "Yes, boys, please come in here." With that she gestured McGonagall inside. "May I presume that you are Professor McGonagall?" "That's correct," she responded as she sat down, one surprise after another it seems. "Ma'am, do you have the ability to tell definitively if a person is magical?" The out-of-the-blue question surprised her yet again. "Yes, there's a spell that can be used to indicate witches and wizards in a room." "Do you suspect your son of being a wizard?" She looked at the muscular boy. "If I recall, he is older than Harry. He would have received a letter on his birthday if he were a wizard." "Oh, no, not anymore anyways. Give me one moment. If you have any questions for Harry please ask them. I need to make a phone call if you wouldn't mind." Minerva's eyebrow rose. "It will only be a moment, I promise." With that she left the room. After a minute of awkward silence McGonagall tried to break the ice. "So, Mr. Potter, how have you liked living with your aunt and uncle?" "It's all right," he answered noncommittally. He looked like he wasn't sure if he could trust the witch in front of him. "That doesn't bode well." "Are you sure?" as she asked. The aunt, Petunia, that was her name, came back in from the kitchen. "Deputy Headmistress, please humor me for a minute or two longer. I put some tea to brew for us, it should be ready in time." McGonagall could only nod and smile, but she was growing wary. She didn't recall giving her full title before. "Can you really turn into a cat?" the larger boy said, his first words since she'd arrived. "I'm sorry, where did you hear that?" The boy covered his mouth. Clearly he knew things she wasn't suspecting and wasn't supposed to tell. "All right," she thought, "let's see where this leads. Yes, I can in fact. It's a very difficult kind of magic that very few people learn, mostly because the animal you become is always the same, and you can't choose what kind of animal you end up changing into. Meaning that you can go through all the work, only to learn you can turn into an earthworm or something." After giving her explanation she transformed into a gray and brown tabby cat, meowed, then changed back with a chuckle at both boys' slack-jawed expression. The boys excitedly asked her questions, much to the professor's delight, which kept her from noticing when Petunia led two more people into the room until they were already well inside. "Mrs. Dursley, I would have thought you knew not to bring in people about this." "Cast the spell now," Petunia replied. "Little Tina here says that she can feel the ward on the house." The mother looked up from her daughter at Petunia, confused. "Spell? Cast the spell and tell us if she's magical," Petunia reiterated. McGonagall was not used to being spoken to like this by Muggle parents. "Wait, what?" Mrs. Polkiss asked, her face going white. "Very well, there wasn't much to lose for doing it, the damage was already done. If nothing came of it she would obliviate the pair and have a stern talk with Mrs. Dursley and Ms. Acacia when they finally met. She cast the spell, which would cause any witch or wizard to glow if they were within about 20 feet. The girl began glowing with a golden aura and giggled happily. Her mum was eyeing the light warily but still clung to her daughter. "Mum, look at this." Dudley Dursley was glowing as well. "Oh Merlin." The professor sighed. "I knew it," Harry exclaimed. A few explanations, and a lot of confusion. Later, Professor McGonagall understood what had brought Tina Polkiss and her mother there that morning. Not that she approved per se, but she felt no reason to obliviate the pair when they would apparently learn of magic again in December. Learning that Dudley Dursley was a wizard was quite a revelation though. A Patronus message to Flitwick back at Hogwarts was returned and confirmed his name did appear in the Hogwarts book, which meant Dudley should have received a letter and didn't. Likely due to the headmaster's ridiculously overbearing wards. Harry was quick to supply the story of his aunt and Dudley glowing that night 3 years ago. At first that annoyed Petunia, but she realized that it was her need to know about Dudley that hurt her then, anyways. Had she known she might have tried harder to get to Diagon and caused a problem for the family. The final surprise came when McGonagall stated that she would be happy to take Dudley to Diagon Alley with Harry to get their school supplies, as she was his, Dudley's, magical guardian, by default, and that was her duty in that capacity. "Oh, that you are most certainly not," Petunia replied calmly, glancing at Mrs. Polkiss, Hogwarts Deputy Headmistress, Minerva McGonagall. She had clearly elaborated the title for the other woman. The witch smirked at her. "During the last Wizarding War, I stayed in contact with the magical world up until the night Albus cut us off. I did so through the use of an alias. I am Ms. Peony Acacia. Not you, am my son's default magical guardian. McGonagall sank into her chair, completely shocked. She was expecting to be told about Ms. Acacia at this meeting, maybe even have a chance to set up a future time to meet in person, likely at Gringotts. Never in a million years could she have imagined this. Minerva couldn't help herself, this was too much. The Weasley twins were amateurs compared to this. She began laughing uncontrollably. After 20 seconds without a break in the older woman's laughter, Petunia turned to her friend and apologized for lying to get her over here before briefly explaining the existence of the magical world. She even pulled out the very book Tina had borrowed, that started this mess, to show her what had had Tina in such a state after Harry's party, from where she had stashed it under the couch. Angela returned with stories of when Tina was much younger and food she didn't like would disappear and show up in the dog's food bowl, but that stopped around the same time she started visiting the Dursleys. Meanwhile, Harry and Dudley were telling Tina about the professor turning into a cat earlier. Angela Polkis was scared at first. When Petunia had called her 10 minutes ago to say that Tina might be able to get into the same elite boarding school as Harry if the representative met the girl right then, she was thrilled. Now she wasn't so positive. Her family was rather religious, and she wasn't sure how she could explain this to them. Witches and Dark Lords and magic castles sounded like a fast track to a priest or an exorcist. Petunia saved her by offering to be there when the conversation happened and help show them that this was a gift, not some demonic taint. Forgive me, Ms. Oh dear. McGonagall had managed to pull herself together again. Mrs. Dursley, or just Petunia, if you wouldn't mind. I only wish to be Ms. Acacia when we are in the magical world, and then only when we are acting in official capacities. Your warning about Albus snooping was enough to earn my trust for now, so I'd like to keep things between us civil. McGonagall's eyes widened at the implication of that and nodded. Very well, Mrs. Dursley, please forgive me for losing my composure there. It's just that the headmaster has spent 6 months trying to find Ms. Peony Acacia, without alerting the Wizengamot, the magical House of Lords. Petunia nodded, without alerting them that he had lost your nephew's guardianship authority. I asked him in late June if he'd contacted you directly about it. He assured me that you wouldn't have been involved intentionally, as your family hated magic and wizards, and that there was no point in bothering you and risking angering you. Petunia smiled. I will prepare a letter for Albus from Ms. Acacia, if you think that is safe, explaining that I have no desire to bring myself into the spotlight unless he is intent to drag me there. As long as he doesn't try to directly claim custody of my nephew, I believe I'm content to let him lead people on, at least for now. McGonagall could swear that the Petunia's smile turned sinister for a moment. I would consider it an added layer of protection for Harry as well. One unfortunate fact I learned after returning to the magical world last Christmas was that there were many of those dark wizards that were never caught, or that somehow got out of sentencing. Keeping this place off the grid, as they say, is still a good idea. That sounds acceptable, and maybe it would get the headmaster back on track running the school. This has consumed him recently. Now, I must ask, how do you intend to help Mrs. Polkis? Yes. I'm sorry this has just been so much. How do you intend to help Mrs. Polkis explain magic to her family if you are not, yourself, able to perform it? Well, I was planning to do it here. I figured books with moving pictures would go a long way. Petunia smiled. That, plus some easily demonstrated potions effects should do nicely, don't you think? Harry and Hermione have been quite busy on nights when one of them stays over with the other. We have several small jars of Dittany balm and boil paste, since it has a very long shelf life. But I think something more obvious, like an oil recipe Hermione found that waterproofs paper, would be best. The kids have been practicing potions and memorizing plant names and ingredients because they aren't allowed to cast spells at home. I think that would work perfectly, and I am very pleased that Mr. Potter will not be returning to the magical world with no warning or preparation. The witch nodded. If you need help, perhaps a demonstration of spellcasting, please let me know. You obviously know how to contact me. The headmaster sent me to take Harry, and I suppose Dudley now as well, to Diagon Alley for their school supplies, but if you already have, or would prefer to go yourselves. Actually, we were planning to meet Emma and Hermione Granger at the alley, We were needing to leave soon when you came calling. Oh dear, she'll likely be getting there in less than half an hour. We already have Harry's books because we got the list from Hermione. But we'll need to get supplies for Dudley now. We were waiting until after Harry's 11th to get both the children's wands. Mrs. Polkiss looked panicked at the thought that her friend might be leaving her to fend for herself today with this information. McGonagall, noticing the woman's distress, offered a solution. There was someone that I had intended to meet at Diagon as well, Rubeus Hagrid, so I'll be heading that way after this regardless. He's the groundskeeper for Hogwarts, and he was close to Harry's parents when they were in school. Harry perked up at that. Before I stepped in, on account of the man's utter lack of ability to fit in the Muggle world, he was the one the headmaster was going to send to check on Harry. But, I was able to convince him to wait at the Leaky Cauldron for us. I could take Harry and Dudley to Diagon, that way they won't be late meeting with Miss Granger either. Then you would be able to stay and help your friend through this transition. Both other women snorted at that understatement. Petunia looked at her boys. She'd really wanted to be there when Harry got his wand. Lily had said that getting her first wand had been an incredible experience, and she was sad Petunia had missed it. But Angela and Tina needed her help here. Today, Christina Polkiss being a witch had thrown all of Petunia's plans into disarray. If the boys are okay with that, I believe it would solve our problems nicely. Petunia looked to the two wizards for confirmation before continuing. Understand though, that Emma Granger will be acting as my representative while the 5 or 6 of you with Mr. Hagrid will be in the alley, not you. I don't want there to be any confusion on that point. After the professor had nodded her assent, Petunia turned to the boys. Harry, please go upstairs and grab your key. Would you mind paying for Dudley's things while you're there? I can move the gold back into your school vault the next time I go. Harry nodded and headed up the stairs to his room. Mrs. Petunia, you seemed to hesitate there. About more than who's in charge I mean. The woman looked away for a moment. Yes, I've always regretted not being there for Lily when she got her first wand. Would it be possible for you to save that for last? She glanced at Angela and Tina. I think I see where you are going, let me offer a solution. McGonagall asked, I could take the boys to the alley. I'm sure you know I could have them there in moments, then leave them in the care of Mrs. Granger. Afterwards, I could return here and help you introduce the rest of the Polkiss family to the magical world. Then, if the children wait till last to get their wands, I should be able to take you to Diagon as well to see it. Petunia sighed in relief at hearing McGonagall's willingness to give up her time for them. Professor, thank you for your help here. I was honestly trying to figure out how to get you to come without giving away that it wasn't for Harry or Hermione. Finding out Tina could feel the ward on the house was quite destabilizing. She looked over at her friend and smiled. You can tell Timothy that Tina definitely passed her interview for school. Would you like to speak with the professor for a little while before we bring in your family? I think that would be good. The woman replied, if I see it with my own eyes maybe it will help me wrap my head around telling Timothy and Piers about this. It's a lot to take in. Truly, McGonagall replied as Harry returned from his room with a hat on. She noticed that he had also covered his scar with some sort of Muggle cosmetic. Well, we should be off. Hagrid will be getting worried, Mrs. Granger as well, if they are there already. If you both will take hold of my arms and we shall be off. The boys looked at her a little strangely before glancing at each other, shrugging, and doing as she bade. Excellent. Mrs. Dursley, Mrs. Polkiss, I shall return shortly after ensuring that the boys are safely delivered to Mrs. Granger. Now, boys, hold tightly. I am about to apparate with the both of you to Diagon. The headmaster altered the wards for the day just for this. Isn't that like teleporting? Dudley asked from the professor's right arm. At her nod he grinned and said, awesome. The three disappeared from the family room in a crack. Angela Polkiss' legs gave out on her and she fell to her knees, staring at the spot where 3 people had been just a moment ago. Secretly, she was hoping that the moving picture book was some kind of elaborate hoax. Not anymore. Mummy, next time we have to ask her to turn into a cat. When Harry and Dudley finished their side-along apparition with McGonagall they both stumbled forward. Dudley hit the ground and rolled onto his back, laughing as he almost pulled his escort down with him. Harry caught himself before he lost his footing, but looked queasy. Now I know how the toothpaste feels when comes out of the tube, Harry muttered as he fought to keep his breakfast down. Is it always like that? McGonagall chuckled as she took in the disparate reactions. It's something most have to get used to. I honestly envy your cousin his enjoyment of it though. Now, this is the designated apparition point for Diagon Alley, behind the leaky cauldron. Which I'm sure you know is the Muggle face for the alley. She studied the boys. Dudley was looking around curiously, but Harry had simply nodded in acknowledgement. Clearly he knew where he was. Mr. Poe, she shook her head and stopped herself. Harry looked up at her strangely. She began leading them into the back of the leaky cauldron as she continued, for the duration of this trip, I believe it would be best if everyone called you both, Mr. Dursley, brothers, in an effort to keep crowds away from you. The whole of magical Britain knows that last week was your 11th birthday. That hat and the disguise on your scar will help tremendously, and if I need to differentiate you from your cousin I will call you James Dursley. I'm sure you're aware of the pedestal our society has placed you on, so I shouldn't need to explain why. He nodded again and they entered the tavern. Hagrid almost blew Harry's cover immediately, as the man was clearly too excited to contain himself upon seeing Professor McGonagall enter the tavern. The only thing restraining his outburst was his confusion at seeing Dudley's large body and short, brown hair. By the time he finally saw Harry entering behind his cousin, McGonagall had closed the distance and gotten his exuberance under control. He still blubbered when he saw the child of his lost friends. But he was known as an emotional fellow, so it didn't draw too much undue attention. Professor McGonagall, what a pleasant surprise. The group had just enough time to stand up to say, hello, to Mrs. Granger before a frizzy, brown-haired missile sailed into Harry, latching onto him in a hug, which Hermione quickly jumped away from, wincing. Harry was devastated for the 2 seconds it took him to realize that her face was very sunburnt. Then he gingerly returned her hug, doing his best not to put any pressure on her skin. Emma Granger couldn't help but chuckle at her daughter's predicament. Next time you'll remember to put on sunscreen. But Hermione, I thought we had made a couple batches of Daywalker, what happened? Harry asked, confused. McGonagall answered for her, Daywalker is a very effective sunblock for being relatively simple to brew. So strong that, as the name implies, it can allow a vampire to walk in daylight for a limited amount of time. She smiled. What most textbooks, or recipes for that matter, would leave out of the instructions is that salt, particularly sweat, will break down the potion and cause it to evaporate due to slug flesh being a primary ingredient. This obviously isn't an issue for vampires, as they don't sweat. But it makes the potion not very useful for young witches on the beach. Hermione was probably blushing in embarrassment for not realizing that, but it would be impossible to tell. Thank you, Professor. Hermione has fretted all weekend over what she and Harry could have done wrong in making the cream. Emma eyed Hagrid as she spoke. Professor, I was expecting to meet someone else here with Harry. Is everything all right? Oh, yes, quite. There was a change of plans. Dudley spoke up. We found out what happened to your book, Hermione. At her questioning look he continued, Tina took it out of your book bag when we were at the park. Hermione gasped. Get this, she thought you were a witch and had cast a spell on Harry or something. He and Harry laughed, but Emma was rapidly losing her new tan as she looked at McGonagall. Professor, exactly what kind of change in plans has happened? Nothing to worry about, Mrs. Granger. Christina Polkiss did in fact take your daughter's book, but she went to the Dursleys the next night to ask them if certain chapters were real. While there, it was discovered that she might be a Muggle-born witch herself. Emma and Hermione were speechless. This morning I visited the Dursleys' home to verify if James here, she looked meaningfully at Hagrid, would be attending Hogwarts. While there, I confirmed that Miss Polkiss was, in fact, a witch. Before she could spoil it for him, Dudley interjected again, and I'm a wizard too. I glowed when she cast the spell and everything. Indeed, McGonagall continued, smiling, I verified that his name appears on the Hogwarts list, the ledger of all students magically invited to attend the school. I can only assume that the wards on the house prevented Dudley's letter from being delivered. The headmaster was personally seeing to the letters going to James. Blimey! Hagrid exclaimed, I'm glad I let you go pick. I am up now, McGonagall. I'd not known what do there. Welcome to the magical world then, Dudley. Are ya excited? The boy smiled and nodded. Oh my, so is that White Petunia is not here. Emma asked, more at ease. Yes. Actually, Angela Polkis was worried that she would need help explaining magic to her family. Petunia felt she should stay to help her friend, and I offered to bring the boys here and, if you wouldn't mind, leave them with you. Meanwhile, I felt I should offer my help in explaining things to Mr. Polkis. She just asked that you saved wands for last. She hopes to be able to be here for that. That sounds perfect to me. Professor. I'm serious, it was a whole vault just for some little thing wrapped up in brown paper. It was lower than my school vault too. Harry was explaining to Dudley and the Grangers while they ate lunch in the leaky cauldron and waited on his aunt. James, Mrs. Granger chided, are you sure you should be talking about this? He and McGonagall implied that he was on business for the school. Hermione nodded in agreement with her mum. Maybe, but if it was supposed to be secret he shouldn't have talked about it so much. He spent the whole time we weren't riding the cart talking about how great the headmaster was and how much he trusted Hagrid to help with really important errands. Then, I was worried the cart driver was going to throw us out when Mr. Hagrid suggested that Headmaster Dumbledore, he smirked at Hermione, who insisted on proper titles even for people she didn't particularly like. Being at Hogwarts meant that was the only place safer than Gringotts while we were headed back up. You don't suggest that the goblins don't take security seriously right in front of them. The others could only nod at that, and the owl on the table hooted indignantly. Don't worry Hedwig, we still think he's a good guy. Just doesn't do, subtle. If that goblin had tossed him out of the cart then we wouldn't have gotten you. Dudley said to placate the beautiful snowy owl in her cage. After they had finished all their shopping except for wands, Hagrid had insisted on getting Harry a pet to take to Hogwarts for his birthday. At first Harry had wanted to protest, he already had Nagish, but Hermione had suggested that he get an owl that the three of them could share to keep in touch with their families. Harry and Dudley decided on a stunningly gorgeous snowy owl that the shop owner had said was rather ornery, but seemed to warm up to the boys instantly. They named her Hedwig, which Harry remembered from a history of magic as being an exceptionally beautiful witch who was also a spell inventor. But, aside from that, he basically said that Dumbledore doesn't think Voldemort is dead. Not enough humanity left to die, was what he said I think, but read between the lines, no body, no proof. Just like Uncle Vernon's always said. Harry finished. Emma frowned at the blasé way the boy was talking about a murderer potentially still being after him, but didn't say anything. What was the deal with that kid in the robe shop, though? Dudley asked. After the silence became uncomfortable, he didn't stop talking about Mr. Hagrid and Harry the whole time he was there. He frowned, and what was his problem with Mrs. Granger? I assume he was one of the more close-minded wizards that your mother warned us about, Dudley. Emma Granger responded. Who think that non-magical people shouldn't be allowed here. Even as family. They didn't have to wait much longer before Professor McGonagall entered the tavern with Petunia Dursley, who was eyeing the white owl Dudley was cooing to rather warily. She didn't need much convincing to agree to keeping Hedwig though. She had been worried that her children wouldn't be able to communicate with her while at school, and this solved that dilemma nicely. Seeing that everyone had already eaten, McGonagall suggested they head on to the wand shop. Realizing that the professor might be in a hurry at this point, Emma offered to take the Dursleys home in her SUV so she could get back to the school. Before the thankful witch could get away, Harry stopped her to ask one last question. Professor, the invitation letter says we can bring an owl, cat, or toad. Dudley and I were planning to share Hedwig here, but I have a different pet I found in the back garden a few years ago that I wanted to take. Can exceptions be made? At school Hedwig could, officially, be Dudley's one pet. Dudley smiled and nodded at the obvious compromise. Yes, Mr. Dursley, that wouldn't be an issue as long as the pet isn't a dog. What is its name? McGonagall had had a very long morning. She wasn't about to question Harry Potter taking a mouse or rat to Hogwarts. Maybe he'll make friends with Percy Weasley over it. His name is Nagish, ma'am. Harry replied. All right, I'll make sure to update your file. Good day, everyone. The woman stepped over to the tavern's hearth, grabbed a pinch of something from a jar that she threw into the fireplace, then stepped right into the now green flames and was gone. That doesn't look like I'm going to enjoy it any more than apparating, Harry said, glumly, as the group headed back into the alley towards the wand shop. Ah, welcome, welcome. A rather eccentric, and ancient, looking man said from his stool behind the counter as the five entered, Ollivander's wands. Miss Granger, Mr. Dursley, I expected both of you to come through my doors already. Why, Miss Granger, I was beginning to worry something had happened to you. Seeing the adults' looks, he took pity on them. Forgive me, mesdames, I am Garrick Ollivander, the proprietor. He paused as he looked at the last young person to walk into his store. Mr. Potter, please let me tell you how honored I am to finally meet you. He stepped closer. You are the spitting image of your father, but you have your mother's eyes. The two women were gawking at the old wizard as he winked and turned towards his boxes and pulled one out, removing the wand within. Now then, ladies first. Miss Granger, please give this a wave. It took almost 10 minutes for Mr. Ollivander to find Hermione's wand, vinewood and dragon heartstring, from a Hungarian horntail, 10 3/4 inches. When she held it up for the first time, a wind picked up that was so strong it actually blew the shop's door open, in addition to knocking several of the rejected wands onto the floor. The wandmaker just smiled like a giddy child and waved his own wand to right things before promising that Hermione's wand was uncommonly attached to her. When Ollivander had said that the wands chose their wielder, and he was just going to introduce Hermione to a wand that was technically already hers, Emma was bemused. But seeing the look of awe and adoration on her daughter's face as she gazed at the piece of wood in her hands was making the mother question. Sticks can't really think for themselves, can they? A game of rock paper scissors had Harry stepping up to receive his wand next. After seeing several reject Hermione, he was prepared to have to try a few, but a half hour later the others were looking a little worried and Ollivander was hurriedly pacing back and forth looking at wands on shelves before finally moving some boxes aside and grabbing a wand that was at the back of the shelf, previously out of view. I wonder, the wandmaker mused as he turned around holding the box. Harry looked at the stack of rejected wands, more than a few dozen of them, and prayed that this one would work. 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather. Nice and supple. Give this a wave. Harry took the wand and felt a burning heat come out from the wand. He swished it and red and green sparks shot out of the end of it. Harry frowned as he held the wand. It made him feel powerful when he held it. He wasn't sure he liked it though. Harry looked up from his examination of the wand as Ollivander explained that this wand's brother had belonged to Voldemort. I'm not sure I want it if it's connected to him, sir. Ollivander tried to suggest that perhaps the wand wanted to atone for its brother's misdeeds. But Harry's objections were ultimately shut down by his aunt, of all people, who said that she felt Ollivander's explanation was a fine one. After all, she'd said to finally convince him, isn't that kind of what you want to do by becoming a healer? Undo the pain and hurt that he caused. When Dudley's turn came, it took even longer. An hour into the search for Dudley's wand, Ollivander shouted, I give up. And went into the back, coming out a few moments later with a few larger boxes full of wands. These wands were made by wand makers in other parts of the world. Sometimes those who are steeped in wand lore will feel compelled to work wands in specific ways, or to send them to different places after they are made. The two families nodded to the wandmaker. Normally nothing comes of this. I haven't sold one of these foreign wands in over 20 years, but sometimes a wizard's wand needs to be made of components that his local maker doesn't use. In such situations, the wand will have itself made elsewhere, and moved to where it needs to be. Personally, I only use unicorn hairs, dragon heartstrings, and rarely phoenix feathers for cores. These wands use other magical cores, usually from creatures that do not appear in Britain at all. As well as foreign woods, which I rarely use as the ministry has high tariffs on their import if brought in unworked. Ollivander began pulling out more wands, adding their country of origin to his descriptions. Dudley still went through several wands before finding his match. In a too-large box he found a pair of wands, one pale white and one a deep reddish color, but otherwise completely identical. Without prompting, Dudley took the white wand, which began emitting sparks of electricity from its tip until the boy swished it and unleashed a thunderclap. Rowan wood from right here in Britain, with a Thunderbird feather core, 11 3/4 inches, flexible but sturdy, imported from America. These two were the last wands made by a native shaman before he retired. Ollivander began explaining, his excitement never wavering. Wands of Rowan are highly protective of their wielder's friends and family. He paused and looked squarely at Dudley. I would actually use Thunderbird feathers in my own wands if they were native to Britain, they're as magically strong as phoenix feathers, but for one thing. Ollivander raised a single finger. Thunderbird feather cores will react to danger before their wielder, sometimes casting magic at attacker preemptively and favoring spells often used by the wielder normally. In America they were traditionally wielded by chieftains and war leaders, and the wand tries to protect the subordinates, I suppose, when the situation requires. Unfortunately, in my opinion, the British ministry puts the burden of proof on the owner of the wand to prove that anyone attacked by it was actually a threat, and this is often rather difficult. That wand will serve you well at Hogwarts. Its protective nature is represented twice over since Rowan also has such qualities, but I would be extra careful not to take it out with you in the Muggle world, as the wand won't care if someone is magical or not if they endanger you or your loved ones. Dudley nodded as he held his wand. While Ollivander was explaining Dudley's wand to him, Harry was looking at the other wand in the case. Chirp, chirp, theirs was again. Harry was sure he could hear the wand making noises. He went to pick it up. Harry, you shouldn't pick things up without asking. Hermione admonished him. But, it's chirping at me. The confused boy replied as he continued reaching out. It's what? That's quite impossible, mister. He stopped cold as Harry's fingers clasped the wand and raised it. The walls and shelves began vibrating softly, and the overhead lights dimmed to almost nothing for a moment before the moment passed. The old wandmaker stared at Harry Potter, dumbfounded. You're a Parselmouth. At Harry's shocked nod he elaborated, I intended to send those two wands back to America at some point. They were brothers, despite being totally different, and didn't like being stored apart. The Thunderbird feather wand I, of course, have no problem with, he continued, but that one is California redwood, a wood associated with spiritual maturity as well as good fortune. No issues there, but, with a powdered horned serpent horn for its core, from a serpent in Singapore that gave its horn willingly. 11 3/4 inches and stylized exactly like its brother, similarly flexible, but much more spring in it. Only a Parselmouth could bond to it, due to the nature of its core. And with that gift's negative press in our society, I had felt that anyone that might have bonded to it would not have come to me in the first place. Curiouser and curiouser, the old wandmaker said after a moment's reflection, Mr. Potter, I now fully believe what I said earlier about your holly and phoenix feather wand. After that bonding display I believe we can say without a doubt that this is your wand. Which means that the holly one is piggybacking on you, so to speak. Perhaps it can sense some great destiny in you. Holly is often a quester's wand. Mayhaps it really will bring you to undo some of what the wand's brother has wrought. In the end, Ollivander sold Harry both wands, though he warned the boy that actively carrying multiple wands on your person was illegal under ministry law and carried a huge fine without a special permit. He wouldn't be searched randomly or anything, but if he ever did find himself in trouble it would make things worse. Harry decided to follow some instructions he and Hermione had found in a book about wandless magic which instructed you on how to feel your magic in your wand. He'd figure out which wand actually reacted better to him and keep the other one hidden unless he needed it. It didn't hurt to have a literal secret weapon when there might still be a Dark Lord out there after you. That night when Vernon got home from work he entered the house to the sight of Harry and Dudley reading a large book and alternately picking up and putting down wands. I supposed Dudley was a wizard after all? He asked, rhetorically, as Petunia entered the room to welcome him. Yes, dear. A professor came to check on Harry today and confirmed that Dudley was a wizard too. Dudley also got an owl while we were in Diagon today. That way the boys and Hermione can keep in touch with us while they're away at school. Petunia returned brightly. Tina Polkis then. The professor confirmed she was a witch. She also helped me introduce the Polkises to magic. I'm going to be taking Angela and Tina to the alley after the others are at Hogwarts. Vernon nodded to his wife as the boys continued doing whatever they were doing with their wands. Harry, he noticed, was switching between two different wands, while Dudley only had the one. This is normal. My life is normal, Vernon reminded himself. The Dursley family pulled into King's Cross Station with 5 minutes to spare. Harry and Dudley had wanted to make sure that they and Hermione could get a compartment together, but now they were just worried with making it to the train at all. Unfortunately, neither boy wanted to be the first one to risk crashing into a brick wall if they were wrong about the specific pillar they were supposed to use. They were rescued when Hermione came back out of the portal, looking for them, and the three friends went through together. The group took one of the empty compartment towards the back of the train and waited for it to depart. Harry and Hermione intended to practice a few simple spells that didn't seem like they could be dangerous before they arrived at the school. It had been the hardest month of their lives, able to hold their wands but not use them. 10 minutes after the train left, they both had pages of parchment floating around at the direction of their wands, though both of them had trouble keeping them aloft. It was a few more minutes before Dudley managed to get a quill to wobble unsteadily into the air. It fell down in seconds, and Dudley was disappointed until Hermione confided that she didn't feel like she could cast the spell again if she tried. It had tired her out in some way that felt odd, which reminded Dudley of his feeling when he and Harry had been figuring out how to feel their wands. Magic felt like a muscle, one that Dudley hadn't known he had even had until the day he picked up his wand, and muscles need to be exercised to get stronger. Harry had opted to use his redwood wand after a month of testing each one. Whenever he picked up the holly wand he felt a rush of magical power, more than he felt he had normally, but it went away quickly. His redwood wand always just felt right in his hand, and his magic felt electrically charged every time he picked it back up after holding a different wand, like it was welcoming him back. He kept the holly wand in a case at the bottom of his trunk, just in case, because he had found one instance where the surge of power he felt from the wand did not go away. It had happened one day, last week, while he was meditating with the wands. Tina had innocently asked him if he wanted to try to get revenge on Voldemort if he was really alive. He told her that of course he didn't, but while Harry thought about it the holly wand in his hand had practically burned with magical power, and he quickly decided to keep the wand nearby in case he ever had to answer Tina's question with actions instead of words. About a half hour after the train began moving the door opened and a red-headed, freckled boy stuck his head in, looking at all three occupants before looking back to Harry, who looked back down at his book. "Oi, my older brothers kicked me out of their compartment. All the other ones up there are full, can I sit here?" he asked. Dudley stood up to shake the boy's hand and said, "Sure, hi. I'm Dudley, what's your name?" But the newcomer wasn't paying any attention to him, he was waiting for Harry to respond. "I believe Dudley said you could come in. Might have even asked your name." The black-haired boy asked icily after several seconds of silence and without looking up from the book on wandless magic that he and Hermione had been studying for the past month. "I asked you though," the redhead responded. "Why? I'm clearly busy," and he was the one that responded to you. "And do you really expect us to believe all the carriages ahead of this one were full?" Harry asked as he looked up. "Did you come into this compartment for a reason?" As he asked, he pulled his hair back to expose his scar. "Blimey, it's real. You're really Harry Potter. Do you remember killing you-know-who? Will you tell me about it?" the boy said, mystified. Harry frowned and Dudley turned to damage control. "He doesn't like talking about it. His parents died that night, you know," the larger boy said as he stood up to bodily shift the newcomer back into the hall. When the redhead backed up, Dudley grabbed the door handle and said, "Maybe some other time, can I get your name though?" "It's Ron Weasley. I'm sorry about that in there, I've got 5 older brothers, I just wanted to be able to tell them I'd met Harry Potter first. Finally beat them at something. Well then, go do that," Dudley encouraged, as he slowly slid the door closed and Ron broke into a grin. He had still met Harry Potter first, hadn't he? "You didn't have to be so mean to him, Harry," Dudley said as he sat back down. "I don't like that kind of attention, Big D, it makes me feel weird." He responded, "Did you know that there were reporters hiding in Diagon Alley the whole week of my birthday, and the weeks before and after?" Gringotts warned Aunt Petunia. "That's why she didn't want to go with just us. Safety in numbers and all that. Plus, the press wouldn't be looking for me with other kids my age, right?" Dudley nodded, he hadn't known that. But now his cousin going by, James, in the alley made more sense. Some time later the three were trying the levitation spell again. It was apparent now that the reason this spell wasn't taught first, despite being conceptually and practically easy, was that it took a lot of magic to maintain. Or something like that. Dudley was still the first to have his levitated object fall, but he was using a sheet of parchment like the others now. A few people had walked by the compartment, but no one else had tried to come in yet. Moments after Dudley's parchment fell again, the three friends heard a hissing sound, and Harry raised his wrist to his ear so that Najish could poke his head out of his jumper sleeve. Tilda Harry, there is a toad outside the door. It tastes of fear and distress. But also of a wizard. Like it is a familiar. Tilda the snake informed him, Tilda there are humans walking, they might step on it. Tilda thank you Najish. Tilda Harry responded, then he looked at the other two who were watching intently. He says there's a scared toad right outside the door that smells like someone's familiar. It's gonna get stepped on out there. He stood up to get it but Dudley beat him to it and stepped outside to grab the toad. Hey, do you guys wanna come with me and find this guy's owner? He's probably worried. Dudley asked. No thanks, Dudley, I wanted to see if I could figure out the next step in this book. Besides, whoever that toad belongs to is probably going down the train looking for him, they'll come by here eventually. Hermione said. Harry nodded his agreement. Dudley frowned at the two. Well, I'm gonna head up the train then, and then we'll meet in the middle. He went up the train, stopping and knocking at any compartment that had people in it to ask if they had seen someone looking for a toad. After traveling halfway up the train, Dudley had come to the conclusion that green was the color of up themselves jerks at Hogwarts. Every time he'd opened the door to a group of people in green-trimmed robes, and it was always robes, never regular clothes, they would say something about a stench and mud and kick him out. Sometimes with magic, even. Dudley's wand crackled in his back pocket when that happened and he made a point to keep himself between these people and the dangerous piece of wood. Dudley was acutely aware of the fact that the only magical things his wand had ever done was levitate a quill and parchment, and shoot thunder and lightning, and that wouldn't be good on a train. As he was musing on this, he entered a compartment to find a pair of red-headed twins holding a short, pudgy boy at wand point. Dudley glared at the two older boys who quickly held their wands up by the middle to show they were harmless. Oi, mate, the first one started. No worries, he was. The second continued without a pause. Attacked by some Slytherins. We were just getting him out of the jinx. Promise. The two ended on the same beat. Dudley glanced past them at the other boy, who was nodding his head vigorously. The only motion he could make as his body appeared to be frozen in place. All right, sorry to interrupt you guys. Slytherins are the Burkes in green, right? They beep. Dudley chuckled as one of the twins turned back to the other boy and began waving his wand around. Dudley held up the toad he'd had tucked under his arm. Do either of you guys know whose toad this is? My cousin found it right outside our compartment and I figured I'd look for his owner. Trevor. The pudgy boy shouted as soon as he could move again. The toad croaked at him and he said, oh, thank you. I've been looking for him, that's how I ended up like that. Some 4th years, I think, thought toads were lame and jinxed me like that and left. As he spoke, Dudley held out Trevor and the boy took it. Oh, why do you have to keep running off, Trevor? I should have left you at home in the greenhouse. Dudley laughed at the boy talking to his pet like Harry did to Najish. I'm Dudley, Dudley Dursley. Nice to meet you. The twins took up introducing themselves first. This is Fred. And that there's George. The second echoed. Just as Dudley had nodded to them, the first one started again. Or am I George, and maybe I'm Fred. Or maybe, just maybe, we're Forge and Gred. The two said simultaneously as they shook Dudley's hands at the same and pointed at each other alternately with their unused hands. We're off to meet with Lee, got some great pranks planned for this year. See you later, firsties. And the two let themselves out of the compartment. Are they always like that? Dudley asked the other boy once they were alone. Oh, sorry, I never caught your name. I'm Dudley. He held out his hand. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. Yeah, they've always been like that. The boy responded as he took the hand with his free one. He recoiled under the sudden scrutiny he received from Dudley. Longbottom. Really? Dudley asked with shock and recognition. Neville shrank under the question and Dudley's voice became consoling. I'm sorry man, really. You probably get that a lot. When my mum told me what happened to your parents I felt sick. But I was kinda not really looking for you, just didn't know what you looked like. Dudley took a breath and a step back so that Neville could calm down. Why were you looking for me? The timid boy asked. That cousin I mentioned. The one that found Trevor. Dudley leaned in and lowered his voice as he continued, it's Harry Potter. Dudley leaned back and waited for the expected surprise to wash over Neville and calm down again. Did you know that your mum and his were friends in school? Neville shook his head. No, Well, Harry was planning to go out looking for you at some point on the train ride because his mum's school notes talk about your mum a little. My mum, Harry's aunt, said that your mum was supposed to be Harry's godmother except that he was raised with us instead because of Dumbledore. So he was really keen to meet you. Do you want to come back and sit with us, or did you already have somewhere? Neville was dumbfounded. He had been drilled all his life by his gran about how great his father was. But he'd heard very little about his mother, just that she was perfect for your father, and here was Harry Potter's cousin saying that Harry knew about Neville through their mums. I put my stuff down towards the front of the train, but if you don't mind telling me where you guys are, I'll go get it and meet you. No way dude, I'll come with you, Dudley replied, opening the door again for his new friend, who smiled and nodded. Whoa, how are you doing that? Neville exclaimed as soon as he entered the compartment. The two people, a boy and girl, were floating a textbook between them with their bare hands. His outburst broke their concentration and the book toppled to the seat and then the floor. Harry glared over at the newcomer, whose gaze drifted to his scar for a moment before locking back onto his eyes. Trevor croaked under his arm and Harry looked at it. So you found his owner then? Starting a new gang in Hogwarts already, Big D? Harry asked his cousin. Dudley grinned, something like that. Hello, Mr. Potter, Neville said, falling on formality to keep his nerves in check. I'm Neville Longbottom. It's nice to meet you. Your cousin said that our mums knew each other. One of the only stories Neville's gran had told him even nearly as often as the ones about his father were about how amazing and important Harry Potter was for defeating he who must not be named, and here he was casually levitating a book wandlessly. Call me Harry, he replied as he softened his expression, stood up, and shook Neville's hand. You've already met my cousin Dudley. This is our friend, Hermione Granger, just call me Hermione. It's nice to meet you. She took the boy's hand as well and the four of them sat down after Neville had stowed his trunk. Seriously though, Neville said once they had gotten situated, how did you do that? Wandless magic is supposed to be super hard to do. Well, Harry said as he picked up the book they had been levitating when the two entered the compartment. The book says it's mostly about concentration and hard work. We've been doing the wand meditation it talks about to learn how to feel our magic. It says the next step is to learn a spell with your wand, then try it without. We all got a parchment levitating before your toad showed up outside, but while Dudley was gone Hermione and I tried to do it without our wands since the book we're following says that's the next step. It didn't work, but we had the idea to try it together, each of us levitating the same thing. Dudley blinked in amazement as Harry continued. It didn't work at first, it felt like we were fighting each other or something. Then we took a few minutes to get out magic on the same frequency. We held hands and focused on feeling each other's magic until we didn't feel like we were fighting each other anymore. Once we did that we tried again together and we were able to lift the whole book. That's really cool, Neville said. Wandless magic is supposed to be the mark of a really powerful wizard. If you can do it this young, even with help, you must be strong. I don't think it's that, necessarily. Hermione corrected. The book says that it's just a matter of mental discipline and focus. Dudley has been meditating like the book said too, he might be able to do it. It turned out that Dudley could wandlessly levitate things, with help. He was also a lot faster at syncing up with one of the others. After he and Harry had only needed 30 seconds to get the book floating, Hermione had insisted on trying as well, to similarly quick results. Neville was amazed. This was nothing like what he had been told growing up. He definitely needed to ask if he could borrow that book later. Where did you find that? Neville asked, indicating the text. It seems unreal that everything I know about wandless magic is wrong and you guys found it out before your first year has even started. It's an English edition of a foreign book. Written relatively recently too. Hermione offered. My mum found it in a section of Flourish and Blots with books they were getting rid of and showed it to me. The storekeeper tried to convince me I didn't want it because it was full of nonsense. But it looked alright, and he wasn't charging too much for it, so I bought it. We haven't read too far ahead because we couldn't cast spells at home, but the first couple chapters made sense. My aunt said. It was probably because most English wizards don't like anything foreign, or new either. Apparently flying carpets are banned because the broomstick companies lobbied to make it happen so they'd have a monopoly on flying in the country. No British makers of flying carpets meant there was no one there to oppose. Harry supplied. But flying carpets are a risk to the statute of secrecy. Neville objected. Not in any of the dozens of countries where they're still legal. My aunt and uncle want to go to Greece on vacation because they're legal there. It's common for magical tourists to rent them to travel the countryside. Harry countered. Hermione went for the finishing blow to Neville's defense. According to magical societies around the world, flying carpets are the preferred method of travel for families in countries like Egypt and India. Greece is the only European country they're legal in though. At Neville's blank stare she continued, that's a book you could only get at Gringotts. None of the bookstores in Diagon Alley seemed to carry much information on countries other than Britain. If you ask, the goblins have a lot of literature related to travel and planning. A lot of it is fascinating. Neville was drawn into a conversation about other magical cultures. He had never really ventured far outside his greenhouse unless dragged there by his gran, but listening to Hermione talk about exotic locales made him wonder what kind of plants he could find if he went to those places himself. The four passed the time talking about what their homes were like when they ran out of interesting plants and creatures to talk about, though Harry, Dudley, and Hermione were careful not to give anything that could help find them away. The door opened a few times, but most people just apologized and turned around when they saw 4 people already there. When the trolley lady came by, Harry got everyone some sweets, but when he found an Albus Dumbledore card in his chocolate frog he lost his sweet tooth, and Neville learned something else that was interesting about Harry Potter. After all, wasn't Albus Dumbledore the one who had made sure Harry was taken care of after that Halloween? When he thought about it for a moment, Neville realized that the 3 hadn't mentioned the headmaster even once the entire time they were talking about their home lives. By previous agreement between the 3 friends, Najash was not mentioned and stayed quiet around Harry's arm. No need to scare Neville into thinking Harry was a dark wizard before they got a chance to know him. Najash agreed, reluctantly, though he thought the British opinion on speakers was silly. After leaving King's Cross, the adult Dursleys headed for the Leaky Cauldron, where they planned to meet the Polkises and Tina. Piers was in a preschool study group, led by a teacher, to refresh on maths and grammar that Harry and Dudley had set up for their friends to see them off. They met outside the Leaky Cauldron, and the 5 went through towards the alley. When Petunia pulled a golden coin out of her purse and pressed it against the correct brick to open the way to Diagon with practiced ease, her husband eyed her strangely. He hadn't actually come to the alley, even after finding out that Dudley was a wizard. He felt it was symbolic somehow, like he was truly abandoning his life before magic. The moment the portal finished opening though, all 3 muggles gasped in astonishment. Amusingly, it was Petunia and Christina that dragged the other 3 through the alley. Petunia was used to it by now, and Tina knew that they couldn't buy anything until they went to the bank first. The 3 adults turned children almost stumbled multiple times as they were guided down the alley towards an immaculate white marble building. Before the group got quite to Gringotts, Petunia spun around and stopped them. Then she began giving them a little prep talk. Before we continue, please understand that the magical bank is run by goblins. They are gruff, often rude, and they are very honorable. Goblins are soldiers first and bankers second, do not insult them. Don't worry though, as long as you are respectful, they will be as well. The group could see the goblins standing at the top of the bank's stairs, armored and holding spears, and nodded to the woman. One last thing, she continued, if you smile around them, do it with your mouth closed. It's a little quirk of their culture that my accounts advisor told me about. It's basically like addressing someone in another country in their own language to break the ice. I was about to say this was too much, and ridiculous. But I can understand, accounts advisor. Mr. Polkis said as she finished. Please forgive me if I put my foot in my mouth, this is still hard. The man had seen more in the last 5 minutes to challenge his faith than the rest of his life combined. He was now about at the point where, it's the same as miracles, was a necessary belief for his own sanity. Once the group got to a teller, they were guided back into a conference room while Petunia explained some of the things she had told Emma Granger a few months ago. Griphook arrived right behind them, immediately brought out the paperwork for the Polkises, and informed Petunia that her message had been delivered, which confused her guests, but she just promised that it was nothing and if anything happened that mattered to Tina they would know immediately. 30 minutes later, Ms. Peony Acacia had a fourth magical ward, and the group went into the alley to purchase Professor McGonagall's recommended supplies for easing into the wizarding world. When Hermione guessed, based on the scenery rushing by the window, that the train was less than an hour from Hogwarts, the boys stepped out of the compartment so she could change into her school robes, then did the same for them. While she was waiting, she noticed a trio of wizards walking down the carriage aisle, with the rude boy that had insulted them at Madame Malkin's the day they got their wands. Sorry, Hermione said as she let herself back into the cabin with her eyes closed and covered by a hand. That boy that insulted Hagrid and my mum is coming down the aisle. Harry and Dudley took her shoulders and guided her into a seat. It's okay, we just finished changing anyways. Neville said as he closed up his trunk. Who did you mean? But Neville's question answered itself as the door to the cabin flew open and the boy let himself in, sneering at the occupants as two boys who were even bigger than Dudley, though more fat than muscle, followed him in. Is it true then? The lead boy looked around the cabin as he spoke. Some people are saying that Harry Potter is in this compartment. He looks again at Harry, so it is true. I should have known Dumbledore would have you fraternizing with Riff Raff. Two mudbloods by the smell, and a squib blood traitor to boot. Come off it, Malfoy, Neville said from the corner. Why are you here, Longbottom? Are you even really a wizard? The boys, Malfoys, two bookends, laughed as he turned back to Harry. I'm Draco Malfoy, heir of the Malfoy family. You'll find before too long that some families are of better breeding than others, Potter. If you want to be something in the magical world, you should stop hanging around this lot. Come with me, and we might be able to make a proper Slytherin out of you. A cunning individual could use his boy who lived status to open any door he wanted for himself. He finally looked closer at Hermione and Dudley. Wait. You. He jerked his head back to Harry. It is you. You were getting robes in Madame Malkin's when I was there this summer. He was getting angrier as he began shouting. Why didn't you say anything then? I was in that shop for almost 5 minutes and you never said a word. I mentioned Harry Potter that day. You must think you're so smart. More cunning than you, I guess. Knowing when to keep my mouth shut. Harry interrupted. And really, Hermione added as she recalled learning some French last year before her family went there on vacation. How can blood traitor be an insult coming from you? Your name basically means, I will betray you. She laughed at Malfoy's furious expression. Malfoy is French, it means, bad faith. How dare you speak about my family, you mudblood. The drew his wand but dropped it in shock when a thunderclap temporarily, and painfully, deafened those in the cabin. Dudley had quietly stood up and drawn his own wand as the arrogant boy kept talking. It had begun sparking under his robes since these three walked in. He now held it leveled at the aggressive trio as electricity sparked off the tip with an erratic crackling noise. I think it's time for you three to go. There are plenty of other cabins, he said calmly, as the boy's eyes locked onto the sparks coming from his wand. Hedwig squawked behind him, angry at being woken up in such a violent manner. My father will hear of this. The shouted as he looked around for his missing wand. When Draco slowly turned to pick up his wand, Hermione held out her hand and said, Allow me, Wingardium Leviosa. Levitating it up into Malfoy's waiting grasp with a slow, deliberate, wandless motion. The looked at her in abject terror as he and his friends backed out of the cabin and fled. Oh my gosh, Hermione gasped as Dudley closed the door. I'm so glad he didn't hesitate to take it. I couldn't have held that wand another second. You guys are amazing. You have to teach me how to do that. Neville gushed. After I get some more chocolate, that made me feel a little better last time. Was that you or your wand, Duds? Harry asked, ignoring Neville for the moment. He was frowning at his cousin's wand. It was still crackling with electricity a little. Huh? Neville asked. I'm pretty sure that was a little of both. It started crackling in my robes when those three came in. But I think I convinced my wand to go with thunder rather than lightning. He grinned as Harry nodded and Neville stared at him, dumbfounded. You guys are amazing, he said, again. Hey Neville, what was he calling us when he was in here? I got called that a lot by other Slytherins while I was looking for you. Dudley asked once he'd sat back down. Ah, it's really not good, Dudley. Neville said, dejectedly. Mudblood, is what bigots like Malfoy call muggleborns. Dudley and Hermione nodded. Blood traitor, is what the old pureblood families call other purebloods who side with muggles. They say we're betraying magic, or something. But why did he call you a squib? Harry asked, confused. Because when I was growing up I never did any accidental magic. Even my family thought I was a squib and kept trying to force me to do magic. It didn't work until one day Uncle Algy dropped me out of a window when I was 7. I bounced 8 or 9 times, all the way to the front gate. My gran was so proud that day, she was so worried that I wouldn't be able to live up to the Longbottom name. That's horrible, Harry exclaimed. How could they want you to be a wizard so much that they'd risk your life? Well, my gran has always pushed me to be more like my dad, that's why she wanted me to use his wand. Neville held up his wand, which was obviously old and well used. She hoped if I used this then some of his power would help me or something, I guess, but I still have trouble with even basic stuff. Most time when I try to cast something it just doesn't work. He intoned, Lumos, and his wand shined with light for a moment before flickering out. Neville looked at the trio and shrugged. But, Neville, that is exactly the opposite of what using your father's wand would do. Hermione stated, flabbergasted that Neville's gran would do something like this to her grandson. It's something Mr. Ollivander said several times when we were getting our wands, the wand chooses the witch or wizard. Harry, Dudley and I have been doing some of the meditation practices in that book. Well, mostly you and Harry. Dudley corrected lightheartedly. Yes, well, we noticed, at least when we were paying very close attention, that when we picked up each other's wands there was just a moment where we could each feel the wrong wand fight us. Dudley and I sort of felt that resistance the whole time we held each other's wands. Hermione continued, in full information mode, the book said that most people can't use just any wand, and the more alike two people are, the better they will be at using each other's. Hermione realized too late that she was saying too much. Neville looked devastated as he asked, so it means I'm not as good as my dad. I'm not like him. It means you're your own man, Neville. Good at your own things. Dudley supplied, shooting Hermione with a, can you please stop now? Look. Hermione looked away, embarrassed at her slip-up. Neville smiled wanly at Dudley's answer, yeah. I guess so. The gruff man made his way down the magical alley in France. He couldn't remember its name at the time, he was too absorbed in his thoughts of the picture in his pocket. When he first got it he had been sorely tempted to contact his former mentor, but the picture had been accompanied by only 2 things. A date to appear in the French branch of Gringotts on the back, and a small note with 2 words in a woman's writing, no Dumbledore. The man doubted that the meeting date of the 1st of September was just a coincidence. He pulled out the picture and looked at it again. There, front and center, was his cub, Harry. He was the spitting image of James, except for his eyes, with a bushy-haired girl on the couch with him. They both were captured in the act of laughing. Another boy was on a chair beside them, and the 3 looked to be playing a Muggle board game and having fun. A tall, thin woman with long, brownish-red hair watched them as she drank a cup of tea. Gringotts in France was just as opulent as he remembered it being back in his home of England, though a casual look around the lobby told him that the goblins here were much more personable than those back home. When he made it to a teller and was asked to state his business, the man realized he wasn't quite sure what he was supposed to do here. I'm sorry, I received a summons I suppose, though not a standard one. I was to report on this day. And where is this summons, human? Gringotts is not often in the business of going against our standard. The teller responded, clearly he recognized an English accent. The man slowly reached into his pocket and withdrew the picture and the small note and handed them to the goblin. As soon as he touched the picture the teller could feel the goblin magic that had been placed on it, a simple trigger to summon paperwork. Or so he thought. Instead of transaction paperwork or a contract request something altogether different appeared in the magical drawer in his desk. Instructions to lead him to the back. Please come with me, sir. The goblin requested as he switched his sign from open to closed. There is a private room that will be made available to you. He opened the desk to allow the man to go back into the private area of the bank. Is everything all right? The man was getting worried. When goblins politely requested things it was usually their last attempt before violence. Meetings in private rooms for those who don't even have an account at your bank are hardly standard. He said, echoing the goblin's choice of word from before as he began to follow. Indeed, human. But I also said, often, implying exceptions. The goblin hadn't stopped to answer, so the two of them had continued walking and were now to the first room that could be seen after leaving the lobby. I feel the need to thank you. This is the first exception I've ever dealt with, and an exciting one at that. I'd appreciate it being the last as well though. There's about to be so much paperwork. With that he opened the door, revealing a small meeting room large enough for 3 or 4 people to sit comfortable with a table in the middle. The man did as instructed, and a second, larger, goblin was waiting for him inside. The first goblin did not follow him, simply closing the door behind him as he departed. The larger goblin didn't speak at first, merely gestured for the man to sit as he pulled out several vials of potions and clicked his fingers to make a few folders of documents appear on the table. I'm sure you're wondering why you have been summoned here, and in the specific manner that you were. The goblin began. You could say that. The man responded, almost as much as I've wondered why I was specifically told not to contact Dumbledore, considering exactly what I was sent as a summons. He's Harry's magical guardian, not me. The goblin grinned, and couldn't help but show a little tooth when he did. No, he is not. The man stood up in anger. Stop. The boy is in no danger, has suffered no harm, and he has stayed exactly where Albus Dumbledore left him for the past 10 years. He waited while the human in front of him composed himself. He was definitely billing Ms. Acacia extra for this. What's going on then? The man asked. The goblin grabbed one of the potion vials, the smallest, and placed it in front of the human. This, he explained, is a goblin truth serum similar to Veritaserum. The difference is that we goblins abhor the removal of one's will. Our truth serum compels truth, but doesn't compel answers. The man in front of him frowned but nodded. In order to continue, I will need for you to drink that potion, after which I will ask you exactly one question. The answer to that question will determine where we go from there. And the question? He asked the goblin. Have you contacted Albus Dumbledore since receiving the picture of Harry playing games? The man was stunned. What was going on that the goblins were using truth serum to keep Dumbledore out of Harry Potter's business? All right, he said. After he had answered the question with a simple, no, and had been given the antidote to the truth serum, he took a sip of offered water to clear his throat and asked again, what's going on then? To start a story where it begins, Harry Potter's magical guardian was changed in January to a close family member, who has had an integral role in raising the boy since his parents' untimely passing. This person took action when it came to their attention that certain liberties had been taken with Harry Potter's business here at Gringotts. The goblin stopped and pulled out 2 folders and placed them in front of his guest, who raised an eyebrow. Allow me to finally introduce myself. I am Assistant Account Manager Daggernail of the Potter Accounts. He gave a small bow from his seat. I have been authorized by the Potter Heir's magical guardian to share those documents with you, though they cannot leave this room. The potions are a calming draught. Due to the nature of your relationship with Harry Potter's late family, I highly suggest you drink one before beginning. There are several more if you need them as well. The man was staggered beyond belief. This was a level of courtesy among the goblins that could only be bought. What was going on? Before you begin to worry while reading, the costs for today have been covered directly by the magical guardian without anything being tied to the Potter accounts. The need to specify that will become apparent soon. I shall leave you to peruse that information for the next 10 minutes while I contact my superior. The goblin waited for the man to nod before bowing and backing out of the room. Don't forget the calming draught, he said as he departed. Simply put your head out the door if you need anything while you're here. I shall return soon, Mr. Lupin. Unfortunately for the 4 first years, Dudley's thunderclap drew the attention of the students in every other cabin in the carriage, though they waited a few minutes before daring to venture out into the corridor. This led to several of their fellow students congratulating them on taking Malfoy's group down a peg. Apparently he acted that way out of school too, and many of the pureblood students whose parents were political had to put up with him at social functions because his father was important. None too soon, the train arrived at Hogsmeade Station and the students began to disembark. Before they left, Dudley asked Neville if they were supposed to wear their pointed hats. He replied that they were only required for formal events. Most older students wore them when they learned the charms to make them protect a wizard from rain or weather. Dudley happily put the hat back in the trunk, but wasn't thrilled to leave Hedwig on the train until Neville assured him that she would be taken to the school orrery. When they made it off the platform they saw Hagrid standing to the side with his umbrella calling for the first years to gather around him. The three friends said, "Hello," to the big man as they congregated and were led to a series of boats. They stayed together with Neville, which proved fortuitous when Hagrid said, "For to a boat," as he was there to stop the annoying redhead when he tried to snag the last spot. While crossing the lake in the boats a wave of magic washed over them. Neville didn't seem to notice much but Harry and the others got shivers. Over the splashing of the water they heard a syllabant hissing from under Harry's robes. He tried to keep it quiet, but Neville heard it and looked at him curious. What was that? Harry wasn't sure how to answer that. He knew that snakes were generally seen as a mark of being a dark wizard in England, but Harry didn't want to keep Nagish hidden the whole time he was at Hogwarts. Just until he had gotten settled in. If you can keep this a secret for at least a while. Harry leaned in and extended his hand, allowing Nagish to poke his head out. This is Nagish. He was reacting to crossing the wards, I think. On seeing Neville's complexion paling, Harry tried a new tactic. It was Nagish that found Trevor, you know. He smelled him outside the cabin and warned us he was scared. Thank you, Nagish. The boy said, confusedly. Wait, what do you mean, warned us? Snakes can't talk, Harry. They can for me. He responded confidently, then hissed at Nagish, "Tilda, little friend, you are going to get us in trouble making noises. If you are people's first impression of me, then they will be afraid." Tilda, I understand. Speaker. I was overwhelmed by the magic of this place. It is an ancient nest, powerful. Tilda. With that the snake retreated under Harry's robes. I'm not sure if you know, Neville tried to begin. I do, Hermione told me when we met. Harry said dismissively, I think it's silly, but I understand I need to kind of hide it while I'm here. He smirked as he remembered that first encounter between Hermione and Nagish, unless I'm put into Slytherin. The previous December. With great willpower, Hermione put her hand down and stepped into Harry Potter's bedroom. It was much more ordinary than she was expecting, for some reason. Though there were several books that were obviously magical open on the floor and a potion set that had been hastily pulled out of his closet. But her attention was soon fixed back onto Harry himself. He was sitting on his bed, cross-legged and holding a snake that was coiled around his wrist and bobbing its head back and forth as it hissed at him. When he hissed back she almost shrieked again, almost. Harry, she exclaimed, talking to snakes is dark magic. It's something you know who was famous for. Huh. He looked up at her, confused. It's just a language, right? How can that be light or dark? That's just ridiculous, isn't it? That brought Hermione up short. Why was Parseltongue itself considered dark? Hermione found she couldn't think of any book actually saying why, just that it was, and then listing all the dark wizards who were Parselmouths. She wasn't very good at questioning the knowledge she'd learned in books, I'm not sure. But I've read a few books on magical history and they all agree that talking to snakes means that you're going to be a dark wizard. There are lots of dark lords who were Parselmouths that killed people with poison and snakes. Well, Nagish isn't poisonous. Venomous. Hermione corrected before covering her mouth in shock. Oh my gosh, I just corrected Harry Potter, she thought to herself, he's going to hate me. Right, he's not venomous. Harry smiled, then frowned. I kind of feel bad now that I realize I never looked up what kind of snake he actually is, but he says that where he comes from his kind hunts venomous snakes. He even saved my aunt from one last summer. Harry smiled as he pet Nagish on the head. A snake that hunted venomous snakes. And Harry had said that Nagish wanted to help him become a healer too. That sounded like the opposite of everything she'd read about Parselmouths. Hermione steeled her nerves as she watched the boy in front of her pet his snake while waiting for her to respond. This was her chance to have a friend at Hogwarts before she even got there, though. I could look in an encyclopedia and see if I can find out what kind of snake he is, if you want. Harry's nod, and returned smile, bolstered her courage. Can I pet him too? As long as you hold him. Harry laughed as he stood up from his bed. It was great to be able to share this part of his life with someone that wasn't family. Neville needed little convincing after confirming that Nagish wasn't dangerous, except apparently to other snakes and the occasional rodent or lizard, to accept that it was just another amazing thing about Harry Potter. What other Parselmouth would have a venomless, snake-killing snake as his familiar? They didn't have much time left on the boat after Harry had related the stories of Nagish saving his Aunt Petunia not once, but twice in the last 5 years. Leaving the boats behind and entering the castle proper brought with it an unwelcome side event. The return of the annoying redhead, Ron Weasley. "Oi, why are you okay hanging out with him but not me, huh?" he asked Harry, pointing into Neville's face as he did. "Maybe because he hasn't been rude every time he's opened his mouth, Weasley." Harry responded angrily, "What is your obsession with me anyways? It's not like we've met before or something. But, we're gonna be in Gryffindor together. I just wanted to get to know you first." The boy whined. "Why do you think we'll be in the same house?" Harry asked. "'Cause both of your parents were in Gryffindor, or course you will be. Just like how all my brothers are in Gryffindor, just like my parents back like 5 generations." He retorted. "So everyone in a family tends to go to the same house. Interesting. There's nothing about that in Hogwarts, a history." Hermione interjected. "That's because it's so obvious. But then, I suppose a mudblood can't be expected to understand even the simplest of arcane mysteries." Malfoy said from the other side of the hall the first years were congregated in. The friends didn't get to find out exactly what was obvious, as Professor McGonagall emerged from the large double doors to begin explaining about the houses and how points and detentions would work. While she was talking, Harry and Dudley were silently agreeing that they hoped they didn't somehow end up in the same house as Malfoy. That would probably be a miserable 7 years. Towards the end of her speech, a group of ghosts descended through the floor and waved to the new students on their way to the hall, causing a minor panic particularly among the Muggleborn. Walking through the door into the Great Hall and looking at the enchanted ceiling was a breathtaking sight, at least until Hermione had to quote Hogwarts, a history to anyone who could hear her as she described the things they were seeing. "I hope she gets over that again soon," Harry thought to himself as he saw another unsorted first-year grimace at Hermione when she turned her back. "Mr. Lupin, I apologize for being slightly late," Daggernale said as he let himself back into the room after 15 minutes and looked at the wizard. His face was composed even as he breathed deeply to keep himself calm. 4 empty potion bottles were on the table. "That's all right," he responded quietly, his rage barely in check. He looked up at the goblin as he sat down. "I need good news after that. Tell me about this new magical guardian. Who are they? I wasn't aware James had any more family left. The closest thing he had was," he choked at the memory. "Mr. Black, yes. But Harry Potter had more than one parent, did he not?" The goblin smiled a toothless smile at the wizard's comprehension. "Ms. Peony Acacia is a squib in good standing with Gringotts Bank. She is the one who has taken over Harry Potter's guardianship after she discovered the documents you were just shown, and more." "There was more?" he asked in disbelief. He had just seen proof that Dumbledore had taken over 200,000 galleons of Harry's money, basically emptying the boy's trust vault 7 of the 9 years he had control of it, almost all to pay for political maneuvers. Not all of which were what Remus would have thought his mentor to be involved in, including a law that increased restrictions on werewolves' employment only a year after the war. Albus was behind that, Remus thought to himself, and there was more. "I assume Ms. Acacia contacted me because she needs something." He inquired, "What does she need?" "I'll do anything for Harry." Seeing that picture, with Harry and his friends playing and laughing, had reinvigorated his desire to see his best friend's son. A desire that he had spent 10 years trying to quash. "She needs you back in England, Mr. Lupin. While I was out minute ago I took the liberty of checking to see if you had any obligations on this side of the channel. When I saw that you did not, I booked you passage on the ferry for tomorrow. Ms. Acacia will be excited to meet you, likely the day after that." The goblin had one last thing to say. "I don't think it should need saying that you are not to contact Albus Dumbledore during that time, and your silence will be verified in Britain. That won't be a problem." "Not at all, and I look forward to meeting Ms. Acacia in person." "Was that her in the photo?" "That was Petunia Dursley, formerly Evans. The late Lady Potter's older sister. It is she who has raised Harry Potter since his parents' deaths." Remus nodded to the goblin. "I look forward to meeting, and thanking, her as well then. When does my ferry leave?" Remus, anger had been surprisingly easy to push to the back of his mind. The calming draughts must have finally started working, and now he had a clear purpose in mind. It had become a foreign feeling, to be motivated, and he savored it. Dursley, Dudley. The stern-looking witch called from her position at the front of the hall. His cousin clapped him on the back and Dudley walked up to the stool on which sat the talking, singing hat that was going to determine what house he went to. "It's good to see you again, Mr. Dursley." He nodded back but kept a wary eye on the sorting hat. "Don't worry, I promise it doesn't hurt." She smiled at him and gestured for him to sit. He sat down and as soon as the black hat dropped on his head Dudley heard its voice in his mind. "What have we here? Are you the sorting hat?" he asked in his mind. "Indeed, I see into your mind and your personality and use that information to decide where you should go. Where you will thrive. You seem to know more about the magical world than most Muggleborn. What do you know of the houses? Harry's parents were both in Gryffindor. But do you know what that means?" the hat asked. Dudley replied. "Hermione said there were 4 houses and each one has a certain kind of person in it. I don't want to be a Slytherin. All the ones I met were jerks. It takes all types, Mr. Dursley. There are 4 houses. Each one is built around a core principle. I see courage in you, the courage to stand up for those too weak to do so for themselves. Certainly courage for Gryffindor, the house of bravery. But I don't quite think that it is your most defining trait." "It isn't?" Dudley asked, a little disappointed. "How hard did you work to lose your weight and control your eating? Also, when you decided to change your life, you didn't just work on your body but your mind as well. How many nights did you spend with your cousin, studying math and working on your handwriting?" "A lot. It was hard. I'm not good at that stuff. You aren't going to put me in the smart house, are you?" "Ah ha ha ha," the hat laughed in his mind. "No, Mr. Dursley. Though there is, as you say, a smart house in Ravenclaw, that is not what I meant. They are not simply intelligent, but those who value intelligence and learning for their own sake. That's definitely not me." Dudley let out a quiet chuckle. "Maybe not. Your defining trait is your drive and your willingness to work hard. And that drive is coupled closely with your sense of loyalty. Which means the house you are destined for is Hufflepuff." The hat shouted to much applause. Dudley stood up and went to where the previous Hufflepuffs had gone with a smile on his face. Being sorted by hard work and loyalty over courage wasn't bad at all in his book. He turned and waved to Harry and Hermione, who waved back, as he sat down, and the sorting continued. Dudley watched as more students were sorted. He noticed that the green-robed Slytherins never clapped unless someone was sorted into their own house and frowned when he noticed that some people in the other houses didn't clap. When someone was sorted into Slytherin, he made a point to clap for everyone, no matter how much like a snob they looked. When Finch Fletchley, Justin was called and sorted into Hufflepuff as well, Dudley waved him to the seat beside him. "Hello there," Justin said as he shook Dudley's hand. Sat down. "I'm sorry, do I know you?" "I'm Dudley Dursley. My dad's a salesman for Grunnings. He sold your grandfather's company some drills last year. I was surprised to hear your name when it was called. Is your family magical?" "No, I'm the first. I was originally going to Eden, but I convinced my mother to let me give this a try. I couldn't imagine going anywhere else now though. You. First on my side of the family, my aunt was a witch, but my mum wasn't. My dad's side doesn't have any magic in it." Dudley looked back up to the front of the hall as Granger, Hermione, was called. "Oh, sorry. That's one of my friends, I want to see her sorted." "Wow, this is so fascinating." Hermione thought back to the hat after it had spoken to her. "I'm not used to so many Muggleborn who are already comfortable with magic. It's quite refreshing, and you have already seen a bit of the prejudice in magical society, and seek to change it. That's quite the ambition, with intellect to match, Miss Granger. Worthy of Slytherin like no Muggleborn before you." "Absolutely not." Hermione shouted into her mind. "I know about that house's history, don't you dare put me there. There's no way I wouldn't hex one or all of my dorm mates within a week. Why wouldn't you put me in Ravenclaw? Ha ha. That fire, and immutable sense of justice, tells me I was wrong about Slytherin, miss. But you would be stifled in Ravenclaw. You belong in Gryffindor." The hat shouted. Dudley clapped for his friend and waved when she looked his way. "I thought Ravenclaw was the smart house." "Hermione's the smartest person I know," he asked an older boy a couple seats down after she'd sat down. "Jones, Megan. Hufflepuff. Clap, clap, clap. Technically, but not everyone who's smart goes Ravenclaw. The boy chuckled at Dudley's face when realized what he'd implied, Cedric Diggory. He introduced himself. It's pretty strange for Muggleborn to know each other before coming to Hogwarts. Pretty cool that you know two already. Longbottom, Neville. Cedric was surprised when Dudley again apologized and zeroed in on the sorting again. Do you know Longbottom too? He asked the Muggleborn. Yeah, we met on the train. He lost his pet toad and I found and returned him. Dudley responded without fully turning around. Cedric smiled. This kid would fit in well in Hufflepuff, making friends that easily. And where should I put you, Mr. Longbottom? The Sorting Hat spoke into Neville's mind. I don't know. I'm not very smart, or brave. I guess you could just put me in Hufflepuff. Why would you say that? Do you consider hard work and loyalty your greatest strengths? The hat paused for a minute as it searched through Neville's memories, the House of the Meek. That's what you think of Hufflepuff. I did, my Gran told me that only Gryffindor would do. She talked down the other three houses, the boy confessed, but then you sorted Dudley into Hufflepuff. My Gran must be wrong or something, cause he's really strong. Yes, but in your case, there is somewhere else you should go. Gryffindor isn't just for those who are fearless, but also for those who strive to conquer their fears. Yes, you will do well there if you allow yourself to grow. Gryffindor. The hat shouted, the hall applauded and Neville hurried to sit beside Hermione who, much to his embarrassment, gave him a big hug as he sat down. Several other students were sorted without much incident. Before McGonagall called, Potter, Harry. That's Harry Potter. He's shorter than I expected. I heard he challenged Draco Malfoy to a duel on the train. There was much whispering amongst the student body as Harry sat on the stool and the hat was lowered over his head. Some of them weren't bothering to whisper, and Harry heard several mentions of what happened with Malfoy on the train but none included Dudley. Mr. Potter, quite a few of your yearmates' thoughts have been of you while I sorted them, and you do not disappoint. What does that mean? Plenty of courage, I see. Not a bad mind either. There's talent, my goodness, yes, and a nice thirst to prove yourself. Now that's interesting, so where shall I put you? Not Slytherin. Not Slytherin. With a snake familiar wrapped around your arm. You could do so much there, you know. You seek to bring medicine to the magical world and potions to the Muggle, that will require the kind of connection Slytherin can give you. Not Slytherin. Nothing to make me like him. If you're sure, then, better be. Gryffindor. The hat bellowed to enormous applause from the hall. Dudley noted that the red-headed twins he met on the train, who were apparently Gryffindors, were standing on their table chanting, "We got Potter." Harry's gonna hate that. Dudley muttered as he watched the over-the-top antics of the red and gold table. Cedric had asked to switch seats to be next to the interesting first year, so he heard him. How do you know? He could like it. Some people were worried Harry Potter would be big-headed about his fame, you know. He isn't. He thinks it's dumb. We think his mum and dad must have tricked Voldemort that night and beat him somehow. There's no way Harry did it as a baby. He immediately regretted not speaking more quietly. The whole table had tuned into the conversation. Cedric and the others around them flinched at Dudley's use of the Dark Lord's name. Geez, man. Cedric said after he recovered, you talk like you're best friends with him or something. Oh well, Dudley thought to himself. He shrugged what he hoped was confidently, he's my cousin. We grew up together. But, Cedric gaped at him. In the silence Dudley was hit by whispered questions from all the nearby students, trying to learn about the enigmatic Harry Potter, and the sorting continued. Dudley did his best to keep the conversation from straying into things that were too close to home, and eventually the other Hufflepuffs changed to asking about him, which he was fine with. Though he was disappointed that none of them seemed interested in trying football. Meanwhile, Harry had made his way to the Gryffindor table where Hermione had moved over to allow him to sit between her and Neville and given him a hug as well. After they were done chanting, the redhead twins edged over. Hey Neville, when did you and Potter meet? The nearer twin asked. Remember the guy that found Trevor for me? When you guys were getting me out of that hex? What? Harry asked angrily, his annoyance at the twins temporarily forgotten. Yeah mate, some Slytherins put him in a body bind on the train. The second twin responded to Harry as the first twin answered Neville simultaneously. Yeah mate, some luck that he showed up right as we were getting you out. That was Harry's cousin Dudley. Neville finished, to the twins' astonishment, then he turned to Harry. These are the Weasley twins, Fred and George. They're pretty bad pranksters, but they're still good guys. I live sort of close to them. The two twins gave mock bows at their introduction and turned to continue watching the sorting. Harry took the opportunity to look up at the head table and examine the teachers he saw there. He already knew that Professor McGonagall was Gryffindor's head of house, and he saw Hagrid sitting on one end of the long table who waved and smiled to him. In the center of the table sat Headmaster Dumbledore on a giant chair, practically a throne, gilded in brightly shining gold. His gaze continued to the other end of the table where a sour-looking man who desperately needed a hair degreaser sat next to a man in a turban, of all things. After a moment looking in that direction, Harry felt a stabbing pain in his scar. "Are you all right, Harry?" Hermione asked, having seen him wince. "It's nothing, just a sudden headache." Hermione frowned at his answer. His hand was rubbing directly on his famous scar. "Weasley, Ronald. This is our brother," the twins said together. "Oh great," Harry beeped when he saw the boy walking confidently up to the hat on the stool. "What does that mean?" Fred asked testily. "We didn't hit it off well on the train," Harry said as he watched Ron Weasley under the hat. It was hard to like him when he kept trying to talk around his feet. Hermione added, "Oh my, another Weasley. How odd, you aren't defined by the same traits as your brothers. I guess this is the result of having so many siblings." The hat's voice was annoyingly loud in Ron's head. "What do you mean? Your chief drive is to surpass your brothers, isn't it? However, you have to do that as long as it isn't dark." "Well, yeah, I guess. I'm not sure I'd put it that way. Aren't you going to put me in Gryffindor? How can I be Potter's friend otherwise? You will never pass your brothers that way, Mr. Weasley. May I place you where you have a chance to actually do so?" "Well, yeah, if you see some hidden talent to pass my brothers, sure." "Wonderful. Slytherin," the hat shouted, to complete, stunned, silence. "Wait, what?" Ron asked as McGonagall took the sorting hat off his head. "Well, Mr. Weasley," the professor said as she watched the magic of the sorting trim his robes in green and silver, "please join your housemates." Ron walked slowly to the Slytherin table, feeling as though it were a gallows march. All eyes were on him as he sat down on the end. Well, almost all eyes. He looked up to his brothers, but found all three of them were distinctly avoiding looking in his direction. "Well, I never would have thought a Weasley would ever make it into the mighty house of Slytherin," Draco Malfoy commented, loud enough for Ron to hear. He did his best to ignore it, but it wasn't going to be easy. He was hungry. I guess he must have some cunning, to have hidden it in a house of blood traitors. He continued. Maybe he's trying to fix his family's reputation. Ron's face burned red and he looked away. What have I gotten myself into? He thought to himself. Potter, what the hell? One of the twins, Harry thought it was George, asked him. Yeah mate, what did he do to earn himself a place in Slytherin? Our family has been Gryffindors for generations. Fred added. I wonder where we went wrong. His twin said wistfully. No idea, but I'm definitely glad I'm not having to share a room with him. Harry responded as the last person, Zabini, Blaze, was sorted into Slytherin. First thing he did when he walked into our cabin on the train was lie about there being no room in any other cabins. Headmaster Dumbledore's short speech, if you can call 4 words of nonsense a speech, just left the hall with a surreal feeling, and like the man was finally losing the last of his marbles. The food magically filling the tables and wafting incredible smells throughout the student body brought them back to reality, though. Harry and Hermione found the spread quite diverse and were pleasantly surprised to find that the goblets were filled with pumpkin juice, which they found they liked. As he was stuffing his plate, Harry had a thought and looked up to see what Dudley was doing. His cousin had battled with his weight most of his life, and this much food this good would see him gaining a lot of it back soon. Especially since Harry had learned from Neville on the train that wizards only played one sport, on brooms. His cousin caught his eye and waved. Harry waved back and glanced down at his plate. Dudley nodded and gave him a thumbs up. Dudley was enjoying the feast as well. He knew that it wouldn't do to just load up everything he wanted on his plate, so he carefully took small portions of several different dishes. No reason he couldn't try everything was there. While they ate, Dudley and Justin introduced themselves to the other first years that were near them while Cedric answered questions about how the school worked. Susan Bones and Ernest Call Me Ernie Macmillan were from old wizarding families and were the most persistent in asking questions about Harry Potter, while Susan's friend Hannah was quieter and asked the two Muggleborn about their non-magical activities. She told them that her mother was a Muggleborn, but she had been raised wholly magical like her father. Dudley had almost decided that the magical world wasn't as backwards as his mum had told him when Ernie asked how Muggles shrank people to fit into a Tellus vision, with just Elkatrikati, and no magic. While Dudley was able to keep from laughing openly, Justin was not. "What's so funny then?" Ernie asked indignantly. "Electricity, it's electricity, and television," Dudley said as he tried not to choke on his roast beef. "Television doesn't have tiny, shrunk-down people in it either." He had to cover his mouth at that point. Then how does it work?" Ernie asked, growing angry as Dudley slowly lost his composure. "I'm interested in that too," Cedric added, trying to diffuse the younger boy's ire. "I'm starting Muggle Studies. It's an elective you can take beginning in 3rd year, but I read ahead in the course book and I didn't see anything about them in it. Or Lick Tray City." He sounded out, "It's not covered in the book either." It's, Justin started and realized he wasn't actually sure how to explain television to someone that couldn't pronounce electricity. Dudley came to his rescue. "It's like the pictures in the Daily Prophet," he said, slowly piecing his description together while remembering looking at the publication with his mum and Harry some this past year. There was a lot of speculation and hype building for Harry coming out into public in those pages recently. Those moving pictures that show a loop of time. Television is like that. Except instead of printing it on paper, a company sends the moving picture directly to the television screen using electricity, and it comes with sound, so think like an entire play that's been put into a moving picture. The company that owns the recordings posts a schedule so people can make sure to see the ones they like. "Wow, Muggles can do that. That beats the Wizard Wireless hands down," Cedric responded. "That's the magical radio," Hannah supplied, seeing Dudley's confusion at the term. "They play music, and cover important Quidditch games. Every now and then there'll be something about the news on it, but the Prophet likes to keep that to themselves." The Hufflepuffs continued trading information about their respective worlds, and Cedric Diggory was growing to worry that his Muggle Studies class was going to be a joke. He intended to ask Professor Burbage why she didn't have television and aeroplanes in the class textbook. If Muggles could pile 100 or more at a time into a metal ship and fly across the world as high as dragons fly, why didn't wizards talk about that more often? When dessert replaced the dinner spread on the tables, Dudley leaned over to Cedric and asked a question he'd been waiting on since he sat down. "Hey, who up there is our head of house? My magical guardian gave me a letter to give to them once I was sorted. Will they introduce themselves tonight?" "Oh, our head is Professor Sprout. She's up there, the bigger woman up there next to Professor Flitwick, he's the short one." He pointed her out. "She's also the professor of herbology, and keeps the school greenhouses. Harry and Neville will like that class, I bet." Dudley returned. "Does she introduce herself, first night?" "Yeah, she has the prefects take the new students to the dorm and get them attuned to the door. Then comes in after we've shown everyone their room and explains the house rules. You can give it to her then." "Sounds good." Dudley went back to his slice of apple pie. "Wait, why would Dumbledore need to send Professor Sprout a letter through you? Why couldn't he just talk to her himself?" Cedric asked, finally realizing the implications of the question. "He's not my magical guardian though," Dudley said between bites. He then slipped into the response all three of them had rehearsed before Cedric could ask more questions. "Our magical guardian is a squib who's related to the Potters. My mum raised the two of us mostly magic-free, and the headmaster was a smokescreen. Neither of us have even met the guy." The magically raised at the table, who were holding out that maybe Dumbledore at least had a hand in raising the boy who lived, were astounded at that fact. Harry Potter really was raised totally by Muggles. "That makes sense, I guess," Cedric conceded. "Blimey, why all the cloak and dagger then?" Justin asked his new friend. "My cousin's famous because a dark lord named Voldemort." All the magically raised again flinched at the name and Dudley looked at the girls, who were shaking in fear. "What? You don't say his name, Mr. Dursley. It's not good," Cedric answered since Susan and Hannah were still too shocked to do so. "The headmaster is pretty much the only one who says his name, and my dad says he thinks Dumbledore just does it to put everyone else on edge." "So what, do you call him those long, dumb names the papers called him. Dudley asked, "What's the difference in one fake name or another?" The others stared at him, dumbly. Hermione and her mum know a little French. Volume de mort apparently means flight from death. That's not a name, it's what someone calls themselves when they want to be scary but have a name like Josh. I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, Justin offered, but my family does a lot of business overseas. That is what that means. Flight from death, I mean. None of the magically raised had a proper answer to that, but Dudley was again asked to not say the name. You know who would suffice. Dudley just groaned and shook his head, but promised to avoid using the name. He was able to finish giving an abbreviated version of Halloween 81 to Justin before the tables were cleared and Dumbledore again stood to say some words. Dudley and the other first years were rather put out by his promise of a painful death on the third floor. "This is a school, right? I didn't get on the wrong train?" Dudley asked, jokingly. The rest laughed nervously as the prefects led them to the Hufflepuff dorms. While Harry was digging into a treacle tart, Hermione asked the twins who a prefect was for Gryffindor. The twins had glumly said that their older brother, Perfect Percy, was a prefect, and pointed him out. "Hello, Mr. Weasley," she said to the fifth year as she extended her hand after walking over. "I'm Hermione Granger." "Hello, miss. Can I help you?" Percy asked as he looked up from his pie. "Yes, actually I had a question and your brothers told me you were a prefect." At the boy's nod she continued, "Well, my guardian sent me with a letter for my head of house. Will Professor McGonagall introduce herself to the first years? It's important." "Well, not normally. But if it's important, I suppose I could go up and ask if she could come and speak to you before you go to the dorms." "That will work, thank you. I'm sitting over there by Harry and Neville." Hermione smiled and turned to walk away. "Could I ask you a couple questions, Miss Granger?" the redhead asked before she left. When she stopped and nodded, he asked, "Please forgive me if this question seems rude, but how are you so familiar with the heirs of two important families? Being a Muggle-born and all." He continued before she could answer, "Also, do you think Mr. Potter knows anything about my brother Ronald being sorted into Slytherin? He was bragging that he'd made friends with him on the train but didn't have anything to actually say about him, so I assumed he was making up stories." "Well, I only met Neville on the train. But I met Harry last Christmas at a business dinner between my parents and his uncle." She answered brightly, then her tone soured. "As for your brother, he came into our cabin on the train and you would think he was trying to make Harry angry, and Harry doesn't think when he's angry. Dudley, Harry's cousin, got your brother to leave the cabin before he started a fight. If I may, what did Ronald say? Among other things, he asked Harry if he remembered the night Voldemort killed his parents. I wanted to kick him in the shin but Dudley had already moved him." Hermione's face flushed with her own anger as she remembered the incident. "Oh my. Well, at least I know. Congratulations on your sorting, Miss Granger. The feast will be over in about 10 minutes, so in 5 I will speak to Professor McGonagall for you." Percy looked over to where Hermione was heading. "Please, also apologize to Mr. Potter for me concerning my youngest brother. I will write my mother about his behavior." "Thank you." Albus was just about to wave the dinner away when he noted the oldest Weasley currently at Hogwarts walking up to the staff table, towards Minerva. "Professor McGonagall," he heard the boy say, despite his soft tone, "there's a Muggle-born who has a letter for you from her guardian. She says it's important, a Miss Granger." "Very well," Minerva replied, "instruct her, and I assume also Mr. Potter to wait for me at the conclusion of the feast. Please also wait outside the hall for them with the other first years until I send them out." "Anything interesting?" Albus asked his deputy, eyes twinkling. "Oh, nothing. Just a letter from a concerned guardian. I will be speaking with the students involved." She looked at him sidelong. "I couldn't help but notice you mentioned young Harry. Do you want to have this conversation here, Headmaster?" McGonagall fixed him with a stern gaze before leaning forwards to better see Professor Sprout. "Pomona, I have a feeling there will be a similar letter for you from Mr. Dursley. I meet all my new badgers the first night, I'll speak to him then. But thank you for the heads up." Professor Sprout returned. "Dursley." Albus mused aloud. "Wait, how is that possible? I have a strong feeling that I know what those letters will say, Albus. We can speak afterwards. I believe it's time for you to end the feast." Professor McGonagall couldn't quite keep the smirk off her face. The headmaster frowned. I suppose I shall wait for you in my office then. The other teacher nodded and he stood to close the feast. It's nice to see the two of you again, Mr. Potter, Miss Granger. Professor McGonagall said once the crowd had left the hall, as she smiled and accepted the sealed letters from her two new lions and opened one. Yes, I'm so excited to be in your house, Professor. Hermione replied excitedly. Me too. Harry said, I'm glad it wasn't the reason I was sorted, but I'm happy to be in the same house that my parents were. McGonagall smiled to him as she began reading the letter from Ms. Acacia. To the head of House of Hermione Jane Granger. As the magical guardian of Hermione Granger, I am formally requesting that Headmaster Albus Dumbledore never be allowed in a room alone with her without you, or a representative that I elect, present. There has been an egregious breach of trust by him that has yet to be redressed. On a less serious note, I would like to formally request progress reports of her class standing at regular intervals, up to your discretion, throughout the year. Lastly, I would like a report of any incidents that result in Hermione spending time in the hospital wing, for any reason no matter how minor. You may contact me through Potter Accounts Manager Axegat, of Gringotts, with the above requested information, as well as a confirmation that my first request shall be honored. Ms. Peony Acacia. May I assume, the professor asked as she looked up from the letter, that Mr. Potter's is similar? Yes, ma'am. Hermione answered. All three letters were the same except for our names, obviously. Well, I shall write her tomorrow. I instructed Mr. Weasley to wait outside the hall with the other first years for you. Please go join them so you can get to the dormitory before morning. The professor shooed the kids away as she finished speaking. As the two newly minted Gryffindors headed for the double doors at the front of the hall, Professor McGonagall walked back towards the side entrance used for staff, on her way to her meeting with the headmaster. She wasn't totally sure what action the headmaster had taken that had led to Ms. Acacia taking such a stance against him, but she could certainly hazard a few guesses. Dropping Harry on the doorstep without alerting them, putting up wards that kept her from contacting the magical world without permission, even claiming Harry's magical guardianship was an overreach that directly affected the Dursleys. But something nagged at the woman and told her that none of those things caused the outright animosity that Harry and his guardian felt for the headmaster. These thoughts occupied her all the way to the gargoyle statue that protected the headmaster's office, which immediately stepped aside as she approached. She hesitated at the bottom of the stairwell leading up into the office, composing herself before starting up. He still had no idea who Ms. Acacia really was, and for whatever reason hadn't done more than ask her whether they had met. Yes, at the Leaky Cauldron, was all she'd given him, but now she was going to have to figure out some of what the old coot was hiding from her. Ah, Minerva, all was well with your students, I trust? The headmaster asked from behind his oversized desk. A single chair rested in front of it. McGonagall swished her wand at it and transfigured it into a larger one with bigger cushions before sitting in it and responding. Yes, Ms. Acacia has requested academic and medical reports for Mr. Potter and Miss Granger, I assume for young Mr. Dursley as well. She pulled Harry's letter from her robe as she spoke and placed it, still sealed, on the desk. There was one other thing she requested. I'm told all three letters were the same, save the student's name, so feel free to read that one for yourself. Albus frowned as he sat back and opened the letter to read. His frown deepened as he read the first request in the brief note. His frown quirked into a smile, then deepened again as he finished reading. I assume, since you've read the other letter, that you see now why I was interested in Ms. Acacia. Albus began once he'd read the letter twice over. She clearly wants to influence young Harry against me. Oh, I quite agree. McGonagall responded tersely. She has had an enormously positive influence on Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's mouth shut with an audible click. For almost 10 years. McGonagall continued, causing the older wizard's eyes to open comically wide. Oh yes, 10 years. Mr. Potter was raised knowing about magic, and yes, Mr. Potter bears some enmity towards you for cutting them off like you did. Albus, brow furrowed in frustration, but, Ms. Acacia did not seem to when I met her in person. She feels slighted by you, yes, but also understands that many of the things you did were to protect Harry. Her issues stemmed from something else that I don't quite understand. But Albus did. Go ahead, ask your questions, Minerva. Albus sighed, obviously something had gone wrong with his plan. Maybe he could learn something from this too. Why did you cut them off from both directions, Albus? What was the point in that? Honestly, that's the most pressing question I have. She paused for a moment. I think I know why there were 200 owls directed to the Dursleys the day I went. You wanted to send a staff member and argue that Ms. Acacia was negligent or incapable. She frowned. That wouldn't work. I want to understand your obsession with being Mr. Potter's guardian. Why is it important if he's coming to Hogwarts anyways? Albus fixed her gaze. I cast the spell in both directions because of what you and Hagrid told me that night. The woman looked confused for a minute as she recalled Halloween 81 before she realized, yes. You both told me that Petunia Dursley strongly disliked magic and magical kind. I worried that Lily's sister might know where Diagon Alley is and take Harry there to try and be rid of him at the first sight of accidental magic. Slowly, sadly, McGonagall nodded. I will admit, yes, he continued, that the large number of owls was a direct attempt to wrest guardianship back for Harry. I intended to prevail upon Petunia to submit paperwork for the change. But why, and if you were so worried that Lily's sister would reject her own nephew, why would you place him there? There are extraordinarily powerful wards at Privet Drive. I'm sure you noticed them. Among them there is one based on the blood connection Harry and his aunt have with Lily Potter. As long as Harry lives at Privet Drive, and is still a minor, that ward will prevent any marked Death Eater, as well as any magical being with intent to harm young Harry, from being able to find him, or even the street he's on. Honestly, I had no idea that Harry's cousin was also a wizard, but that fact would have made the blood ward even stronger, as he is also connected to Lily's bloodline and is magical. Professor McGonagall sighed as she pinched her nose, then responded, I see where you might have felt that the extra wards you put up that cut off the Dursleys from the magical world could have been necessary. I will write Ms. Acacia and Mrs. Dursley a letter explaining that, and apologizing for being accidentally responsible for your thinking so. She took a breath, but that doesn't answer why you feel all of this is so important. Before the headmaster could respond to her, one of the portraits of past headmasters on the wall spoke up, interrupting them. Professor McGonagall, the Gryffindor portrait says that there is an incident in the Gryffindor dormitories. You are needed. We can finish this another time, Albus. Think on your answer to that question, and please do not bother Ms. Acacia. She stood up and walked briskly out the door. What do I do, Fox? Dumbledore asked the phoenix perched in the corner. He was supposed to be meek, receptive. What do I do? The phoenix looked at him sadly, but didn't make a sound. Wow, this is so cool. Like a secret spy base. Dudley whispered to Justin as the male fifth-year prefect demonstrated how to open the secret passage to the Hufflepuff dorms. Tapping your wand 5 times to the beat of Helga Hufflepuff's name on the biggest round barrel would make it open up like a door. Not only was it an awesome secret entrance with a special knock to get in, it was only 2 floors under the dining hall. Don't worry, it won't open unless you've been attuned to the door. So no one from the other houses is going to sneak in just by spying on you getting in. The prefect, Gabriel Truman, said as the door swung outward, revealing a round walkway that he had to duck into, but which opened up quickly. Follow me please, Professor Sprout, our head of house will be joining us soon. She will be attuning you to the door before you separate to go to your respective living quarters. As he spoke, the group had walked through the passage, which had opened into a large, yet cozy, round room with a cheerful fire burning in an oversized hearth large enough for 2 couches to rest in front of. Hello first years. Welcome to the Badger's Den. A girl wearing a prefect badge like Gabriel's said once everyone was in. I'm Jessica Smith, the other 5th-year prefect. Once Professor Sprout has attuned everyone to the entrance, I'll be leading you girls to your living quarters through that door. She gestured to a round door on the right-hand side of the den. Gabriel will, obviously, be showing you guys to your beds tonight through the other door. You guys have a couple minutes before Professor Sprout gets here, so you guys make sure you know everyone else, and definitely ask Jessica or I if you have any questions. Gabriel said as the group began to spread through the common area. The first years didn't have any questions beyond knowing when they would receive their schedules. Once they learned they'd receive them at breakfast, the Hufflepuffs congregated on the couches in front of the fire to formally introduce each other to those who were sitting too far apart at dinner. Well, doesn't that just do my heart good? Professor Sprout said to Gabriel Truman as she entered the den, causing the first years to notice her and stand up. Hello, students, I am Professor Pomona Sprout. I have been the head of House Hufflepuff for 22 years now, and I'm also your herbology professor. If any of you ever have issues with members of another house, it is I you should come to. She looked over the smiling faces in front of her. We are Hufflepuffs, the house of the loyal and hard-working. We help each other, we help others. I expect great things from all of you. If you have any questions for me, feel free to ask them now. If you come up with any more later, you may come to me after hours or ask a prefect to contact me. They have enchanted notepads that can request my presence for a meeting, if needed. Dudley raised his hand once the professor had finished speaking. Ma'am, I have a letter from my magical guardian that she told me to give to my head of house. He pulled it out of his robes and presented it to her. May I assume that Professor McGonagall received 2 copies of this? Professor Sprout asked with a smile as she accepted it. There was a small commotion up at the staff table. Would you stay here and be present when I read it? When Dudley nodded, she turned to the other students and verified they were all content before attuning their magics to the door and sending them to bed. Mr. Dursley, Ms. Acacia isn't worried for your safety here at Hogwarts, is she? Professor Sprout exclaimed once she'd finished the letter. Hogwarts takes security very seriously, and myself in particular. Professor, with respect, what's with the painful death on the 3rd floor then? Dudley asked with a raised eyebrow. But really, that's for my parents' sakes. I have been trying to reason with the headmaster on that for a month now. Please understand that the headmaster's warning was not a joke, and that if I find any of my Hufflepuffs in that corridor, it will mean a week's detention, at least. She sighed. As for her request for academic records, that will not be a problem. But, could you please enlighten me why the headmaster is not allowed to be in the same room as you without another adult? Honestly ma'am, I don't know everything. Harry was left on my parents' doorstep by Professor Dumbledore in the middle of the night, so my parents have always kinda thought he shouldn't be trusted with kids. Dudley answered, which caused Professor Sprout's eyes to widen in shock. There was something else that happened when Harry went to Gringotts, but I don't know anything about that ma'am. That's quite all right, I understand. Professor Sprout shuddered. Leaving young Harry on a doorstep in November is definitely cause to worry about him. I shall write Ms. Acacia a letter tonight establishing the specifics of her other requests. If I could keep you from your bed for just one more question. Who is Ms. Peony Acacia? I would have expected the headmaster himself to be your magical guardian, to be honest, but there is a Gringotts seal at the bottom of this letter indicating it is authentic. She's a squib who's related to Harry. Dudley replied, when that thing happened at Gringotts she got really mad, and that's when she filed to become me and Harry's guardian. Hermione too, after she started coming to see us on weekends. Professor Sprout nodded sagely. Well, that answers that. Secrecy around your nephew can only help his protection. That answers several questions, I believe. Go join your yearmates Mr. Dursley, and have a good night. So what was the letter from your guardian about? If you don't mind us asking. Justin asked on behalf of the other boys once Dudley had joined them in the first-year bedrooms. Nothing much, some stuff Professor Sprout needed to know about because of my cousin mostly. Dudley shrugged. Makes sense, I guess. Ernie said as the boys turned in for bed. At least I won't have to worry about running or something while I'm here. Hermione said tiredly as they walked through the portrait into the Gryffindor common room. So many stairs, how are we supposed to get to classes on time? Some of the other students snickered at her antics, even Harry couldn't help but smile at it. The 2 fifth-year prefects, Percy Weasley and a girl named Delilah Higgs, led the first years to their respective dorm rooms and showed them where their trunks were already placed by a bed. If you need anything, I'll be doing some last-minute corrections on my summer homework in the common room. Please come get me if necessary, and have a good night. With those words, Percy left them to get settled in. Neville noticed Harry pull out a large red and gold pillow with black tassels and set it at the head of his bed. I thought you hadn't planned on any particular house before you came to Hogwarts, Harry. Neville chuckled. What's that then? Oh, I got this for Najish a couple years ago. As Harry answered, Neville's eyes widened and he mouthed, bad idea. Sorry Neville, I get it. But I don't wanna hide him from the guys living in here, you know. He let Najish slither from his robe sleeve onto the bed. The snake worked his way under the pillow to hide, hissing one of them tastes of fear, Harry as he did. Oi, what the hell, Potter? Seamus Finnegan shouted as he jumped backwards away from the bed with the snake. What do you think you're doing bringing a bloody snake in here? I'm not getting bit by that thing when you aren't looking. He turned and ran out of the room, shouting for Percy Weasley. That could have gone better, Harry. Neville groaned as he watched Dean Thomas back away from Harry as well. What was that about then? Dean asked. I mean, I don't particularly like snakes, mate, and they weren't on the list of pets we could bring, but that was a bit mental. Well, Neville answered, remembering that Dean was Muggle-born. Snakes are generally seen as agents of dark magic. Plus, Harry, are you sure he's not venomous? Neville asked, eyeing the pillow the serpent hid under slightly warily. Most brightly colored snakes are, you know. It was too dark on the boats for me to see him that well. Najish isn't dangerous at all, Neville, promise. Harry plopped onto his bed and sighed. Neville moved over and, cautiously, sat on Harry's bed as well. You aren't going to start talking to him, are you? Neville whispered to Harry. He nodded to Harry's negative response and said to Dean, it's mostly superstition. Apparently Mr. Finnegan takes it seriously though. And you can get permission for other pets besides cats, toads, and owls. I just had to ask Professor McGonagall and tell her his name. Harry offered. Well, I haven't seen anything weird yet. He's not dangerous. Dean asked Harry, who shook his head again, then I don't see anything wrong with him. With that said, the boys went back to setting their respective beds the way they liked. Harry took the chance to set up his parents' picture on his nightstand. It took a few minutes for Seamus to come back, with both Percy Weasley and Professor McGonagall in tow. By unspoken agreement, none of the three remaining boys had turned in yet, expecting a noisy confrontation. Hermione came up behind the three, waiting at the door while Seamus led the two older people in, looking worried. It's under that pillow, Professor. Seamus practically shrieked as he backed up to be behind Percy. Professor McGonagall sighed as Percy Weasley began. Mr. Potter, Mr. Finnegan came downstairs with a rather disturbing report. Do you have an unapproved pet, a snake in your bed? Percy was clearly disgusted at the thought. Harry, for his part, looked directly at Professor McGonagall. But Professor, you said it would be fine if I brought Najish and Dudley brought Hedwig. Oh dear. McGonagall said, remembering the strange name, I believe I did, didn't I? She looked past Harry at the pillow which hid the offending animal. It is absolutely on me that I didn't verify what manner of creature he was. I confess, when we spoke I simply assumed he was a rat or mouse. The idea that Harry Potter would have a snake for a pet just didn't cross my mind. Harry frowned at her words. I knew at the time that you knew about our world, so I would have thought you'd avoid snakes to avoid association with you-know-who. I didn't mean anything else by it. She squinted and pinched her nose for a moment while Hermione chewed her bottom lip behind them all. May I see the thing, then? Mr. Potter? Professor McGonagall asked. Harry reached over and gently moved the pillow before holding out his hand for Najish to wrap up around. When he held the snake up for the teacher to inspect, she frowned at him. What spell did you cast to make it have those colors? The thing had alternating deep red and gold bands separated by thin black lines. I didn't, ma'am. This is what he naturally looks like. Harry said. He's a king snake, Professor. Hermione offered from the door. When I first met Harry I was wary too, 'cause he's bright red and yellow and I'd always heard that bright colors meant dangerous for foreign snakes. King snake. Like a king cobra? The professor asked, confused. Percy and Seamus were flabbergasted that the professor was even listening to this and not just telling Potter to get rid of the serpent. A king snake, Professor. They are a non-venomous species that is immune to the venom of the local snakes where they come from, which they hunt. Hermione continued. And where is that? The professor asked as she eyed the snake. It was remarkably well behaved, with Harry stroking the top of its head. North America, ma'am. Harry answered. I told you I found him in the back garden one summer. Apparently one of my neighbors bought him from some illegal pet seller and when their parents found him they threw him out. It's still a snake, Potter. It needs to go, Percy Weasley said, trying his best not to look away from the little serpent wrapped around Harry's wrist and hand. Harry frowned. He didn't want to be separated from his friend. That is a bit premature, Mr. Weasley. McGonagall corrected. But Professor. No buts. Technically Najish has been approved through the proper channels already. She looked pointedly at Harry. There will be no incidents with him, and Mr. Finnegan will never find your pet in his bed or playing any part in some other prank on him. Is that clear? Harry nodded. There will be no warning issued, Mr. Potter. While I didn't confirm what kind of animal he was, you should have made sure I knew. Your fast defense of him, as well as Miss Granger seemingly knowing to join us, tells me you knew he would be a problem beforehand. You should have said something. She paused for a moment. Get to bed, all of you. You too, Miss Granger. I understand that you were worried for your friend, but in the future please refrain from coming up to the boys' dorms without being invited, and not at night. Hermione nodded, embarrassed, and ran back down the stairs. Mr. Finnegan, if Mr. Potter's pet bothers you outside of simply existing, then bring your complaint to me, please. She looked at the 4 first-year boys. Mr. Weasley, things are taken care of here for now. Do not bother Mr. Potter about the nature of his pet. Yes, Professor. He looked like he was beeping on something sour as he said the words, but headed back downstairs to continue revising his homework. Now, get to bed. The professor turned and headed out the door, leaving Seamus Finnegan staring, horrified, at the snake wrapped around his roommate's hand. I don't hold it against you or anything, Seamus. Harry offered as he sat on his bed and let Najish slither back under his pillow. I promise, he won't bother you. Seamus just frowned and nodded, without speaking, and began preparing for bed. If you guys wouldn't mind, can you not go telling everyone that I have a snake in here? At least this early in the term. Neville and Dean nodded, but Finnegan ignored him. The whole room got a little bit quieter after Harry's last words for the night before closing his curtains, directed at the picture on his nightstand, "Good night Mum, good night Dad." Neville was in a position to see James and Lily Potter wave out from the picture. As Professor McGonagall descended the stairwell towards the Gryffindor common room, she fought to wrap her head around what she'd learned. Harry Potter had a snake for a pet. Not just any snake, but a snake hunting, venom-resistant, Gryffindor-colored snake that was, itself, not venomous. Astounding. Albus is going to have a full-grown Kneazle. She muttered to herself with a chuckle. Oh, Mr. Weasley, she said as she passed through the common room, I see no reason to go shouting that Mr. Potter has a pet snake. Not that we will hide it, but won't volunteer the information. All right. She stared at him pointedly until he agreed. What was that about, Hermione? Is Harry okay? Lavender Brown asked the moment that Hermione had made it back to her dorm, practically falling off her bed. She was leaning so far forward on it. Harry is fine. Hermione took a breath to remind herself of that. When I heard shouting I just panicked. I was worried something bad had happened to Harry. Both Lavender and her friend Faye smirked knowingly at Hermione before heading to the bathroom to get a shower before bed. Before Hermione could begin her own preparations, Parvati Patil walked over to her. I was in the stairwell when that boy was shouting. He said Potter had a snake. Is that true? She didn't seem scared, just curious, so Hermione answered, Harry wasn't trying to broadcast it, but yes. He has a pet snake, they're really close. What kind of snake is he? The Indian witch asked, seemingly genuinely curious. He's a king snake, why? Hermione asked. Like a king cobra. She returned, confused. No, it's a constrictor, American. Hermione responded. He's even Gryffindor red and gold, but that didn't stop that Seamus fellow from shrieking like a girl. Najish is only 2 feet long or so anyways. Parvati laughed at that. I'd like to meet him sometime, if you think Harry would let me. At Hermione's stunned expression she continued, snakes aren't feared in India, and people with a snake familiar, particularly a king cobra, though I bet this, king snake, would be similar, are especially revered in my home country's culture. Sure, I'll ask him tomorrow. Hermione replied as she finished getting ready for bed. Ronald Weasley clutched tightly to his pet rat, Scabbers, in his pocket. The Slytherin common room was dark and drab, and there were snake motifs on the walls. The first years were grouped relatively tightly together, which unfortunately meant that Ron couldn't avoid hearing Malfoy continue to take pot shots at his family's size and lack of wealth. He hoped that the boy would shut up once they got to the dorms and went to bed. Meanwhile, Professor Snape had begun giving them an introduction to the house. You are Slytherins, cunning and proud. Outside that door I will tolerate absolutely no fighting between Slytherins. No one out there will accept you, you are just snakes to them, so you must always present a united front. Even if it isn't true. He looked directly at Ron. Prefects, take the first years to bed. Ron followed the fifth-year prefect, Marcus Flint, with the other first-year boys. He still couldn't believe this was happening to him. He was supposed to be rooming with Harry Potter. Not Malfoy and his goon squad. Malfoy, not Zabini, Marcus said once the group was in the dorm. Weasley. He locked eyes with Crabbe and Goyle standing behind Draco Malfoy after getting Ron's attention. Listen to me here. Professor Snape wasn't kidding about standing together as Slytherin. I get that Weasley's family are blood traitors, but the Hat has said he's worthy of Slytherin and we're gonna treat him that way. Weasley, remember that goes both ways. Ron nodded stiffly, and noted that the others did as well with only Malfoy hesitating. Good, Marcus continued, I noticed that Weasley was apart from the rest of you at the feast, spent some time getting to know each other a little. You've got to spend 7 years together, may as well get along. Mr. Malfoy, he said, looking at Draco Malfoy, I noticed you ostracizing Weasley in public earlier. You got away with it because Professor Snape hadn't given his first night talk. Don't let it happen again. Understood. It wasn't supposed to be like this, Ron thought as Marcus Flint closed the door on his way out. Harry woke up early on Tuesday, like he always did, checking his watch on the nightstand told him it was 6:30. Yesterday had been a day to learn their way around the castle, but today would be the first day of real class. Thankfully, the other guys in his dorm hadn't brought up what happened that first night to anyone, but he doubted that would hold for too long. Tilda Nagish, you were sleepy looking last night. Are you okay? Tilda Harry asked his snake, hidden under the tasseled pillow by his head. Tilda I feel, sated. Tilda came the muffled reply from under the, apparently Gryffindor-colored, pillow, Tilda too full, but in a good way. I think it is the magic of this nest, I will be more alert when I am used to it. Tilda I will make sure it's safe for you in class today then, little friend. You can come tomorrow when you feel better. Tilda he rolled out of bed to find that he was the first one up, and decided to go ahead and get his shower out of the way. When he returned 20 minutes later he found Neville and Finnegan arguing. Apparently Finnegan was still trying to get Neville and Dean to petition for Nagish to be kicked out. Harry realized, as he stood in the doorway, that he'd stopped calling the boy, Seamus, in his head sometime last night and frowned. He needed Dudley's help here, he wasn't good at dealing with prejudice. It just made him really angry and then he couldn't think straight and made things worse. If you stayed away from my bed you could even forget he was there, Finnegan. Harry said, tersely, as he finally decided to enter the room. He strode purposefully over to his bed, where Nagish had curled up into the warm spot he'd left, and began getting his school robes in order for the day and the other boys hastened to follow suit. I'm planning to leave him here today, by the way. Harry said to the others in general without turning around, but I was really hoping that it would be where he could come with me to some classes, it'll depend on our schedule. He noticed from the corner of his eye that Finnegan was turning pale again at that. He spent the whole ride on the train and the sorting feast wrapped around my arm. You won't notice him. While the others were finishing getting dressed, Harry quietly confirmed that Nagish had the energy to move away if Finnegan tried something stupid, and headed down to the common room to hopefully meet Hermione before he got too mad at someone this early in the day. Everything all right, Harry? His best friend asked from the couch in front of the hearth as he stepped off the last stair. Seamus give you trouble again this morning? She continued. Harry was red-faced and looked to be fighting to control his breathing. Yeah, Harry looked past Hermione and noticed that the girl who'd been split from her twin at the sorting was sitting on her other side. Hi, Miss, Pottle, Parvati Pottle, Mr. Potter. She seemed to be eyeing him rather strangely as she extended her hand to shake, but thankfully she wasn't focused on his scar. Sorry, if this is private I can go on to breakfast. She heard Seamus shout the first night. Hermione said from between the two. At Harry's panicked look she was quick to continue. I don't think anyone else did, don't worry, and she's not scared of snakes. You tell him. Hermione offered to Parvati. She's right. In India, snakes aren't considered dark, they are often companions of spiritual leaders or healers. Parvati said, Is, Nagish, down here with you? No, I didn't think bringing him to class on the first day would be a good idea. Harry responded jokingly. Parvati seemed to frown a bit, much to Harry's confusion. I can introduce you after class today maybe. He offered. He didn't really want to move much anyways. He said all the magic at Hogwarts made him feel full. He looked up in confusion, trying to come up with a better analogy. Words in Parseltongue had nuance he didn't know how to express in English. He said. Parvati asked quietly, peeking around to make sure they were alone. Harry also made sure no one was in earshot before answering, yeah, I can talk to him. That's amazing. Even at home, speakers are rare. Parvati gushed. Harry frowned and motioned for her to calm down and keep her voice low. Sorry, it's just so surprising. I thought you might be a speaker when I found out you had a snake companion, but then you said you'd left your snake upstairs even though Hermione had told me he was small enough to hide, but I hadn't thought that all the magic here might make him lethargic for a while. I bet he gets his energy back soon. I hope so, Harry said wistfully. I'm glad that not everyone is totally freaked by him. I knew he was gonna cause some stares but I wasn't expecting that first night freak out. It'll all work out, Harry. I'm sure, Hermione said. Now let's go get some breakfast. She tapped Harry on the arm and nodded at Neville, Dean, and Finnegan, who had just come down the stairs. Hey, does anyone know when we get our schedules? Hermione asked as they sat down to breakfast. I can't believe I didn't think to ask that sooner. Right here, Miss Granger, Professor McGonagall said from behind her while she began handing out the schedules to the first years. Quite convenient that so many of you are here together. Keeps me from having to traipse up and down from the head table. She joked. The group checked their schedules. Cool. Harry said, relieved. Our first two classes are with Hufflepuff. We can see how Dudley's doing. Their first two periods of the day were herbology and charms with Hufflepuff, then transfiguration and defense after lunch with the Slytherins. I'm so excited for transfiguration, Hermione said, which made McGonagall smile as she returned to her seat. It looks to be very interesting, but the books said it was also very difficult to perform properly. Too bad we have to wait until Friday for potions. Harry lamented. Wait, Neville asked him, you actually want to be in potions? At Harry's nod he was flabbergasted, but, Snape teaches that class. Professor Snape, Hermione corrected. He's the head of Slytherin, Neville pressed on, and he hates anyone that's not in his own house. Especially Gryffindors. The way the Weasley twins tell it, he'll dock house points for breathing too loud. Harry frowned. They had to be exaggerating, didn't they? I'm sure it's not that bad. The twins probably did something to prank him or something like that. What class are you most excited for, Neville? The group, even Finnegan, chatted amicably about the classes they were most interested in. Dean agreed with Hermione that transfiguration seemed like the coolest kind of magic. Parvati Patil wasn't sure what she was actually interested in. Her sister Padma was the brainy one. Neville wasn't sure he'd do well in any class except herbology because he had a hard time casting spells, but he did mention the greenhouses he kept at home and was happy he'd have something here to remind him of home. Look, Harry. Hermione nudged him about 7:45 and pointed to Dudley and another boy wearing Hufflepuff robes were walking over holding their schedules. Hey Big D. Harry greeted happily when the two arrived. These are the guys in my dorm, Dean and Phi Seamus, and that's one of Hermione's roommates, Parvati Patil. He quickly introduced the Gryffindors who were present. Lavender and Faye were probably still in bed according to Hermione. You already met Neville, obviously. Hey, nice to meet you all. Dudley replied. He raised an eyebrow at Harry, apparently almost calling Seamus by his last name. I'm Dudley Dursley, Harry's cousin. And I'm Justin, the other boy offered, Justin Finch Fletchley. The two took seats at the end of the table. Mr. Diggory, in the third year, told us that we only have to sit at our house tables for important feasts, so Dudley wanted to come sit here for breakfast. I kinda told the guys that I'd try to get you to sit with us at Hufflepuff for lunch too. Dudley added sheepishly. Maybe dinner? Harry asked, looking at his schedule. I'm going to have to run back up to my room at some point during lunch and switch out books, but you have just potions this afternoon. He sighed. Lucky you, I don't get that class till Friday morning. Dudley and Justin put food on their plates as the group began comparing notes on how their dorms and common rooms were arranged. The Gryffindors were definitely jealous of how close the Puffs were to the Great Hall. Dudley laughed when Hermione complained about the stairs again. At least you won't have to worry about getting out of shape. I'm gonna have to figure out a time I can go running or something. Maybe around that lake. He glanced at Harry to see if he'd join him. Harry shook his head and mimed stares with his hands, to everyone's amusement. At 8 o'clock a flurry of owls flew into the hall, delivering, according to Neville, the Daily Mail. Harry and Dudley were surprised when Hedwig landed on the table between them and held out her leg, burdened with a letter. While Harry was unfastening the letter, Dudley offered the snowy owl a few strips of bacon, who snatched them out of his hand with an angry bark. "Sorry girl," he said to placate her moody glare, "I was going to check on you today either after breakfast or before lunch. I didn't forget. Right, Harry?" The others at the table chuckled at the exchange, as Harry joined his cousin in apologizing to the beautiful bird. "Who's the letter from?" Hermione asked when it became apparent that Harry and Dudley had forgotten why their bird was visiting them in the first place. Harry broke the seal and began reading. "It's from Hagrid, he's inviting us to have tea with him. He lives in that cottage on the edge of the grounds." Harry glanced at Dudley's schedule. "We don't have free periods at the same time until Monday, you guys wanna go Sunday afternoon or something?" Dudley and Hermione nodded. "Who is Hagrid?" Justin asked. "Is he a teacher? You remember the really big guy last night? The one that brought us across the lake in those boats?" Dudley answered, to which Justin nodded. "That's Hagrid. He said he was the groundskeeper when we saw him in Diagon Alley, when we went to get our wands. He was a friend of Harry's parents and got Hedwig for us as a birthday gift for Harry. I'll introduce you, he's a good guy, and he seemed to really like magical creatures when we were talking at the alley." Dudley frowned slightly. "We can't all just show up at his door though. Let Harry, Hermione, and me go see him the first time, just in case there's no room. That cottage didn't look too big." "No worries mate, I was just curious. If there's room I'd love to go sometime later, though. We should write our parents at some point too, maybe something short over lunch and we send it with Hedwig after last class." Hermione suggested. "I know they will want to know what houses we got into." She glanced at Harry's watch, "But right now we should make sure we have the right books for our morning classes." Dudley found he disliked herbology about as much as he thought he would. It was basically gardening, like Harry had done back home, and he'd never really gotten into that. He tried to keep his displeasure off his face for Professor Sprout, but he could tell she definitely saw him make a face when she told the class they would be repotting some kind of magic flower for that class and the next. "Dudley," Harry said from the next table over, where he sat with Neville, Hermione, and Miss Pottle. Once they'd gotten started, "Aunt Petunia grows this too. There's a potion you can make with it that protects you from dark creatures." "Like what?" Dudley replied as he looked at the fertilizer the professor had left out for them, dragon dung. No one else at his table, Ernie, Justin, nor Mr. Hopkins. Dudley wasn't sure why he insisted on the title thing, seemed to be any more keen to try it. "Well, I think the potion I'm thinking of makes your skin burn dark creatures up to as strong as a werewolf for a few minutes," Harry said as he paused for a moment. "Huh, this flower can protect you from a werewolf." Dudley looked down at the whitish flower again. "Your cousin is right, Mr. Dursley," Professor Sprout said, apparently having overheard their conversation. "Tego ex tenebris will make the imbiber unable to be touched by many dark creatures. It only works on creatures that try to physically assault you, but is very good at it. It is often carried by aurors when they know they are chasing such beings, like a werewolf or vampire." Dudley began scooping the dirt and fertilizer into the new pot with gusto and his friends chuckled. "It looks like there's some devil's snare in that next greenhouse too." Harry discreetly pointed to the plant through the glass. "That plant is more your speed, Dudley. It wraps you up like a snake, to fertilize itself. It's almost like a creature, you know. I think I'll stay away from that one," Hannah said, as she and Susan began turning pale as they looked in the direction of the dangerous flora. Harry and Dudley just laughed louder and the group went back to repotting the moly flower. Seating for Charms' class was harder to figure out. Instead of tables for 4 there were 5 long tables that curved around the teacher's podium like an amphitheater. Harry and Hermione led the group down to the front and split down the 2 front rows, with the Hufflepuffs taking the row behind them. "Have you noticed that all the classrooms seem really big?" Harry asked absently as they waited for the professor. "Why are there 5 rows in here when only half the year uses it at a time?" He gestured around while Hermione thought about his question. only about a fifth of the available seats were being used. I'm not sure. Hermione responded, the student greenhouse was at least 3 times too large for what it needs to be as well. Hogwarts. A history implied that class sizes used to be much larger than ours, and it didn't look like the years above us were much larger either. She chewed on her bottom lip as she thought about it. Miss Granger, Mr. Potter, one of the other Hufflepuff boys, Macmillan she thought, said from behind her, I know you're Muggle-raised, but surely you know about the war that ended 10 years ago. Hermione looked back at him in puzzlement. Then she saw all of the other purebloods in the room nervously looking down or away, even Neville was clearly uncomfortable. A lot of whole families were killed during the war. Macmillan continued, many of those that survived didn't have children. Either until it was over. Why risk it when you know you could be next? A few of the others winced at his words. Oh, Hermione said, covering her mouth as her eyes widened. I'm sorry. She and Harry were saved from the awkward situation by Professor Flitwick, who entered from a side door that must connect to his office, standing up on a stool behind his podium and beginning to call roll. He lost his balance and fell off the stool when he got to Harry's name, much to the boy's embarrassment. Now then, the professor said once he had finished roll with Dean Thomas, welcome to your first charms class. In addition to some of the most versatile and useful spells you are likely to learn during your time at Hogwarts, this class will also be where you will be instructed on how to balance and focus your magic. The diminutive wizard looked out across the 19 young people. Has anyone yet to try and cast a spell? Seeing a few of them glance at each other he smiled, don't worry, you won't be in trouble. Tell us, what spell did you attempt? Hermione raised her hand, and when he called on her she said, while we were on the train, some of us were levitating some parchment around. It was tiring. You were actually levitating a sheet of parchment. The professor returned, highly curious. That spell isn't usually taught until students have had a month or so to get used to handling and maintaining their magic. It doesn't generally take much magic to power, but it is a spell that is very easy to overpower, causing you to tire. How long did you keep it aloft? We noticed that on the train, Professor, though we didn't know what to call it. We were tired after only 30 seconds or so the first time we tried. Hermione replied. Harry kept his sheet up for almost a minute the first time. Dudley said from behind her. Harry turned and glared at his cousin as the rest of the class looked at him in awe. So then, I take it Miss Granger referred to practicing with were the two of you? Flitwick asked, politely ignoring Harry's apparently remarkable control, as he seemed to want. Extraordinary, all 3 of you are Muggle-raised. Even you, Mr. Potter. No offense intended at singling you out, young man. It's no problem, sir. Yes sir, Dudley and I were raised together. We met Hermione last year after she had already gotten her Hogwarts letter. Harry replied. Well, today we will be learning a few spells. But we shall start with 2 of the most commonly useful ones you will ever learn. First, the light charm, Lumos. The professor snapped out his wand and its tip illuminated in a soft white light. This spell, like the levitation charm, can use a variable amount of energy. The light began getting brighter and dimmer in succession. Like a slow strobe, you can use more to make it brighter. However, it is generally seen as easier to imagine how much light you want from your wand than to properly imagine how much power you need to lift something with it. The counterspell to Lumos, Nox, his wand blinked out immediately, is required to shut off the spell. It is not common, but it is possible, to drain yourself using spells like this one and leave you unable to wield magic until you have recovered. Hence why our first class is to learn how to maintain control of your magic, and avoid that. The students began attempting the Lumos charm as Flitwick walked in front of them, occasionally offering advice. Hermione, Dudley, and Harry, in that order, were the first to succeed in lighting, then dousing, their wands, earning house points for their respective houses in the process. Though when Dudley did it the light was rather bright, Professor Flitwick suggested he practice lighting and dousing the wand to get the right brightness, and a minute or 2 later he felt he had it. Poor Neville ended up being the last one still working on getting his spell to work. When he cast it the light was weak and wavering, and Professor Flitwick was advising him on how to push out more power. Check this out, Dudley whispered to Justin as he put his wand down and pointed his finger up and away from him. Lumos, he said, a little more forcefully than he intended. His finger glowed from the second joint up, shining with white light like a lantern. Justin was staring at him, slack-jawed. "Dudley, that's amazing," Susan said from his other side as he put out his finger light. The rest of the class looked up in time to see it shining. "Wandless. Intentionally?" Flitwick asked, amazed himself. "We were learning about feeling our magic using our wands from a book my mother found in Diagon Alley," Hermione offered, since it seemed Dudley was too stunned that it had actually worked so well to answer. "We had been doing the mediation the book described for a month before coming to Hogwarts." Professor nodded for her to continue. "On the train, after we had gotten the hang of the levitation charm, we started working on the steps the book said to follow to use our magic without a wand. It was even more tiring than when we did it the normal way, but we all got it working with a little help." "Extraordinary. All three of you." The professor was amazed. Most people simply weren't sensitive enough to perform wandless magic without a fair amount of training first. If you wouldn't mind, I would love to borrow that book you mentioned, Miss Granger. If it seems like something that can be taught here, I may find some copies to offer an introductory wandless seminar or something." "Of course, Professor. To be honest, we weren't planning to do much more with it until we got settled in anyways," she replied. "I could bring it for you to next class." The class continued from there, with Neville, unfortunately, being left behind as his magic failed to cooperate with him. They moved on from the light charm to Aguamenti, which shot a stream of water from their wand tip. This spell had to be stopped by an act of will, and neither Justin nor the quiet Gryffindor Sally Smith could get their spells to stop before they had tired themselves. Professor Flitwick gave each of them a small bite of chocolate and told them they'd be able to rejoin the class activity in 5 minutes. After the Aguamenti charm came the anti-unlocking charm Alicola. The professor chose that particular spell to demonstrate another kind of charm. One that lasted a very long time after casting it. "This spell doesn't actually lock your door or trunk or what have you," the professor explained. "You still have to remember to do that yourself. Rather, it prevents the unlocking charm, Alohomora, from working. This spell will be important to any of you that value privacy in your dorms, so I try to teach it early." The students each received a conjured padlock and were shown how to open them with Alohomora. Then they were set the task of making them unlockable with Alicola. Hermione was first to get her Alohomora to work, but Dudley was quickly behind her and Professor Flitwick gave each of them 5 points. The anti-locking charm earned Hermione and Dudley 5 more points each, with Harry netting an additional 3 for succeeding at both spells right behind them. The 3 were the first to finish the final assignment of the class, and Professor Flitwick asked them to demonstrate their wandless levitation spells. "Wingardium Leviosa," Harry intoned as he held out his hand. Instead of the sheet of parchment the professor had provided, he lifted the charm's textbook a few feet off the desktop and began moving it around the room. His classmates gasped and stared, their own assignment forgotten. "Mr. Potter, please be careful of your limits. You have more classes in the afternoon that require spellwork," Professor Flitwick said as he followed the book with his eyes. "Your control and power are remarkable. Take 3 points for Gryffindor. Mr. Dursley, you can earn the same for Hufflepuff." Dudley knew he wouldn't be able to lift the textbook, so he pointed at the parchment the professor had placed for Harry and said, "Wingardium Leviosa." The parchment shot into the air and Dudley almost lost it before he wrested control of the magic again. "That's a lot easier today. I almost lost it 'cause I used too much magic or something," he said, confused, as he made the parchment do a few loops before setting it down on top of the book that Harry had returned to the desk. "Most impressive, Mr. Dursley, most impressive. Take 3 points for Hufflepuff." The professor was clapping giddily for the 2 boys. Hermione demonstrated that she could do it as well. She tried to pick up the book like Harry did but dropped it after a few seconds. "Very good, Miss Granger. But as I warned Mr. Potter, be careful not to use too much magic with 2 more classes to go this afternoon." He smiled to make sure she knew it was still well done. "I expect great things from this class. Until we meet on Thursday your homework shall be to practice the charms we learned in class today, as well as 4 inches on how you would quantify your own magical limits. Enjoy your lunch, students." "Hey Neville," Harry said as he stowed his unfinished letter home and prepared to head upstairs for his afternoon textbooks, "come up to the dorm with me. I have an idea that might help you in class." Sure," the boy said. He wasn't looking forward to 2 more wanded classes today. The 2 of them, plus Hermione and Lavender, headed up to the Gryffindor dorm to swap books for themselves and their roommates. Lavender spent the whole time quizzing Harry about his wandless abilities. He was happy to answer at first, but eventually pushed the questioning to Hermione. She understood it better. Harry was much less happy when Lavender tried to exclude his best friend from their conversation, and cut it off. When they got to their room, Harry found Nagish lounging in the sun on his window ledge and smiled. Carefully, so as not to make too much noise and wake his scaly friend, Harry opened his trunk and began rooting through it to the bottom. "You can't tell anyone about this, Neville." "Seriously?" Harry said. Neville nodded and promised as he stood up with a wand box in his hands. "Having two wands is some kind of gray area. I can have both, but I'm not allowed to carry both." He opened the box, revealing the Holly wand. "This wand isn't really mine, but it still chose me at Ollivander's and he agreed to sell it to me. He said the wand wanted something from me, or something like that." Harry held out the piece of wood to his friend. "See if this feels better than your dad's wand. If it does, you can use that until you've had a chance to write your gran and get your own wand." "Whoa," Neville exclaimed as he took the wand, "it's warm. Like there's a fire inside or something." He frowned. "The warmth is gone. Did I mess it up?" "I'm so sorry, Harry." He tried to give the wand back, but Harry just chuckled and began swapping books for he and the other guys. "It does that," Harry said. "It still works even after it stops being warm, so no worries, mate, and every time I picked it up again after holding my redwood wand I would feel the warmth again, so you could probably do that by picking up your dad's wand for a second." He paused as he found the books needed for his next two classes. "Try it out while I finish this up and make sure you can cast with it, yeah. Just remember you can't walk around with both, so if you use it, put your dad's in the box and put it at the bottom of your trunk. It should be pretty easy to keep people from realizing it's a different wand if I don't let them look at it too close," Neville said as he lit and relit the wand easily. "The wood is the same color as my dad's." Neville spent a few more minutes practicing some of the spells they had learned in charms. His water charm summoned a mild but steady stream, and his locking and unlocking charms were now working on the first try. "Neville," Harry said once his friend had gotten a little used to his magic actually working, "Hermione and Dudley know about my second wand, so they can help divert people, but if it's working that well for you, you should write your grandmother about getting a wand of your own for real." "I'll do that, Harry. Right after dinner or maybe at breakfast tomorrow. But I don't think I'll be able to get away to Ollivander's before Saturday." "No problem, hold on to it until then," Harry said casually. "Phew, made it," Ronald Weasley said as he hurried to his seat on the Slytherin side of the room, the last to arrive. "Try to be on time, Weasley," Malfoy said dismissively. "You represent the great house of Slytherin." The other Slytherins chuckled at the redhead. "The professor's not here yet. It doesn't matter, does it?" He replied, "I was just trying to get some food after I didn't get enough at breakfast." No sooner had he finished speaking than the cat perched on the teacher's desk at the front of the class jumped off and transformed into Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Weasley, in the future I would advise waking up earlier to get enough breakfast. I will take points if you are late again," the stern woman said as she reached behind her and pulled out a roll sheet. Once she had finished the roll call and familiarized herself with the new faces, McGonagall began her explanation of Transfiguration. Transfiguration is often considered more difficult than other kinds of magic like charms and jinxes. All of you have taken your first charms class, where you learned the basics of controlling your magic output. That is a vitally important skill, but you will find Transfiguration to be the only branch of magic that almost never cares about that. Transfigurations require however much power they require, no more or less. She pointed her wand at her desk and it turned into a pig, then she turned it back. No amount of practice or experience will make it take any less magic to turn a desk into a pig. Training does improve your transfigurations, though. The better you are able to visualize what you want to change, both its base form and what you want it to become, the faster and more accurate your transfigurations will be. Transfiguration is not easy. It is necessary to feel the magic as it changes your target, to hold the image of the change in your mind through the entire process. Most people can only do this through repetition, so you will be assigned practical homework in this class often. It will be readily apparent if you are slacking. She pulled out the textbook and began reading passages from it concerning the transformation of a matchstick to a needle, the first transfiguration taught due to it being basically changing one kind of line segment into another kind of line segment. 40 minutes of note-taking into the hour-long class, the professor finally handed out matches for the students and set them to work turning them into needles. The spell was surprisingly hard to get right. An odd number of students ended up igniting their matches when they cast the spell. Harry and Hermione were the closest to getting it right. Both of them had made their matches turn silver, but were still match-shaped. Neville had success in the opposite direction. He was now trying to figure out how to turn a wooden needle into metal. Hermione frowned as Professor McGonagall walked behind them again, and she still hadn't finished the transformation. With a final frustrated stab of her wand, the match finished its change into a needle. "Excellent work, Miss Granger. Take 3 points for Gryffindor." The professor paused for a moment before turning back to Hermione. "In the future, you might have better luck saying the spell, Miss Granger." "Oh, I was just so focused I must have forgotten. I'm sorry, Professor," Hermione replied, embarrassed. "That's quite all right, Miss Granger." McGonagall put her hand on the girl's shoulder. "Transformation spells of this variety are all truly one spell, with a million uses. The different incantations to the spells are used for getting into the right state of mind to focus. Separating them out in your mind can help many students. If you can transfigure silently, then that is a great advantage and you should try and cultivate it. But being able to do so without years of practice is a rare gift." The Slytherins were watching Hermione Granger with renewed interest. Draco had warned the others that she could cast wandlessly. This was just reinforcing that story. Who forgets to say a spell's incantation and still has it work? The defense classroom was wider than charms or transfiguration because it was made to accommodate a set of dueling rows, front and center, but otherwise arranged the same. The professor, Quirrell, had a horrendous stutter that made him difficult to follow. His stuttering seemed to get even worse when he came to Harry's name on the roll call, and Harry got another stab of pain in his scar too. "In this class," the professor began, once he'd finished the roll, "you will all learn how to defend yourselves from the dark creatures." The iguana in the cage behind him made a noise and he squeaked before spinning around, wand drawn. Several students snickered as he turned back around to face them. Before we start that, I was the pro-professor of Muggle Street Studies before this year. Many purebloods would do well to take that C class." He took a steadying breath. "What would you say is the greatest danger to wizards in peacetime?" The first years looked back and forth between them. "It's Muggles." Random, accidental encounters with Muggles. "Not Acromantula?" Ron Weasley asked, shakily. "No, Acromantula live in deep wilderness, Weasley." He took a second look at the red hair and green trim. "One only tends to encounter them when you are looking for them." His gaze swept over the rest of the class. "What common Muggle occurrence is most dangerous to witches or wizards?" "Any guesses?" "Car accidents, sir," Hermione offered after he called on her. "Oh, most wizards don't use automobiles, miss. That is more Muggle danger alone." "Professor," Harry said as he raised his hand, "I think you misunderstand, sir." "What is it you think I do not understand, Mr. P.P. Potter?" He returned angrily. "Well, sir, I don't think she meant a wizard driving a car and getting in an accident." Hermione shook her head. "No, when he looked at her for confirmation, when we would have lunch at the Leaky Cauldron, we'd look outside sometimes at the people coming in. It never failed that at least one magical person would walk into incoming traffic. I actually saw someone get hit once too." Harry shuddered. He was lucky it was just a glancing hit and he wasn't hurt too bad. "I'm assuming it's mostly purebloods who make that kind of mistake, anyone raised in the Muggle world would know they don't have right-of-way crossing the street." Professor Quirrell stared at Harry for almost 30 seconds before smiling and nodding. "Indeed, Mr. P.P. Potter, Miss Granger. I believe I may stand corrected." He swept his gaze to the Slytherins. "In that case, the second from a non-Muggle raised death by suffocation, gagging on the smell of being around them." Malfoy drawled from the far side of the Slytherin section to polite chuckles from his housemates. 10 points from Slytherin for your inane nonsense, Mr. Malfoy." The professor hissed. "Anyone else?" When no one in the Slytherin section raised their hand, he looked back at the Gryffindors. "I must say that I don't trust your facts about the danger of non-magicals to wizards, Professor," Harry said as he raised his hand again. Quirrell glared at him, but bid him explain. But, assuming it to be true, I think the answer you were looking for is something to do with guns. He looked over at the Slytherin section, where they were snickering and ignoring the discussion. Do you know what a gun looks like? If a muggle attacked you in an alley, would you know if they were armed? What weapon could a muggle possibly have that endangers a wizard, Potter? Malfoy returned, I don't know what this gun is, but a wizard would simply draw his wand and that would be that. Professor Quirrell smiled as the exchange continued. Wait, isn't a gun what muggles used to call a boomstick? Ron Weasley asked, I heard my dad talking about them once or twice. A boomstick. I thought the muggles' laws kept them from walking around with weapons like that. How does someone not notice a big boomstick? Even muggles aren't that daft. Not laughed. There are guns not much bigger than my wand. Seamus Finnegan said, my dad actually has a collection of old army pistols. Most of them I could hide up my sleeve. The laughing abruptly stopped. Someone trying to rob you would use that. At close range you'd be dead unless you could cast something wandlessly like Harry or Hermione. Guns are no joke. The Slytherins were stunned trying to take in this new information. Quirrell was stunned to learn about the Potter boys' wandless magic. Indeed, Quirrell said, stepping back into the conversation, many wizards will use nondescript alleys or dead ends as a convenient apparition point. Unfortunately, these are also places frequented by Muggle criminals. Many an intoxicated wizard has been robbed or even injured by a muggle who surprised him with a weapon he did not understand. The class continued with the professor describing various muggle weapons that witches and wizards apparently were hurt by frequently. Handguns, pocket tasers, switchblades. It was clear that the pureblood students in the room were having their eyes opened thoroughly to the fact that muggles may be without magic, but not without defense. Harry and Hermione couldn't help but smirk when Professor Quirrell ended the class with an explanation of automobiles, though the professor described box cars from 50 years ago. He even conjured a sort of misty diagram of the street outside the leaky cauldron and explained how Muggle right-of-way worked with vehicles. The class was dismissed without opening their textbooks or using their wands even once. The professor promised that the next class would begin to cover the book material and they would learn a few simple jinxes for dealing with lesser magical pests before the week was out. That was kind of weird, don't you think? Hermione asked Harry and Dean as they left the classroom. He was the Muggle studies teacher for years. Do you think what he said about random encounters with Muggles being so dangerous was real? It kind of makes sense, I guess. Harry replied as they headed for the common room. You saw how the Slytherins were. Dean added, they had no idea how dangerous a gun is. If they did get mugged they'd probably go for their wand and get shot for it. Yeah, I just think he should call it like it is. Harry concluded, it isn't that muggles are dangerous to wizards, it's that pureblood wizards being stupid is dangerous to pureblood wizards. Oi, what does that mean? Neville asked, a little annoyed. He hadn't known what they were talking about in class any more than the Slytherin purebloods. He wasn't trying to be rude, Neville. Hermione apologized as she glared at Harry, but I do agree with the professor on at least one thing. Wizards raised in the magical world should have to take a class on the Muggle world. Yeah mate, sorry. On the other side, though, Harry added, I would have liked to see some kind of class to introduce me and the others raised in the non-magical world to this one as well. It beeps being dropped into everything without help. Like, writing with a quill is frustrating when you aren't used to it. Non-magical pens ink themselves and don't smear as easily. We've been using those in class since we were 8. Neville nodded. He could understand that, entering a new world with no proper introduction would be frustrating. Not recognizing a gun would be bad too. Wait, self-inking and smear less than a quill? He asked, finally registering maybe the most ridiculous thing about Muggles he'd heard in the last hour. Are you sure that isn't magic? When we get to the dorm, let me show you some Muggle paper. It has faint lines on it to help with writing straight. Harry replied. Neville nodded fervently. He had trouble with writing straight across the parchment too. You know, I've never thought of that. McGonagall said to Flitwick after the students had walked past them. I hadn't either, Flitwick confided, but I have noticed that, historically, Muggleborn's homework and essays are lopsided and have poor handwriting. It usually sorts itself out by third year or so I just assumed it was a lack of schooling prior to Hogwarts, like most magical children. Yes, but I believe the Muggle custom is to begin schooling between 5 and 6. McGonagall returned. Breaking habits that were ingrained over years of previous schooling is harder than simply learning something new. Perhaps a weekly class to assist in handwriting for first years. It would only need to be for a few weeks. The three, relevant heads of house could each take a week and it could potentially do a lot of good. The part goblin was getting excited. I shall ask Pomona at dinner and we could potentially announce it at breakfast tomorrow. Neville wasn't kidding, he's that bad. Dudley said as Harry sat down to dinner at the Hufflepuff table. Hermione had opted to stay at Gryffindor and get to know the girls in her dorm better. Huh? Harry asked as he looked at the food on the serving plates. Professor Snape, the potions guy. Dudley answered, he's as bad as the Weasley twins told Neville he was. He even seemed to have it in for me, in particular. No way, Harry said, dismissively waving his hand. He literally took points from me for breathing too loudly. Dudley returned, deadpan. Oh, Harry wasn't sure how to come back to that, so he decided to just change the subject. Well, introduce me to the people here I don't know. Dudley introduced Harry to the remaining first-year Hufflepuffs he hadn't spoken to in herbology or charms, as well as a few brave Ravenclaws who came over to meet the boy who lived. Harry quickly got tired of every new person looking directly at his scar when they were introduced. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. Cedric Diggory said as he shook Harry's hand after Dudley introduced them. I was hoping I could speak with you for a few minutes this evening so I can answer some questions my father is going to have. Why would your father have questions of me? Harry asked, suspicion clear on his face. Oh boy, Diggory groaned. Can we move down to the end of the table after we eat? Just for a little bit of privacy. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. Can you at least give me a hint? It's about my father's work. He's with the ministry. All right then. Harry still wasn't sure what to expect, but that wasn't going to stop him from enjoying his dinner. Once the usual oohing and awing over Harry's scar was done, the conversation moved to the wandless abilities that he, Hermione, and Dudley had demonstrated in charms. At first, Harry tried to talk them through the steps he remembered in Hermione's book, but he ultimately gave up when they started knocking over goblets while dropping their wands onto the table. Hermione is planning to take the book to class tomorrow. Harry reminded them, Professor Flitwick is probably going to be offering a proper class on it soon. Once Harry had finished eating, he indicated to Mr. Diggory that he was ready for that talk and the two moved down to the unoccupied end of the table. When they sat back down, Harry went to ask what was going on, only for Cedric to draw his wand and begin muttering spells as he waved it in the air. Sorry, he said, seeing Harry's nervous look, those were spells to keep people from hearing what we're talking about. What are we talking about? Harry asked, trying to sound calm. Mr. Dursley indicated at the opening feast that Headmaster Dumbledore isn't your magical guardian. Cedric began, pausing only for a moment when he saw Harry's shocked look. My father is currently sitting on the Wizengamot as proxy for the Potter seat, and he was given that proxy by Dumbledore. Who claimed to be your magical guardian at the time? He was never, really. Harry answered, I don't know anything about the Wizengamot or anything like that. But I can add it to the letter I'm sending home to my actual guardian tonight. Harry frowned. I have no way to know what she'll do when she finds out. But I imagine she'll contact your father. I'll write him and let him know. He won't be happy about this. I'm pretty sure that Dumbledore has implied to my dad that you knew about him at least. Cedric was thoughtful. How would his father react to this? One last thing before you leave. Cedric stopped him as Harry made to get up and rejoin his cousin. I heard from everyone over there that you can do wandless magic. I'm not trying to be a fanboy or anything, but I've never seen someone who wasn't, well, old doing it. Sure, I guess. Harry replied, Wingardium Leviosa. He pointed at a pitcher of pumpkin juice and levitated it to pour into a goblet in front of Cedric, who watched the process with stunned awe. Whoa, that was really cool, Cedric finally said as he picked up the newly filled goblet. Over at the Slytherin table, Malfoy was watching with rapt attention. Potter had just casually levitated a pitcher of juice with his finger, and he had somehow renewed Longbottom's wand. Was that time magic? Malfoy had gotten a fairly good look at the wand Longbottom was using after the squib had done so well in Transfiguration. It looked like the wand he'd had out the day before, but this one seemed brand new and the other was definitely a family wand. Dudley, Harry, and Hermione found the Ollery after dinner and each tied a letter to Hedwig's leg. They had considered writing one collaborative letter, but ultimately decided that their parents would prefer to read each of their opinions on Hogwarts separately. "Hey Dudley," Harry said as they descended, "maybe we should ask our heads of house if the whole year group for our houses can swap back and forth for meals. It would be good for getting to know people we only see in class." "I can ask when I get back," Dudley replied. Harry and Hermione both griped about Professor McGonagall not being as accessible as Professor Sprout. While Petunia read the letter from Hermione over morning tea, the third letter of the morning, Hedwig watched from the perch they'd put out for her in the kitchen waiting for the inevitable return letter that her boy's mother would send. She had just come from Hermione's house and was rather happy to have so much to do. "Everyone settled in well, dear?" Vernon asked between bites of his breakfast. "Oh yes," Petunia said as she finished the final letter. "Poor Dudley ended up in a different house from Harry and Hermione. Those two are in Gryffindor." She sounded out the word, which Hermione says is the house of the brave. "That was also Lily's house, I'd forgotten that. Lucky Harry. Would have thought the two brains would be in the smart house." "There was one, right?" Vernon remarked, earning a warning glare from his wife. "Dudley is in Hufflepuff." Vernon snorted and choked on his tea. "Oh please, you know how they are with naming things." Petunia admonished him, "Hufflepuff is the house of loyalty." Dudley wrote in his letter that the entrance is under the dining hall and is hidden behind a bar rail you have to tap in a special rhythm. He makes it sound very James Bond. "How was the first day of class then?" "I have to go soon, don't keep me waiting." Petunia frowned. They all had their first two classes together, and all three said they loved it. That book the three of them were looking at last month has apparently gotten them ahead of their peers in charms and transfiguration. At Vernon's confused look she elaborated, "Making things do things magic and turning things into other things magic, Vernon. This is about your children's lives, the least you could do is try and learn how to talk about it." Vernon nodded, duly chastened. Harry and Hermione had a good time in their afternoon classes too, but I may need to write a letter to Professor McGonagall about their potions professor. She pulled out Dudley's letter again. He calls the professor Snape, but from the description of him it has to be Severus Snape. He grew up on the same street as Lily and I. A truly spiteful boy. I should feel sorry for him, with his father having been abusive, but he turned that abuse on others. He tried to use magic on me when we were little but my sister stopped him, and Lily told me stories of him running with a darker crowd in school. Hard to imagine someone like that changing enough to become a teacher." Vernon mused. "That's the thing," his wife returned, "according to Dudley he hasn't changed. Apparently Dudley lost house points, part of some year-long academic competition, for breathing too loudly among other inane reasons. He says he was pretty much the only one targeted like that in his class. I think the man knows who our boy is, and is acting unprofessional. It's exactly the kind of thing the Severus Snape I remember would do." She took a moment to inhale a composing breath, "But I probably should wait until Harry has had the class as well, just to know it isn't a one-off thing. The real problem," she continued, looking at each of the letters one more time to confirm they all mentioned it. "At the commencement feast the headmaster said to the whole school that there was something dangerous being kept in a wing of the third floor. That anyone who went there would, and I quote, die a most painful death." Vernon almost dropped his cup. Dudley says in his letter that he asked his head of house about it, and while she isn't on board with whatever the headmaster is doing there, the threat is real. She huffed, "I suppose I'll include to absolutely not go testing things in that corridor in my letter back." "Do that, dear." Vernon shivered. How can that man, even if it's true and the warning is important, say things like that to children that young? Threatening painful death, my bloody ass. He gathered his silverware onto his plate and moved it to the sink as penance for his language. Petunia seemed appeased. "I'll have my mobile phone on me today," he said as he went to put on his shoes in the living room. "Petunia, call if anything happens with this Lupin fellow at the bank. I'm a little worried about you meeting some strange man like this, even if he was a friend of your sister and her husband." "Don't worry so much about me, Vernon," she said. "Axegat and Griphook will make sure that nothing untoward happens." Vernon nodded once more before sighing. He couldn't argue there. The goblins had quite impressed him with their armor and weapons when they'd gone to Gringotts 2 days ago, as had the extent of his wife's finances with them. Remember to talk to the Polkis girl about that nonsense at the driveway too. Petunia just shook her head in confusion. Tina Polkis had been jumping on and off their driveway from the sidewalk for a couple evenings now, since Harry and Dudley left. Neighbors were noticing it and starting to ask questions. "All right, pet," he said a few minutes later, "my taxi just pulled up. Be careful driving the car today, dear." Once her husband had left, Petunia went back and reread the end of Harry's letter. A proxy on the Wizengamot. Gringotts would be able to tell her what that was about before she met with Mr. Lupin. It sounded like someone was legislating in her nephew's name and Dumbledore had arranged it. Unacceptable. Remus Lupin woke to the sound of an owl pecking at his window. He rolled over and let the thing in. It dropped the letter on the desk and perched on the back of the chair. "I suppose you want a response then?" he asked the brown owl. It looked sort of like a Hogwarts owl. The bird had the gall to glare at him. Remus made a point of slowly getting out of bed and putting on pants before sitting down to read the letter. The owl pecked him on the head and glided over to the headboard to wait. It was from Albus. "Remus, I have found myself in quite a predicament, old friend. I was wondering if you could take a sabbatical to return to Britain and help me with an investigation I have been forced to undertake. It seems a distant relative of the Potters is attempting to take control of young Harry's inheritance. So far they are hiding from my attempts to contact them, but, thankfully, they are moving slowly. I fear bringing the ministry into this, lest they force Harry from the safety of his home. My hope is that you could look into things while I am forced to manage the school." Harry was sorted into Gryffindor at the welcome feast. His parents would have been proud. "Perhaps you will get a chance to see Harry this year at school even. Your friend, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." What to do? Remus thought to himself. If he ignored the letter and Albus sent Fawkes, he would be in trouble. But at the same time he had promised not to correspond with the headmaster at all until he had met this, Ms. Acacia. "I think she will forgive me a prank on the old man," Remus said to himself as he began writing a short return letter. Once he was done, he duplicated it and put the copy and the letter from Albus aside and attached the one he had just written to the owl. "Go on then." The owl flew out the window and Remus began preparing, both physically and mentally, for his meeting in only a few short hours. At 11:30 he found himself entering a Gringotts conference room once again. There was an ornate table with refreshments set up in the middle. A pair of goblins sat on one side of the table at an end, each with their own stack of folders and account files in front of them. Interesting, Remus thought as he was directed to sit across from the larger goblin. His enhanced senses were telling him that there was a woman disillusioned in the seat at the head of the table. By her smell, he assumed it was Lily's sister. The thought of Lily reminded him why he was here and he sat down, taking note that there was a vial of the truth serum from his last encounter with the goblins in front of him. "Thank you for being prompt, Mr. Lupin." The goblin began. "I am senior accounts manager for the Potter accounts, Axegat." He sneered, barely concealing his teeth. "First, I must ask you to drink that truth potion and I will ask you whether you have corresponded with Albus Dumbledore in the last 2 days." Remus took the potion and drank it without comment, accepting a sip of water to wash the taste down. "Mr. Lupin, have you, since receiving the picture of Harry Potter that Ms. Acacia sent to you, corresponded with Albus Dumbledore?" Axegat asked, clearly knowing the answer somehow. "Yes," Remus responded without question as he reached into a coat pocket. "I have the letter he sent me this morning in my pocket, the only correspondence from him I have received in that time." He could feel the truth serum directing his words when he spoke, but he didn't care. He had nothing to hide here. Axegat quickly read the letter before muttering, "Rubbish," and flinging it away. Not coincidentally to land right in front of where the hidden woman was, and oriented for her to read it. "I sent him a reply," Remus continued as he pulled out another small piece of parchment, "but I made a copy of it for you. I will swear that the text on this copy is verbatim what I sent to the headmaster. I felt not responding at all would be risky, as he has been known to drop in on people with his phoenix when he needs to." Axegat took this letter, much shorter, and after a brief glance decided to read it aloud to himself. "Headmaster Dumbledore, I regret to inform you that I am, myself, totally unavailable at the present time. I recently found myself discovering family troubles of my own while abroad. The only family he would have besides the obvious, that I'm aware of, is potentially in South America. Have you tried asking Harry himself? Your associate, Remus Lupin. Asking Harry indeed. The smaller goblin chuckled, the old fool isn't allowed alone in a room with the boy. You couldn't have known that, Mr. Lupin, but I believe this is acceptable. Then may I be introduced to our final guest? Remus asked, nodding his head at the unseen woman at the end of the table. I believe it is Petunia Dursley. Lily's sister. The smaller goblin clicked his fingers and the woman shimmered into view. Remus' guess as to her identity was spot on. You have lycanthropy, don't you? Axigit asked him. Yes. Remus responded, still under the effects of the potion and unwilling to cause issues when this came out later. Since I was 5, I have tried very hard to hide it. But it let me sense her when I entered the room. She reminded me of Lily, so I assumed her sister. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Lupin. The woman said as she extended her hand after discreetly sniffing herself, which he accepted, turning attention back to her. I am Petunia Dursley, Harry's aunt. If you don't mind my asking, what is lycanthropy? Remus looked down uncomfortably and let go of her hand. It's nice to meet you, ma'am. If you would like to take the antidote, Mr. Lupin, Axigit began. No. Remus interrupted him. No, I should say this under the potion so there is no question. Ma'am, lycanthropy is a disease. Having it means that I'm a werewolf. Petunia gasped and Remus winced. Of course she would be frightened, who wouldn't? You poor dear, she whispered. Mr. Mooney. You, no. He asked, incredulous. Lily told me that there was a werewolf attending the school after her 2nd year. Petunia explained. I was horrified at first, but Lily told me about how kind Mr. Mooney was every day of the month other than the full moon, and that you were just irritable that day. As well as the fact that you went to a secluded place and were locked away during those nights. She said you were one of her favorite study partners, but I never knew Mr. Mooney was you. She talked about you separately, by name. I just never put 2 and 2 together. I don't think I would have on my own either. She told me, Mr. Lupin was a bit of a prankster that ran with James. Not exactly, study partner, material. You aren't scared. You aren't uncomfortable around me? He asked. Oh, not at all. I probably would have been had Lily not told me about you, but she said lycanthropy was just a furry little problem that she was going to one day cure. Petunia had to stop. Remembering Lily like that always made her emotional. Yes, I remember her promising that one day she would cure me. Remus commiserated. She actually did invent an improved version of wolfsbane that relieves much of the after-transformation soreness the year after she graduated. Too bad it still cost half an average man's monthly salary to brew for one person. Mr. Lupin, before we continue, let us administer the counter to the truth potion. Your forthcomingness until this point shows that we need not worry about deception at this stage. Axigit interjected. Please also remember that you are paying for this time, Ms. Acacia. Griphook added. What? Remus asked, dumbfounded. Ms. Acacia. How is that possible? Wait, Dumbledore is trying to figure out who Ms. Acacia is, but he never asked the woman raising Harry about her. You. Please don't laugh for too long. Professor McGonagall needed almost 5 minutes to compose herself when she delivered Harry's Hogwarts letter. That did it. She knows too. He began cracking up. She knows, and Albus is still reaching out to me to find some distant relatives. He began howling with laughter, and in all that, he still hasn't come and asked if anyone came round asking about Harry. If only the Marauders had been this good, they wouldn't have been caught as often. Though this almost said more about the headmaster's blind spots than anything else. May I assume that being a werewolf is why you weren't considered to take care of Harry 10 years ago? Petunia asked without preamble once he'd regained his composure and taken the counter potion. Yes, ma'am, for obvious reasons it's illegal for a werewolf to be the guardian of a child that isn't theirs. He answered sadly, but if there is anything I can do for him, I will. I've begged Dumbledore for years to let me see Harry, if only just to tell him stories of his parents. Most recently in July when I asked if I could be the one to reintroduce him to the magical world. He would have loved it tremendously, and it would have been a sight better than the old man's plan to send Mr. Hagrid to pick Harry up. Luckily cooler heads prevailed and McGonagall came instead. She chuckled again at that situation. As for telling him stories of his parents, I was honestly hoping for that. Harry needs to hear stories of them in the magical world. Particularly his father. I could tell Harry about how great Lily was until the sun went out, but I only met James once or twice, and most of what Lily told me about him when she was in school wasn't exactly nice. If he had to grow up on stories of only one of them, though it pains me to say it, Lily was absolutely the better role model. We could get into trouble when she wasn't around. He responded, tears in his eyes at the memory of his friends. If that is all you need of me, telling Harry about his parents, I still consider this time well spent. But I was under the impression that there was some actual service you needed of me. Among other things, I need, for lack of a better word at the moment, a bodyguard. The tall woman replied, I need a wizard that I know will be on my side in disputes with other wizards, because to be on my side is to be on Harry's side. Specifically, she continued, someone willing to stand between the headmaster and myself. Remus nodded and she went on, when I first discovered how he had mishandled Harry's inheritance, I was furious. I wanted to confront the man and demand he take responsibility for it. All that money, and he never sent anything to us for taking care of Harry. The werewolf in the room growled at that. I don't mean to say that it's about the money, she appeased, though to Axigit and Griphook it most certainly is. The joke broke the tension. I mean to say that my husband and I had just gotten our lives back into normalcy after our own son was born. He's only a month older than Harry. We weren't prepared for 2 children, and Vernon had to work a lot of extra hours to make up the slack. Dumbledore should have taken those things into account. Though had we not had Dudley we would have been fine. Was he the boy Harry was playing with in the picture? Yes, she replied fondly. We actually found out in July that he's a wizard too. The mail wards that Albus put on my home apparently stopped his letter from arriving on his birthday. The girl in the picture was Hermione Granger, Harry's best friend. She's a Muggle-born, a little older than the boys but in the same year group. Anyways, she said to get back on topic, my accounts advisor, Griphook, she indicated the goblin, managed to convince me not to confront Dumbledore myself and demand a reckoning. How did he do that? Remus asked. With the threat of one word. Remus looked confused as Petunia's face scrunched in obvious disgust. Obliviate. He told me that wizards can strip your memories from you, and as a squib I would have no defense. If I confronted him as Ms. Acacia, he could simply make me forget that I was ever Ms. Acacia in the first place. I understand your trepidation. While I would never think Albus capable of actually hurting someone, controlling information is like breathing to him. Especially if he thinks he's doing it for your own good. He thought for a moment, is there a reason that the senior accounts manager is here? Pretty fast for a wizard. The goblin said as he rifled through a folder. When I became Harry's magical guardian, Dumbledore lost his de facto status as steward, as well as access to Harry's money. But I, and by extension Harry, did not gain access. The only vault Harry can use is a trust vault with enough galleons to get him easily through school. You have no idea how glad I am that he doesn't have that much power anymore. Even if you haven't gotten the financial rights back yourselves. He returned with a sigh of relief. How do you mean? According to the documentation I was shown a few days ago, some of the legislation he got passed with Potter family gold involved serious restrictions on werewolves. In fact, a law that Albus apparently funded through the Potter family, but publicly opposed on the floor of the Wizengamot, was the ultimate reason I found myself forced to leave the country. It's almost impossible for a werewolf to find work here under ministry law, and almost any violation is a prison sentence. After that it was easy for the dark families to make it so that any crime of an even remotely violent nature is an automatic death penalty for a werewolf. Full moon or not. He shuddered, thinking of when he'd seen that law passed a few years ago. Not only that, Axigit added to Remus, rant, you were right that it is about money for me. He nodded at Petunia. I was forced to watch and smile as he took galleons from the vaults that I manage and used them to pass sanctions against Gringotts itself. I couldn't prove he wasn't spending the gold on behalf of Harry Potter to the kind of satisfaction that the Wizengamot would require, so my hands were tied. Then I walked in with Harry right beside me, him clearly amazed at all the magic, and you saw an out. Petunia looked at the goblin, finally understanding some of the reasoning behind what had happened that day. I always wondered why you were so keen to help me kick Dumbledore's legs from under him. It was revenge. Indeed. Griphook replied evenly. When Petunia merely nodded, he smiled a toothless smile. This human was not to be underestimated. When I took over as magical guardian, it became rather apparent that that man had neglected everything. Remus raised an eyebrow. He froze almost all investments and fired all staff working on any property. He didn't do anything to the properties themselves, but he basically arranged that they would begin to fall apart on their own. She took another breath. This was all too emotional for her. It seems like he was setting it up for Harry to come of age to nothing from his parents except money. So you need me, on the financial side, because I'm a wizard and you aren't? Remus asked, understanding, you can be his magical guardian, but only a witch or wizard can be the steward of a house. In your position you can only make decisions that are solely about Harry. That's right, Axigate informed me that you were extraordinarily close with James Potter, like a brother even. I feel that Harry and I can trust you to do right by him. Remus nodded. If so, the paperwork for Harry to sign is already prepared and ready to be sent to Hogwarts. My sister spoke of you, as Mr. Mooney, as one of the only people in the whole of Hogwarts that could challenge her, intellectually. With that kind of praise, I hope you will find this doable. It would be my pleasure, ma'am. My being a werewolf isn't widely known, so it shouldn't raise issues, and you knowing about it and hiring me anyways satisfies all the laws about it. Is there anything in particular that Harry is concerned about? He asked, noting that the goblins were creating various forms in their folders. He could already feel the blood quills, and began rubbing the back of his hand in anticipation. When he got to Hogwarts, he learned that there is a man sitting proxy for him on the Wizengamot. Both humans noticed the goblin's sneer, and Harry isn't entirely sure what to think of that. I must admit, I haven't kept a beep of who sits where in England. Do you know who the proxy is? It's a Mr. Amos Diggory. Petunia answered after a moment to think. What? Remus exclaimed, standing before he remembered his place and sat back down, breathing deeply to try and calm himself before he terrified Harry's aunt. Petunia watched him, alarmed, but confident that if something were to happen then the goblins would protect her. The head seat she was in had some auto portkey enchantment on it that would whisk her away if she were attacked, according to Griphook. I take it there is something wrong with that? Petunia asked, as calmly as she could. Amos Diggory is a well-known creature bigot. He looks down on non-human magical creatures like goblins, merfolk, and centaurs. But he detests werewolves and vampires. He winced as he remembered why he hated Diggory more than most. The laws forcing werewolves to disclose their condition to employers, with no protection of employment, were presented by him. They're the reason I had to leave. No one will hire a werewolf if they know. Prior to that, some jobs were such that we could explain the condition away, but after that law passed doing so meant life in Azkaban. I will write to Harry about it and let him know the situation. Petunia replied, I don't think he will want someone like that representing him. What should I recommend he do about it? He'll need someone to replace him with, since it can't be me. Remus demurred. Because of your affliction? She asked, before smirking. Once Harry meets you, I bet he makes the same promise my sister did about a cure. He raised an eyebrow at that, but she continued, do you think you could investigate and find a suitable replacement soon? I can definitely start. I'll begin by seeing what the Tonks are doing, I suppose. Andromeda could also help him with any questions he has about the upper crust of the magical world. Should I know who those people are? Petunia asked. They are Harry's closest living relatives, after you, distant cousins. Andromeda Tonks was once Andromeda Black, the only member of the Black family, as it turns out, to ever spurn their family's dark tendencies. He said gravely. We heard the story of Sirius Black and Peter Pettigrew the first time I brought Harry to Gringotts. It was also when we learned of what Albus had been doing with Harry's inheritance. Petunia shuddered and sighed before bitterly finishing, if you can imagine, that was a wonderful day. Well, Remus answered, detecting irritation in her tone, Andromeda truly isn't dark. She was cast out of her family and disowned for marrying a Muggle-born wizard a year ahead of her instead of the man her parents had arranged for her. They both became healers last I heard. Healers. Both. Petunia perked up. Family name forgotten. Harry has wanted to be a healer or doctor ever since he learned that was what his mother was working to be. If you wouldn't mind, Mrs. Dursley, could we get lunch at the Leaky after we wrap up here? I would love to hear about Harry and his friends. It took almost an hour and a half to finish all the paperwork, and to discuss plans that should be enacted the moment the stewardship was confirmed. By the end of it, both Petunia and Remus were holding their aching hands and thankful for the murtlap essence the goblins provided to ease the pain. Any transaction of this magnitude should leave a mark on those involved. Aksigit had said when Petunia asked why so many forms needed to be signed in blood at the conclusion of the meeting. "Well, this certainly has," she responded, looking at the faint lines where the quill had drawn her own blood to write her name. It wasn't bad enough that an anti-scarring potion wouldn't make it invisible, at least. "Will Harry have to sign anything with one of those quills?" she asked as they sealed up the letter to him, complete with an extra note from herself and Mr. Lupin. "A special quill that will vanish after use is being sent with the paperwork. The documentation must be signed one time by Heir Potter to enact the changes you have requested and to finalize Mr. Lupin as steward of the House of Potter," Aksigit said with as much sympathy in his voice as he could muster. Which was not a lot. "Could I add a reminder for him to go to the infirmary for murtlap after he's signed it?" she asked. There couldn't be a more innocent way to verify that her requests concerning her children's health would be honored by the school. "South America," Albus shouted as he read the letter from Remus. There was no way he was going to be able to get away to South America any time before the Christmas hauls. Perhaps it was time to request a meeting with young Harry after all. Even if he would have to do it with Minerva present. He was still trying to wrap his head around the fact that the boy had some kind of snake as his familiar. Hagrid had told him that they bought an owl in Diagon, so he assumed that was the boy's pet. He had been sorely tempted to insist the serpent be removed. Minerva had admitted that Harry had neglected to inform her of the nature of the thing before getting permission, but that would only serve to alienate him before Albus had even had a chance to start building a relationship. Besides, apparently the snake wasn't a dangerous breed at all, though he was sure that McGonagall was joking about its coloration. "What do you think, Fox?" The bird watched him and sang softly, easing the old wizard's stress ever so slightly. "I'm not sure I would have been able to handle all of that without screaming for the hills," Remus confided once Petunia had finished telling him the tale of the day Professor McGonagall came to the Dursleys' home. "It was almost too much. I owe McGonagall a lot for spending most of her day helping us." She agreed, "but I'm glad that we were able to confirm it, and we got her guardianship taken care of on the first." "I'm sorry, what, Mrs. Dursley, did you file for magical guardianship of Miss Polkiss?" he asked, interested and confused. She and Hermione both. Petunia answered, "I learned quite a bit about how the magical world treats those with non-magical parents. It's appalling." After presenting all the facts, both girls' parents were happy to sign. "I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that aspect of the magical world," he confessed, "but I will help you in any way I can. For Harry or any of his friends. Tom the barkeep came by with the bill. I can get that, Mrs. Dursley." "Nonsense, Mr. Lupin," she returned. "Griphook told me you were struggling financially even before you told me of your condition and the restrictions you work under." Petunia recognized the look of trepidation on the man's face. She remembered their time like in that situation, the year after Harry was left with them. Vernon had hit a very tough time at work. They had been forced to accept the charity of their neighbors. It was one of the most demoralizing and embarrassing things they had ever had to do as a family. "If it helps, Mr. Lupin, think of it as an advance on your first paycheck." She smiled. It had taken quite a while to agree on a salary for his services as steward. Aksigit had shown data concerning the average salary, and Lupin had immediately tried to cut that number in half. Petunia was having none of it, and they had ultimately agreed to 80% of the average for a house steward, or about 400 galleons a month. According to Aksigit, the cost would be a pittance of the money that they would have available to invest again once the house accounts were reactivated. "I suppose I can accept that, ma'am." He nodded. "There's at least one more thing that needs to be done today," she said as she gave Tom some silver sickles to cover their lunch. "You need to know where our home actually is. According to Professor McGonagall, no adult wizard can find the house unless Vernon or I guide them there, willingly and intentionally, or the headmaster himself does. So, if you have the time, my husband let me use the family car today and I can drive you there." "I hadn't thought of that. I suppose that's the best way to go about things," he said as they got up and headed towards the front door. The ride back from Diagon Alley was filled with stories of Harry's youth. Petunia confessed how she had hidden magic from Harry until he was older, which Lupin agreed with readily given the circumstances. He loved hearing about Harry's studies in potions and chemistry, as well as about Harry's prowess at football. Most wizards didn't care at all for Muggle games, but he had found himself in the Muggle world long enough to develop a taste for the larger team sports. Knowing that Harry had led a sort of study or reading group that evolved into an, around the town, gang with his cousin had the man grinning maniacally. It sounded like Harry, Dudley, and Hermione were a few pranks away from becoming the new Marauders. Petunia did not find that thought nearly as amusing as he did after he explained it, but she did concede that telling Harry some stories of his father's exploits with his friends in Hogwarts would be a wonderful idea. "Wow, that ward is something else," Lupin said as they pulled into the driveway. "I could feel the ward that protects against dark creatures conflicting with the harmful intent ward as we crossed. But it seems like the scheme was designed to accommodate me." "That's good," she said as she got out of the car. "I didn't know there was a separate ward for dark creatures, just the one to keep out wizards." "Oh, Vernon is home early, I can introduce you before you leave." She pointed to the telly through the window as they approached, showing the news. "I have plenty of time," he said offhandedly. "I have that room at the Leaky Cauldron for another 2 nights at least. Once we have access to the rest of the estate information, I can look for a place to stay more permanently. There must be some out-of-the-way workers building I can use." "We really must work on your self-esteem, Mr. Lupin," Petunia huffed. He smiled. "Your sister said that too, often. But actually I would be looking for a place like that so that I have somewhere safe to transform." "Oh, I'm so sorry. I'd already forgotten." She apologized as she opened the door. "Vernon, company," she called. "I've just returned to the living room, pet." Her husband called back. Petunia led her guest into the room behind her. Vernon, seeing this, put down his corned beef sandwich and wiped his hands. Sorry. I thought she'd mean the Polkises from down the street." "Vernon Dursley, a pleasure." "Remus Lupin, likewise," he replied as he shook the large man's hand. "He must weigh almost 19 stone, Remus mused to himself. This man was the physical opposite of his wife. Then a smell caught his nose that shocked him. "Ma'am, sir, are you aware that you seem to have one or more snakes hiding in your home?" he asked as he slowly walked around the room, sniffing. "What's this then?" Vernon asked, slightly irritated at the man's demeanor. "Right now? Already?" Petunia asked, jumping onto her couch and frantically looking around. "He's only been gone 2 days. The smell seems a couple days old, but it's powerful. Like it's been in here for a while." He replied. "What did you mean? He's only been gone 2 days. "Oh, of course. It must be nausea you smell. Strange, I never noticed any kind of odor." "Did you, Vernon?" She turned and asked her husband as Lupin's mind spun away. "No, if I had I'd probably have rethought letting the boy keep it," came the gruff reply. "It must be because he's a werewolf then," she said to herself as she got back down onto the floor. "A what?" Vernon's heart stopped. "What?" "It's no problem, Vernon. He was a werewolf when he was at school with Lily. Think of it like a disease that flares up once a month, I suppose. He's safe except the one night." She waved a hand at him to keep him from protesting. "Mrs. Dursley," Remus began, "what did you mean? Who is Najish?" "Harry's snake," she replied simply. "Lovely little thing. I've been paranoid for months that when he left I'd have to contend with snakes and rats in my garden again." She sighed, "But he took the little guy to Hogwarts with him. At first he was joking about cheating on tests by asking Najish the answers, but I told him he'd have to send the snake home if Hermione caught him trying it. Asking Najish for the answers." Lupin was getting worried. What had happened to Harry? Was he a Parselmouth? How? Petunia covered her mouth. "Shoot." She glanced at Vernon for support before realizing he didn't even know that snake speaking was considered a bad thing in Britain. "Yes. Harry has been able to talk to snakes for as long as he can remember. Honesty is the best policy," she thought to herself as she spoke. "But that's impossible," he uttered. "There aren't any Parselmouths in Harry's family tree, and there's no way he inherited it from Lily." "No offense. I don't know about any of that," Vernon offered from where he'd returned to his chair and sandwich, "but I know the snake's no problem. Saved my wife twice, it has. Yes, I can't believe I forgot to mention him in the car. Mr. Lupin, the week I accidentally got myself sick from potion ingredients, it wasn't just Harry and Vernon that saved me. Najish apparently found the bezoars that I kept and told Harry which ones weren't good anymore. So it has some kind of intrinsic knowledge of magic? Remus asked. He had never heard of that before. Granted, he'd never met a parselmouth that didn't want to kill him before either. As far as we can tell, he can identify what potion ingredients are generally used for by smell or something. He also knew what my wigantry in the backyard was, and what it was for. She declared proudly. Very interesting. Is the snake itself magical? Many magical snakes are inherently very dangerous to non-magicals. Petunia was beginning to look irritated at Remus, and he instantly regretted the assertion. Najish is anything but dangerous. He is as protective of us, and especially Harry, as any dog would be. She said icily, brooking no argument. He's also a non-magical breed. Hermione looked it up in an encyclopedia. All right, ma'am, I only wanted to make sure. Remus placated her as he held his hands up in surrender. Petunia, Vernon said as he looked out the window, the school bus passed by a minute ago, and now Tina is back at the driveway again. Go talk some sense into her, would you? Remus watched, bemused, as Petunia rushed out to stop a girl from jumping onto the driveway, then back onto the sidewalk, then repeat. His bemusement turned to shock and fear when the child waved at an elderly couple that seemed to be questioning her, and they both turned and left with blank stares on their faces right as Petunia closed the door behind her. Clear signs of a confundus charm. Mrs. Dursley. Wait, he exclaimed as he chased the woman outside, discreetly palming his wand as he went. What is the problem? Petunia asked as she turned back to look at him from the porch. It's just Tina Polkiss, I told you about her. Remus merely nodded and walked around Petunia, keeping his eyes trained on the girl, Miss Polkiss. I'm Mr. Lupin, a friend of Harry's parents. The girl had seemed wary of him until then, but perked up in recognition. Auntie Petunia was going to meet you today at the bank. Petunia couldn't help but smile again. Since the paperwork was signed at Gringotts a few days ago, the girl had taken to calling Petunia, Auntie. Yes, that's right. Could I ask you a question, miss? What were you doing just then? Why are you jumping over that crack like that? He had an odd suspicion that he knew that would be about where the ward line was. I'm trying to hold the tingle, she replied cheerfully as she backed up and jumped over the threshold again. Remus stood back and, without taking eyes off the child, whispered to Petunia, are you completely positive that that is Tina Polkiss? At her nod he continued, ask her something only the real Tina would know. Tina, Petunia called, slightly confused but willing to go through the motions as she knelt down to be eye level with the girl and spoke softly. Could you tell Mr. Lupin here who it was that held you and made you feel better the night we began to suspect you were a witch? Huh, she responded, puzzled. It was Harry. I was so sorry that I had snuck around behind him like that and that he was gonna hate me. But he didn't. She paused for a moment, taking in Lupin's contemplative expression. Is something wrong, Auntie Petunia? There was worry etched on her face. Was she in trouble now that Harry wasn't here? Had he been the only one that forgave her? This is definitely Tina, Mr. Lupin. She eyed him menacingly. Please explain why you felt the need to scare her like this. She performed a memory-altering spell on that couple right before you walked outside. He whispered to her, eliciting a gasp, before turning back to the little girl and asking, Miss Polkiss, Tina, what did you do to that couple that was here a minute ago? They looked like they were asking you why you were hopping like that, then. I told them it was nothing special and asked them to just ignore me. She replied. And they did. Lupin concluded, ignore you I mean. The girl nodded, smiling obliviously. Remus let it go, better that she didn't go around intentionally messing with Muggle's memories. Her accidental magic must have worked like that because she already knew memory magic was possible. But why would it answer so quickly? When you said you were trying to hold the tingle, you meant your magic. What does that mean? As he asked, Tina jumped into the ward once more, but this time she straightened up with a focused grin on her face as she held up her hand. Remus could see sweat forming on her brow as she pointed at one of the stone pavers leading to the porch. Auntie, I got it! She cried as the paver rose into the air and hovered, perfectly stationary, 3 feet above the ground. See? I really can do magic. She tittered happily. Tina! Remus exclaimed as he glanced around to ensure no one was watching. be careful, it is very easy to drain yourself using that spell when you are just starting. His warning was unnecessary, as Tina guided the paver through a circle around Auntie Petunia, before putting it back where it came from. Remus was beyond stunned, any normal underage witch would have dramatically overpowered a spell like that, likely fatiguing themselves in the process. Her control must be amazing. The girl in question was grinning as brightly as the sun. I beat Hermione, she said excitedly. She couldn't get any magic to work before they left for school. Sweet Merlin. Remus sighed in awe as he took in the girl's exuberance. I haven't seen someone that natural at wandless magic since Lily. The girl shrieked happily at that, jumping up and down in her excitement. Clearly he'd said something right. Let's go inside and see if you can do that again, the wizard asked. Vernon went upstairs to do paperwork when the three came back inside. He still had trouble with magic, even if he was getting better. For the first few minutes she wasn't able to do anything other than make the china gently rattle, but after Remus advised her to stop and focus for longer before doing, she was able to levitate the entire tea set straight up into the air. She giggled happily at her work even as she began to tire. 10 seconds later she faltered as her arm dropped. Remus whipped out his wand and caught the china before it shattered on the floor. That was truly astounding, Miss Polkiss. Remus said once he was sure she was merely tired. As I said, I haven't seen a natural talent for wandless magic like that since Lily Potter. Can you teach me to be better? She asked, her best pout turned up to 100%. If Mrs. Dursley wants me to, then I will, he said firmly, before turning to Petunia. I do think it would be a good idea, though. Her control over her magic is, frankly, shocking. Any other child would have knocked themselves out lifting that stone outside. Levitation is very easy to overdo. He looked back at Tina and raised an eyebrow. I don't think telling her to not try any more magic is going to work. She grinned and shook her head, mouthing, nope, with a pop of her lips, in which case she needs to have someone experienced nearby to help in case she accidentally does something she can't undo herself. That makes sense. Petunia returned as she watched Tina, barely able to contain her excitement. I'll call Angela, her mother, tonight and ask if she minds if Tina perhaps had some basic lessons in magical control. She pursed her lips as she thought over it for a moment longer. Actually, is it legal for students to practice magic outside of school if they have an adult wizard tutoring them or something? I remember Lily beeping each summer that she would fall out of practice not being allowed to use her wand. That's actually a common way that purebloods get around the underage magic restrictions. Petunia cocked an eyebrow at his response. The usual practice is for a parent to register as their child's tutor, then the child can cast magic all they want as long as they are in the same general area. Such is the same household. Though they still have to wait until 11 to get their first wand. Incidentally, wandless magic like what Tina was doing is considered the same as accidental by the ministry. But that's not fair. Petunia breathed, before smiling, though it makes the three of them being ahead of their peers even more remarkable. At Remus' interested expression she continued, Hermione found a foreign book about wandless magic at Flourish and Blots. The three children followed the instructions in it for feeling their magic, once they had their wands, and apparently they were able to levitate the book itself without wands after they had cast the spell a few times with them. Remarkable. Remus said, that is more or less what Tina here was doing outside. Every time she passed through the ward line it pinged against her magic, causing it to flare for a moment. A similar thing happens when one picks up their wand, but feeling that should be next to impossible for the untrained. These wards I understand though, they are crazily strong. I'm sure it was almost like a little electric shock every time she passed over the line. Tina nodded, that was exactly what it felt like. Hermione said she thought she could use the ward to feel her magic the same way she used her wand, but didn't because Harry and Dudley can't feel it at all and she didn't think that was fair. But you didn't think so because you didn't have a wand? He asked good-naturedly. Spectacular. I can't explain Harry and Dudley not feeling the ward at all. I'll have to research it some, but the three of them being able to feel their magic with their wands is amazing. Your ability to rein in and control your magic without a wand to help is equally so. When you moved that paver I thought it was power. But it's not, you just don't waste any energy it seems. He thought for a moment, but can I ask you to please not use your magic to affect people's minds or memories like you did earlier? I'm sorry for scaring you earlier, Tina, but when I saw that Confundus spell I worried you might turn it on Mrs. Dursley on accident. Mind-affecting magic is very hard. I assume it was accidental, but even then it can be dangerous, much more than just levitating stones. The magical hospital has an entire wing for people whose minds are hurt by magic. Tina nodded gravely, she didn't want to hurt people. Even by accident. Oh dear, I wonder what she wants. Petunia muttered as she chanced to look out the front window. Maybe she saw me and wants to invite us into her coven. Tina said, trying to affect a spooky voice and break the tension Mr. Lupin had invited into the room. What? Remus asked, turning around, is there another magical here? No, Petunia clarified, the children joke and call her, the Witch of Little Whinging, she's the town's crazy cat lady I suppose. An elderly widow who lives a couple streets over, Arabella Figg. She waved out her window to the frail-looking woman standing on the street curb, who turned and hurried down the road. That's odd, Petunia said as she watched. Figg. Remus jerked to his feet once more, I know that name. Arabella Figg is a squib whose husband worked for Dumbledore during the war. I know for a fact that she spied for him during the war too. If she lives here it's on Dumbledore's orders. Tina, go home. Now, Petunia said as she rushed to the door to put her shoes back on. Remus, we need to catch her. We aren't ready for Dumbledore to come here. Yes ma'am, he said as he followed her out the door. Harry pushed his eggs around on his plate. He was both excited and nervous for today, his first day of potions class. Harry had been ready for this class ever since he was old enough to understand what having magic really meant. As long as you were careful, potions were one of the only aspects of magic that could be used to help non-magicals without violating any laws, and that was what Harry wanted to do more than anything. He was sure that if the magical world introduced itself to the non-magical one through something wonderful like medicine, then it would let the two interact more. Then he wouldn't be pushed to choose his mother's world or his aunt's. A future problem he had recently become aware of after overhearing several older students in the common room talking to each other about how disappointed they were that Harry was so muggle. How disappointed will they be when they found out I'm a speaker? He wondered absently, bringing his thoughts back to this morning with Najish. His little friend had been slow and sleepy for the last 3 days, but this morning he had woken Harry to inform him that he was hungry. A couple lizards from a container with a stasis charm sated him, but grossed out Dean and Finnegan when they woke up to the snake devouring his second treat. The two boys were sitting on the other side of the Gryffindor table this morning after that, neither seemed to have too much of an appetite. I wonder where the headmaster is? Hermione asked, breaking Harry out of his musing. Huh, he muttered, looking up at the head table to find the headmaster's golden throne empty. Weird, no idea. What did I miss? Dudley asked, sitting down at the same time, his face still flushed from his late shower. He and Justin had run a couple rings around the lake that morning to start keeping in shape. Justin overestimated himself though, and was still recovering downstairs in the dorm. Good thing there was no flying this week so they had first period free that day. At 8 the mail delivery came as it did every morning, this time with a large Gringotts Eagle Owl delivering a trio of letters to Harry. He recognized one by the Gringotts seal as being some kind of official document and set it aside. Aunt Petunia had sent one from Ms. Acacia, with the note, "Me first," under the address, so he went ahead and opened that one to read. Harry, I have some wonderful news for you. The friend of your father's that I was attempting to track down ended up having a rather understandable reason for not being in your life until now, though he is back in England now and excited to meet you. Without saying anything sensitive, the man turned out to also be Mr. Mooney, the one from your mother's journal. I'm sure you will remember what that means and keep it between Hermione and yourself. He has enlightened me further concerning some of the things that were done with your family's money, and I have asked him to take up a position where he is effectively working for you that will let him start to fix things. In addition, this should let you have access to some family heirlooms, as well as begin to restore your family's various, yes Harry, multiple homes. The paperwork from Gringotts needs to be signed to give him authority to access your estates. Please do so with the quill they sent in the envelope. After finishing breakfast, then go to the infirmary to get your hand looked at. You'll understand. With love from your aunt and uncle at home. Ms. Acacia. That's awesome, Harry said, smiling as he finished reading the letter. What's that? Hermione asked from beside him. It was taking all of her willpower not to read the letter over his shoulder, but she knew it could have been Gringotts' business, so she restrained herself. My father ran with 3 other guys when he was at school, but 2 of them are gone. Harry frowned, remembering what had happened to his father's other 2 friends. One dead, the other in prison for betrayal and murder. Well, Aunt Petunia found the last friend and convinced him to come home. Get this, Hermione, he turned out to also be Mr. Mooney, that one. Harry grinned as realization flashed over his friend's face. The story of a werewolf who made it all the way through 7 years of school was very central to the pair's desire to discover new cures and ways of healing people. His mother's journal had a few chapters dedicated to her friend and how unfair the world would treat him if they knew of his affliction, and neither student felt that was right at all. A few seats over, twin redheads whispered to themselves as they observed the exchange. There's no way that Harry Potter was talking about that Mr. Mooney was there. Uh-oh, one of the Weasley twins sang out a minute later as an old, feeble owl flew into the Great Hall a few minutes late. Mum sent a howler. The other twin said as the bird circled the hall before finally coming to a stop at the Slytherin table. I'm surprised it took her this long. Errol must have been delivering something for Dad. The first mused. What's a howler? Dudley asked the twins, though he need not have, as the red envelope answered his question itself when it opened itself and began shouting in a woman's voice. Ronald Bilious Weasley. I heard from your brother what happened at the sorting. How dare you disgrace our family like this? I won't have a snake in my house. The tirade of abuse was cut short as the letter burst into flames in front of a crying Ronald. Professor Snape had stood and incinerated it with a gesture from his wand. 2 nights of detention with me, Weasley, for broadcasting family business in such a shameful way. The dour man growled as he sat back down. The redhead in question merely nodded as he stared blankly at the ashes of the howler. That was terrible, Dudley said, shocked. I'm glad Snape burned it. Professor Snape, Hermione corrected, to eye rolls from the others. Yeah, Dudley pressed over her. I'm glad he burned it, but why would he give detentions for that? His mother should be in trouble, not him. That was horrible. That was pretty tame. Fred, or possible George, spoke up. Yeah, the other continued, we put a time-switching spell on all the girls' toilet seats on the 3rd floor right before spring term ended. Switched them with enchanted amulets we'd sold to some Slytherins earlier. The first picked up seamlessly. We set it to go off in the middle of lunch. Wouldn't have been caught, but one of the amulets triggered and failed and the teachers examined it. Mum went ballistic. 3 howlers sent about 10 minutes apart. She actually rented the owls to do it too. No one's ears were working by first period. So this year we're planning to look at ways of pranking that don't leave a magic signature. His brother finished. You should look into potions. Harry offered, to Hermione's horror, as he examined the 3rd envelope. Something like a color-changing potion for skin could be funny, as long as it's reversible, you know. That's actually pretty good. Not thinking big enough though. The twins ping-ponged. Harry thought about opening the letter from Mooney, Remus Lupin, but decided to wait until after class. It wouldn't do for his mind to be on other things in his first ever official potions class. Instead, he ate a few more bites of eggs and another piece of bacon before opening the letter from Gringotts, careful about the quill his aunt had told him would be in the envelope as well. Harry read through the papers from Gringotts as best he could, Hermione and Dudley running interference on each side as the nearby people became interested in his official-looking mail. There was a lot of legal jargon that he wasn't totally sure on, but he recognized the names. Apparently the title his aunt wanted to give Mr. Lupin was Steward of the House of Potter. With it he'd be responsible for maintaining the physical and financial properties of the house. All Harry had to do was sign on the bottom line with the quill that Gringotts had sent and return the paperwork with the owl, which was still standing on the table waiting. Harry took the quill, puzzled by the little message tied to it, no ink required, and set it to the page, dry. As soon as he began writing he winced in pain, but quickly finished signing his name to the line before dropping the quill as it dissolved into mist. Turning his hand over, he saw his own signature scratched lightly into his hand, bleeding. Now I see why she said to go to the infirmary. Harry mumbled as he quickly sent off the signed paperwork and gathered his things, Hermione with him. Are you gonna open the last letter? One of the twins asked hopefully, having not noticed the small line of blood on Harry's hand. It's from one of my parents' friends. Harry responded, I'm planning to read it tonight when I have time, you know. The twins nodded. Harry was puzzled to find them looking somehow let down. Harry, let's hurry and get you to the infirmary so it won't make us late for class, Hermione said as she pulled him up and guided him out. The potions classroom separated the students into pairs for each workstation. This would have been fine except that both Slytherin and Gryffindor had an odd number of students. After Harry paired with Hermione, and the other Gryffindor girls paired together, Neville ended up odd man out. His partner, by default, became the Slytherin outcast, Ronald Weasley. At least they'll be nearby, Harry thought as the two sat next to Hermione and he. Neville had already told them that he wasn't very good as brewing potions. He'd apparently tried back home and melted several cauldrons, a problem that Harry figured probably came down to inattentiveness most of the time. He'd only known Neville for less than a week and he'd already proven to be slightly forgetful and scattered. The doors whipped open as Professor Snape entered the classroom, his robes billowing around him in a rather intimidating fashion, and slammed shut behind him. He scanned the room as he got to the front, doing a double take when he saw red and green at the same station, before locking onto Harry and fixing a scowl on his face. "Ah, Mr. Potter," he drawled as he took roll, out newest celebrity. Several of the Slytherins snickered and the professor continued calling roll. "Tell me, Mr. Potter," Professor Snape suddenly asked after giving a rather insulting speech about how they were all dunderheads once he'd confirmed they were all there, "what would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" As Harry looked the professor in the eye, it seemed like he was staring at black, empty pits. "I'm not sure, sir. It's probably some form of poison considering it has asphodel root in it." Snape frowned. "Thought you wouldn't pick up a book before coming to class, Potter. Try again. Where would I look if I needed to find a bezoar?" Harry grinned internally. "Since there are poisons, as well as toxic ingredients, on the curriculum I would assume you could find one in one of those cabinets." He gestured to the ingredient cabinets at the back of the room, "but in the wild you can find one in the stomach of a goat." Harry immediately regretted that. How was he supposed to convince Professor Snape to let him bring Najish to class like that? "A point from Gryffindor for your cheek, Mr. Potter. One more try. What is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane?" the professor hissed. I'm not sure I understand, sir." Harry answered with a puzzled look. "They're the same plant." Snape scowled once more. "Indeed, they are in fact the same plant, which is also known as aconite. Asphodel and wormwood are components of the draught of living death, a potion which puts the imbiber into a sleep from which they cannot awaken. A bezoar is a stone that can cleanse most poisons or toxins and, as Potter said, can be found in the stomach of a goat." He looked out at the rest of the class. "Well, why aren't you writing this down?" Professor Snape didn't get any better as the class moved on. His method of teaching was to simply swipe his wand at the blackboard, revealing written instructions for the potion they were making. Afterwards he prowled the classroom, criticizing even the slightest mistake in preparing the ingredients. He hovered over Harry and Hermione intermittently, trying to find something to dock a point for, but the pair had made the boil cure potion from scratch several times before and knew what they were doing. The same could not be said for the table beside them, as Neville seemed to lose points for both his partners and his own mistakes left and right. "Neville, wait!" Harry shouted, too late to stop his friend from adding porcupine quills while their cauldron was still over the flame. Knowing what was about to happen from experience back home, Harry reached out as he stood up and yanked Neville away from the workstation right as the cauldron bubbled over and began dissolving into a heap of slag, spilling its unfinished contents over Neville's lower legs. Weasley, who had jumped away the moment Harry shouted, got away clean. "Idiot boy, you didn't take the cauldron off the flames," Snape shouted as he ran over. "Potter, you obviously knew what was going to happen. Why didn't you say something sooner?" 10 points from Gryffindor. "Sorry Neville, I wasn't fast enough," Harry said, ignoring Snape as he made sure that his friend wasn't in serious danger. Neville was beginning to silently cry as his shoes and the lower part of his robes dissolved in the potion, causing his feet and legs to break out in painful-looking blisters. Snape groaned at the sight of it. "Weasley, you're excused for today. We'll make up this class in one of your detentions. Take Longbottom to the hospital ward." Ronald Weasley went to help Neville up from where Harry had him, but hesitated when Harry glared at him. "Don't worry Harry, I'll see you at lunch, yeah." Neville said as he fought to stand up and walk out with the redhead supporting him. My fault anyways. The rest of the class went by relatively without incident, though Harry lost a total of 5 points, one at a time, for scowling at the teacher. Something he couldn't help after the careless way the man had dealt with Neville's accident. Take the potion off the flames wasn't even a proper step in the instructions on the blackboard, it was an addendum to the step right before adding the quills. When Harry and Hermione presented their potion at the end of the double period, the professor studied it for a full minute, over twice as long as anyone else, before scowling once more and giving it an exceeds expectations grade. Malfoy's potion, which was the wrong consistency and too clear, somehow received the arbitrarily higher grade of outstanding, and Harry no longer doubted what the others had been telling him. This teacher was the worst. In the end, Harry decided to wait at least one more class before asking Snape if he could bring Nagish. He already had permission from Professors Sprout and Flitwick. Professor McGonagall had advised against it for her class, and Harry agreed, as animal transfiguration was on the syllabus and a misfired transfiguration could injure the snake more readily than a human. He didn't even need to ask Professor Quirrell. Part of that class involved the students casting spells at each other. Harry wasn't going to risk his littlest friend getting struck by something that could hurt him. It's a bit soon to be seeing you back here, Mr. Potter. Madame Pomfrey, the matron of the hospital ward, said with a stern voice but a wry smile, as he and Hermione entered the ward. I already composed a report for your guardian about this morning. I'm not going to need to send another, am I? No ma'am, Harry replied, I'm just here to check on Neville this time, thank you though. At that point he noticed Neville lying on a bed with his legs covered in a boil paste. He squinted at the paste through his glasses. Madame Pomfrey, isn't that boil paste the wrong color? He asked, turning back to the elderly witch. He hadn't expected the school to use subpar supplies here of all places. He'd heard rumors about the school's flying broomsticks though. You like potions, do you? She asked, carefully studying his face. That's a faster acting version, but it can't be used repeatedly over a short time. It starts to mess with the skin's natural color quite permanently. It's why each first-year class only has one double session of potions each week, incidentally. What's it called? How do you make it? Harry asked her excitedly. How long do you have to wait between applications? Hermione added. Oh my! Madame Pomfrey exclaimed, I'm not used to students taking such an interest in the intricacies like that. Most students just want to be set right and forget about it. Well, I wanted to be a doctor until I learned about magic. Then I wanted to be a healer too. Harry said as he walked over to check on Neville. You alright, buddy? Madame Pomfrey looked over to Hermione, her question clearly visible on her shocked face. The first year nodded and said, me too, both of my parents are dentists. That's a kind of muggle healer that focuses on teeth. Since I was old enough to think about things like that, I wanted to be like my parents. I thought being a witch meant I'd have to change that until I met Harry. Meanwhile, Neville was telling Harry how his legs and feet didn't hurt anymore and that he would be able to leave in time for the end of lunch. Where's Weasley? Harry asked, finally realizing the annoying redhead was absent. He left after he got me here. He wanted to see if he could start eating early if he showed up to lunch before time. Neville answered. That jerk. He couldn't stay and at least make sure you were all right. Harry muttered. Harry and Hermione waited for Neville to be able to walk before heading down to lunch, where the entire Hufflepuff first year was sitting at the Gryffindor table. Apparently that was within the rules. Told you he was terrible. Dudley said after the 3 late Gryffindors had related what happened in their potions class to him. Yeah, Harry reluctantly agreed. It was hard to imagine that there could be a class worse than Binns. Everyone glanced at Hermione, waiting for her to correct him. What? She asked. He's dead, and all he does is read random passages from the book. He didn't even call roll from this year. She huffed, frustrated. Not even I would call him a professor. Harry and Dudley laughed, then stopped when she continued, but you two know that Hogwarts, a history is an assigned book, right? Now you have to read it. If you really can't pay attention next period, read that instead of sleeping. This elicited groans from the table. She never turned off. Neville's grandma had written him Friday morning, rather cross, and informed him that she would be in the castle on Saturday. She wanted to meet Harry Potter, who would dare to suggest Neville wasn't worthy of her son's wand, which Harry had no problem with if it meant helping his new friend and estranged godbrother. This led to Harry playing chess with Neville in Professor McGonagall's office immediately after breakfast on Saturday while they waited. When the fireplace flared up bright and green, unexpectedly, Harry yelped and tumbled backwards out of the chair he had been resting on 2 feet. The regal woman who emerged from the flow brushed a bit of ash off her shoulder as she looked down at Harry, struggling to calm his breathing. "Is everything all right in here?" she asked imperiously. Harry took 2 more deep breaths while Neville watched him, worried, before responding, "Yes, ma'am. The fireplace surprised me." He paused and looked down, embarrassed. "I don't do well with flashing green lights sometimes." "No idea why," he admitted. "I'd seen people use the flow but I've never been surprised by it before, you know." The ancient witch's eyes grew wide as she took in his scarred forehead and realized what he probably meant. Neville, meanwhile, had bent down to help Harry to his feet. "You all right now?" Neville asked as Harry took his hand and steadied himself. Harry nodded shakily. "Yeah, thanks, Mr. Potter, Madam Longbottom. I shall step into the other room there in case you need me," Professor McGonagall said, her gaze carefully taking in Harry's emotional state as she took the stack of homework she was grading with her out of the room. Neville seemed awkward now that McGonagall wasn't in the room. "Grandmother, this is Harry Potter." "Harry, my grandmother, Madam Augusta Longbottom." Harry bowed slightly to the imposing woman. It somehow just seemed right. She nodded back, clearly pleased. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Potter. Neville has told me a little about you." They spoke for a while about how the last week had gone, carefully dodging the issue of Neville's wand. She tried asking Harry about the place he grew up, but Harry wasn't willing to say anything other than that he was raised in the Muggle world with his cousin Dudley. "So, you think that my grandson can't use his father's wand?" she finally asked, raising an eyebrow in condescension. "That's right, ma'am, we can prove it too," Harry offered. "Young man, I will not lie. The only reason I agreed to come here and discuss this when Neville asked is because he said you, the boy who lived," Harry winced at the title, "told him to do it." She paused, puzzling over Harry's reaction. "In that same letter," she continued, "he said that you were capable of wandless magic on your first day. Would you show that to me?" Harry sighed as he thought about that. "All right, ma'am." He reached his hand out to the table beside Madame Longbottom's chair, gripped his magic tightly, and gestured with 2 fingers for the table to rise. It wobbled as it did, but rose about 3 feet into the air before Harry put it back down unsteadily. "That was remarkable, young man," Madame Longbottom finally said. "I wonder if he realizes that he forgot the incantation too, now. Tell me about Neville. Your personal talent does not excuse the insult you seem to have made against my grandson." "It's not like that, Gran," Neville said. "He's right, ma'am. I never said he wasn't worthy of, or up to, using his father's wand." Harry agreed, "But when I was in Ollivanders and got my wand, he said, 'The wand chooses the wizard.' He said it a few times, and when we were looking for my wand at over half an hour of trying them to find one that worked, and it still wasn't my wand. My cousin took over an hour." Harry leaned over and reached into his book bag, coming back up with the wand box that contained his holly wand, as Neville pulled out his father's wand from his robes. Madame Longbottom patiently watched as her grandson attempted to light his wand, then to conjure water into a cup that was on McGonagall's desk. Both attempts ended in abject failure. "Now watch this," Harry said as he handed Neville his spare wand. The difference was undeniable. Neville wasn't incanting the spells differently, and he wasn't getting any of his wand movements wrong before. But his magic was much stronger and more focused when he used the second wand. After demonstrating, Neville put the wand back in the case and Harry stowed it away. "I've been using Harry's extra wand since lunch on the first day of class, Gran. Without it I would probably already have flunked out or something. I couldn't get even a single spell to work with Dad's wand," Neville confessed once he was finished. "Some other time I would love to hear the story of how and why you have 2 wands, Mr. Potter," Madame Longbottom said as she watched him put the box back in his book bag. "I must confess that I did not take this as seriously as I should have. For a long time the family wasn't sure if Neville was magical at all. I suppose I wanted him to be able to draw on his father's strength to help him, since he seemed to have such a rocky start." They spoke for a short while longer about school, and Harry and Neville's parents. But before long Madame Longbottom took her son through the flow to Diagon Alley, leaving Harry to head back to Gryffindor and meet with his other friends. Nagish wanted to go outside. That morning when Harry woke up, Nagish had his head stuck out from under his pillow and resting on top of it, watching his wizard sleep. After saying he didn't need more food yet, the red and gold serpent had asked Harry to take him outside at some point today. After telling them at breakfast, Parvati had been excited for the chance to finally meet the Kingsnake, and Hermione was looking forward to spending some time outside, reading. Parvati had also invited her sister Padma, who wanted to meet Nagish and hear Harry speak as well. Just outside the front gates they found Dudley and Justin kicking a football back and forth. After Dudley promised to show Justin something cool, the two followed the Gryffindors towards the Black Lake. As they approached the lake, Harry noticed a small stream that went by the greenhouses and Hagrid's cabin that wasn't too deep and moved slowly. He led the group that way, to a spot behind the greenhouses where the ground was low and moist from the nearby water, but not swampy at all. "What are we looking at then?" Justin said, realizing that he seemed to be the only one who didn't know why they were headed to a spot behind the greenhouses where no one else could see them. Harry looked at the boy before glancing back at Dudley. "Don't worry, Harry." Dudley looked at Justin. "You aren't afraid of snakes, are you?" "It's not poisonous. Venomous," Hermione corrected. Dudley rolled his eyes while his back was to her. Actually I'm not the biggest fan," Justin confessed, backing up. "Does your cousin have one or something?" "Yeah, he's pretty great honestly," Dudley said. "He's killed or ran off a few other snakes that slithered into my mum's garden." Maybe some other time," he said shakily. "Don't worry," Dudley repeated, "stay behind me and just check it out. It's not even a magical snake or anything, he's just really smart." Justin stood behind Dudley and watched as Harry let Nagish slither out from under his jumper sleeve and wrap around the outside of it. The Pottle twins both cooed over the colorful little snake while Dudley helped Justin get used to it, which wasn't hard once he saw the girls petting it and making keying noises at it without being bitten. Then Harry spoke, and Justin freaked out yet again. He had spent some time talking with Ernie about the magical world, and had been told already that Parselmouth meant dark wizard. The derisive glares he got from all three ladies present cooled him down enough to not go running away. "After learning about your history I wouldn't have expected you to care much for snakes, Potter. What with that Voldemort character using them as his symbol," he finally said as Harry put the snake on the ground and watched it slither towards the stream. "Yeah, but Nagish was my first magical friend. He was the one that told me I was a wizard," Harry replied. "I might have been more wary of snakes, despite being a speaker, had I been raised in the magical world. But I wasn't, and when I was growing up talking to snakes was just another freaky thing I could do." "What did he say, by the way?" Padma asked. Parvati was bouncing in excitement at the question as well. "I wasn't sure if it was rude to ask." "Besides saying he was glad we've found humans with some common sense, he said he was going to shed soon," Harry replied, getting a chuckle from both girls, "which is weird, 'cause he ate 2 lizards yesterday morning." Justin almost lost his breakfast at that statement, and Dudley suggested they head up to drier ground and kick the football around some more. "I've never seen a snake like that before," Padma said after the 2 Hufflepuffs had walked away. "You called him a kingsnake?" Harry nodded as he scanned the ground for the telltale red bands, and she continued, "Where are they from?" "In India there are a few snake species with red heads like that, but they are all extremely deadly." "King snakes are a New World snake," Hermione said, stepping into the conversation so that Harry could keep watching, "named for the same reason as king cobras in India. They can prey on venomous snakes." Hermione entered teacher mode as she began recounting all of the facts she could about king snakes, particularly the kingsnake like Nagish, to the surprisingly interested twins, her book completely forgotten in her school bag. The twins listened intently as she explained that they were venomless constrictors that were also highly resistant to the poison of snakes in the area they are native to. The kingsnake actually was colored like a highly venomous snake that it normally shared a habitat with, but it wasn't affected by that snake's venom either. "Again," Harry exclaimed a few minutes later, interrupting Hermione right before she started comparing the different kinds of kingsnake she'd read about to Nagish, as he began walking towards the stream. "What happened?" Parvati asked, concern creeping into her voice. She'd found herself almost lulled to sleep listening to Hermione talk. "Nothing's wrong," Harry consoled her, but Najish just caught a lizard. He pointed to a spot 20 feet away, where the girls could see the red and gold stripes of the snake curled into a ball by a tree branch. He doesn't normally eat this much, Harry worried. I hope the magic here isn't doing anything bad to him. You said he ate 2 lizards yesterday. Hermione queried, to which he nodded. Doesn't he normally take a couple days to get moving again after he starts, digesting? Even Hermione got grossed out by the snake sometimes. Harry chuckled as he watched his friend struggle to talk about it. It's just, his metabolism seems way faster than it should be if he's eating again. Right, she finished as they got to where the snake had just swallowed the last of the lizard's tail. Do you think I should take him to Madame Pomfrey? Harry asked as the serpent in question slithered up onto the tree branch the lizard had been hiding under and began hissing to him. Harry, you are fearful. Is something wrong? The serpent asked. Number. I'm a little worried for you though. Do you know how much you've eaten recently? That is your 3rd lizard in 2 days, Najish. Are you going to be well? As he spoke he stooped down and picked up his familiar. The snake was too full at the moment to coil around his arm like before, so Harry let him slide into the front pocket on his pull-over jumper. Najish stuck his head out of the pocket. This nest is filled with magic, with energy. I think I will be fine, Harry. Feeling the grass and the earth and the water has been good. Can we return here again? Of course, little friend. Though we might have to go somewhere dry enough to sit down and study or do homework if we come out tomorrow. Harry frowned at his friend before looking up at the 3 girls watching the exchange intently. Madame Pomfrey. He repeated, or maybe Hagrid. Some older students said he takes care of the animals in the forest a lot. Najish doesn't know why he's like this besides the fact that there's a ton of magic here at Hogwarts. Maybe Mr. Hagrid would be better. Maybe even Professor Kettleburn, the Care for Magical Creatures professor. Padma offered. Either of them probably has more experience with animals than Madame Pomfrey, since she's a healer. Harry smiled and nodded. That makes sense. We were going to go see Hagrid tomorrow anyways, but this is important. Let's go see if he's available. I agree, Harry. Should we go get Dudley? Hermione concurred. Maybe we should let he and Justin keep playing football. Harry offered. We're still not sure how big Hagrid's hut really is inside, and Justin didn't seem to be really enthused to be around Najish. Harry and the 3 girls informed the Hufflepuff boys of where they were going and why and began following the stream towards Hagrid's home. Dudley agreed that they should take Najish to make sure he wasn't sick, and he and Justin headed back to the school to see if they could get anyone else to play ball with them. Along the way, Dudley impressed on his new friend how important it is not to mention that Harry could speak, but that he wasn't actually trying to hide Najish himself. Inside the nearest greenhouse, out of sight of the students, 2 professors watched with rapt attention, as they had since Mr. Potter's outburst. Both could tell that the boy was talking to his pet snake, even from inside the greenhouse. Neither knew what to think of that. Do you think Albus knows? Sprout asked her colleague. Mr. Potter asked if he could bring the snake with him to my class. I told him sure, especially after he offered to let it hunt the mice in the greenhouses. We shall have to wait until he returns from his errand, before we find out. Though I'm sure he's aware of everything to do with the brat. Snape responded. I'm not so sure about that, Sprout demurred, thinking of the letter Mr. Dursley had given her after the welcome feast as she went back to harvesting the ingredients Snape needed for a special class he was putting on for NEWT students. Severus still had no idea what the headmaster was doing running off to South America with no warning like this. Dumbledore had received an important and private flow call from Arabella Figg late Thursday evening while Severus was meeting with him and run out of the school no less than 20 minutes later with a trunk packed for at least a day or 2 with no explanation whatsoever. Hagrid's hut was a lopsided wooden structure with a stone foundation that sat only a few dozen feet from the edge of the Forbidden Forest. The group had trouble almost immediately, as the big man kept an equally gigantic boarhound chained up on his front porch. As soon as the first years approached, the dog began barking and howling at them, straining against its chain to get at Harry. Najish curled up in his pocket, terrified of the huge dog that was so loud the little snake could feel it even through his jumper. Fang! Hush now! Whatcha see out there, boy? Came a shout from inside the cabin. A few thuds later, sounding like someone tripping on furniture, Hagrid emerged from the front door, all 11 feet of him. Harry, Hermione, good day see ye, he said once he saw them standing a little out of the way. Harry was in the rather embarrassing position of huddling behind the 3 girls. You all right there, Harry? Hagrid asked, alarmed at the boy's obvious fear. You, afraid of dogs? I can chain him up out back if you need. Sorry Hagrid, Harry said from behind Hermione, it's not me, it's actually my pet here that's scared of him. He doesn't seem to be feeling right, I was hoping you could look at him. I heard you were good with all animals, not just magical ones. Oh, that one, be a problem Harry. The big man smiled, then frowned as he looked around. Don, see the owl I got ye for birthday, ye means something else. Yeah, I brought Hedwig to school too, obviously cause you sent us a letter with her. But technically Dudley brought her, I had another pet already. Harry was careful not to say exactly what kind of pet Nagish was just yet. If Hagrid freaked out like Harry thought he might, it wouldn't be good for the dog to still be around where it could be riled up. Sorry if I offended ye Harry. Didn't mean to presume. I was just so excited to see ya again. Hagrid said. It's all right Hagrid, Harry replied. Like Hermione said then, we did need an owl. Hedwig's great too, and my aunt and uncle like her as well. Well, glad it worked out. Hagrid said as he grabbed the chain holding Fang to the porch. Don, know why he's actin' like this though. Usually only skittish round snakes unless there's some dark creature about. Smart like that, he is. Harry frowned at that as Hagrid took Fang to the back, then returned to invite his guests inside. Who are friends here? Hagrid asked as he held the door for the 4 first years. This is Padma and Parvati Patil, Hermione said as she introduced the twins. It was easy to tell them apart despite not wearing their school robes since Parvati seemed to prefer non-magical clothing on her off days and Padma didn't. Blimey, 2 sets of twins in Hogwarts at once. Hagrid whistled, least you 2 Don, take to dressing the same to confuse teachers. Those Weasleys drive McGonagall mad, they do. Once the 4 had found seats on the Hagrid-sized couch in his sitting room, the big man drug a chair across from them and asked to see Harry's sick friend. He withdrew his hands when Harry took Nagish out of his pocket, and his voice rose a few decibels as he exclaimed, a snake. Harry, careful lad, looks. He's not. Harry interrupted, all but shouting, I've had this conversation a half-dozen times since coming to Hogwarts. He's not dangerous at all. I just think he's sick. Hermione put her hand on Harry's shoulder to calm him. Parvati did the same from his other side, as he cradled the snake close to him. In his hand, Nagish squirmed, upset at whatever had upset Harry. Sorry Harry. Really? Hagrid said, realizing how much he'd upset the boy, can I take a look at him while ye tell me what's wrong? Harry let Nagish slither onto the table in front of them and began explaining about the snake's lethargy, followed by his much increased eating, while Hagrid gestured at the snake a few times with his umbrella before running his hand through his thick beard in frustration. I don't know what to tell ya, Harry, Hagrid said after he'd finished his strange examination. All the magic I use says he's fine. But he sure don't sound like it. Hagrid thought about what Harry had told him for a little while as the snake allowed the Patil twins to take turns holding and petting him. Hagrid couldn't help but frown at that. Girls who were okay playing with a snake was certainly new to him. What I don't understand though, Harry, he asked, is why you gave him so much food yesterday. Ye said y'ave had him 3 years, why feed him so much now? Well, he asked for it. He's never asked for more than he needed before. Harry answered absently as he watched the serpent play in Hermione's bushy, unruly hair to the delight of the other 2 girls. Maybe he really was okay. What do ye mean? Hagrid asked suspiciously. Harry, can you talk to pet here? Harry looked up at Hagrid, worried that the gentle giant would throw him out if he knew. He obviously had issues with snakes. Yeah, Harry said quietly, carefully gauging Hagrid's reaction. The first emotion that played over the big man's face was fear, followed by suspicion. Harry held his breath. It only took a second for all of that to go out the window as Hagrid smiled and said, well, ye shouldn't go telling people about that. They'll be thinkin' dark. You aren't worried about that? Harry asked hopefully. Hogwash, Hagrid exclaimed, Harry Potter, son o' James and Lily Potter. There's not a dark bone in body. Harry smiled broadly at the big man's declaration of support. Do you know someone else we could ask about Nagish? Maybe Professor Kettleburn, he asked. Kettleburn's great. Loves creatures, he does. But he don't much care for muggle animals. If it ain't magical somehow he don't do much with it. Hagrid left the friends for a moment to put some water to boil for tea while he thought. Returning a few minutes later with the tea set, he had an answer no one really wanted to hear. Have ye thought about asking Professor Snape? He asked as he set the pot and cups on the table in front of his guests. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Hagrid. Harry answered, he seems to have it in for me. Dudley as well. Poppycock, why would he do that? Hagrid asked unconvincingly. That sounded almost rhetorical, Mr. Hagrid. Hermione said as she locked her gaze on him, Nagish sitting on top of her head and also staring straight at the groundskeeper, adding to the slightly menacing tone in her voice, why would he do that? Because he definitely did. He hovered over Harry and I almost the whole class. Dudley said he did the same to him, except Dudley isn't as good at potions and lost several house points for simple failures. Not to mention, breathing too loudly. Harry added with air quotes. Even after the Neville incident, Harry hadn't really believed that one until the greasy git took points from Dean for exactly that 15 minutes before the period let out. Hagrid made a face at that like he didn't quite want to believe it, but knew it was probably true. Snape's troubles are his own. Hagrid finally said, I can't be going 'bout telling people his business. He has a reason to not like Potters, he won't be unfair about it though. But if he gets on ya too hard ye should take it to Dumbledore. Harry snorted at that and Hagrid glared at him for a moment. I'm sorry I can't help more, Harry. Snape's the one most likely to know about snakes though. If there's something wrong he'll be the one to know. They continued talking for a while after that, during which time Hermione gave Hagrid a pared-down version of her Kingsnake facts lesson that the Pottles had received earlier. The groundskeeper was actually a little impressed with the snake afterwards. His initial opinions were colored not only by Britain's cultural issues, but also by the fact that northern Scotland only had venomous adders for snakes. Knowing that this snake was not only safe, but actively hunted the dangerous kind, made him a star in Hagrid's book. As the afternoon wore on, the group realized that they needed to find time to get homework done, and excused themselves from Hagrid's hut after promising to keep their tea engagement the next day and bring Dudley along. That evening after dinner, Harry found himself in the dungeons arguing with himself over whether he should knock on the door to Professor Snape's office. Nagish was feeling more energetic, but he definitely was beginning to shed. His eyes had glazed over in a span of merely hours to mark the beginning of the process. Something that normally took a day or two. After a minute standing in front of the door arguing with himself, Harry finally knocked. Enter, came the gruff answer from within. Snape looked up as Harry closed the door behind him. What do you want, Potter? He demanded. Sir, I was hoping you could help me. Harry began tentatively. Unfortunately for you, Potter, Snape bit back, I am not here to bow to your need for attention. If you want special lessons or some other privilege, go ask your own head of house. It's not that, sir. Harry responded quietly. Then what, boy? Out with it. It's my pet, sir, I'm worried that he's sick. Harry started. Then take him to Kettleburn, or that bloody oaf Hagrid. I am not a vet. Snape hissed back. I did take him to Hagrid, Harry said, getting angry now at Snape's continued abuse. He said that Professor Kettleburn didn't care much about non-magical animals. He tried checking Nagish himself, but didn't know what was wrong. He said you would be the specialist. So this is about your snake then? The professor asked matter-of-factly, to Harry's shock. Another teacher mentioned him. Harry asked. Sprout informed me that you offered your familiar's service in keeping the greenhouses pest-free. He replied evenly before his expression softened a little, so the serpent is ill. Harry nodded as relief swept over his face. The professor's tone made it clear he was going to help. Yes sir, will you take a look at him? I would be a disgrace to Slytherin if I did not know how to care for a snake. Merlin knows, there's at least one snake being kept as a pet in each year in my house. Some of them are even non-venomous. One side of Snape's mouth quirked at his joke and Harry smiled as the tension finished draining from him. Did you at least have the presence of mind to bring the creature here with you to save us all some time? He asked, his dour tone returning so fast that Harry felt he'd get whiplash. Yes sir. Harry replied, mentally off balance again as he stepped forward and allowed Nagish to slither from inside his sleeve onto the potions master's desk. Snape eyed the snake warily as he slowly picked his wand up off the desk and pointed it, glancing at Harry as he did, and spoke a spell, Finite Incantatem. Nothing happened. The snake stared at the professor through milky eyes. "What was that, sir?" Harry asked, his voice riddled with curiosity. Snape went on gesturing with his wand, periodically touching the tip to a parchment and allowing words to form on it before going back to casting. As he cast, the professor answered, "It was the basic spell-canceling spell." At Harry's confused expression he elaborated, "The headmaster was adamant that you had cast, or had someone else cast, a spell to make your snake these colors. I told him no first year would be that skilled, and no Gryffindor would cast such a spell on a snake. But he was convinced that he was right. It's actually rare I have a chance to say, 'I told you so,' to Dumbledore." He quizzed Harry about the symptoms that had been showing while he continued his diagnostics. The fourth time Snape pressed his wand to the parchment to show the results of his studies he gasped and almost dropped his wand. "What's wrong, sir? Is Nagish going to be all right?" Harry asked in a panic as the professor's eyes widened to saucers. Instead of immediately answering, Snape began casting diagnostic spells at Harry. Nagish hissed in protest as Harry became agitated. "Tilda, what is wrong, Harry? What is the angry man doing?" "Tilda," he asked as he coiled to strike. "Tilda, I don't know, my friend. But he hasn't hurt me. Something is wrong. I think it's bad." Tilda. Harry's worry for his friend was eating him as he spoke. "Mr. Potter, please calm your familiar," Snape said as he read out the results of his diagnostics on Harry, making no remark of Harry's speaking. That was easier said than done. Nagish could tell as soon as Harry walked in that he was uncomfortable around Snape. In addition, Snape's dislike of Harry was so apparent that even the serpent could read the body language, and it made Nagish upset. Harry ultimately picked up his familiar and held him on the other side of the room for a minute or two, hissing consolation to the angry serpent. "Well," Snape began again once Nagish was no longer tensed up and ready to attack, "Potter, I can say with certainty that your snake will be fine." Harry breathed a loud sigh of relief. "However, I must ask. Who helped you to bond your familiar to you?" "What do you mean, sir?" Harry asked back. "Potter, your Nagish isn't merely a pet. He is a true familiar," Snape explained. To no benefit, as Harry was obviously completely lost. "Most witches and wizards never actually bond themselves to their pets like this," Snape said. "When they do, it's almost always with a cat or an owl, as they are generally considered the most useful kinds of familiars." "What does that mean though?" Harry asked. "Measles and post owls aren't just cats or owls with spells cast upon them. They are truly magical animals that are the result of familiars breeding together to produce a new, naturally magical, breed." Harry was amazed. Magic could make animals evolve. Actually spawn new species from non-magical ones. This started because of the nature of the familiar bond. The professor continued, "Part of the process involves opening up the wizard's magic to the potential familiar, both of whom must accept the bond without coercion. The end result is that the former pet now has a small magical core within them that permanently links them to their wizard." Snape looked at the red-faced snake once more. "That is what is happening to this one here. You fully bonded him as your familiar a little more than 1 year ago, according to my diagnostics. Part of that process in snakes is unnatural growth, and Nagish here will likely grow quite a bit now that you have come to Hogwarts. It was always going to happen, but the high concentration of magic here triggered it to happen now. Since you have no idea what I'm speaking of, I can only assume you bonded to the snake without proper knowledge and without anyone to supervise. Which was extremely dangerous. It could have damaged your magic irreparably, but seems to have ended up being harmless. Typical Potter luck. How big do you think he'll get?" Harry asked as he looked at his little friend. "There is no telling, as that will ultimately depend on you. Though I imagine the high concentration of magic in Hogwarts is what started the process so suddenly, it will not affect the actual increase in size he will undergo." Snape replied. "Go on, Potter, ask." Snape added after a moment, when it seemed Harry was simply going to thank him and leave, "I have spoken with Sprout and Flitwick earlier today. Would it be all right if I brought Nagish to class with me, sir?" Harry asked. Once he realized what the professor was pushing for, He and I have studied and brewed potions together for a long time, and I was teaching him about different ingredients. He won't be a bother in class, sir, I promise. He stays. That's enough, Potter, the professor snapped. Merlin, he thought to himself, when he gets like that his eyes remind me exactly of lilies. You can bring the serpent with you on one condition. Harry waited while Snape paused for dramatic effect. Answer this question. Why are you walking around with your familiar under your sleeve everywhere you go, even mealtimes it seems, but going to such lengths to avoid letting knowledge of him get out? Harry thought about his answer for a moment. I don't want to keep him hidden longer than I have to. He was my first magical friend. Snape's eyebrow rose at that admission, so I figured if I had him with me in a bunch of classes and the teachers knew but the other students didn't, then when it did come out that he's there I can say, but he's always been there, and nothing ever happens and the teachers would back me up. Harry paused for breath as he realized he'd been talking rather quickly. I don't want to disrupt other people from studying. But I know I'm not the only one who brings a pet to class occasionally. I've seen Weasley's rat sticking out of his pocket sometimes. I get that no one will be okay with me talking to him in class, but just having him there shouldn't be a problem. Snape nodded at the answer. Potter, how did you avoid being sorted into Slytherin? Harry grinned. I think you said I only had to answer the one question, Professor. Snape smirked. Get out then, Potter. You may bring Nagish with you to class in the future. Understand though, that if we are brewing a potion whose fumes might be dangerous to the snake I will insist that you leave it on my desk for the duration of that class. I think that's fine, sir. As long as that won't happen next class one think it won't matter. Snape agreed and sent the Gryffindor on his way. Even if it was for Nagish, I can't believe Snape was so helpful. Neville said to Harry after hearing about his encounter with the potions master last night. Neville's gran had decided to take him back to Longbottom Manor for dinner after getting his wand and he'd returned to the castle rather late, so he was being filled in on what he missed over breakfast. Professor Snape, Hermione said reflexively, causing those around her to roll their eyes. I'm just glad he's going to be okay. Though I'm still worried about this whole unnatural growth thing. Harry concluded. Twins alert. Hermione muttered under her breath as he saw the redheads approach. They'd been sort of shadowing her and Harry since Friday morning, and had somehow known that Harry was meeting with Professor Snape last night without anyone telling them. Hermione really wanted to know how they seemed to know so much. It might be a risk to Harry and Nagish. Or it might be against the rules. Can we ask you a question, Potter? The nearer twin asked once they'd sat down across from the first years. Just did. Harry responded, unconsciously rubbing his arm where Nagish was wrapped around him. Yeah, that letter you got on Friday. Harry's eyebrow rose. At least it wasn't about Nagish, the one that came from Mr. Mooney. What about it? Harry asked. Mr. Mooney was one of my dad's friends in school. They played pranks and studied together, which is basically all the letter said, too. Do you know him or something? Unlikely since it's a nickname and he's been out of the country for a while. The twins stared at him, dumbstruck, for a full 30 seconds before responding. Harry, they began together before one took over. We need you to send him another letter, ask him a question for us. Yeah mate, the other twin continued, we think we do know him, or of him, possibly. If we're right, then we have something that belongs to him. The first brother picked up again, right, if it's really the Mr. Mooney then we need to know if he wants it back. Well, what is it? I can ask him I guess. Harry replied, totally confused. The twins shared a look before pulling out a piece of parchment and taking turns composing a short 2-sentence note between them. When they finished they handed it to Harry. Would you send him this? They asked in unison. Harry read the note, shaking his head in further confusion, before putting it in his jeans pocket. Messrs. Weasley and Weasley, pranksters extraordinaire, find themselves in possession of a certain enchanted artifact belonging to Mr. Mooney. If Mr. Mooney, of the illustrious Marauders, were to prove that he was aware of what Mrs. Weasley and Weasley referred to, they would be pleased to return said artifact, upon request. I'll send this after breakfast if Hedwig doesn't bring something with this morning's mail. Harry said as he went back to eating. She will. I signed up for the Sunday Prophet the last time we were in Diagon Alley. Hermione said, I figured we could get a copy of the regular Prophet from someone after they were done with it, no problem. Yeah, but that's not really how the Prophet works. Neville added, puzzled, they use their own owls to make deliveries. Tell that to Hedwig, Dudley said, laughing as he sat down, having caught the end of that exchange. The only day she didn't deliver it for us back home was the first day we had her, when we didn't let her out of her cage that night. As if to prove he was telling the truth, the beautiful white owl swooped into the great hall ahead of the flurry of other owls and landed gently in front of Hermione with her newspaper. Why thank you, Hedwig, Hermione said cheerfully as she handed the bird a strip of bacon, pet her head, and took the paper from where Hedwig had dropped it out of her claws onto the table. Harry has something for you to send to Mr. Lupin too. If that's all right. Hedwig hooted at her and hopped one space over to Harry after she was done. Harry grinned and rubbed her head and back for a while before pulling out the letter and writing a quick, "Moony, my friends asked me to send this," onto the outside and attaching it to the bird's leg. Hedwig hopped over to stand before Dudley last, who lavished pets onto the snowy owl and slipped her one more piece of her favorite breakfast treat. I hope she didn't hurt the news owl that was originally going to deliver that paper. Neville said as Hedwig flew away. I'm sure it's fine, Dudley replied, not totally convinced, as he observed the twins both still awestruck that Hedwig had actually delivered the prophet. He resolved to check on that later. Heck, maybe Hedwig would be honest if he asked her directly. Mr. Potter, the headmaster has requested to meet with you this morning, Professor McGonagall said to him 5 minutes later after she had come down from the head table. Harry looked at her nervously for a moment before she leaned in and continued in a quieter voice, do not worry. I shall be there the whole time, just as your guardian requested, and I shall be sending her a report immediately afterwards. Harry nodded and looked to Hermione, if I'm not back in time for tea with Hagrid, come check on me, all right. He gave her a thumbs up as he stood to follow his head of house. Uh-oh, we've never been called to the headmaster's office in 2 years of pranking, what did you do? One of the twins asked as Harry walked away, causing him to smile a little. If I may, Mr. Potter, why specifically do you feel such distrust and animosity towards the headmaster? McGonagall asked to break the silence after they had walked about halfway to the headmaster's office. You know he left me out on the front porch that night, don't you? Harry asked without facing her. Yes, I was there, along with Hagrid. She replied, we were all under the impression that your aunt's family hated magic, and I allowed him to convince me that leaving you under a warming charm until they stepped out to turn off the porch light would be better than basically invading their home with the worst possible news. Lights can have multiple switches, there was one inside. Harry deadpanned. McGonagall covered her mouth with her hand as her eyes widened in shock. I apologize, Mr. Potter, I did not know that. She cleared her throat. Obviously she needed to better familiarize herself with Muggle technology. Is there anything else in particular? A lot of personal stuff to do with my family and Gringotts. I'm not supposed to talk about it without my aunt present. Harry responded quickly. Well then, how are you enjoying Hogwarts so far? McGonagall sighed internally. This was going to be an interesting visit if the headmaster asked the questions she suspected. He actually spoke Parseltongue in your office. Dumbledore asked his potions master while they waited for McGonagall to bring young Harry. The very first thing Snape had said upon entering was that Harry Potter was a Parselmouth, and had come to him because his snake was ill. Indeed, the serpent became defensive when I cast a diagnostic spell at the boy. He didn't hesitate to speak to it to calm it down. Snape replied, Sprout knows as well, he took the snake out behind the greenhouses yesterday and she saw him speaking to it then. Dumbledore frowned. Why did he take it there? It was beginning to shed. Most snakes need to moisten their skin to ease that process, so he went to the stream back there. Then what exactly was wrong with the snake? Why did you cast a spell at young Harry? Dumbledore asked, catching up to the incongruity. Snape frowned himself, unsure how the headmaster would take this news. While examining the serpent, I found a magical core. The headmaster's eyebrows rose, and then cast a spell to verify that the serpent was bound to Potter. It is. Nagish is a real familiar. Who? How? Dumbledore wasn't sure what question he wanted answered first. He said no one helped. He didn't even seem to know what a familiar was until I explained it. Snape replied, the Dark Lord sometimes indicated that the snakes he spoke to know an instinctive sort of magic. Perhaps the snake itself initiated the bond. We will have to ask when he gets here then. Dumbledore said matter-of-factly. They didn't have to wait much longer before Professor McGonagall opened the door, allowing Harry to enter before closing it behind her. Is there a reason Professor Snape is present for this meeting, Headmaster? McGonagall questioned, eyeing the head of Slytherin as he sat on a stool in the corner. Severus was just informing me of what has happened while I've been gone. The headmaster responded, regardless, you needn't worry about him, Minerva, he has my utmost confidence. Dumbledore turned his grandfatherly gaze towards Harry now, his eyes twinkling merrily. Harry my boy, he hesitated when Harry frowned at the casual mode of address, Mr. Potter then. I must apologize for this being the first time we've met, at least when you could remember, but circumstances led to my believing a standoffish approach was the correct choice. For that, I am sorry. That's all right, Harry said, my aunt made sure I understood why I was raised with them and couldn't try and find the magical world. That it was dangerous and all. When we did go back to Diagon Alley the first time, we found out a lot of the bad guys got away after my parents died. So I can't hold that against you. Albus sighed, that is rather good of you, to forgive that easily. No sir, Harry said simply. I'm sorry, what? Dumbledore looked up sharply. Behind Harry, McGonagall and Snape were staring at him with interest. I haven't forgiven you yet, sir. What you just apologized for was nothing, not even worth mentioning. Nothing to forgive there. The headmaster's eyes widened slightly before calming again. Then let us begin to work things out, if you will, though not today I think. I know that I have made other choices that you and your magical guardian might not approve of. When they deem to meet with me, I will endeavor to defend my decisions to both of you. He paused a moment, hoping that Harry would divulge some information about the woman, leaving that for the moment, as I'm sure you have been instructed not to speak of, Ms. Acacia, I've been told you have a rather non-standard familiar. Harry wrapped his hand protectively over the arm Nagish was coiled around. Why do you ask? Sir, I'm not here to judge you in any way, I promise. I also will not be asking you to send the snake home, necessarily. Harry released the breath he didn't realize he was holding. I simply want to speak with you, and assess any potential risk your familiar may bring. To others or even to yourself. As Harry mulled over the headmaster's words, a soft, soothing birdsong filled the room. Harry looked over to the corner behind the headmaster and saw a beautiful red bird, larger than an owl, perched on a golden stand. The song washed over him and he felt his stress and worry flee from him. That was amazing, Harry said when the bird stopped singing. This is Fox, my own familiar. The headmaster responded as he stood and offered the bird a piece of hard candy. He is a phoenix. He's beautiful, Harry said, still watching the red and gold bird as it stared back at him, beeping on a drop. Tilda the fire bird is right, Harry. You should not worry, he would not allow his wizard to be dark. Tilda Harry heard Nagish say from under his sleeve. Harry's thoughts were elsewhere, though. Phoenix were real. In mythology a phoenix's tears were capable of healing someone of almost anything. Perhaps he wishes to see your wand again. It is Fox's own feather that serves as its core, after all. At Harry's questioning look he continued, I asked Mr. Ollivander to inform me when that wand sold, and to whom, due to its potential connection to its brother. Well, Harry said after nodding to the headmaster and turning back to Fox, I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't show it to you today. I don't normally carry that wand around. What? Dumbledore asked hastily, leaning forward, you have another wand then. Where did you get it? Harry backed up, accidentally bumping into Professor McGonagall, who put a steadying hand on his shoulder. Please watch your tone with my student, Albus. McGonagall said as she glared at the old man, if he asks for it, you won't be allowed in the same room as him at all. Typical Potter, always needing to have things their way. Snape muttered from his corner. Harry scrunched his face in confusion at that. He hadn't given what Hagrid said yesterday much though, but had Professor Snape known his family before the war or something? That's enough of that, Severus. McGonagall hissed. I use my wand, Headmaster. Harry finally said, his confidence bolstered by Professor McGonagall standing up for him. He pulled his redwood wand out of his bag and showed it to the old wizard. This wand. The one with fox feather in it isn't really mine, but Mr. Ollivander said it wanted me to take it anyway, so he sold me both. I keep the other one in a box in the bottom of my trunk. Dumbledore stared at the redwood wand in front of him. Why hadn't Ollivander mentioned that? Most interesting, would you tell me about your wand? The headmaster finally asked. Harry smiled as he looked at the magical instrument in his hand. It's redwood and horned serpent horn, sir. It has a step-brother wand, or something like that, my cousin Dudley's. Mr. Ollivander said they were made in North America by the same maker, and at the same time, and didn't like being separated. Dumbledore chuckled and nodded, the explanation providing an easy segue into his next line of questioning. That is a rather interesting history for a wand you've had barely a month, most impressive. Though now I feel we can return to the matter of your familiar. Albus, I don't see what the problem is. After Miss Granger told me what species Mr. Potter's pet was, I looked it up. They identified it correctly, and it's harmless. McGonagall said, her hand still protectively resting on Harry's shoulder, though not the one she knew was attached to the arm Nagish was wrapped around. That is one of the things we need to discuss. Dumbledore replied sagely, it is not a simple pet anymore, not for a year or so. Is that correct? He locked eyes with Harry as he spoke. That's why Professor Snape is here, isn't it? Harry asked. Last night when I took Nagish for him to look at, he said that Nagish and I were bonded, or something. He said Nagish was going to begin growing again, which kind of has me freaked out since he's supposed to be about fully grown now, but he didn't say much else. That would be because, though he has plenty of experience with snakes, he does not have as much with familiar bonds, like the one you apparently share with your serpent. Dumbledore explained. A familiar bond? McGonagall queried, how is that possible? Who could have taught him? I believe the easiest way to answer that would be for young Harry to tell us about when he believes it happened. The headmaster popped another candy in his mouth as he answered, forgive me, I'm sitting here indulging myself and offering nothing, would any of you like a drop? Harry reached for a candy before noticing that neither of the teachers were and took his hand back. The headmaster frowned and moved the dish to the edge of his desk where Harry could reach it if he changed his mind. Well, would you tell us that particular tale? Professor Snape indicated that you weren't surprised when he told you the time frame of your bond, so I suspect you have an idea of when it happened, yes. The aged wizard leaned back in his chair to wait for Harry to begin his story. Before beginning, Harry glanced back at Professor Snape, looking for some sign that the headmaster already knew. The potions master inclined his head minutely and Harry hissed out an invitation to Nagish, who slithered out from under Harry's shirt and draped himself over his wizard's shoulders. McGonagall jumped back when Harry spoke, before remembering herself and stepping forward again, embarrassed, I'm sorry, Mr. Potter. I was not prepared for that. How is that possible? She thought to herself, Parseltongue doesn't run in the Potter line. It's all right, Professor, I think I'll have to get used to those reactions at some point. Harry said, Headmaster, I'd like to get Nagish to help me with the story so I don't forget anything, since I wasn't there for the beginning, and don't really remember that night very well after what I think is the bonding started. Dumbledore nodded as he watched the snake and boy, who then began to slowly recount the story of their bonding on a Saturday evening in July of last year. Petunia sighed contentedly as she pruned her prized pink roses. Gardening was easily the most relaxing part of her day, even better than afternoon tea. For the last couple years Harry had been helping her as well. They knew that herbology was a core class in Hogwarts, and it never hurts to be used to getting your hands dirty. But, she still insisted that she take care of the roses herself. They had been a parting gift from her sister when they had been forced to pretend to dislike each other. The roses were a magical strain that Lily had altered slightly with some magic Petunia didn't have a clue about, but the result was that they worked for her and Vernon just like they were supposed to for magicals. Tea from the roses helped whenever she and her husband were having a rough patch in their relationship. It caused you to remember all the reasons you love the people you love, even when you're angry or frustrated with them. Petunia knew that Harry would be tempted to try and find out what the rose petals did if he ever worked with the plant, and she was worried that it would make him think of his parents, which would probably have the opposite of the intended effect. So caught up was she in her gardening and musing about Harry, Petunia didn't notice how the slithering form near the base of the nearby fig bush wasn't the right colors. She had actually begun to grow used to having her nephew's friend in her garden with her. A violent hiss was all the warning she received as a black and green adder struck at her, only to be intercepted in mid-air by a streak of red and gold. Petunia screamed for Harry as she stumbled backwards, terrified and shrieking while she watched her nephew's pet wrap the adder up and slowly crush it, even as the slightly larger, venomous snake struck at the constrictor repeatedly. She hadn't seen a dangerous snake, nor rodent of any kind, in her garden in 2 years now, and she wasn't prepared in the least. By the time Harry had made it outside, the struggle was over and Najish hesitantly slithered away from the dead adder. "Tilda, little friend, are you okay? Did he bite you?" Tilda. Harry frantically reached for his pet, who hissed at him to stop him. Tilda SS is still too close. Death reflex, do not get bit. T10 Harry. Tilda. Harry began to panic at how weak his friend's voice sounded, and how shaky and unsure his motions were in the grass. Once Najish was far enough from his foe, which took far longer than Harry would have liked, he picked up his little friend and turned to make sure his aunt was all right. She was standing about 10 feet away, her hand clutching her over her heart as she gulped in gigantic breaths of air. "He saved me." Petunia managed to get out between hysterical gulps. "It had already struck at me, and he caught it. I need to take him upstairs. He's hurt, I think he's been bit." Harry shouted as he ran back inside and upstairs. Petunia stayed outside just long enough to look back at the unmoving adder. Vernon would have to take a shovel to it when he got back from his neighborhood poker game in a few hours. As he was running up the stairs, Harry felt Najish tighten painfully around his hand and almost stumbled back down. "Tilda, that hurts, please stop." "Tilda," he hissed out. "Tilda, put me down NN quickly. It hurts, Harry. Can NN not control?" Tilda. The snake's muscles were spasming from the venom, and he was accidentally crushing Harry's hand. Once in his room, Harry pried Najish off his hand and grabbed a book on animal venoms, desperately hoping there would be something he could do to help with the few non-perishable magical ingredients they had. It was too late in the day to try and take him to a vet on a weekend, even if they could help a foreign snake being bitten by an adder. After a few fruitless minutes of searching, Harry returned to his friend on the bed, begging him to tell him what he could do to help. "Tilda, the poisson issss strange, Harry. It burns SSSS." Tilda. Najish spasmed and wrapped himself up as he spoke. Harry was worried his friend would somehow tie himself in a knot. "Tilda, what can I do? I'll do anything I can to save you, Najish. Isn't there any magic I can do? I know I haven't been taught, but I can still try." Tilda. Harry tentatively reached out to his friend, praying that he would be all right. "Tilda, if you SSSH share your magic with me, if you truly have a healer's SS soul LLL, Tilda. Tilda, what do I have to do?" Tilda. Harry responded with a lot more confidence than he felt. The snake shivered as he examined Harry, flicking his tongue out to taste his wizard's emotional state. Harry's worry was apparent, as was his care for his snake. "Tilda, it cannot be undone." Tilda. Najish hissed out through the pain. "Tilda, what do I have to do?" Tilda. Harry repeated, more sure of himself this time. "Tilda, I am a wizard. If I can use my magic, to heal you, then I want to do it. Tilda. Tilda, give me your hand, and I'm SSS sorry if it hurts. Tilda." Petunia stepped up to Harry's door, left cracked open, as Najish hissed the last words to Harry. She covered her mouth to fight her instinct to scream again when she saw the snake latch onto the space between Harry's thumb and fingers with its teeth. Harry winced, but didn't fight as the spasming snake curled around his hand, jaws still locked onto him. Harry continued speaking the snake language as his blood dripped onto the floor from where Najish was chewing on his hand. Just before Petunia decided to interfere, worried that Harry's fingers might get broken by the snake's powerful muscles, his hand began to glow a soft gold and silver light. The light pulsed slowly and worked its way from Harry into the snake from where they were connected. After a full minute, the snake was glowing and Harry's hand was back to normal except for the places where Najish's teeth were still buried in him, which still shimmered. Harry sighed when Najish finally released his hand once he'd stopped glowing as well, and Petunia entered the room to ask what had happened and whether the snake would be okay. Harry turned to acknowledge her and promptly passed out. His aunt managed to catch him before he hit his head on the wall and she put him to bed. After tucking Harry in, Petunia looked down to find Najish climbing up onto the foot of the bed as well. "Is he going to be okay?" Petunia asked aloud while holding her nephew's hand once the serpent had finished climbing and relaxed beside Harry's leg. "Look at me," Petunia thought to herself, trying to talk to a snake. Nagish looked up at her and bobbed his head, once, before laying back down. Petunia forced a smile and managed to leave the room before her composure broke and she began hyperventilating. What did I just witness? She asked herself as she finally went to prepare a warm towel for Harry. Harry didn't wake up until the evening after next. Refreshed but starving, he found Nagish curled beside his head, sleeping peacefully, and grinned. They would become healers, he was sure of it now. Truly astounding. Dumbledore said a half-hour later, once Harry had sat back down after finishing his story. What's astounding is that nothing went wrong. Without a runic array to keep your magic focused, you could have given too much magic and injured yourself. Professor McGonagall said from her seat, at least you can put aside your worries about the thing being dangerous to other students, Albus. Indeed, he responded, though it brings up the new question of exactly how much magic went into the bonding. It can't have been too much, as Mr. Potter here is still young, but it will let us know approximately how much larger the snake will become over time. How do we tell that? Harry asked, clearly worried that the headmaster was going to imply he was the one to do it. Madame Pomfrey can perform that examination, I believe. Dumbledore responded, and if anything else comes up concerning your bond that causes you worry, you may feel free to come to me for advice. He smirked from behind his beard and gestured towards Fawkes the Phoenix. I have a passable knowledge of familiar bonds, particularly those with magical creatures. Harry looked like he wasn't sure about that, but Professor McGonagall was quick to offer to be present for any such meeting as well. Professor, there was actually something I wanted to ask about while I had the chance. I should have asked while we were walking here, but it wasn't on my mind at the time. Harry added after McGonagall's offer, Nagish shed his skin last night, but I couldn't find it this morning when I was looking. He glanced down at the snake on his shoulder. I collect the skins, I have 3 years' worth. Is there some kind of magic housekeeping that took the shed skin after he was done? Professor McGonagall took a moment to process that. Yes, I suppose a house elf would have assumed it was simply waste to be removed. Would it be possible to ask them to bring it back? If it's not too late. Harry asked tentatively. I don't see why that would be a problem, Dumbledore said as he turned to the space beside his desk and called, Lonnie. Instantly the empty space was occupied by a diminutive, wrinkly little creature, maybe 2.5 feet tall, with gigantic eyes and ears, wearing a simple tea cozy emblazoned with the Hogwarts crest. Headmaster Dumbledore calls. The creature, Lonnie, Harry assumed, asked as he bowed deeply. Mr. Potter here was wondering if the elf in charge of cleaning the Gryffindor first-year boys' dorms might be able to retrieve the shed snake skin that was taken from his room this morning. He has a collection of them, it would seem. The headmaster smiled at the creature as it turned to regard Harry with a look of awe. Of course, Lonnie be telling the Griffey elves to bring it back today, Mr. Potter, sir. The elf yelped excitedly before he noticed Nagish resting on Harry's shoulder. Yous have a Griffey serpent. He continued, elves was worried cause the great Harry Potter has a serpent familiar in Lion's Tower. But they never see it in light. It be Griffey colored. Harry Potter beak bad snake man and snakes bow to him now. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to the creature's adoration and excitability, but decided to let Nagish return to his hand and hold him where the elf could get a better look. This is Nagish, he'll be in the dorm a lot when the elves are cleaning it. Could you make sure they don't bother him somehow while they do? Harry was quick to continue when he saw the devastated look on the elf's face. I don't think the elves will bother him at all, they haven't yet. I just wanted to make sure, you know. I don't know much about magic and nothing about elves. The elf nodded vigorously as he stared at the snake in front of him. Griffey elves being told to care for the great Harry Potter's familiar. Be making sure he comfies. With that declaration, the elf disappeared with an almost silent pop. That was weird. Harry admitted once the creature was gone. I'll never understand all the nonsense about me being a hero. Whatever do you mean? McGonagall asked. Surely you know the story of the end of the war and the defeat of you-know-who. You mean how Voldemort attacked my family in their own home after their best friend betrayed them? Harry asked, ignoring McGonagall's reflexive flinch at the name. How they still managed to trick him somehow with magic and beat him. But they died doing it, so everyone gives me the credit. You think it was your parents that defeated Voldemort? Dumbledore asked. Obviously, Snape drawled from his corner in the back. At least the boy has enough sense to understand reality. I have said for 10 years that there was no way a baby defeated the Dark Lord. Thank you, Harry said, despite the venom the professor seemed to have in his tone. Yes, well, it is the nature of people to want heroes more than martyrs. Dumbledore said, drawing the conversation back to the front of the room, you will always be famous because you lived. Though it is truly a shame that your parents do tend to be forgotten as a consequence. Is there anything else, sir? Harry asked after a moment of silence. My friends and I were going to have tea with Hagrid around noon, but I need to take Nagish back to Gryffindor Tower first. Fang doesn't like snakes. I suppose, before you go, I must hazard to ask, is there some way that I might be able to contact your magical guardian, Ms. Peony Acacia? Dumbledore asked, his face totally neutral. The only contact information I have is Gringotts, and any letter I send is returned, unopened. No sir, Ms. Acacia says you shouldn't need to meet her, or talk with her, so I'm not to say anything. Harry responded with practiced clarity. Then, would you happen to know anything about a representative from the Brazilian Ministry of Magic being near your home this week? The headmaster continued. No sir, I don't know anyone in Brazil or anything. Harry answered, extremely perplexed. Dumbledore simply nodded. He'd have to ask Arabella Fig for more details since his trip to South America turned up nothing. Then he looked back up with his grandfatherly twinkle back. One last thing, just a curiosity. How was that incident, after 2 years, the first time Nagish was bitten by an adder? I assumed from the context that he would have been chasing them away or killing them since you met him. Most snakes I just told to go away. He only ever killed one other snake, and that one he surprised in the garden before it bit one of the neighbor's cats, but that one was also a lot smaller too. Harry replied, we didn't want to kill a bunch of snakes just for being attracted to the wards. The headmaster's eyebrows rose at that. Yeah, Nagish told me the day we met that the wards on the house were what drew him there. I had no idea that that would happen, Dumbledore confided. The attraction for snakes is likely tied in some way to the particular ward that attacks those who bear the dark mark, though a very unintentional, and counterintuitive, effect if that is so. That's another thing that probably caused the Dursley family some headaches. McGonagall spoke up again, causing the headmaster to sigh once more. Don't take the wards away though, please. Harry was quick to add. Do not worry, Mr. Potter. Dumbledore smiled at Harry's obvious concern for his family. So long as you call Privet Drive your home, the wards will last until you turn 17. Now, am I to assume that this one snake didn't speak Parseltongue or something? Oh, he did. Harry frowned, remembering the snake, and Nagish bumped his cheek. Harry hadn't realized Nagish had climbed back to his shoulder. He smiled and pet his friend's head with a finger before continuing, he was just a jerk. He wanted me to throw out Nagish and take him in. He kept coming back when I'd tell him to leave, too. We'd already decided I'd get my uncle and a shovel for the next time he came around. Nagish was sure he would be fine fighting him, but I never wanted to risk it. I see, Dumbledore chuckled. I never imagined there could be such drama in the world of snakes. Fawkes made a chirping noise that sounded reminiscent of laughter, which set off Harry and then McGonagall to chuckle at the headmaster's lame description as well. After being dismissed, Harry said goodbye to the headmaster and the two heads of house and headed back down the staircase to rejoin his friends. A truly incredible story, isn't it? Dumbledore said once Harry had closed the door behind him. Minerva, is there anything else you'd like to add that you didn't want to bring up with young Mr. Potter here? Yes, actually, she replied, which drew the headmaster's gaze from his candy dish. It has come to my attention that many students come to Hogwarts without the knowledge of certain, important, skills. Chief among these being how to write with a quill on parchment in a legible and consistent manner. I have already spoken with Phileas and Pomona. We would like to hold a once-a-week seminar where we help those students who need additional tutelage in using common school tools. Phileas added that we should offer assistance on basic essay writing, since that is a major aspect of many classes. We expect to run for about a month. Ridiculous, there is no need to pander so much to Muggleborn whiners. Snape said angrily. Your house has exactly 0 Muggleborn students in it, Severus, which is why you weren't even asked about this. Your input is neither warranted, nor asked for. McGonagall replied pointedly. I see no reason not to, so as long as the teachers involved arrange things there is no reason for me to interfere. But, I must insist that it be open to all students, not merely Muggleborn. Dumbledore said after a moment's thought. This wasn't really what he meant when he'd asked. Of course, McGonagall huffed. Not all magical-raised children get the same amount of experience in writing and such as others, so it shall be open for anyone who wants to get some practice and advice. I have it on good authority that Mr. Longbottom would be going, which should keep the less open-minded from complaining. When the gargoyle silently stepped out of Harry's way at the bottom of the stairwell, he saw Hermione and Neville talking to a painting on the other side of the hallway, something he still wasn't sure he was totally okay with. Moving pictures were one thing, but were these paintings just copies, or what? Something more. Seeing a chance for a laugh, he crept up on his friends while putting his finger to his lips to beg the painting they were talking to not give him away. The person in the painting, a woman in a ball gown, smirked, but luckily his friends didn't notice. Coming up behind them while Hermione was berating the painting for not telling her where the headmaster's office was hidden, Harry clapped his hands together between their heads. "Gah!" Neville shouted as he stumbled to the side and almost fell. "Harry, that was rude," Hermione chastised as she clutched her rapidly beating heart. "Sorry," Harry got out between laughs, which the woman in the painting was mirroring. That was just too easy to pass up. "By the way, the headmaster's office is behind that gargoyle." "Indeed," the woman in the portrait said, "it is not school policy to let students into the headmaster's office unless invited. If you need faculty assistance, that is what the heads of house are for." "Oh," Hermione said, realizing that she might have become rather pushy when the portrait wouldn't answer her question despite clearly knowing the answer. "I'm sorry. I didn't think about that." "That's all right, young lady, but please be more considerate in the future. Not all questions can be answered simply, even if the answer is known." The portrait woman responded. "Hey Hermione," Harry offered as a way to change her mood, "did you know that the headmaster's familiar is a phoenix?" "Everyone knows that," Neville said. "Wait, is it a real phoenix like from mythology?" Hermione asked their pureblood friend. "I don't know about Muggle mythology," Neville answered, "but a phoenix is a magic bird of fire that bursts into flame when it dies and comes back from the ashes. Its tears are supposed to cure any ailment or injury too." Harry and Hermione smiled broadly at that confirmation. Harry was in good spirits as the group headed towards Hagrid's hut. When he'd returned to the tower, he found that the missing snake's skin had already been returned. It was now pinned to his headboard to dry out, and Nagish was curled around a stone with some magic mark on it that the elves had apparently left under his pillow. The little serpent had happily informed his wizard that the stone was enchanted to give off a light warmth, and would be quite comfortable when the weather got colder. As they approached, Fang perked up on the porch and eyed Harry warily. Harry frowned as he looked at the dog, but Dudley had no reservations whatsoever. As soon as he saw the pooch on the porch, he sped up to be the first to grab the boarhound in a giant hug and laugh giddily as the big mutt licked his face repeatedly. "Fang, what's going on out there?" Hagrid called from inside the cabin before he opened the door to check. "Who's that?" He took a quick look across the faces outside his door, Harry and Hermione again. He looked down to see what Fang was doing, and Dudley too. Hagrid stopped as he came to the last two faces. "Not sure your names, though. Where are the other girls that were with ya yesterday, Harry?" "This is Neville Longbottom and Justin Finch Fletchley," Harry replied, indicating each boy in turn. "Parvati and Padma are doing homework together, I think." "Nice ta, meetacha Neville, Justin," Hagrid said, smiling and nodding at each of the boys, both of whom were amazed at the man's incredible size. It just wasn't the same seeing him outside. Dudley and Justin hit it off with Hagrid almost instantly. The giant man loved to talk about strange and amazing magical creatures, the bigger the better, and the boys couldn't get enough. Harry laughed as his cousin grilled Hagrid on what species from his list were real and which were fake. While they were talking, Hermione pulled out the Sunday Prophet she had gotten that morning to show Harry an article in it. Apparently Gringotts had suffered its first successful break-in in the bank's history. Though the article was quick to point out that nothing was stolen, merely that the culprit had escaped without being identified. "Harry," Hermione asked as he read the article, "isn't that the vault that you and Hagrid went to just after your birthday?" Harry looked again at the number. "You're right. Hey Hagrid," he held up the paper and showed off the headline. "This was the vault we went to last month, right? Were you or the headmaster worried someone was going to try and break into it or something?" Hagrid looked up from his tea. He had just finished telling Dudley everything he could think of about griffins and was still a little scattered. "You don't need to be worryin' about that, Harry," he answered. "That's business between the headmaster and Nicholas Flamel." "Who's Nicholas Flamel?" Hermione asked excitedly as Hagrid's complexion paled considerably. "Is he a goblin?" Dudley asked. "What's so special about a bank robbery? Aren't they pretty common?" Justin added. Harry's response was quite different, and drew the attention of the whole room. "Nicholas Flamel is real." He almost shouted that last word as he stood up, wide-eyed. Hagrid had reached a pasty white color by the time he muttered, "I should not have said that." "Hagrid," Harry reiterated less loudly, punctuating every word, "Nicholas Flamel is real. Dumbledore trained under him. One o' the smartest wizards out there." Hagrid replied before covering his mouth with his hand. "Who is he, Harry?" Hermione asked. It was totally unlike Harry to get worked up over something like this. "Don't be worryin' no more about it," Hagrid impressed upon them before he could answer. "It's dangerous business, you kids'll get hurt." Dudley recognized the look on Harry's face. He wasn't going to just ignore it. "Hey Hagrid," he said to change the subject, "what's the most dangerous creature you've ever raised?" It worked, and Hagrid happily launched into an explanation of Acromantula. Anything to break the conversation away from Flamel. Dumbledore was going to be so angry with him. On the way back to the castle that afternoon, Hermione finally asked, again, the question that had been eating at her, "Who is Nicholas Flamel, Harry?" Neville was the one to answer though. "I think I remember his name, actually. I'm pretty sure he's an alchemist or something. Weren't he and Dumbledore together the ones that discovered all the uses for dragon's blood?" "That's not all," Harry said, grinning. "He's so famous as an alchemist that he's even known in the Muggle world." "But wouldn't that break the statute of secrecy?" Neville asked. Hermione was thinking the same thing. How could he be famous for magic in the non-magical world? It wouldn't if he was already famous before the statute was even created. Harry replied. Now Hermione was beginning to get suspicious. Harry hated history. Why would he know so much about this person if he's that old? Wait, Hermione's brain finally caught up with the problem. He can't be over 400 years old and also have trained Dumbledore and still be alive. Unless he can. Dudley supplied knowingly, which caused everyone except Harry to look at him like he'd grown a second head. What? Justin articulated. Nicholas Flamel is the famous, mythical, Harry said this with air quotes, alchemist who invented, he paused a moment for dramatic tension. The Philosopher's Stone. He finished when no one could supply the answer. Dudley nodded, Justin was mystified, and Neville smacked his forehead for forgetting something so commonly known and important. Hermione, however, immediately grabbed Harry by the shoulders. Harry Potter, she shouted, if I so much as think that you're going to try to find that stone all. She paused. In her anger she couldn't decide if hexing him, kicking him, or telling a teacher was worst at the moment. She was deprived of her chance to pick when Dudley spoke up. What makes you think it's here for Harry to even find? It's obvious, Dudley. Hermione said while holding eye contact with Harry. Think about how Harry described that vault. A whole vault for something in a brown bag and nothing else, and it's secret business between the headmaster and Mr. Flamel. Obviously the stone. Yeah, okay, Dudley nodded along, but why here? Gringotts is the safest place in all of Britain, except for maybe Hogwarts. Harry recited as Hermione finally released him. That's what Hagrid said when we were on the way down to the vaults. But what's a Philosopher's Stone? Justin asked. What made Hermione go mental like that? It's a magic stone created with alchemy. Hermione supplied. And it either cures people of disease or makes them live longer. Dudley asked, smiling. Almost. Harry laughed. It contains the elixir of eternal life. It also turns metals permanently into gold. Neville added, I remember that now. You're joking with me, Justin exclaimed. Is that why wizards use real gold for everything? It was made with a magic stone. Is that what you think is on the Forbidden Corridor? Dudley asked Hermione. I think so, the timing fits. She said, glancing at Harry who nodded thoughtfully. Great. I'm not going to mess with the third floor, Hermione, I promise. Harry said as he put a hand on her shoulder. Besides, the headmaster wouldn't leave it in the school with nothing to protect it. There's no way I would be able to get by whatever security he put around it. That makes more sense than anything else why students are barred from there. Hermione held Harry's gaze for a moment, judging his sincerity, before smiling and pulling him into a hug. I'm sorry for shouting, Harry, I just know how much finding something like the stone would mean to you. I was worried. Her voice cracked as he returned the hug. It's all right, Hermione. Let's head on inside and finish checking our transfiguration homework. The girl brightened at the prospect and the group resumed their walk. It's possible, Harry thought to himself as they walked. He didn't really care about immortality so much as what it meant. To be immortal you had to be able to cure or prevent every disease there was, if only for yourself, and if it could be done for yourself then it could be done for others. That was way more important to Harry than living forever. Harry shook his head as Draco Malfoy and his two goons, 3 if you counted Weasley lurking behind them, turned and walked over to the Slytherin table. Neville's gran had sent him a remembrall in the mail this morning, a glass orb with white smoke in it that apparently turns red if the person holding it has forgotten something. Malfoy had taken great glee in making fun of Neville on his way to his own seat after seeing Neville's mere touch cause the smoke to turn deep crimson. Why did your grandmother send something like that in the morning mail, Neville? Harry asked. She had to have known that it could be embarrassing for her grandson to open in the middle of his friends. Oh, Neville sighed as he looked at the accompanying note again. She was mad that I forgot to mention that Dudley and Hermione can both use wandless magic too. She said maybe with this I won't forget something so important again. He shook his head. Fat chance of that. I forget everything. She also wanted me to ask about your tutor, but you already said you taught yourselves. Maybe she needs the remembrall. Dudley joked. You wouldn't kid like that if you'd met her, Harry admonished. She was really, I guess, serious, is the right word. Well, we already said we would help teach you once we get used to the school schedule. Hermione said. Professor Flitwick also asked to meet with us this weekend to talk about the book we were using to learn from. Yeah, maybe we could start doing that this weekend too. Harry added, after flying today we'll have had each class at least once. Harry was really looking forward to flying, though Najish had already stated that he wanted no part of being completely separated from the ground. He was going to wait out that class in the tower. Hermione shuddered when Harry mentioned that they would be flying brooms for the first time today. She wasn't looking forward to that at all. Maybe she could get away with writing an essay or something for that class. Remus Lupin shook the dust off his pants as he got to his feet after the old portkey deposited him just outside the area of Potter Lodge. The portkeys from the main vault seemed to have become a little weaker over the last 10 years, this was the second one where the landing wasn't as clean as it should have been. As he walked down the path towards the main building, which the goblins had told him was basically a hunting lodge, he felt the presence of wards. Potter Lodge was supposed to be abandoned, and it was never heavily invested in to begin with, its wards should have decayed by now. Remus continued cautiously as he realized that it was only a series of muggle-repelling wards and a simple aversion ward and not a standard magical defense ward. The lodge itself was sitting on an acre of clearing surrounded by forest in the south of Scotland. According to Axigate, the building should have a basement that Remus thought would be a perfect hole for his transformations. Remus stopped at the edge of the treeline to get a look around. Someone had to be coming around here for there to be a ward on the property. He only needed to wait a moment before he saw a rider on a broom come out from behind the lodge. The rider looked young, pre-Hogwarts age even, and they were chased by 2 more, younger children. He waited a few more moments before revealing himself, and was rewarded when a black-haired woman came running outside of the lodge, yelling at the child on the broom. Remus began walking out of the forest towards the woman and children while she berated the now downed rider, a boy. He had crossed half the distance before the woman noticed him, so he raised his hands over his head to show he was unarmed, but she drew a wand and pointed it at him anyways. Confident that he could move aside if the woman cast something at him, he continued walking forward as he stated, I apologize for startling you, I mean you no harm. Stay back, you won't take them. The woman shouted as she pushed the 3 children, 2 boys and a girl, behind her. Remus frowned. Are you all right, ma'am? Are you in trouble? Don't try to fool me. My father sent you. You won't take my children. The woman was becoming hysterical as she screamed at him. She seemed she would do something dangerous soon. Remus, realizing that this situation would escalate quickly, made a decision, dropping his hand as he drew his wand from its wrist holster and firing a silent stunner spell at the woman. She had just enough time to register the attack before it struck, but not enough to dodge. Remus followed up with a swift levitating charm to keep her from hurting herself on the stairs she'd been standing on. The children screamed as the woman that had been protecting them hovered a few inches off the ground, unconscious. The oldest jumped in front of the other two, his fists up and ready to fight. Remus thought for a moment about how to calm the poor boy down before deciding to lightly toss his wand up onto the porch behind the children and raise his hands again. "I'm sorry for stunning her, your mother I guess," he asked as he slowly edged forward. "I don't know what's going on here, so why don't we get her inside and you three can tell me all about it." The oldest was crying as the adult wizard advanced. He glanced back at the other two, obviously his siblings based on the resemblance, before nodding and slowly lowering his own hands. "All right," Remus said kindly as he stopped at the base of the stairs, "let me carry her then." He reached down and picked up the woman, then indicated for the children to open the door and precede him. Inside he found a simple sitting room with a pair of worn couches and 2 chairs in front of a hearth, and laid the woman on one of the couches. Once done, he asked the children if there was tea in the house and set to make some after they had said that there was. While the water boiled he learned that their names were, from the oldest who was 9 to the youngest who was only 3, James, Marielle, and Heathcliff. The woman on the couch was their mother, and they were hiding from her family. With the tea placed on the sitting room table, Remus finally stepped outside to retrieve his wand. When he walked back in with it, the children were immediately fearful again, despite the calming cups of tea in their hands. Remus sighed and poured himself and the unconscious woman a cup before sitting down across from her and pointing his wand in her direction. "Renervate," he incanted. The woman jerked upright, head swiveling around until it locked onto first her children, then Remus, then the steaming cup of tea in front of her. "What's going on?" she asked, her voice weak and breaking. "Do not worry, ma'am, I'm not here to hurt you or your children. I swear," he said, taking a sip of tea and gesturing for her to do the same. She tentatively reached forward and took the cup from the table, allowing the bitter taste of the undoctored tea to fortify her nerves. After a second sip, with the strange man merely watching silently as he drank his own tea, she found the courage to speak again. "Who are you?" she asked. "If you aren't here for us, then why are you here?" "Actually, I'm sort of the landlord here. Or at least his representative," Remus answered, with a chuckle. "Are you going to make us leave?" The woman had a renewed panic in her voice. "I don't know where else we could go. Everyone in town knew that this lodge was abandoned. No one has thought to look for us here." "Not right away, ma'am," he placated. "Do you know whose land this actually is?" "I'm not sure, honestly," she replied after thinking a moment. "It's never been used to my knowledge. My father said that it belonged to an old family, but they must not have been the right sort, because he never talked about them." Remus frowned. "Who exactly is your father?" The woman's face turned pale again at his question, but she responded, "My name is Temperance Smith, née Burke. Caractacus Burke, Lord Burke's younger brother, is my father." She looked up at the stranger in front of her as she continued, "I ran away to marry a Muggle after the war. Joseph, my husband, died while I was pregnant with Heath, and my father offered to take us back and help me through the pregnancy. I was desperate, and truly wanted to believe he'd come around. But 6 months after Heath was born, he tried to take my children from me and cast me out again. He said he thought he could beat the Muggle out of them, if he tried hard enough. I ran away and we've been living here for the past 2 or so years." Remus nodded as she finished her story. "How have you survived here for over 2 years by yourselves? You couldn't go into the village for supplies for fear of people suspecting where you came from, and you couldn't go to the magical world either with your father looking for you." She looked ashamed as she answered, "There was a large pile of galleons in the basement in a safe, a few thousand. I would take a handful of those and apparate to a Muggle town with a pawn shop and pawn the gold for Muggle money, different places each time. I also apparated to grocery stores and the like when I needed." "I see, I'm glad there was something here to help support you," the man said. "Allow me to formally introduce myself now. I am Remus Lupin, house steward of the Potter family." "Yes, that one." Temperance's eyes widened in shock. She had stolen from the boy who lived. "We're so sorry. I swear, we'll find a way to pay back every galleon." She was quick to say. Remus merely smirked as he replied, I doubt that will be necessary. By the state of this place I would say you have already performed quite the service for House Potter. How do you mean? She asked. True, the lodge had been absolutely filthy when they'd moved in, but she was always good with household charms, so it was only a couple weeks' work to disinfect everything by herself. Albus Dumbledore dropped the quaffle, so to speak, when it came to caring for House Potter while serving as Harry Potter's magical guardian. So much so that a squib who was distantly related to him found out about it and was able to take Harry's magical guardianship from Dumbledore via Gringotts. One of the most egregious things he did, in-house, was neglect the care of every property except the one Harry was living at. He continued, I have visited 4 now, of the 5 Potter properties in Great Britain. This is the first one that is actually usable, as is. All the others will need a few weeks or more of work to remove pest infestations, clean 10 years of neglect, and also rehire staff to keep up the larger one at Potter Manor. Temperance had a look of hope on her face. So, you aren't going to make us leave? The 3 children, now huddled around their mother on the couch, also looked to Remus now. He smiled sadly at the family. Not today, I'm going to let Ms. Acacia know about you. She is my actual employer since, obviously, Harry is in school. She's a very caring woman, and I do not think her heart would let her leave you with nothing or nowhere. Temperance sighed in relief at the news. Oh, thank you. If there's anything we can do for you, just let us know. Well, could you show me the basement? Remus returned. That was actually why I chose to come to this property at all. It wasn't on Ms. Acacia's list. Temperance led him downstairs after extracting a promise from James not to try riding that old broom again when he was supposed to be minding his brother. A third of the basement area was cut off from the rest, as well as the stairs up, by a metal cage with thick bars that was obviously meant for holding dogs. There was direct access to the grounds from one side, but that was still on the outside of the cage. Perfect. Remus intoned. I'm sorry, what were you looking for down here? Temperance wasn't sure what to think of a man looking at a cage and his first thought being, perfect. Remus pondered how best to approach that subject. He certainly didn't want to do it with the children around, but he didn't want to panic Mrs. Smith either. At least she was one of the least likely people to out him as a werewolf. Deciding on a course of action, he offered her his wand, handle first. She didn't seem like she would be a danger, even if she did attack him in fear. Ma'am, do not be alarmed, he began once she had accepted the wand with a confused look on her face. I am a werewolf. The effect was immediate. She stumbled backwards, falling onto her bum and scooting away from him before looking at her hands and realizing she still held both their wands. Once she realized that she was armed and he wasn't, she pointed them at him, though her hands were shaky as she tried to aim. I still promise you that I mean you no harm. Everything I have told you today was the truth. Remus said evenly, kneeling down to be at eye level with her. I came here today to see if this basement would work as a place I could lock myself away when I transform. This cage is perfect because I can transfigure the bars to silver and draw some runes on them to ensure the wolf can't break them. Noticing a pair of stools near the cage, he walked over and sat in one after moving the other several feet away and indicating for her to sit. She didn't look like she would have accepted his hand at the moment, so he didn't offer to help her up. I didn't want to scare the children, he continued, but I felt that you should know. Especially since I am going to have to use the basement here. You and your children can't be here while I'm transformed. Temperance, who had worked up the nerve to sit in the offered stool, looked heartbroken at that. Then why did you tell them that we could stay? Because you can, he placated, at least for now. If you really want to stay here then we could work something out for the one night a month I have to lock myself up. But after seeing how nice the upstairs looked, I was hoping I could offer you a different solution. Temperance looked at him quizzically for a moment. What did you have in mind? As I said, there are other Potter properties that are in disarray. If you and your family are amenable, I would like to suggest to Ms. Acacia that we let you move into one of the other properties. One that is actually meant to house a family. I'm taken to believe there is only one bedroom here. Temperance nodded at that and he went on. Before I continue, may I assume based on the state of the upstairs that you are adept at household charms? Yes, in Hogwarts that was one of the few things I was really good at. I got an acceptable owl in potions, and I'm pretty good at simple wards too, but not much else. Well then, Remus continued, I would like to suggest to Ms. Acacia that you be allowed to choose one of the vacant properties to clean and inhabit. You would be paid for the service of cleaning, and then maintaining, the land and house. Once that is done, if you are agreeable, then I would like you to begin working on the others. Once a location is finished, other than the one you chose to live at, I'll have Gringotts erect stasis wards to keep it that way, like Dumbledore should have done in the first place. No offense intended, Mr. Lupin, Temperance said with tears in her eyes, but I'm rather glad that he neglected his duties in that regard. Without this place my father would have taken my children from me 2 years ago. Remus nodded in understanding before rising from the stool again. Just before he was going to suggest heading back upstairs he spied a second broomstick leaning in the corner. An old comet if his memory was right, though he couldn't place the number on those older brooms. A red quaffle was laying on the ground beside it. James wouldn't happen to be interested in Quidditch, would he? Remus asked while he walked over to the broom and ball. I made the mistake of taking him to a game when he was 5, she said, he's obsessed with it now. I actually named him after James Potter, and when my James found out that his namesake was a star chaser that became all he wanted to talk about. I know he's too young, and I'm worried he'll hurt himself, but I don't have the heart to actually take the broom away permanently. There's just so little for the children to do here because they can't wander too far into the woods. Ms. Acacia's husband prefers if I don't stop by for discussions while he's away at work, so I have some time. Do you think little James would be up to some one-on-one practice? Remus asked as he held up the ball and gripped the old broom in the corner. I happen to know James Potter, that is. He practiced scoring against me and another of our friends each summer during the off-season while we were in school. Wait, Remus Lupin. That Remus Lupin. The one that hung around James Potter and Sirius Black. They were only a year behind me, how is that possible? You look so. Temperance put her hand over her mouth as she realized how rude that statement was about to become. Old. Remus laughed, trying to dismiss the mention of the traitor. Yes, that sort of comes with it. He gestured at the cage as he answered. I'm so sorry, that was very rude of me. Temperance said hastily, I'm sure that James would love a chance to fly with someone. Especially if you tell him that you knew Lord Potter. Well then, shall we head back upstairs? Remus said cheerfully, I'll transfigure something into a low-sitting goal post and we can have Marielle keep score. Temperance nodded and smiled, trying very hard to focus on everything that Mr. Lupin was offering her and her family and not on the fact that she was walking beside a werewolf. Up! Hermione practically shouted at the length of wood on the ground beside her, which did nothing but roll over just like every other time she'd tried. You have to believe it's gonna happen, Hermione. Harry advised. His own broom had leapt into his hand on the first try, practically before he'd finished giving the command. Hermione frowned, she didn't really want the broom in her hand. That would mean she'd have to actually get on it and try flying. All right, those who haven't gotten their brooms to come to them, please pick them up. The flying instructor, Madame Hooch, said as she walked between the 2 rows of students split by house. Now, mount your broom and stand in a ready position. Harry glanced over at both Neville and Hermione struggling to position on their brooms. Neville's almost seemed to wiggle under him like it didn't want to be ridden. Mr. Malfoy, your grip is backwards and too far back. Please correct that before I have to pry you off a castle wall. She said, glaring at the pompous Slytherin as his face grew red with anger. This is how I've flown a broom my whole life. He yelled back. Then you've been doing it wrong your whole life. A point from Slytherin for back talk. She returned, now when I blow my whistle, I want you to kick off and hover over the ground, then. The class didn't get to hear what to do then, as Neville shot up 20 feet into the air, screaming as his broom spun in circles while rising, before being bucked off and landing with a sickening crunch of broken bone. Hermione immediately dropped the broom in her hands like it was going to bite her. Stay where you are. All of you. Madame Hooch shouted as she ran over to Neville and examined his wrist, pointing at a grotesque angle from his arm. It's broken, we're going to have to go to the hospital wing. No one else leaves the ground until I return. If I see a broom in the air you'll be out of Hogwarts faster than you can say, Quidditch. She continued as she levitated Neville, still beeping in shock, up to the castle. Look, the squib lost his remembrow. Malfoy jeered as he picked up the glass ball from the ground once the teacher was away. I wonder where I should put it. Maybe on the roof of the astronomy tower. Give that here, Malfoy, Harry demanded, holding out his hand. The rest of the class began watching the exchange intently. I don't think I will, Potter. Come and take it if you really want it. Malfoy taunted as he kicked off the ground into the air with ease. Harry wasted no time in remounting his own broom and kicking into the sky after Malfoy, with Hermione shouting at him from the ground about being expelled. Harry felt the magic of the broom underneath him respond instantly to his commands, and he grinned as he took flight. Harry zoomed straight at Malfoy, aiming to grab the Remembrall out of his hand as he wasn't holding it tightly. Malfoy panicked when he saw Harry charge directly at him and spun away from the smaller boy in a very wobbly barrel roll. If you want it that bloody bad, then take it, Malfoy shouted in fear as he hurled the ball at the nearest tower of the castle. Harry immediately chased after it, watching the ball's trajectory as he flew at full speed towards the castle. With only 15 feet before he would hit the stone tower, Harry pulled his broom up vertically, stalling and slowing his speed tremendously as he swiveled his head and watched the approaching Remembrall before snatching it out of the air with his free hand. Harry had slowed enough by the time his feet hit the stone that he was simply able to kick back off the wall and return to his classmates, holding Neville's Remembrall up in triumph the whole way. Harry knew something was wrong the moment he touched down. Hermione was white as a sheet as she looked not at him, but behind him. Mr. Potter, please come with me. Harry heard Professor McGonagall's voice behind him, now. As Harry was led away by McGonagall, he glanced back to see Hermione watching him and silently sobbing while Parvati put a comforting arm around her shoulders. He mouthed, "Sorry," to them before turning back to keep up with the professor. Harry wasn't sure exactly what he could say in his defense. He'd broken the rules, no doubt, but he felt that it wasn't fair that she hadn't made Malfoy come to be punished as well. His frustration turned to curiosity, then horror, when she stopped at the Charms classroom and asked Professor Flitwick if she could borrow wood for a moment. Did Hogwarts actually use corporal punishment like Mr. Filch liked to suggest? His fears were put aside when an older student, a Gryffindor that Harry remembered seeing in the common room a few times, came out of the classroom. McGonagall guided them a few doors down to an unused room and kicked Peeves the poltergeist out of it. Before turning back to the students, she took her wand and erased the profanity that the prankster spirit had written all over the blackboard. Once the older student, who had introduced himself to Harry as Oliver Wood as they crossed the hall, asked what was going on. The professor smiled like a cat with a canary. "Mr. Wood, I believe I have found you a seeker," she said proudly. "Huh?" Harry asked. "Really?" Wood talked over him, who began to circle Harry to examine him more closely. "Are you any good at flying, Potter?" "What's going on here?" Harry asked, his confusion showing more and more on his face. "Am I not in trouble?" "Oh, make no mistake, Mr. Potter, you are most certainly in trouble. But I am hoping to give you a rather different form of punishment." She said the last word with a hint of mirth and sarcasm. "Have you heard of Quidditch? It's a sport on broomsticks, is about all I know about it." Harry responded, "I was sort of interested in it, and flying that broom earlier was awesome. I just felt so free. But what does that have to do with anything?" "Mr. Potter," she explained, "the Gryffindor Quidditch team is missing its most important player this year, and there is no one who even tried out for the position from the older year groups. If this state had continued until October, the cutoff for team entry, Gryffindor would have had to concede the entire Inter-House Quidditch League for the year. Which would also effectively drop us from contention in the House Cup as well. And you think I could be that player? The most important position on the team. Why me? I don't even know the rules." Harry had no idea what was going on here. Was he being offered the position instead of being punished? Or was embarrassing himself trying to play this sport he'd never seen before supposed to be the punishment? "No offense, Professor," Wood interjected, "but what makes you think he'd be a good seeker? He has the build, for sure, but he's a first year. Also, he's muggle-raised from what I heard, so he's got no experience on a broom. What does experience matter in the face of raw, natural talent?" McGonagall answered smugly, "You should have seen him earlier. He pulled out of a full-speed charge directly at a tower wall in time to catch that Remembrall still in his hand. Just snatched it out of the air like picking a flower, then kicked off the wall and landed. I doubt Charlie Weasley could have pulled out of that charge in time while still catching his target." "Weasley?" Harry asked. "Another one. Charlie Weasley graduated last year. Oliver lamented, he was the seeker and team captain. He was the best seeker the team has seen in years. The twins are both on the team now. Seeing all three on a team together last year was like poetry in motion. If the team needs a player, then I don't mind trying out. Harry said, confident now that he wasn't really in trouble. What does a seeker do? Almost exactly what you just did outside, McGonagall answered. There are 3 kinds of balls in Quidditch. The seeker only really cares about one, the golden snitch. It's slightly smaller than that Remembrall, and flies using magical wings. The seeker's job is to catch the snitch, which marks the end of the game and gives the successful seeker's team points equal to 15 goals. Harry frowned. That didn't sound like a very interesting game at all. What was the point of the other players if the seeker could invalidate an entire game just by doing his job? Seeing the young boy's trepidation, McGonagall went for the kill. Did you know that your father played Quidditch? Harry's eyes widened as his attention was suddenly fixed on the professor's words. He had forgotten that his father played on the school sports team. Obviously that sport had to be Quidditch, since there wasn't another one that was played at Hogwarts. He was team captain for the last 3 years of his schooling as well. He was a chaser, the position that scores goals, and not a seeker, but I still think he would be rather proud of you for your flying skill. She finished. Harry's grin at learning that he shared something with his father helped McGonagall not feel quite as bad about using his parents to get him to play. She really wanted to win this year. As well, she finished, I believe that there is still at least one award that your father won for his Quidditch victories on display in the trophy room. In that case I'd definitely like to try it out. Harry said, but I didn't think that first years were allowed to have a broom at Hogwarts. There's no way one of those school brooms could compete, could they? They all looked pretty old and worn out. I will speak to the headmaster about relaxing that rule in this case. There is already precedent for it, though a century or more old. At the conclusion of class today I will visit your aunt about getting you a broom. It will need to be fast, since you're a seeker, and I dare say it could be faster than most because of your innate skill. Maybe a Nimbus 2000. Or the newest Clean Sweep. Wood offered. We shall see, McGonagall responded, it will depend on Harry's aunt. She may decide that the sport is too dangerous and forbid him, and I shan't argue with her if that's her decision. I understand, ma'am, Harry said. Please tell her about my dad being on the school team when you do. Would it be alright if I visited Neville to make sure he's alright? He broke his wrist really bad right before that thing with Malfoy. Perhaps wait until tonight then. If his wrist was broken too badly then Mr. Longbottom was probably given a sleeping draught to ease the pain of the bone reknitting potion. Even more likely if Madame Pomfrey had to vanish his bones and grow all new ones. That makes sense, ma'am. What should I do now, then? Harry asked. Flying class doesn't let out for another half hour. Surely you have some homework you could get ahead on. That will be something else you will need to consider if you want to join the team. McGonagall stated with a raised eyebrow. Harry nodded sheepishly, took the dismissal for what it was, and left for Gryffindor Tower to collect his work and tell Najish about what happened while he was sleeping. That poor woman has been taking care of 3 children while hiding out in a rundown hunting lodge. Petunia's voice was weak after she listened to Remus's report of Potter Lodge. Yes, he answered, apparently there was an emergency fund in the basement that she was able to access to pay for necessities. But I can't imagine what that kind of living would be like for the children. I think your plan to let her clean a house so she can live in it is a great one. Vernon added as he put down his tea, we can't in good conscience just kick her and her family out. And this way it'll keep anyone in your world from knowing that the properties need work in the first place. Those were my thoughts exactly. Remus answered, as much as I'd like to bring Dumbledore to task for letting things get into this state, nothing we throw at him would stick. It would be better to just let everyone think that House Potter is as strong as ever. Vernon nodded his agreement. His nephew may be heir to a lordship, but that didn't mean anything if the family name was dragged through a ton of negative press. Could you take me to meet them on Saturday or Sunday? Petunia asked. We could take a folder with us of the different properties and let her and the children pick one out while we take the chance to get to know them. If they seem alright we may be able to introduce the children to some of Harry and Dudley's friends, maybe start with Tina. We wouldn't need to worry about their ability to hide their magic with her. That would be excellent. Remus said, I was wondering as well, is Hedwig here by chance? She found me on Tuesday and left a rather interesting note from two of Harry's classmates concerning my own time in Hogwarts, but didn't stay long enough for me to write a response. She's been here since Tuesday afternoon despite us not planning to write the children for a while. Petunia answered with a smile. We figured she knew something we didn't. After verifying that it was okay to work magic in their living room, Remus began composing his return letter to the Weasley twins. Hopefully they would agree that Harry deserved to be the one to inherit the map. If not, there was always the Marauder way of doing things to ensure it ended up in the right hands. It took longer than he had planned to get the enchantments on the letter to behave just right, and by the time he was done Petunia had asked him to stay for dinner, something he certainly wasn't going to say no to. Her cooking was almost as good as he remembered Lily's being. As Petunia was gathering the plates from the table after they had finished eating, the doorbell rang. Vernon was the one to check on it, and was a little put off to find Professor McGonagall waiting on his front porch. Did something happen? He asked as he let the woman in. One of the boys get into trouble? Of a sort, she returned. Neither of them is hurt, nor Hermione, though I was hoping I could speak to you and Petunia about something concerning Harry. What's wrong? Petunia asked as she came into the living room, followed by Remus. Is everything okay? McGonagall was prepared to tell Petunia about the incident in flying class today, but seeing her former student in the Dursley home threw her concentration. I'm sorry, ma'am, McGonagall said as she temporarily turned away from Petunia. Mr. Lupin, what are you doing here? I am fulfilling my duties as steward of House Potter, Professor McGonagall. He answered smoothly. You said you were here about Harry. Has something happened? Perhaps we could sit down for a moment. The professor suggested. She needed a moment to categorize that new tidbit of information. This may take a few minutes to get through. After the four had found seats and evening tea, McGonagall continued explaining. This afternoon was Harry and Hermione's first flying class. Oh no, did one of them fall and get hurt? Petunia interjected. Hermione was so worried about it. No ma'am, McGonagall answered patiently. A student did fall and hurt his wrist. But he should be right as rain by tomorrow morning. No, what I want to tell you about happened right afterwards. So Harry almost breaks his neck while skirting the rules and you want to reward him. Petunia hissed after McGonagall had finished telling her hosts about Harry's altercation with Malfoy. In his defense, Mrs. Dursley, McGonagall apologized. Harry seemed to be in perfect control of the broom the entire time. Frankly, the only person I've ever seen quite that comfortable in the air on their first flight was Harry's father. You really think he's that good? Lupin leaned forwards to gauge how serious the teacher was as the Dursleys looked at him to elaborate. It's just, he added, as he saw Petunia glare at him, James was one of the best flyers Gryffindor had ever seen. He was Quidditch captain from his 4th year until he graduated. Is Harry really that good? Perhaps even better, McGonagall corrected. James may have been a flyer, but Harry was able to follow the path of Mr. Longbottom's Remembrall with his eyes while moving at full speed. It was truly remarkable. What did Harry say when you asked him about this? Vernon asked. He knew Harry was pretty good at sports, even if the boy wasn't the biggest fan of them. He said he found flying to be exhilarating, she answered, and said he would love to try out the game at the very least. Learning, after the fact, that his father was a Gryffindor Quidditch champion just made him that much keener to try. Petunia looked at Remus for a moment before asking, Mr. Lupin, do you believe that Quidditch is too dangerous for an 11-year-old? I presume there must be a reason that first years need parental permission to join the team. Especially if they aren't even supposed to have their own broom at school that year either. Quidditch can sometimes be a rough game. He answered honestly, though much less so in the school league. Harry's position as seeker isn't especially dangerous on the field, per se, but injuries up to broken bones are pretty common for just about anyone playing. One of the elements of the game is dodging 2 medium-sized iron balls called bludgers, that fly around on their own and try to disrupt the players. One of the positions on each team has a bat that they use to play defense for the others from the bludgers. Broken bones. Common. Petunia gasped. How could a sport be worth risking his education if he broke his arm or something? How would he practice for classes? I can answer that. McGonagall supplied, the second question at least. The student who fell today actually broke his wrist pretty horribly. It was mangled enough that he wasn't allowed to have visitors until just before dinner tonight. Petunia covered her mouth with her hand to stop from releasing a sob on the poor boy's behalf, but McGonagall pressed on with her explanation and shook Petunia's world. He should be good as new by breakfast. Madame Pomfrey simply vanished all the bones in his hand and gave him a dose of Skelligro to replace them, all while he slept peacefully under the effects of another potion to keep from feeling pain or discomfort. That's, Vernon began, haltingly. The wonders of magic. McGonagall finished for him. You see, any game would be on a Saturday, and that meant that even if a bone were broken they would be able to make it to class on Monday. That isn't to say that we don't care about injuries, obviously we try to minimize them where possible, but it does tend to change the meaning of serious injury in the magical world when things that I know take muggles weeks, months, or even longer to recover from can be bounced back from in mere days. That's incredible. Petunia breathed. I knew that magical healing was amazing, but disappearing broken bones and growing new ones in their place overnight is far and away more impressive than making cuts heal without scars. You likely never heard of it because Skelligro would have been completely beyond your ability to brew. As well as having a very short shelf life, it actually requires spells to be cast over it in the brewing process. Remus explained to her, I've been told it's not especially difficult to brew, but it does require a witch or wizard to even begin. I feel after this conversation that I already know the answer to this. Petunia finally asked, but, Mr. Lupin, do you think that Harry's parents would have wanted him on the team? James. Absolutely. He said without reservation. Lily would have argued, but probably caved if Harry asked, though she likely would have demanded certain academic standards for him to be allowed to continue. Petunia smiled at that answer, exactly like she would have expected from her sister. All right, then that's what I'll do. As long as Harry maintains a B average he can play on the team. In wizarding terms that would be exceeds expectations, Professor. Remus explained. Well, McGonagall concluded, as well as he's done in my class so far, coupled with his downright sterling reports from Professors Sprout and Flitwick, I think that shouldn't be an issue at all. I also spoke with him today right after the incident about getting ahead on his homework if he wanted to be part of the team. I shall be sure to impress upon him that his academics come first. Vernon and Petunia nodded at that, satisfied that Harry wouldn't let himself fall behind. There is only one other thing we need to take care of then. McGonagall continued, he shall need a broomstick of his own. The school brooms are fine for learning the basics of flight, but there's no way they would be allowed anywhere near an actual Quidditch match. Oh dear, Petunia said, how much does a broomstick cost? I wouldn't want to pull it out of his education fund if it's a lot. Brooms can range from 100 galleons up to around 800. Remus offered. That's preposterous. Petunia exclaimed. After explaining the conversion to pounds, Vernon was right beside her. That's pretty standard. Remus countered, a broom is one of the most important investments a witch or wizard can make, besides their own wand. You probably don't want to hear this, but in your shoes James would have bought Harry the best broom imaginable the moment he showed any talent at it at all. He and his father both lived by the motto that you should never fail due to subpar equipment. Petunia sighed in defeat at Remus' words. Since meeting the werewolf and finally having a connection to the other part of Harry's parents' lives, she and Vernon had implicitly agreed that they should try and treat Harry as much like his parents would have done as they could. At least with regards to the magical world. Could you take care of that tomorrow morning then, Mr. Lupin? Petunia finally said after a short deliberation with her husband, I'm sure I don't know the first thing about brooms. You could pick him out a good one for a seeker. Would you mind if Professor McGonagall joined me? He asked hastily. I'm a little out of touch with the finer things. She would be better for choosing an appropriate broom since all I really know about the current models is pricing. I was thinking of asking you to let me buy him one for Christmas, but I can think of something else. Of course, whatever you think is best. Petunia responded, and I'm sure you can come up with something just as perfect for Christmas. In that case, could we go this evening? The professor in question asked, that way he can have the broom delivered in the morning and have it available for him for practice on Saturday. It's scheduled for before breakfast, so if the broom were sent tomorrow it wouldn't get to him in time. Vernon grinned at the woman. He could recognize a fellow sports fan when he saw one. Am I to take it that you are rather invested in this, Quidditch? Oh yes, I'm an avid fan of the sport. I'm hoping that with Harry's help the school cup will be sitting in the Gryffindor common room at the end of this year. An admirable goal, Vernon declared. I was worried the boy would get soft away at that school. He didn't really play outside much around here unless Dudley was dragging him into it, so knowing that he's going to be doing something to keep in shape up. There is good. McGonagall smiled. Yes, your son actually has a couple of his housemates running with him some mornings before breakfast. They have a circuit they jog around the Black Lake. I'm not sure what they'll do once the snow's set in, though. The professor glanced at the clock on the wall as she told the family about Dudley. Mr. Lupin, we should really be getting out if we are going to make it to quality Quidditch supplies on time tonight. They'll certainly open back up for me if we arrive a little late, but not if they are already gone for the evening. After saying their goodbyes, the two Magicals stepped around to the back alley that was used for apparition and left for Diagon Alley. Only McGonagall and the headmaster had clearance within the wards to apparate on the property. It just doesn't end, does it, pet? Vernon asked once they settled back down, just the two of them. Yes, but it's certainly exciting. She returned. I hope we can get to see one of Harry's games. Maybe since I'm a squib I could get us a pass to come visit. It would tip our hand to Dumbledore, but with Remus and McGonagall on our side I don't think that should be a problem much longer. Something to think about, her husband agreed, but maybe not in the first term. Give us a little more time to get everything with Harry's house straightened out. He actually challenged you to a duel. Neville asked incredulously. What did he think would happen if you'd accepted? He can't cast wandlessly like you can, you would wipe the floor with him. I don't know about that, Harry deflected as he opened the door to the Great Hall to join the others for breakfast. He had elected to go walk Neville down from the hospital wing so he could schedule a time for Madame Pomfrey to examine Nagish. He probably knows spells I don't since he grew up with magic, and it's not like I can cast anything without a wand. Plus it's less accurate that way. Still, the other boy continued, he must have been real jealous that you got on the Quidditch team your first year. Didn't even get that far, Harry returned, grinning. He was so angry that I wasn't expelled that he did the whole duel thing before it came up. It'll be a nasty shock when he finally does hear about it, I'll bet. It's really cool too, Neville said wistfully. I wish I could have seen you fly. You must be really good. First years aren't normally allowed on teams, so you're probably the youngest seeker in ages. A century, according to Hermione. Harry answered with a chuckle. As soon as I told her, she almost sprinted to the library to check out a bunch of books on Quidditch. That sounds like Hermione. Neville laughed as the two sat down. What were you saying about me, Harry? Hermione asked after the boys had sat down. Just telling him about last night, Hermione, you in the library. Harry replied. When the male owls began their delivery that morning there were several fingers pointed at the large package headed towards the group of first-year Gryffindors, who were seated at the Ravenclaw table today to join Parvati's sister Padma and her friends. Despite the interest the owls generated, Harry's eyes followed a speck of pure white as Hedwig flew over to the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table. He frowned when the twins took a letter from her and immediately began whispering to each other conspiratorially. His frown turned into a smirk when his irate owl launched herself off the table by flying between their heads, whacking each with a wing as she flew past and knocking their faces into their respective bowls on the table. His owl accounted for, Harry accepted the large package from the 4 delivery owls and set it beside him. Serves those two right, doesn't it, girl? Harry asked once Hedwig made it over to him. Here, let me, since they were too rude. He gave Hedwig several pieces of bacon while Hermione stroked the snowy owl's head and back. Once the bird was satisfied, she flew off again. Harry opened the letter that was attached to the big package he'd received, and learned that Mr. Lupin and Professor McGonagall had bought him a Nimbus 2000 last night. Midway down the letter he was warned that Aunt Petunia only allowed him to play on the condition that he keep in exceeds expectations grade, and he smirked at that. No problem. His eyes bulged when he got to the price that Mr. Lupin had added to the bottom of the letter, but calmed a bit when he read about his father's and grandfather's stance on things like that. Hermione didn't let it go quite as easily. That's ridiculous, she exclaimed upon seeing the 700 galleon price tag. How could it be worth that much? One table over, Ronald Weasley stared at Potter in puzzlement. Malfoy, hey Malfoy, he quietly called, trying to get the attention without alerting the Gryffindors one table over. What is it, Weasel? Malfoy spat back after he'd heard his name a half-dozen times. Aren't first years not allowed to have brooms? The redhead asked, because Potter just got a broom in the mail. That package looks about the same size as the one that Charlie's old comet came in. Really? Malfoy mused aloud, what is this school coming to when a half-blood like Potter gets to flaunt all the rules of this school? He should have been expelled yesterday. When the three Gryffindors got up from breakfast, leaving the Indian twins behind, Malfoy followed them with Crabbe and Goyle hastening to keep up with him. Making a split-second decision, Ron stuffed another sausage in his mouth and got up to follow behind. Potter, Malfoy called as he approached the group, you're in for it now. He grabbed the package out of Harry's hands before the smaller boy could react. Feeling the mostly hollow box, he shook it once before tossing it back at Harry, who stumbled backwards as he caught it. First years aren't allowed to have their own brooms. Malfoy crowed triumphantly, my father is on the board of directors. When he hears of this he'll push for your expulsion, especially after you attacked me yesterday and weren't even punished. Is something wrong here, Mr. Malfoy? Professor Flitwick interrupted the boy's tirade. The diminutive teacher had seen the Slytherins moving to intercept Harry and his friends, and had hurried to cut off any altercation. Potter has a broom, Professor, Malfoy began to explain, pointing at Harry only to be cut off by Flitwick. Oh yes, I heard about your special circumstances with the Quidditch team, Mr. Potter. Professor Flitwick eyed the wrapped box that Harry held with obvious interest. What model did you end up going with then? Harry glanced around worriedly. Pretty much the whole school was watching what was going on. Great. It's a Nimbus 2000, sir. Harry responded quietly. Not that that mattered, as the youngest Weasley, who'd stayed just out of the conversation so far, lurched forward to get a better look at the box. A Nimbus, he shouted, that's the best racing broom on the market. It can get to 100 miles an hour in 7 seconds. Harry groaned as the whispered conversations of the school population rose into a dull roar behind him. Yes, thank you, Weasley. He forced out as he hurried out of the Great Hall to avoid being stopped and questioned by everyone in range, Hermione and Neville following close behind. That could have gone smoother. Hermione commented as they hurried up to Gryffindor Tower to drop off the broomstick and get ready for class. When they arrived at the potions classroom, Professor Snape was already standing in front of the blackboard with his trademark scowl covering his face. As soon as the trio entered the class, the professor stalked forwards. Potter, Granger, his distaste was palpable. I see no reason that the only competent Gryffindors in this year should partner with each other and watch the least competent fail repeatedly. Harry and Hermione's eyes widened at Snape. How could he get away with talking about his students like this? So, the potions master continued, one of you will work with Longbottom to make sure he doesn't destroy another cauldron. The other can work with Weasley, since he is again an odd man out. Indeed, all the other Slytherins had entered and paired off already, leaving the redhead as the only green-trimmed robe standing alone. Harry was fuming. He and Hermione had talked about suggesting exactly that to Neville if today was as bad as last week. But they weren't going to call him out in front of the whole class. That won't be a problem, sir. Harry bit out as he gestured for Neville to sit with him. Hermione quietly walked to the workstation beside him and sat down before gesturing for the redhead to sit beside her while she began organizing the tools on the table to her liking. What followed was the slowest brewing of a potion that Harry had ever done, even more so than the very first time he and Hermione had ever tried to brew a real potion back home. He had to go behind Neville after every task and salvage the ingredients the other boy had misprepared. At first Harry thought that Neville had to be doing this on purpose. No one could be this bad at cutting roots or grinding leaves, but he stopped himself from getting angry when he noticed Neville's hands shaking as he brandished his knife like it was going to turn around and attack him under its own power. Snape sneered at them when he saw Harry patiently teaching Neville how to hold and use a knife properly, but didn't dock points or comment. Hermione, meanwhile, was ready to scream at Ron Weasley after the first hour. Every time she tried to correct him on something, from how to properly cut ingredients to just how much constituted an ounce, the himself Slytherin insisted that he knew what he was doing and didn't need help from her. He was careful to not actually say the word like Malfoy often did, but Hermione could tell what the red-headed jerk thought of her. She spent most of the time she wasn't trying to instruct him figuring out how she was going to make their potion even partially presentable after this idiot was done ruining it. Weasley, stop, she shouted as she swatted the boy's hand away from the cauldron, launching an unmeasured handful of diced dandelion roots across the floor of the lab. What is going on? Snape thundered as he stormed across the room to the pair. Granger, 5 points from Gryffindor for this disruption. Weasley was about to put dandelion roots into the potion without measuring them. She quickly returned. Another point for backtalk, Granger. Snape hissed back. It looks like about the right amount. Weasley stupidly added. It looks like about 3 times the right amount. Hermione shrieked at him. Another 2 points from Gryffindor. Granger, control yourself. Snape said as he casually glanced at the diced roots on the floor. He gestured his wand and a portion of them, about a third, rose off the floor and flashed with some sort of magical cleaning spell before floating over to the arguing pair's workstation and dropping onto their scale. It appears to me that Mr. Weasley's eyeball math was very nearly perfect. The professor said while looking Hermione straight in the eye. 3 points to Slytherin. Now, finish your potion before the period is over or you will receive a 0 for the day. It took Harry until the very last available minute to finish the potion that morning. By the end of the class Neville was much more confident at preparing the ingredients, though he was still too easily distracted to be any good at the actual brewing process. When they submitted their work to the professor, he glared at the two of them without even examining the vial before saying, "Acceptable," and sending them on. Hermione, who brought hers and Weasley's potion right behind Harry, watched in mounting horror as the potion's master examined the vial intensely. "Poor quality, Miss Granger." Snape scowled at the girl, who looked on the verge of tears. "Perhaps if you had been more attentive to your own work and not been busy bossing your partner around you would have presented something that was at least acceptable. I expect better in your next class or there will be remedial detentions." Hermione fled the class in tears and it was left to Harry to gather her things and bag and follow her, hopefully to the Great Hall, though Harry suspected she had run to the dorms to be alone. The same thing happened when students bullied her at her old school after they met. She hid in her room and didn't want to bother other people with it. The whole way to lunch, Harry was lost in his thoughts about Professor Snape. He had seemed genuinely nice last week when Harry was asking the professor about Nagish, and he hadn't been especially hostile during the meeting with the headmaster, despite apparently having some issue with Harry's family. Harry just couldn't wrap his head around this teacher's actions today. It was like he was a different person in class than in private. When Harry made it to the Great Hall he saw that Hermione wasn't there. Oh well, he thought to himself, and headed to the Gryffindor table to fix the two of them a sandwich plate to take up to the dorm. As he made his way back up to the dorm while laden with both his and Hermione's bag, as well as a plate of food, Harry was unaware of twin shadows following him until he found himself grabbed roughly from behind and quickly pulled into a nearby empty classroom while the plate of chicken mayo sandwiches floated in behind him. Fred and George looked at each other as they held the envelope between them. To Messrs. Weasley and Weasley, it was addressed, though that wasn't nearly as important as the handwriting it was addressed in. The twins had spent the last 2 years becoming intimately familiar with the legendary map left behind by the Marauders. It had a mind of its own, 4 of them in fact, that sometimes argued with each other. The important thing though, was that each of the 4 illustrious Marauders had a distinct handwriting when speaking through the map, and there was no mistaking the perfect calligraphy of Mr. Mooney. Could it really be him? Fred asked his brother. It must be. George answered as he cracked the envelope open, revealing a blank piece of parchment. Breck, the snowy owl that delivered the envelope, barked at the twins, who looked back at her for a moment. "You're Harry's owl, right?" George asked. "He's over that way today," Fred continued, pointing towards the Ravenclaw table where the owl's owner was discreetly watching. "Thanks." Breck, the bird, barked again, angrily, before launching herself into the space between the twins, whacking each on the back of the head as she passed and knocking them into the bowls of porridge they had been eating just a minute ago. The twins came up to laughter from the Gryffindors around them as they looked at each other, faces covered in porridge, and pointed their wands at the other's face. "Scourgify," they said together, washing the mess off each other before glancing over at Harry Potter giving his bird bacon. "Brother mine," Fred began, to continued laughing from those around him, "I propose we make a mental note." "Yes, brother," the George replied, winking at Angelina Johnson across the table who was in stitches laughing at them. "Would that be a note to you, or me, or us?" "Us," the first said quickly, "definitely us." If that suggestion is to always thank Potter's owl whenever she delivers to us. I agree wholeheartedly. Indeed, brother, indeed. With the excitement over, the twins looked back at the letter in their hands. They had thought it miraculous that there was no porridge on it until they realized that it had been enchanted to have such things slide off it. Hey Lee, can you call us, present, in history today? Fred asked without looking up from the blank parchment. We have something we need to work on. George added, looking up at his friend with a grin on his face. After the two finished eating, though no more porridge for today at least, they headed out to find an unused classroom where they wouldn't be disturbed. Once they had verified that they weren't followed, they sealed the door to the classroom with every locking spell both of them knew, which was quite a few since they were used to keeping their nosy mother out of their room at home. Now or never, brother mine, George said once they had sat down together at a desk, the letter between them. The two stared intently at the blank parchment which barely registered as magical when examined, but they knew better than that. If the Marauder's map had felt as powerfully enchanted as it really was, then it wouldn't have been rotting in Filch's box of confiscated oddities. The enchantments on the letter were almost certainly going to be locked away the same way as the map, and that would be the final confirmation that this was the Mr. Mooney. Twin redheads pointed their wands at the letter and proudly said the words they discovered 2 years ago, the motto by which they now live their life: I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Immediately, the parchment began to populate itself with flowing, beautiful words. Mr. Mooney is pleased to know that the work of he and his illustrious friends has not been left merely to rot. At lunchtime, after conversing with the enchanted parchment for 2 periods, the twins headed out to track down Harry Potter. When Fred spied Harry heading into the Great Hall for lunch, the pair resolved to wait and see if they could ambush him on his way out. They were rewarded much sooner than anticipated when he came out carrying a small plate with sandwiches on it only a minute or two later. Once Harry had made it past the crowds on his way to, apparently, Gryffindor Tower, the twins made their move, one grabbing Harry under the arms and quickly yanking him into a classroom as he walked by, while the other whipped out his wand and caught the plate of food that Harry had tossed in his panic, picked up the 2 dropped bags, and followed behind. After his moment of panic, Harry recalled what Dudley had told him about a situation like this and how to get out of it, though he hadn't bothered to practice very much. The smaller boy curled his legs and lower body up like a reverse crunch before dropping all of his weight at once and pitching forward, grabbing his assailant's arms as he did and bringing his attacker rolling over him to land hard on the stone floor as Harry landed on his hands and knees, wincing in pain as well. "Oi, calm down. No need for all that," a familiar voice shouted from behind Harry as he looked up to get his bearings and realized that it was a Weasley twin he'd just flipped off of him. "What's going on?" Harry demanded as he spun around, hand over Najish to keep the serpent calm, to see the other twin carefully floating the sandwiches he had grabbed back onto the plate. "Ugh, sorry to startle you, Harrikins." The twin on the ground beeped piteously as he held the back of his head in pain. "We just wanted to talk to you, Harrikins," the other one said at the same time as he put down the plate. "You could have just asked, you know," Harry said as he tried to get his breathing under control. "What do you need that required you to scare me half to death?" The twin he'd thrown, who had made it back to his feet, albeit unsteadily, smiled a lopsided grin as he held up a blank sheet of parchment. "We are on a mission of grave import. Given to us by the legendary Mr. Mooney." Harry raised an eyebrow at the grandstanding but let them continue. "Yes," the other picked up seamlessly, "Harry, we were tasked by the illustrious Mr. Mooney with bestowing upon you your inheritance." "What do you mean?" Harry asked. In the back of his mind he had been sure they were going to ask him about werewolves or something since they kept using Mr. Lupin's nickname. The twins shared a look before setting 2 blank parchments on a desk in the room. The first, upon being touched by both their wands, filled in with words in Mr. Lupin's handwriting and was pushed towards Harry. "Harry, I've enchanted this parchment to read differently when different keys are used on it. The Weasley twins are in possession of something which the 3 of us feel should belong to you now. It was made by your father and myself, as well as Peter and Black. When you see what it is, you will understand why I didn't send this message in a way your aunt could potentially read it. The twins will make sure that you know how to use it. Take care of it, Harry, but have fun with it. Just don't tell your aunt about it. She might not see the humor." Mr. Mooney. Harry frowned as he finished reading the note, What could his dad have made that he shouldn't tell his aunt about? This, Harrykins, the first twin said as he massaged the goose egg forming on the back of his head, is the secret to our success. The magic behind our mischief. His brother added while sliding the other, still blank, parchment towards Harry. Not to mention, almost literally the keys to this very castle. The first concluded. We give you, the other said. The Marauder's map, they said together with enough force to make Harry jump in his seat. Harry looked down at the blank parchment in puzzlement. What? The twins chuckled as they pointed their wands at the paper and said a phrase that Harry would grow to love, I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Just like the letter, ink began flowing across the overlarge parchment. But unlike the letter, this ink did not form only words. Across the top, in flowing script appeared a title and introduction, Messrs. Mooney, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs present, the Marauder's map. Harry watched as the ink continued filling in a complete map of the entire school, every floor and even the grounds outside. Then the map populated itself with hundreds of sets of footprints, each marked with a name tag. Harry was confused for a moment until he saw 3 names sitting in an out-of-the-way classroom. 3 names he recognized, Fred Weasley, George Weasley, and Harry Potter. No way, Harry's voice failed him as he realized how amazing the map in front of him really was. Is this accurate? Everyone and everywhere. Yes, yes, and yes. The twins ping-ponged. They gestured for Harry to look at the letter, which had new content on it now that the map had been opened in its presence, but he was too busy studying the map for one name in particular. Harry sighed in relief when he found Hermione's name in the girls' dorm in Gryffindor Tower. She wasn't alone, Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil were both there too, and the closeness of their names on the map made Harry suspect they might all be sitting on one bed. At least she's not alone, Harry said as he put the map down and looked at the now longer letter from Mr. Lupin. Checking on your girlfriend? One of the Weasleys asked playfully. Nothing like that, Harry said as he grabbed the letter again. Snape was really bad to Hermione in potions today after she had to partner with your brother. I was taking some sandwiches up to her so she didn't miss lunch. She shouldn't be alone when she's upset like this. The twins smirked at each other while Harry's attention was elsewhere. That does sound like Snape. Want us to prank the greasy git for her? Best not, Harry replied without looking up. Knowing Hermione, if she found out she'd get mad at you. Even if it was for her. Harry went back to reading the rest of the letter from his dad's friend. As you can see on the map, I was not the only one with a nickname. Our little group never did things by half. Each of the others earned their names while they were in school, a story I would rather share in person, and among them your father was, Prongs, the de facto leader of the Marauders. In honor of his memory I bestow upon you the name, Prongslet, until you earn your own Marauder name. I'm certainly not giving you permission to cause trouble in the school with this Harry, but keeping everyone's spirits up with some harmless laughs was something your father excelled at. I hope you enjoy it as much as we did. When we see each other this Christmas I hope to be able to trade some stories. Oh great Prongslet, son of Prongs, obviously the map is yours mate. A twin began once Harry had finished reading the letter, but do you think we could borrow it sometimes, if we needed it for a prank? Harry looked up at the 2 redheads in front of him before grinning. Only if you promise not to target Dudley, Neville, Hermione, or me with anything, then we have a deal. Deal, the twins said in unison before glancing at each other. We've heard a rumor Harry. One started. That you have a snake. Supposedly it's red and gold too. The other asked. Harry nodded cautiously. You should show people, trust us. The first twin said, rumors are going around, but if you show people then it shouldn't be as big a deal. People are speculating that you're a dark wizard or a parcelmouth or something and trying to hide it. Yeah, Harry answered shakily, putting his hand back over Najish instinctively. Is that it? A twin asked, nodding at Harry's arm. Yeah, Harry replied, he stays wrapped around my arm when I'm in class. Back home he liked to ride on my shoulders. Can we see him? Was the next question. Harry didn't see a problem, so he coaxed Najish into peeking his head out, without speaking to him. Wicked, the twins said in unison as they examined the Gryffindor-colored snake. 2 handshakes later, the twins left Harry with the secret code to blank the map, mischief managed, and a warning that he needed to hurry if he and Hermione were going to eat before lunch was over. At first, Harry planned to tell Hermione about the map, but as he thought about it on his ascent to the tower he decided not to. There was something he needed to try with it first, possibly even that very night. The third-floor corridor was clearly marked on the map, and with it there was no chance that Harry would be caught out of bounds. Even the ghosts and Peeves the poltergeist showed up on it. "And just where have you two been at this late hour?" The portrait of the fat lady asked Harry and Neville as they skidded to a stop in front of her, breathless. "Caput Draconis," Harry said in lieu of answering her, triggering her frame to swing open and reveal the passage to the Gryffindor common room. As soon as the two boys were inside the common room they pulled the door shut behind them and collapsed against the wall of the 5-foot-long passage. About an hour previous, Harry had attempted to sneak out of the boys' dorm only to accidentally wake up Neville. After explaining the Marauder's map to him, and what he hoped to find, Neville agreed to go with Harry to check out the third-floor corridor. Dodging Filch and Peeves was simple with it, and they had no problem making their way around until Harry realized there was a name stalking them that they hadn't accounted for. Mrs. Norris, Filch's cat, chased the two down a few corridors, forcing them to detour several times, before they evaded her and got back on track. Harry hadn't even thought to check the map for animals, but sure enough he saw a few of them appeared, distinguishable by the shape of their footprints. Based on where they were, Harry assumed that the map was designed to track the pets of staff members but not students. When they made it to the third floor again it was off a moving staircase that began to slide away right after they got to the end of it. Seeing their way back move away steeled their resolve to at least check out the corridor. In the middle of the hallway was a door. Pulling on it by hand revealed it to be locked, so Harry pointed his wand at it and cast Alohomora. "You've got to be kidding," Harry whispered after the locked door clicked open. They didn't even put an anti-unlocking charm on it. What if this is just some kind of test to catch rule breakers and we're about to be expelled? Neville asked as Harry went to open the now unlocked door. This seems too easy if the headmaster is really hiding the Philosopher's Stone here. At the very least there's no one in there, Neville. Harry replied, holding up his father's map to emphasize the point before blanking it. "Let's check and see if there's anything more than a locked door here, since we've already made it this far." Neville held his breath and followed as Harry pushed the door open and went inside. There was no light in the room, so Harry raised his wand and lit it with a lumos. That was a mistake. In front of the boys a gigantic dog, perhaps 15 feet at the shoulder, began to slowly rouse to wakefulness. All three heads of it. As it blinked its many eyes the beast locked onto Harry and Neville and began to growl menacingly. As it rose Harry heard an odd sound, like a door being jostled, and chanced a look at the beast's feet as he and Neville began slowly backing up. The moment the dog released a trio of angry barks the boys turned and bolted back through the still open door, slamming it shut with a second audible click as it locked behind them. Neither stopped to think about that as they began running for Gryffindor Tower, terrified that the great dog was going to crash through the stone wall and chase them. They didn't slow down until they had made it through the portrait of the fat lady. After 30 seconds to catch their breath, Harry and Neville rose and continued into the common room, both wanting sleep but confident their dreams would be filled with visions of teeth and the sound of growling. Instead, what they heard from the common room as they entered stopped them in their tracks. "Just where have you two been?" Hermione's voice came from the couch in front of the fire. She stood up and turned around to glare at them, a much more terrifying sight than fuzzy pink pajamas should have allowed. "It's nearly 1 in the morning. What if you had been caught?" Hermione was prepared to lay into them for their carelessness, but stopped when she took in the haunted look on her friends' faces. "Is everything all right?" she asked. Instead of immediately answering, Harry hurried forward and grabbed Hermione in a hug. She could feel his heart still racing as she returned the hug, just as she could feel the tension in him leave as he started to calm down in her embrace. Neville sat down on the couch beside where she had been as he tried to pull himself together, and Hermione guided Harry down onto the couch as well. "I'm so sorry, Hermione," Harry said once he'd found his voice again. "I'll never break a promise to you again." "What do you mean, Harry? What happened?" She was starting to truly worry. Something had shaken Harry badly. "It was a Cerberus. How did they even get it in there?" Neville asked blankly, his gaze still fixed on the fire. "What, Harry? Neville, are you two all right?" Hermione was starting to panic as well. "We checked out the third-floor corridor," Harry confessed, his voice barely above a whisper. Hermione gasped in shock before hugging Harry again. There was a giant dog in there, Harry continued, with 3 heads, standing on a trapdoor or something. Cerberus are used to guard things, Neville added, but not here in England. They're native to places like Greece. You aren't about to tell me that Daleks are real too, are you? Harry asked Neville, trying to bring himself back to reality. What's a Dalek? Neville asked, his head jerking to face Harry. Oh, thank God. Harry sighed, causing Hermione to chuckle a bit in an attempt to relieve her own pent-up tension. Why don't you tell me about it? Hermione offered, Harry. Neville. That might make you feel a little better. Over 5 minutes, the 2 boys recounted what had happened. By the end Neville had calmed down, but when they got back to the part about Fluffy, Harry turned pale all over again. You aren't getting a phobia of dogs, are you, Harry? Hermione asked when she realized how much worse off he was than Neville. There must have been some kind of ward to keep sound in the room, Harry started, 'cause I stopped hearing the barking as soon as the door closed. But that meant I could hear it. The door locked behind us. If Neville hadn't held it so long, or if I had waited longer to light my wand, it would have closed with us inside. Neville immediately turned green and ran up the stairs for the nearest bathroom. Harry, it's all right, Hermione rubbed his back as she spoke. I'm sure the thing was chained to the floor or something, since you said it was guarding a trapdoor. Yeah, you're probably right. Harry relaxed a little again. But we should still say something to Professor McGonagall. Hermione continued, at least suggest to her that the door needs some way to keep students out. How can the only thing between us and a Cerberus be a door locked the Muggle way? I agree, Harry said, but when we go to her, let's not mention Neville. Okay. Hermione frowned but nodded. Okay, Harry. Not that I'm not so glad you were, Hermione, Harry said, but why are you down here so late? She glanced at the table in front of them, where the letter she was writing was lying face down. I was writing your aunt about Professor Snape and some other things that Parvati and Lavender told me about this afternoon. Thank you for the sandwiches, by the way. Harry smiled at her and she continued, do you want to add something to it? Harry actually chuckled at that. No way, if my aunt found out, she'd have me taken off the Quidditch team before I've ever even flown my new broom. Hermione sighed in relief. If Harry could joke like that, then he'd probably be alright, then. Let's get to bed. Your practice is supposed to start at 7 tomorrow morning. We can talk to Professor McGonagall tomorrow after the new Introduction to Magic seminar. Professor McGonagall was absolutely furious when Harry and Hermione approached her the next morning, though the friends were rather surprised when Harry was let off with just a single detention. She explained that she had been assured by the headmaster that there would be spells on that corridor to discourage students from trying to get in, and that the door itself wouldn't open for any student for any reason. His later explanation that Hagrid couldn't be keyed to the wards like staff, but still needed to be able to get in to take care of Fluffy the Cerberus left her ready to hex him into next week. In the end, she got the headmaster to agree to a locking ward keyed to the groundskeeper's umbrella. Hermione Granger had been depressed all day. When she had gone downstairs to say, "Good morning," to Harry, all he'd said back was the same. During breakfast she had hoped that maybe an owl would deliver something for her, but Hedwig was absent. Worst of all was that today, of all days, she had to go to flying class without Harry there. She still didn't feel safe on a broom, but after watching Harry fly she was a little more confident as long as he was nearby. He had promised to catch her if she fell. Sadly, Quidditch players were apparently exempt from flying class, and the team had wanted to work on strategy during that time this week. Normally none of this would bother Hermione too much, except the flying. But today was her birthday, and it seemed that her best friend had completely forgotten. She sighed as she headed towards the Great Hall with Parvati Patil for dinner. Harry had left their last class early, confident, and rightly so, that the ghostly teacher wouldn't even notice, and she hadn't seen him since. Parvati, where are we going? Hermione asked as she was pulled past the double doors to the Great Hall and down a flight of stairs on the other end of the corridor. Aren't the Hufflepuff dorms down here? Parvati just smiled mysteriously and led Hermione around a corner to a painting of a gigantic bowl of fruit. She stopped for a minute, frowning as she fiddled with the fruit in the bowl before a green pear giggled at being touched and expanded into the third dimension, turning into a door handle of sorts. Parvati, what's going on? Where does that go? Hermione had never seen this door before. How did Parvati even know where it was? It's not like people randomly went around touching the paintings looking for secret passages, though obviously that should go on her to-do list. She was even more mystified when Parvati opened the painting that was a door and revealed a huge kitchen filled with tiny little gremlin creatures scurrying back and forth. She followed her friend into the kitchen to find a table set up off to the side. Harry was walking over to them with Parvati. Hermione shrieked as she jumped away from the girl beside her. "What's going on?" Parvati laughed beside her as she gestured at her robes with her wand and changed them from Gryffindor to Ravenclaw colors. "Padma, sorry to startle you, but my sister couldn't have kept quiet on the way here. We switched just before history." The real Parvati stuck her tongue out at the two as Harry made it to them and gave Hermione a big hug. "Surprise! Happy birthday, Hermione," he said as they walked over to the table, where Dudley, Neville, and Justin were waiting as well. Now that she wasn't freaked out about doppelgangers, Hermione had time to take in the party decorations and streamers hung up around this corner of the kitchen. "Harry, are these house elves?" Hermione asked as they walked, remembering Harry mentioning them after his meeting with the headmaster. She could see now that there was a birthday cake with 12 candles on it surrounded by platters of lighter food than they normally had up in the Great Hall set up on the table. "There's so many of them." "Yeah, apparently they know when people call their names. The headmaster called the head elf when I met with him in his office during the first weekend. I came down here a week ago right after Quidditch practice and called him to ask whether we could have a private party." Harry laughed as he recalled, "I had to get them to tone it down though. When they first said yes they were talking like it was going to be as overdone as the welcome feast." "Happy birthday, Hermione," Dudley, Neville, and Justin said in unison as they made it to the group. While she thanked them, Hermione noted that there was a small pile of gifts on the table as well. One of them was clearly labeled in her parents' handwriting even, causing her to raise an eyebrow questioningly. "We asked everyone to send your presents to Professor McGonagall," Dudley explained, knowing Hermione's next question would be whether all this was allowed. "She knows we're down here, and sent the presents with one of the elves a few minutes ago." After everyone had sat back down at the table, they ate relatively quickly so that they could move on to the delicious-looking birthday cake, and presents after. Once Dudley had finished his second helping, the group began singing, "Happy Birthday," to Hermione, causing her to tear up and almost fail to blow all 12 candles out in one breath. "Are you okay, Hermione?" Parvati, the real one, asked when she noticed the tears in her friend's eyes. Hermione sniffled as she dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief offered by Justin. "I'm okay. I'm just so happy. I didn't have any friends before I met Harry and Dudley. When I was growing up I never had a birthday party with friends, just my parents and sometimes an aunt or uncle. When I found out I was a witch, my biggest hope was that I could make friends here." Hermione got up at this point and went around the table, giving each of her friends a hug and thanking them for being there. When she finished with Harry, he stood to embrace her and smiled. "Did you think we wouldn't do something for you just because we're at school?" he asked her as they sat back down. Hermione looked down in shame and mumbled an answer that no one could hear. "Huh," Dudley said, straining to hear. "I thought you guys would find new friends." Hermione gasped and slowed down. "I thought that we wouldn't hang out as much anymore once you had other magical people you could be around instead of me," she added emphatically. Before curling up in shame again, Harry scooted his chair over and wrapped an arm around her. "You're my best friend, Hermione. Not just the first magical person I met," he said, his voice seeming to fill the area with calm. "Of course we'll still hang out, and of course we're gonna celebrate your birthday." Hermione smiled at her best friend, then jumped slightly when a slice of the cake popped onto a plate directly in front of her without warning. "Looks like the elves think you should cheer up," Harry said, laughing. "It is your birthday, after all." Hermione smiled back at Harry before joining him in laughing. The passing elves popped slices of cake in front of everyone and they dug in. Harry gave Dudley the look when he asked for a third slice, and the Hufflepuff sheepishly moved it over to Justin when it materialized in front of him. Justin just laughed and ate the slice. "No point in wasting it. Which do you want to open first?" Parvati said, gesturing at the presents once the elves has popped all the dishes away. Hermione looked at the pile on the end of the table. There were 6 in total, she noted. Her parents was closest, so she decided to pick it up first. She carefully pulled the tape off of the paper and removed the box without ripping anything, smirking at Dudley the whole time. Hermione remembered how he tore through his presents at his own birthday and kept rushing Harry through his presents at his, but she wanted to savor this. Hermione wasn't sure what she was looking at when she opened the box until she picked it up, immediately dropping it back into the box and emitting a squeak of embarrassment. "What was that?" Neville asked. "It's exercise clothes," Hermione said, blushing. "My mum said in her last letter that she wanted me to start running with Dudley at least twice a week. Aunt Petunia told me the same thing," Harry confided. "She didn't think the stairs were enough." "Yes, but does she want you to wear this?" Hermione asked, picking up a pink pair of shorts to show him. She sighed in relief as she did, noticing a few pairs of longer gym pants as well, mostly in pink and light blue. "Well, no," Harry said, barely containing his laughter. "Do muggles really wear things like that?" Parvati asked as she inspected the tiny garment in Hermione's hands with interest. "Normally only when they plan on running or working out, and usually not outside." Dudley answered for her, "It's already getting too cold to not wear sleeves and pants outside, so it's a good thing they sent longer stuff too. I'm hoping we find a room we can use when winter hits. Though we wouldn't really be able to run then, just sit-ups and jumping jacks and stuff." Hermione went to put the clothes back in the box, secretly a little disappointed in her parents' gift. Why would they embarrass her like that if they knew that she would be opening it among her friends? Then her hand bumped against something hard at the bottom of the box that she hadn't noticed at first. She reached under the clothes and found a book carefully taped to the bottom. "Oh my gosh," Hermione squealed as she held it up, the embarrassing clothes completely forgotten for the moment. "How could I forget this came out last week?" It was a mystery novel, a new one in a series that Hermione particularly liked. Mysteries and crime novels were her favorite fiction stories even after learning she was a witch. Once she had read the back cover, Harry handed her the first two in the series from where he'd hidden them in his bag. She squealed all over again and hugged Harry tight. She was now looking forward to rereading the series before getting to the new one. "I've never read Muggle fiction before," Padma said as she looked at the back of the first book in the series. "After you reread them, can I take a look?" "Of course," Hermione said as she picked up the gift from Justin, opening it to reveal a new set of quills, as well as several reams of parchment. "Oh, thank you, Justin. I broke so many quills trying to get the hang of it. I've been thankful for those seminars." "Yeah," Justin said with a chuckle, "I remember you getting frustrated over it when we were doing homework in the library. Plus, Harry mentioned that you tend to overwrite for essays, so I figured you'd be needing more parchment." Hermione stuck her tongue out at him good-naturedly as she set the box aside and went to pick up the gifts from Neville and the Potter sisters. Both were clearly books even without touching them. Hermione knew these kinds of things, and that meant she couldn't decide which one to open first. Dudley recognized her dilemma and came to her aid with a coin. One flip later, Hermione used her nails to cut the tape on Padma and Parvati's gift and slide it out of the wrapping. "Thank you, Parvati, Padma." Hermione hugged each in turn before showing the others the book they'd gotten her, Magical Histories of India, an overview. "It's the kind that has English on one side and Sanskrit on the other," Padma explained. "That way, if you want, you can learn a little of the language in addition to the history." "That's perfect," Hermione said as she cracked the book open to take a quick look. "Finish opening the others before you start reading or you won't get done tonight," Harry chided her. Hermione grinned at Harry as she opened Neville's gift, which turned out to be 500 tips for a healthy greenhouse. "I asked Harry before I got it, to make sure you would actually be able to use it. Since you and Harry like herbology and potions," Neville said when Hermione didn't look quite sure about the book. "Huh, but we don't have a greenhouse. And neither of our yards are big enough." The birthday girl looked at Harry in confusion. "Mr. Lupin has someone cleaning up the Potter properties for us," he explained. "There's a room for greenhouse at one, and I asked if we could get started this Christmas getting one up and running. We can stock it with plants we'll be using for the next couple years here at Hogwarts and get some extra practical work in." "Oh Harry, that will be wonderful." Hermione hugged him yet again before hugging Neville as well. "Would you come by when we do that to make sure we get everything right?" "Sure, if my gran will let me," Neville answered. "We'll cross that bridge when we get to it," Dudley declared, handing Hermione the gift he'd gotten her, I know you wanna save Harry's for last, so here you go. He added with a laugh. Hermione decided to have mercy on Dudley for the one present, and opened it quickly. But she still avoided ripping the paper or making a mess. She'd already noticed that the house elves were making the trash paper disappear once it was dropped, and she didn't want to make their work any harder by shredding the paper first. Opening the box, her eyes fell upon a plain-looking stethoscope, but when she examined the piece she found a lot of small, runic symbols that she didn't recognize carved into both the metal handle, as well as the bell. I didn't know what to get you after Harry told me what he and Mum got. Harry elbowed him, not unpainfully, and I didn't want to just have my name stuck to the bottom of his gift, so I tried to figure out something cool. I asked a 6th year in Ravenclaw to make some modifications to this last week. Dudley picked up the stethoscope to show her. It has some magic marks on it that make the sound better than normal. Like having a speaker in someone's. He smirked. They also work on the air. If you point it at someone you can hear what they're saying if they aren't too far away. It works for about 100 feet, but any magic in the way interrupts it, according to Professor Flitwick. I asked him to make sure it would work right since a student made it. That's really neat, Dudley. Hermione said as she accepted the device back from him. I never really thought of using magic to just improve non-magical devices like that. You have to be sorta careful when you do that. Neville added, if you take a Muggle artifact and enchant it, then it's not supposed to do anything it couldn't do before. Just in case it falls into Muggle hands. That makes sense. Harry agreed. Magic would get out pretty quick if someone enchanted a car to fly or something. Finally Hermione picked up the one from Harry, which he explained was also from his aunt and uncle. It was light and squishy, like Mrs. Dursley had wrapped a bag instead of a box. Oh, it's pretty, she exclaimed as she unwrapped the gift, once again being careful to make Dudley wait. He was laughing about it this time. The gift was a bag. A bright red book bag with her name in gold letters with black borders all around. Attached to the bag was a little note signed from the Dursleys and Harry. Happy birthday Hermione, enjoy your own mini TARDIS. Hermione peeked inside the bag once she'd opened it and gasped in shock. It's actually bigger on the inside. There looks like 4 bags of space in here. Neville and the Pottles weren't sure why the Muggle-raised were so interested in that. Space expansion charms may be too advanced for them, but it wasn't really that hard to find one in Diagon Alley was it. Though the Gryffindor, or possibly Nagish, colors were very nice. It's from a television show, Dudley explained after Padma had asked what TARDIS meant. The Doctor is a time traveler from another planet that travels around in a ship as big as a world on the inside, but it's just a phone booth on the outside. The ship is called the TARDIS. Meanwhile, Harry was explaining to Hermione that her bag actually continued to expand quite a bit more based on how much she put in it. But she would need to be careful about it since there was no organization charm. Too many books would mean she couldn't find what she was looking for. Will you bees needing anything else, Mr. Harry Potter, sir? An elf asked after Hermione had moved all her books into her new bag. No, thank you guys, the food was brilliant. The cake too. Harry said, right Hermione? Oh yes. Hermione gushed, thank you, this has been my best birthday ever. Is there any way I could thank you, anything I could get you or something? The elves all looked at her strangely. Elves not be needing pay, the closest elf to her said, we's love to serve, Missy Hermione. Hermione's mouth dropped open for a few seconds before her mind caught up with her. Do you mean you're not paid? At all. Of course not, Neville said from across the table, they're house elves. But that's SL, Hermione started to yell, scaring the elves into retreating several feet, before Harry put his hand over her mouth. Hermione, calm down, Harry said. She looked at him like he'd betrayed her. I didn't know about that before I asked them to do all this. But really, if Neville is that calm about it, there has to be something more than just beepry. He glanced over at Neville, begging him to provide context. Elves don't just like work, they need it. Neville said, drawing blank stares from his Muggle-raised friends. I mean, they bond to a wizard, or to a place like Hogwarts, and get magic in exchange for work. I'm not sure on all the specifics and all, but I remember that Hogwarts has more house elves than anywhere on Earth. That still just sounds like beepry. Hermione pouted. Let's learn a little more before we go on a crusade, okay? Harry asked, we still have some time. What do you want to do for the rest of your birthday? Besides reading your books. The friends spent another hour sitting and talking, even trying out a magical card game that Neville had brought called Exploding Snap, before Professor McGonagall entered the kitchens and told them that they needed to head back to their dorms. As they were splitting up in the hall, Dudley pulled Harry and Hermione aside. "You guys have potions with Slytherin tomorrow, right?" he asked the two. "Yeah, what's up?" Harry answered. "You remember Ron Weasley?" Harry nodded, barely concealing his grimace from his cousin. "I know you don't like him that much, but I talked to him alone a couple days ago and—" "How?" Harry interrupted. "He stays glued to Malfoy." Dudley grinned. "Funny story, Malfoy and his two henchmen run away whenever my wand sparks at them. Which it does pretty easily. So I just walked up and said I wanted to talk to Ron and all three of them sorta left him." "You're going to get in trouble that way, Dudley," Hermione admonished him. Yeah, Dudley waved her off. "Do you remember earlier this week when all the Slytherins' hair turned green? No one can prove it, but he thinks the twins did that. Anyways, he was stuck with green hair for 2 days because no one would help him get rid of it, not even in his own house." "Dudley, I'm sorry, but he doesn't like us. Particularly me," Hermione said. "Actually, he doesn't have a problem with you, I asked." Dudley returned. "Malfoy and a couple older Slytherins sort of run that house. According to Ron, they wouldn't even be civil to him if he was nice to you. They at least acknowledge he's there in class. He says he may as well be invisible otherwise. And no one else is willing to be friends with him because apparently his family is supposed to be Gryffindors. Sorting Hat or not, what do you actually want me to do then?" Harry asked. "Just try and give him a second chance." Dudley offered. "He likes Quidditch, you could relate over that." Harry didn't look convinced. "He looks really depressed. He doesn't like being around Malfoy, he just doesn't have a choice, and he says when he went to his brothers they told him off for being a Slytherin. He just doesn't seem to have any friends, and I was hoping we could change that." Harry frowned for a moment. Growing up, Dudley was always really good at knowing when someone was actually just rough around the edges and when they were really jerks. "Okay," Harry conceded, "I'll pair up with him in potions tomorrow. Neville's getting to where he can prepare ingredients without too much coaching now." "You really think so?" the boy in question asked from down the hall. They'd spent a few hours over the week practicing, but he hadn't felt he'd improved that much. "You just need to learn to calm down when Snape is hovering over you and you'll be fine," Harry said to Neville before turning back to Dudley. "I'll talk to him then. But if he insults Hermione or my parents or something like that again, that'll be it." "Cool, thanks Harry." "Professor Snape, Harry," Hermione added as correction, causing Harry and Dudley to chuckle. "All right," Professor McGonagall said as she emerged from the kitchens. "I think I told you to get to bed. Curfew is not for 10 minutes, so I see no reason to give you passes." 7 students scurried for their dorms. "You're sitting over here today, Weasley," Harry said to the redhead to stop him from continuing on to sit by Seamus, who had originally volunteered to partner with Ron after what happened with Hermione last week. Okay Potter," Weasley said after a moment's hesitation as he moved over to Harry's workstation and sat down, only then noticing that Neville was working with Hermione this time. As he sat down, Nagish slithered out from Harry's sleeve and onto the desk. The Slytherin blanched and leaned away as the serpent coiled up and rested on the corner of the desk farthest from the burner and began staring at him. "Good thing I left Scabbers in his cage today," Ron thought to himself as he eyed the snake warily. Potter had begun openly carrying his snake around with him since last weekend. Supposedly there was a riot in the Gryffindor common room when it happened, and Potter was the school pariah for a day instead of Ron. But somehow after the first day most of the Lions were completely fine with the snake and Ron highly doubted that it was just the color. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff followed Gryffindor in calming down just as quickly. "I thought you didn't like me," Ron asked as he broke his staring contest with the snake. "What made you change your mind?" "I haven't yet," Harry answered honestly as he finished wiping out the inside of their cauldron and placed it beside the unlit fire, "but my cousin thinks you aren't as bad as Hermione and I do." Harry looked over at Weasley. "I usually trust him on things like that. I'm not always the best at telling if someone's an alright bloke." "Right scary, your cousin is. Malfoy won't tell me why he doesn't wanna be around him," Ron answered before lowering his voice so as not to be heard by his housemates. "Do you know? It's like he's scared your cousin will attack him or something." Harry carefully considered whether he should answer. Obviously Malfoy hadn't spread the story of what happened on the Hogwarts Express, so telling Weasley would be giving him ammo. But between Malfoy and Weasley it was no contest. Malfoy was the person Harry disliked most in Hogwarts. Giving Weasley something to hold over him could keep the blonde ponce off their backs for a while. Malfoy invaded our train cart on the express just like you did, Harry explained with an even voice, though still making it clear that he continued to resent Weasley's actions and words that day, but he was more aggressive about it and had his yes men with him. When he started calling Hermione and Neville names, Dudley threw a thunderclap at him to run them off. Draco Malfoy is afraid of loud noises. Ron asked incredulously. Harry raised an eyebrow at Weasley. Real thunder has a source. Dudley coded his wand in lightning to make it do that. Not entirely true, as none of it was actually intentional. But close enough, and it sounded more threatening than reality anyways. Ron's mouth dropped open for a moment before he collected himself. That's awesome, no wonder. But how did he learn that kind of magic, being AM? Well, C froze mid-sentence as Harry fixed him with an icy glare. He could swear that the snake's eyes squinted into a glare as well to mimic his owner. Weasley, Harry said, his voice low to prevent anyone not immediately nearby from hearing, I told Dudley I'd give you exactly one more chance. If you talk that blood crap about Hermione, or Dudley, that's it. Ron glanced over to the Slytherin side of the room, where Malfoy and Nott were watching him intently, before speaking even lower and making it hard for even Potter to hear him. I'm really sorry, I'm not like that. I swear, I didn't mean anything by that, I was only gonna say, Muggleborn. It's just that elemental magic is supposedly really hard to learn. Like, impossible without a teacher, and you guys all made it clear you didn't have any tutors before school. Harry frowned. We'll see, but first let's get through class. For starters, you aren't going to argue with me about instructions while we brew today. We are going to do it right, which means weighing everything, and preparing ingredients the way we are supposed to. I'll try. Ron replied, maybe I'll actually learn something in this class if you're teaching me. You could have learned from Hermione if you'd listened. Harry muttered as Professor Snape entered the classroom and began the day's brewing. You couldn't really call it instruction, or teaching. It didn't take long for Harry to figure out why Weasley's potions grades were abysmal. He only seemed to read the first few words of each step in the instructions and then assume he got it all from that. Several times Harry was forced to stop him and make him reweigh or re-prepare things where the red-headed boy just didn't seem to put forth any effort at all. At least Snape had left Harry alone ever since Hermione had sent his aunt a letter about the potions teacher last week. He wasn't sure what Aunt Petunia had said in her letter back, but Hedwig had delivered it directly into the hands of Professor McGonagall only one day later, and Snape had seemed to actively avoid all three of them all week since, even in class according to Dudley. The potion they were preparing today was a skin-fortifying potion that utilized, among other things, a small amount of bark from a wiggentree. This was the last ingredient required before leaving the potion to sit for exactly 24 minutes and 24 seconds. Unfortunately, twice now Harry had been forced to explain to Weasley why crushing was not just the same as grinding, and that it didn't matter if one of them was easier to do, one of them was the right way. Harry was getting ready to just take the bowl with the bark in it when Weasley finally relented and began grinding it like he was supposed to be doing. As he worked, Weasley discreetly nodded his head towards the Slytherin side. When Harry glanced that way, he saw Malfoy and Nott quickly look away, but he was sure that they were in the process of nodding back to Weasley. Or was that his imagination? Regardless, it was clear favoritism that those two almost never had to actually do any of the difficult parts, since Crabbe and Goyle weighed and prepared all their ingredients for them. Harry set the timer as soon as he had finished stirring in the wiggentree bark and leaned back in his chair to stretch. It had been rather tense brewing with Weasley. He didn't check anything, so Harry was constantly ready to stop him from just dumping something into the cauldron while Harry was doing something else. Sorry about earlier. Being difficult, I mean, Ron muttered under his breath after a few minutes of silence, causing Harry to look up at him from where he'd been reading ahead in their textbook. I saw they were watching. Slytherin is supposed to hate you. Harry nodded stiffly and almost missed the look of shock on Weasley's face as he returned to his book, which caused him to glance back up and around in time to see a chunk of Valyrian root flying across the room towards their cauldron. 3 for 3, Harry thought to himself. He didn't think he had time to try and catch the root since he was reclined in his seat and angled away from it, so instead he reached for Nagish, who quickly wrapped around his hand, while at the same time he kicked out at Weasley's chair, pushing the boy into the aisle and pitching himself over backwards. The root landed in their cauldron just as Harry hit the floor and caused the potion to violently erupt over the space they had been occupying mere seconds before. "Potter!" Snape shouted from where he had been hovering over Parvati and Lavender's still unfinished potion, "What do you think you are doing? I should have known your success before was just luck." 10 points from Gryffindor. "Professor, it wasn't Potter," Ron said from the floor, still in shock over how fast Potter had responded to the danger. "There is no need to take responsibility for his failures, Weasley. Potter is just a student like everyone else," came Snape's gruff reply. "But it was Malfoy, sir. He threw something in the cauldron," Ron pressed. The room was deathly silent, save for the bubbling of cauldrons in the room, as Snape turned his glare upon Ron Weasley. "Surely I misheard you," he hissed. "Mr. Malfoy, a member of your own house, is 15 feet away. How was he responsible for this?" "I told you, sir," Ron answered, his voice shaking as his head of house glared down at him. "Malfoy threw something in our cauldron. I froze up when I saw it. If Potter hadn't pushed me over, then that potion would have blew up on me." "You're welcome, Weasley," Harry said from the floor where he was carefully cleaning his robes where a little of the spilled potion had gotten on him. Weasley shuddered when he noticed that Nagish was currently wrapped around Harry's neck to avoid interfering with his arms or hands. Snape sneered at the pair before looking over at the Slytherin side of the room. "Mr. Knott, did you see Malfoy throw something, as Weasley suggests?" "No, sir," the Slytherin responded before smirking at the two students still on the ground. "Mr. Weasley," Snape continued, looking back at the redhead, "detention with me tonight. Making up stories to try and get your housemates in trouble is not how you get ahead in Slytherin." "But sir," Hermione objected. 5 points from Gryffindor. "Granger," he interrupted, "I did not ask you." "Potter, Weasley, that will be a 0 for the day. Clean this mess up and get out." Harry and Ron cleaned up their station in silence and left together as soon as they were done. As much as she wanted to, Hermione didn't have it in her to just walk out of the class behind them. "Sorry about that," Ron said once they were out of sight of the potions lab. "When I saw him throw that, I just froze up. You definitely saved me a trip to the hospital wing though, thanks Potter." "No problem, I don't like seeing people get hurt," Harry answered, "but if a brick fell and hit Malfoy on the head, I might laugh a bit before making sure he's alive." Ron wasn't sure what to make of that, but a new realization hit him as they passed the corridor that led to the Slytherin dorms. "I'm gonna be in for it tonight when I try to tuck in. Five Nuts says I can't even get out of bed in the morning after all the hexing Malfoy and the others will do to me." "Is it really that bad?" Harry asked. "The family is all Gryffindor," Ron responded. "You remember that howler my mum sent me?" Potter nodded. "That's the only thing I've gotten from home. A lot of my quills and parchment went missing the first week, but when I wrote home asking for help, my mum sent back the letters unopened. That's how bad it is that I'm a Slytherin. I'm surprised Percy hasn't demanded my rat Scabbers back. He was originally Percy's. But so far he's been the only one that'll talk to me, and he still looks down at me for this." He pulled on his green tie as he finished ranting, "But he did help me get more writing supplies." Harry was stunned. Weasley's own family was ignoring him over something as silly as what house he got sorted into in school. At least Percy seemed to be able to look past it mostly. "Well, that's just ridiculous," Harry stated. "Your schoolhouse doesn't mean anything. Try telling my mum that." Ron deadpanned. "She can be a right terror when things aren't how she wants them. It never really bothered me much until I was the thing out of place. It was always the twins she was yelling at because of their pranks and stuff. But they've been in trouble plenty already and she hasn't written a single howler at them. Last year she'd sent 2 by the end of the first month, I remember, 'cause I was upstairs when she was making them. They're just as loud on the other end." Harry furrowed his brow in thought as they walked slowly towards the Great Hall. There was no point in getting there too early because the food wouldn't be set out just yet. "You should bring all that up with Snape in your detention," Harry finally said. "That won't help," Ron whined. "He's gonna spend the whole time yelling at me for going against a Slytherin in the classroom. That's like the biggest house rule." Slytherins are supposed to always stick together in public. No public infighting. Sounds like Hufflepuff to me. Harry returned with a chuckle. If it gets too bad you should see Professor McGonagall. She is the deputy headmistress. Why would she help? Ron asked. I'm not a Gryffindor. She's deputy of the whole school, not just Gryffindor. Harry answered. She's in charge of all the students, and she's supposed to not be biased in it, so I'd give it a try. Harry frowned anew. Why was the deputy head also a head of house? Even if she was fair, the fact that she was head of Gryffindor obviously discouraged other houses from coming to her with issues. As Ron thought about what Potter had said for a moment while they walked, the Great Hall came into view. I'm meeting with the headmaster and Professor McGonagall at the beginning of lunch about Nagish. So I've got to head that way, Harry said as he indicated a door further down the corridor that led up. All right, Ron replied, thanks for the advice about McGonagall. But, can I ask you one more question before you go? Potter nodded his head cautiously. What did you do to make the school stop coming down on you about your pet? On Sunday almost all of Gryffindor avoided you over it, but everything was mostly back to normal by Monday evening. Harry laughed. That was Dudley's idea. I just told everyone who'd listen the story of how Nagish saved my aunt. She was attacked by an adder in her garden and Nagish took the other snake mid-strike to protect her. He's great, and Gryffindor loves a hero story. It didn't hurt that while I was telling it, Hermione or Parvati would have Nagish playing in their hair. Ron nodded at that, his eyes glancing to the arm he had seen the snake slithered under the sleeve of earlier. He doesn't seem nearly as scary as I thought he'd be when everyone was still whispering about it and no one had seen it yet. One of the most common rumors floating around was that you were hiding that you were a Parseltongue. Harry frowned at that. Yeah, your brothers, the twins, told me about that. That's why I started showing off Nagish when I did. Cool, thanks again Potter. Harry. He returned, if we're going to try and be civil, then call me Harry. In the non-magical world last names are saved for people with authority and people you don't like. Okay, Harry. Ron replied, I guess, call me, Ron, then. Sure thing, Ron, Harry said as he began heading off to meet with Professor McGonagall before going to the headmaster's office, and if your housemates keep bothering you then feel free to hang out with us sometimes. Thanks. Ron wasn't sure if he could really trust his eyes and ears. After 3 weeks of seeming to hate his guts, Harry Potter was offering to be his friend. It's not like he didn't understand why Harry didn't like him too much. 3 weeks in the Slytherin dorms had taught him how much words could hurt, especially ones that weren't obviously hurtful. Malfoy had managed to turn ambition and cunning into insults. But Potter seemed like the type to hold a bit of a grudge, and it wasn't until several nights after the sorting that Ron had realized just how badly he'd stuck his foot in his mouth that day, when Nott had insulted Ron's uncles Gideon and Fabian, who'd died in the war, by joking about the Death Eaters who'd gotten away from them. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.